Yes. I'm Councilmember Kevin Riley, Chair of the Subcommittee. This morning, I'm joined by Councilmember Shulman, Carr, Marte, and remotely by Moya. Today, we are holding the public hearing for the third of three major initiatives that the administration has called the City of Yes. The first initiative was zoning for carbon neutrality, which we passed last year. The second initiative was zoning for economic opportunity, which Council modified based on community concerns and passed earlier this year. This third and last initiative of City of Yes for housing opportunity, sometimes referred to here as ZHO, which is a citywide text amendment, affect the entire city. Yesterday, we heard from the administration about the details of the City of Yes for housing opportunity, and today entirely dedicated to a hearing for the public about this proposal. Today's public hearing is important, if not more important than yesterday, because we need to hear directly from our constituents. This proposal has many components, and in determining how to respond to the administration's proposal, we need to hear from our constituents about their concerns, which we take very seriously. So we are looking forward to hearing from you all today. Every neighborhood throughout the city is experiencing very real housing challenges. This proposal presents an opportunity to address these challenges in a way that makes sense for each neighborhood. I will now go over the public hearing procedures. This meeting is being held in hybrid format. Members of the public who wish to testify may testify in person or through Zoom. Many of you have registered online to testify. If you haven't yet registered to testify, please register online by visiting the New York City Council's website at www.council.nyc.gov/land-use. If you are here in person, the wonderful staff from our Planning and Land Use Division are here to help you register to speak. Please make sure to register or else you will not be able to testify. I repeat that again. Please make sure if you are in here today to register or else you will not be able to testify. If you have already registered online and you are here in person, you still need to check in with our staff at the back of the room to let us know you are here. I'll repeat that again. If you have registered online and you are with us in the room, please head to the back and check in with our staff to let them know you are here. Members of the public can also view a live stream broadcast of this hearing through the Council's website at www.council.nyc.gov/livestream. With several hundred people already registered to testify today, as a result, public testimony will strictly be limited to 2 minutes per person. We have over 700 people that are registered to testify. I will be cutting everybody off in 2 minutes. You can present the rest of your testimony to us, all right? If you have a statement, please highlight the best of your statement that you could repeat within 2 minutes. Thank you. If you cannot finish this within 2 minutes, or you would like us to consider additional materials, you can also submit written testimony to the following email address: landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. Written testimony may be submitted up to 3 days after the hearing is closed. Please indicate City of Yes for the housing opportunity in the subject line of your email. Lastly, for everyone attending today's meeting, this is a government proceeding and decorum must be observed at all times. Members of the public are asked not to speak during the meeting unless you are testifying. The witness table is reserved for people who are called to testify, and no video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recording as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. I would like to remind everyone that today's public hearing is only about the administration's City of Yes zoning for housing opportunity proposal. Please restrict your testimony to this proposal. I will now open up the hearing on LU 181 regarding the City of Yes for housing opportunity proposal. For a description of this citywide text amendment, You can refer to the PowerPoint presentation that the administration gave to this subcommittee yesterday. The presentation is available through Council's land use webpage, which can be accessed at www.council.nyc.gov/landuse, where you can also find additional materials on this proposal. As of right now, there are approximately 300 members of the public who wish to testify in person and approximately close to 300 members of the public who wish to testify online. Consistent with the instructions of the Council's registration page, we will first hear people who are here in person. Starting at 1 p.m., we will start to hear people register to testify through Zoom. We will switch between in-person testimony and online Zoom testimony every hour or so after 1 p.m. This means that if you are testifying with us through Zoom, you will not be called to testify before approximately 1 p.m. in the order in which you are registered. I will call people to testify in panels of 6 today. Please note that after I call the panel of people to testify, I will also indicate the names of people who will be called on the next panel to testify to prepare themselves. For in-person panels, if your name is called in the second panel, please come to the front of the room and wait in the reserved seating for the panelists. After your panel is excused from the witness table, you may return to your initial seat. The first panel consists of the following people who should now proceed to the witness table. And we also been joined by Councilmember Ressler. Thomas Devaney, Patrick Bowl, Emily Goldstein, Matthew Dunbar, Matthew Murphy, and Sam Burtnick. Our second panel will consist of Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine. Okay. We will first begin by Thomas Devaney. You may begin. Thomas Devaney? None of you? Okay. We will move to Patrick Bowl. Oh, Thomas? Are you Thomas? Yes. Thomas, you may begin. Well, Thomas, let me give you some time. Can we start with Patrick? Yeah, Patrick. Let me start with Patrick, Thomas. You can wait.
Hi.
Settle in. You can get settled in. Wait 1 second.
Okay.
Patrick, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Boyle. I'm a Senior Director at Enterprise Community Partners. Enterprise is a national nonprofit that exists to make a good home possible for the millions of families without one. We support community development organizations on the ground, aggregate and invest capital for impact, advance housing policy at every level of government, and build and manage communities ourselves. Since our New York office opened in 1987, we have committed more than $4.5 billion in equity loans and grants to create or preserve over 66,000 affordable housing units across the 5 boroughs of New York City. On behalf of Enterprise, I want to thank Chair Riley and the members of this subcommittee for the opportunity to deliver this testimony. As we all know, New York City is in the midst of a persistent affordable housing and homelessness crisis, with the lack of adequate and diverse housing types playing a major role. The latest housing and vacancy survey showed a historically low 1.4% vacancy rate overall and a stunning 0.39% vacancy rate for apartments renting under $1,100. Median rents in New York City continue to reach one historic new high after another. Fewer than 5% of units of available apartments are affordable to the average household salary, and there are more than 18,000 families with children in the city's homeless shelter system. As these numbers demonstrate, our housing crisis most acutely impacts New Yorkers of low and moderate income. It keeps individuals unhoused or in shelter longer than necessary and prevents housing stability. We are long overdue in revising New York City's zoning resolution to allow for more flexibility, more as-of-right development options, and more housing variety. To that end, Enterprise supports the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity and applauds this effort to look citywide in how we reform our zoning regulations to foster growth and tackle housing need. This will not solve every problem. It will not solve homelessness, fair housing, and all a host of other issues, and we support a broad, comprehensive housing package to encompass all of those things, but this is a necessary step to bring about the housing growth we need to be able to house families in New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Just want to state for the record, we've been joined by Council Member Salam. Thomas Devaney, you may go next.
Thank you. Thomas Devaney, Senior Director of Land Use and Planning at Municipal Arts Society. MES supports the City of Yes as a way to produce much-needed housing through incremental city zoning changes. City of Yes would distribute contextual residential density across the city and expand it through different building types, many of which are not permitted under current zoning. But zoning reform alone will not solve our housing crisis, nor will City of Yes guarantee affordable housing. City of Yes must be accompanied with comprehensive planning, incentives, city and state funding, programs that allow the city to grow and meet the needs of New Yorkers, particularly those most heavily burdened by escalating housing costs. Lifting the zoning parking mandate gives developers flexibility and can unlock new housing. By supporting transit-oriented development in lieu of parking requirements, City of Yes also supports the city's climate mandate by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution. We believe this change balances drivers' needs while prioritizing housing and the environment. We recommend the council pass this amendment as drafted. UAP is a good way to incentivize affordable housing and at a deeper level than voluntary inclusionary housing, which UAP would replace. Allowing ADUs is a smart, low-impact way to increase housing stock in low-density residential districts. More financial assistance will be needed to make ADUs more viable and accessible way to add up to 40,000 dwelling units as projected. Expanding the area for TDRs from landmarks has been long overdue, and we support this proposal. We believe that property owners who receiving sites should still be required to obtain a special permit if they seek bulk modifications to accommodate additional floor area. And finally, MSS supports the changes that allow office to residential conversions of buildings constructed before 1991 and the expanded geographic applicability. However, since most, if not all, of recent residential conversions to luxury housing, we hope the city can explore incentives. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Emily Goldstein.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Riley and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Emily Goldstein. I'm the Director of Organizing and Advocacy with the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, or ANHD. ANHD has long supported a more equitable distribution of housing development across New York City to ensure that every neighborhood is doing its part and unfair burdens don't continue to fall on marginalized communities. We believe ZHO is an important step in this direction, but we have several recommended changes to ensure that the zoning can actually maximize affordable housing, not just market rate housing. In particular, in the universal affordability preference, we recommend requiring a deep affordability band rather than simply allowing it through averaging. We also recommend creating more incentive to have a better ratio of affordable to market rate housing rather than sort of an 80-20 across the board. We believe that can be done within the scope of the current proposal by reducing the maximum allowed for market rate housing and keeping the total the same. So you're incentivizing 30, 40, 50% affordable as opposed to just the 80-20, but within the current proposed density. I'd also like to highlight that we are concerned that the transit-oriented zoning and the town center zoning proposals don't have any affordability component at all. And while that may be practical for very small buildings, we believe there should be required affordability in those proposals for buildings that are 10 units and above to ensure that all neighborhoods are getting some affordable housing. We believe that's both important from an affordability perspective and from a fair housing perspective, to ensure that certain neighborhoods aren't sort of being left out of the affordability equation. Our full testimony submitted online has a variety of additional recommendations. Again, appreciate the time to testify today.
Thank you, Emily. Next, we'll have Matthew Dunbar.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Dunbar. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Habitat for Humanity, New York City and Westchester County. I want to thank Chair Riley, the Speaker, and the entire City Council for this opportunity. At Habitat for Humanity, New York City and Westchester, we've spent 40 years building and preserving affordable homeownership with low-income New Yorkers in the pursuit of building a more equitable New York. But at this point in time, in order for us as a city to build a more equitable New York, we need to have a plan that allows for and requires that all communities contribute to that building of affordable housing. We wholeheartedly support the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, and specifically want to highlight yesterday's questions from the City Council that emphasize the need for more affordable home ownership opportunities. And this plan provides multiple ways for affordable home ownership to be created and home ownership generally to be increased, as we currently have a 30% home ownership rate, where the national average is 66%. So we are far behind the national average on this. And through the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, it provides opportunities for homeowners to build ADUs, for town center and transit-oriented development to build moderate density affordable homeownership opportunities through co-ops and condos. It provides opportunities for faith-based organizations and campuses to build affordable homeownership alongside rental. It removes parking requirements that stand in the way of affordable homeownership projects being more economically viable. And it also cleans up technical fixes to the Affordable Homeownership Program Open Door in relationship to MIH, which would allow for projects like Habitat's Claremont House to build 60% more units in the Bronx through this technical fix. So we want to encourage the City Council to say yes and to build on what is being proposed and not no because. And we wholeheartedly support this program and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Matthew. I just want to state for the record, we've been joined by Councilmember Holden and Narcisse. Next, we will have Matthew Murphy.
Chair Riley and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity for me to testify today. My name is Matthew Murphy, and I represent the NYU Furman Center. New York City is facing a severe housing shortage. Over the decades, demand for housing has far outpaced available supply. As of 2023, the city's vacancy rate was just 1.4%, far below the 7% that economists estimate is needed for fairer housing markets with more choice. In Brooklyn, as one example, property values have increased by 279% since the year 2000, much faster than wages and inflation. Today, more than half of renter households are cost burdened, with 30% paying over half of their income on rent. This forces families to sacrifice essentials like healthcare, education, and savings. Housing growth has been inequitable across the city. Between 2010 and 2020, just 5 subborough areas accounted for 40% of all new housing development. Low-density neighborhoods, which cover 44% of the city's residential land, house 28% of our population. These areas added housing at half the rate of the city overall. They also contributed just 9% of the city's new low-income housing in that decade. Some districts produced no new multifamily housing at all, much less any affordable housing. Research consistently shows that increasing both affordable and market rate housing alleviates costs. Adding housing slows rent growth, reduces competition for older, lower cost units, and allows more affordable homes to become available as people move into newly built properties. This benefits households across income levels. City of Yes addresses these issues by reducing construction and development costs, makes residential development more feasible, removes parking requirements, minimum parking requirements, encourages modest density increases that are tied to affordability, converts obsolete office buildings to housing, promotes accessory dwelling units in low-density neighborhoods. At the time of passage, it's critical that the proposal remains financially feasible for development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. And last from this panel, we have Sam Burtnick.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sam Burtnick. I'm representing Hannock. The mayor's proposed City of Yes for Housing Opportunity plan is a desperately needed solution to the city's ongoing housing crisis. Demand for housing far outpaces supply in each neighborhood, necessitating solutions such as City of Yes to allow for zoning reforms and density bonuses. These changes will increase the number of homes available to New Yorkers. Far too few neighborhoods throughout the city are contributing their share of housing, placing an unnecessary burden on a handful of neighborhoods attempting to build enough housing for the entire city. The City of Yes zoning reforms will encourage a more equitable distribution of housing to every neighborhood and community district throughout New York. The current City of Yes for Housing opportunity proposal must stay intact, as the implications for delaying solutions to the housing crisis will become far more dire if they continue to remain unaddressed. It's essential that New York City retains its existing affordable housing and encourages additional housing construction for the future, if it is to remain a place where those both young and old, from near and from far, can continue to call home for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? There being no questions, this panel is excused. The next panel we're going to hear from is Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine. The following panel that could come up to the front and get ready to speak after this next panel is Zul Zulkowitz, Zenip Turain, George Janis, Megan Fitzpatrick, Paul DeVille, and Lucy Levine. Thank you. Madam Borough President, you may begin.
All right. Good morning, council colleagues. Not used to this view of the chamber. It's very nice. Mr. Chair, I'm so grateful that you are the one leading this committee and grateful for this chance to testify today. I've been to hundreds of council hearings over the years, and this is, without a doubt, one of the most important, because New York City is in the midst of a crisis. We are facing the worst shortage of housing in living memory, and maybe the worst that this city has ever seen. If you or anyone you know has tried to find a home recently, then you know this. We are allowing so few homes to be built, and the vacancy rate on existing homes is so low, just 1.4%, the lowest in half a century, that finding an apartment in this city is something akin to the Hunger Games. Now, that's fine for wealthy New Yorkers. They can just bid up the rent, and they'll get their apartment. And that's fine for landlords. They're more than happy to collect those inflated rents. But for low-income families, even working and middle-class families, this is a catastrophe. The average rent for a market-rate apartment in Manhattan is now over $5,000 per month. There will be people in homeless shelters tonight because of those rents. There are bus drivers and nurses and teachers with no hope of living in this borough because of those rents. Up until now, we've been confronting this crisis, confronting our housing shortage with the zoning code from 1961. From 1961, when we had the opposite problem. It was a time when people were abandoning the city and planners were seriously worried we might have too much housing. We have a zoning code that outlaws converting vacant offices to housing if the building was built after 1961. Yes, that is the current rule. We have a zoning code that forces developers to build huge parking garages on top of subway stations instead of adding more apartments to their building. We have a zoning code that outlaws the kind of shared housing that can give an affordable option for a young person starting out or someone who's just down on their luck and might otherwise end up on the street. City of Yes fixes all of that and much more. The provision known as universal affordability preference would mean that buildings that might not be built or might be built as exclusively market rate would instead have 20% of their apartments locked in as affordable in perpetuity. The total sum of all these provisions would be an estimated 109,000 new homes for this city. This would be a game change for our housing crisis. Now, tens of thousands of those homes would be affordable, units that would be targeted to low-income New Yorkers. And affordable homes like this will not be built in absence of the changes City of Yes would bring. There also will be tens of thousands of market rate homes created, and we need them too, so that the bus drivers and nurses and teachers who are getting blocked out now will instead have a place to live, so that we have negotiating power taken away from landlords and given to tenants. And yes, we must also help tenants who have a home that they need to keep. That, in part, should mean strengthening our city's landmark right to counsel law and ensuring every tenant facing eviction has an attorney in housing court. I was very proud to pass this law when I was sitting where you were in the City Council, but it is not being fulfilled today. There are thousands of tenants in housing court who are not being provided with an attorney. It's urgent that we fix this crisis. And we must invest more in the community-based nonprofits, which are providing all manner of assistance to tenants, including organizing assistance. But this will not be enough. This doesn't help someone who doesn't currently have a home. There's no getting around it. We need to build more housing in the city. We have got to remove the barriers put in place in our 1961 zoning code. We need the 100,000 units that a more modern zoning code would unlock. We need to pass City of Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Borough President. Any questions for this panel? All right, this panel is excused. Thank you. I just want to state for the record, we also been joined by Councilmember Sanchez. The next panel that we're going to call up is Zul Kolwitz, Zenip Turin, George Janis, Megan Fitzgerald, Paul Devlin, and Lucy Levin. Yeah. The follow-up panel that will come to the front, that will be next, will consist of Chad Perkey, Howard Stalkin, Emily Kurtz, Tom Wright, Michelle Della Utz, and Bria Donhu. If I called your name, please come to the front and wait right here, please. We will begin first with Zul Zolkowitz. I'm so sorry if I butcher your name. Just press the button, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I live in Midtown, but I am originally from the South Bronx. You can take the boy out of the Bronx, but not the Bronx out of the boy, which means to me a lifelong concern for the poor, for the migrant, for working people of all backgrounds and ages from all parts of our world, for the least of these. I applaud Chair Garodnick for his superhuman efforts to solve our decades-long and ever-overwhelming affordable housing crisis. A little more housing in every neighborhood and greater density around transit hubs are excellent concepts, but what kind of housing? Who's building it? Who's profiting? Who's paying too high a price? We must have modest contextual development, as Chair Garodnick says, and housing affordability must come with greater investment in places like Queens and the Bronx, as Councilmember Salamanca pointed out yesterday. But the underlying question with this City of Yes text amendment remains. Will it increase or decrease economic and racial segregation in our town? Here's an example of how developers, bankers, and venture cap game the global real estate market in this town. The Prince George, a 1904 landmark, 13 stories with more than 400 units of supportive housing. Always in need of funds, sold rights for the billionaire's bunker in the sky on 5th Avenue and West 29th Street. More than 50 stories high with maybe less than 30 units, none smaller than 2-story duplexes for people who might reside there for the 2 weeks of the U.S. Open. Meanwhile, the avenue is teeming with our unhoused neighbors. Let us ask ourselves how we might build the housing we need while preserving light and clean air, our streetscapes and green spaces. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Whoa. No, that's my fault because I didn't state this in the beginning. We don't clap in here. We do this, please. All right? Let's practice, everyone. All right, thank you.
Jazz hands.
Next, we're going to call on George Janis.
My name is George Janes. I'm the planner who helped 7 community boards in their review of this amendment. I read all of the zoning, I attended dozens of public meetings, but today I'm here on my own time. This proposal is radical. The process was terrible. And folks are rightly concerned it will not produce affordable housing in their neighborhood. Many council members have concerns. Housing Opportunity changes basic zoning standards, reduces sizes of rear yards, side yards, legal windows, courts, open space. City of Yes changes the fundamental building blocks of the city without conditioning those changes on the creation of affordable housing. It creates new CPC authorizations where the council would cede your power to an unelected, unaccountable CPC, which would hold no public hearings on those authorizations. Apparently, the public has become part of the problem, and so DCP wrote zoning to ensure the CPC won't have to hear from them, at least for authorizations. It's shameful, and I share some council members' concerns. But instead of a flat no, I encourage council to consider modifications. Reject what you need to reject, but definitely keep UAP. UAP won't be used in most of the Manhattan core. It can't be used in most of the outer boroughs, and a flat 10% affordability requirement may have been better, but UAP is better than what we currently have. UAP provides an affordability option in all high-density districts. If it gets used, it'll be good. It's at 60% of AMI, and it provides permanent affordability, and I think it will be used. Not typically, but evidence suggests it will be used in places like East Harlem, Central Bronx, where UAP will be combined with 485X. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Next, we're going to have Megan Fitzpatrick.
Hello, council members. My name is Megan Fitzpatrick, and I'm speaking on behalf of Landmark West. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Landmark West is a neighbourhood historic preservation and land use nonprofit based on the Upper West Side. We plan on submitting to the council a detailed testimony on issues we feel impact our district the most. City of Yes is a massive and often internally inconsistent overhaul of our city's zoning regulations. While we are not opposed to updating our zoning, we do advocate for contextual zoning that will protect our neighbourhoods and produce a more environmentally conscious, viable and affordable New York. In our considered opinion, the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity proposal will not serve these goals. Contrary to certain claims in support of proposals, it will not significantly increase the stock of affordable housing. It will legislatively make affordable housing optional. In our opinion, City of Yes for Housing Opportunity will increase market rate development in already dense residential blocks, create substandard and unsustainable housing, supercharge gentrification, utilize cynically named affordability programs for the benefit of developers, contribute to traffic overflow in the neighbourhood, and affect community amenities that currently support our neighbours and quality of life. Our committee is concerned that UAP will not yield affordable housing but will incentivise more construction of luxury apartments by giving large concessions to developers. The removal of the existing sliver law, which prevents non-contextual construction in the mid-block, will change the character of residential blocks. Our city's valuable tower and the park-style structures, which provide open green space in dense housing sites, will be compromised with campus infilling, and loosening landmark transfer development rights regulations will allow taller market rate buildings, all the while removing these decisions both from public scrutiny and input. Our committee supports changes that will enhance livability and equity in our neighbourhoods. Very little, if any, of the proposed further that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Zainab Turan.
Good morning, council members. Zainab Turan speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side. Like many New Yorkers, we share the goal of creating affordable housing across the city, but we firmly believe that zoning amendments should be approached in a contextual and equitable way that is respectful of the public review process and of neighborhood character. COIHO proposes to rely on market to regulate prices, a system that has failed on the Upper East Side, an area that has also seen hundreds of existing relatively affordable housing, such as tenements, demolished for ultra-luxury high-rises. The proposed universal affordability preference allows developers to opt out of creating affordable housing by foregoing additional FAR. We need zoning reform that centers the creation and preservation of truly affordable housing, especially in high-density neighborhoods like ours. As preservationists, we are deeply concerned about the proposed changes to landmark transfer development rights. These changes would allow development rights to travel to receiving sites much further away, potentially eroding the unique character of historic districts and neighborhoods. We believe it's crucial that the LPC retain its jurisdiction to review development projects in receiving sites to ensure they're compatible with the surrounding context and appropriate for the area. Reducing rear yard size and eliminating open space requirements in favor of accessory dwelling units would diminish light, air, and green space. The donut holes at the interior of our city blocks are crucial for mitigating heat. Lifting open space requirements for tower in the park campuses could lead to development that destroys valuable green space residents depend on. We urge the Commission to consider alternative solutions to strengthen our neighborhoods, prioritize resident well-being and livability, ensure a transparent and inclusive public review process, and create a path to more affordable housing options. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to hear from Lucy Levine.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. What follows is our abbreviated comments. HDC supports some pieces of the proposal, but fears that COYHO will create market rate and luxury housing while incentivizing demolition of historic neighborhoods and replacement of existing affordable and rent-regulated housing with denser and less...
I'm sorry, Lucy. We're going to start all over. Can you just put the mic a little bit closer to you?
Sure.
Thank you. Can we restart her? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Hi, Council members. My name is Lucy Levine, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. What follows is our abbreviated comments. HDC supports some pieces of the proposal, but feels that COYHO will create market rate and luxury housing while incentivizing demolition of historic neighborhoods and replacement of existing affordable and rent-regulated housing with denser and less affordable housing. First, some things we support. HDC supports re-legalizing existing typologies such as shared and supportive housing. We also endorse town center zoning, and we strongly support commercial to residential conversion and adaptive reuse citywide. Second, some things HDC supports with caveats. HDC supports ADUs, but seeks confirmation that LPC will have jurisdiction over ADU design and placement on landmark sites. HDC supports expanded TDRs for individual landmarks, but is concerned that zoning lot mergers could allow TDRs to be transferred further than COYHO proposes. We are concerned that COYHO's effort to streamline special district regulations will compromise their character and may incentivize demolition of rent-regulated housing. We believe any infill on public land must be 100% affordable. Things HDC opposes. HDC decries the fact that COYHO does not require any affordable housing, and we are concerned that COYHO's effort to streamline housing development will remove these projects from public oversight, items that are not addressed by COYHO. The city is losing affordable housing through building combination, affordable unit warehousing, and bigfooting, a term coined by George Janes, right here, to describe replacing smaller buildings with rent-regulated housing with much larger luxury buildings with fewer units. COYHO must address these issues. COYHO should also incentivize restoration of underutilized units by expanding programs like the Unlocking Doors pilot. Finally, HDC's 2016 report on affordable housing in historic districts demonstrated that rent-subsidized units remain within historic districts at a higher rate than outside them. Therefore, the city risks losing much of its rent-regulated historic housing simply because...
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lucy, you could submit the rest of your testimony to us online. Last from this panel is Paul Devlin.
Good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Paul Devlin. I'm the co-chair of the Clinton Hell's Kitchen Land Use Committee of Manhattan's Community Board 4. We submitted 34 pages of commentary, but I'll limit myself to 2 minutes today. Hell's Kitchen and Chelsea have been at the forefront of advocating for affordable housing, negotiating into every proposed rezoning reviewed by a public or private entity. We are one of the only boards that has a district-wide affordable housing plan. A plan that was first developed in 2015 and goes through regular updates. That plan proposes 41,000 housing units, of which close to 16,000 are affordable units. In fact, our district has the highest production of housing in all of Manhattan. Our housing plan would actually produce more housing in our district than is being projected as a result of the City of Yes proposal. We are the only board that has proposed methods for the city to manage the newly lifted 12 FAR cap on residential buildings. So why is such a pro-housing board suggesting revisions to the City of Yes housing opportunity? Because we urge for more contextual reforms. Our district has the greatest number of special zoning districts of any community district in the city. It includes the Special Clinton District, Special Midtown District, Special Garment Center District, Special Hudson Yards District, Special West Chelsea District, Special Hudson Park District. These districts cover 75% of our geography. These were designed to foster the historic, economic, racial, and ethnic diversity of District 4. These special zoning districts have not stopped change, but rather lessened redevelopment impacts while protecting long-term residents and strengthening existing residential communities. We are requesting that these special zoning districts are allowed to maintain these longstanding protections. Given that our geographic area is covered by 75% special zoning districts, yet we are still the top producing district of housing in Manhattan, we are hoping you can find a way to recognize that special districts can produce housing even with protections against height and higher density. Our district is a working engine of market rate and affordable housing, production tempered with existing preservation.
Thank you so much,
This is the
Paul.
model we urge you to use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions for this panel? This panel is excused. Thank you so much. I just want to state for the record, we've been joined by Councilmember Dinowitz. The next panel we're going to hear from consists of Chad Perkey, Howard Slatkin, Emily Kurtz, Tom Wright, Michelle Delaus, and Brian Donahue. Oh, excuse me, Bria, Donahue. The following panel that could come to the front is going to consist of Ronnie Wolf, Jennifer Petit, Peter Miller, Paul De Benedetto, Naomi Bushman, and Matthew Robinson. If you heard your name, please come to the front and wait in the front because you will be on the next panel. We'll first start with Chad Perkey. Chad, you may begin.
Chair Riley and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Association for Better New York, or ABNY, in support of the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity proposal. My name is Chad Perkey, Interim Executive Director at ABNY, an organization with the mission of fostering dialogue and connections between the public and private sectors to make New York City a better place to live, work, and visit. As every New Yorker knows, we are in a housing crisis. Addressing this crisis requires substantive and impactful action, but also requires measured and balanced action. We believe the proposed zoning amendment delivers just that, overdue action and a balanced approach. We strongly encourage the Council to support the entire scope of the text amendment because each component of the proposal introduces better balance between the current zoning code's prescriptive regulations, which too often confine and limit, with that of choices and expanded options. These changes provide more opportunity and options to homeowners and property owners, allowing them more decision-making power on how to most effectively use their homes and property to meet their families or the community's evolving housing needs. We strongly urge the Council, as it works with the Department of City Planning in the weeks ahead, to not scale back on any one measure, as doing so would only continue our decades-old pattern of inequitable housing development, where we see few communities seeing the majority of new housing construction while others see none or too little. If the package's most sensible and overdue policy changes regarding parking minimums, transit-oriented development, or ADU legalization are pared down, that will only maintain the status quo, leaving New Yorkers for generations to come with our current unaffordable and undersupplied housing market. We acknowledge and agree with many of the Council members' previous comments that there is no singular solution to the housing affordability crisis in our city. This proposed zoning text amendment can and only directly addresses necessary changes to zoning. This, albeit singular action, however, is one important part of the multiple policy changes that are needed to address housing affordability and development. We commend the Council in acknowledging this and choosing to do its part in developing its own housing action plan, as the Speaker has recently announced. This type of collaborative planning with each body or agency in government doing its respective part is needed if we want to see comprehensive solutions and sustainable growth.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Howard Slatkin.
Thank you, excuse me, Chair and Council members. I'm Howard Slatkin. I'm the Executive Director of Citizens Housing and Planning Council and a former longtime senior city planning official responsible for policy on affordable housing and zoning. I'm pleased to testify strongly in support of this proposal, and I encourage the Council to approve it in substantially its current form. First, I'd like to urge the Council to adhere to the vision of fair housing that the Speaker has so eloquently articulated. Every neighborhood must fulfill its responsibility to contribute to meeting our housing needs. CHPC's research has documented how highly restrictive zoning has decimated the ability to add housing, in particular in low-density districts, eliminating 37% of the land zoned for low-density apartment buildings and barring the legal addition of a unit to small homes. This disproportionately hurts communities of color. Black homeowners are 3 times more likely to rely on rental income and are more vulnerable to being squeezed out when all we allow are single-family homes. Second, I encourage the Council to think expansively and inclusively about housing of all types. Our vast and diverse city needs all this subsidized, affordable housing we can finance publicly, as well as privately financed housing for all kinds of households. The more we restrict new housing to a narrow, just right formula, the more we're going to consign New Yorkers to expensive and ill-fitting housing and fan the flames of gentrification. We need not just adequate zoning, but to harmonize it with affordable housing resources and with programmatic support for housing. The Council and administration should work together to launch a basement legalization program based on the recommendations of the BASE program. I also urge the Council to expand the applicability of the UAP offsite option to everywhere UAP applies to enable the creation of supportive housing in high-income neighborhoods rather than only in the low-income neighborhoods where it is typically built today. I also urge the Council, well, I'll add any other recommendations in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to state for the record, we've been joined by Councilmember Hanif. Next, we'll hear from Emily Kurtz.
Good morning. My name is Emily Kurtz, and I am the Chief Housing and Development Officer at Riseboro Community Partnership, a community-based organization providing services to and building and preserving affordable housing in neighborhoods across New York City. I am speaking in support of the City of Yes for Housing Opportunities zoning text amendment, one of several critical ingredients needed to address the housing crisis in New York City. Predictably, I am in support of a text amendment with provisions that will lead to more efficient and scalable sites for the creation of affordable housing, such as UAP. Creating affordable housing is a core mission of Riseboro, and demand will always be high in the New York City market. But as much housing as Riseboro and our partners across the affordable housing industry create, we cannot address the affordability crisis on our own. The extraordinary weight of the housing crisis must be addressed in every neighborhood of this city. Starting in the late 1980s, Riseboro has been responsible for the development and preservation of over 3,000 units of affordable rental housing, 2,500 of those units constructed or preserved since 2010. In that same time period, low-density, single-family districts added only 700 net units of housing to New York's housing stock. As skilled and prolific as Riseboro is at developing housing, we should not be outbuilding the entirety of the single-family districts in New York. Low-density districts currently cover 2/3 of the city's landmass, yet contributed only 9% of the overall housing starts since 2010. Meanwhile, I am sure many of you hear from your constituents that the cost of housing in your districts is unbearably high. Longtime members of your districts are leaving New York City for neighboring communities that are adding units through a development, allowing for a more affordable housing market in those areas. Housing production and supply are restrained by the current zoning code, and the City of Yes for Housing Amendment aims to address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Tom Wright.
Good morning. My name is Tom Wright, President and CEO of Regional Plan Association, and I'm here today to register RPA's strong support for City of Yes for Housing Opportunity. This pragmatic and innovative text amendment would equitably expand New York's housing stock in every neighborhood, limiting development pressure on individual communities while addressing a critical citywide shortage. The restrictive zoning in many neighborhoods in New York City poses significant obstacles and costs to building new homes for both affordable and market rate, even in places with good transportation and access to jobs. This drives up prices, drives out working and middle-class residents, and constrains flexibility and choices for renters and prospective homeowners. A recent analysis conducted by McKinsey & Company for RPA concluded that if the New York metropolitan region continues to add housing at its current rate of production, residents could see housing costs rise by another 25% by 2035, resulting in over 250,000 new households facing severe housing cost burdens. Together, the zoning reforms in City of Yes form a cohesive and interconnected strategy to equitably and reasonably expand the housing stock in every neighborhood, and the payback will be enormous. RPA's research has concluded that City of Yes would deliver between 15,000 and 30,000 new jobs, generating between $1.1 and $2.1 billion in earnings each year, and an overall economic impact of between $41 and $83 billion over the next 15 years. More than half the jobs would result from building accessory dwelling units and smaller multifamily buildings throughout the city, which would be a huge benefit for smaller firms, especially MWBEs. And finally, if the UAP had been in place since 2014, we estimate an extra 20,000 income-restricted affordable housing units would have been created. City of Yes increases the land area by 5 times. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Just want to state for the record, we've been joined by Councilmember Osei. Next, we'll hear from Michelle De La Uz.
Thank you, Chair Riley and council members, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michelle De La Uz, and I'm the Executive Director of the Fifth Avenue Committee, a 46-year-old nonprofit CDC whose mission is to advance economic, social, and racial justice in New York City. I'm testifying in strong support of City of Yes for housing opportunity. At my core, I'm a pragmatic idealist. And I believe that our housing crisis, in particular our affordable housing crisis, can be solved with 2 things: political will and significant investment at the scale needed to solve the problem. The council today, with the City of Yes proposal, gets to demonstrate whether or not it has the political will to address, in a modest way, although broad, 100,000 units over 300 acres over 15 years is actually modest, but it unlocks tremendous potential. It unlocks and removes barriers to common sense things like removing parking mandates, like ensuring universal affordability preference, and of course, helping to convert office to residential uses. These are all common sense things where there's broad support. And of course, we know that the council, in addition to the City of Yes, is considering multiple investments that would further improve upon the City of Yes. And those investments, whether they be to expand rental assistance or to have capital investments in the development or preservation of existing affordable housing or in creating new affordable housing, these are critically important investments to make sure that we address both the supply of affordable housing and housing in general, but in creating affordable housing. I'm just going to give one small example. Fifth Avenue Committee just recently completed the city's first affordable housing over a library. UAP would have created 10 additional units in that project. Doesn't sound like much, but for the 4,000 Sunset Park residents that applied, 10 of them would be living in their community today had we had it.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Bria Donahue.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Riley and members of the Subcommittee of Zoning and Franchises for holding this hearing today. I am Bria Donahue, Senior Manager of Government Affairs at the American Institute of Architects, New York. We represent more than 5,000 architects and design professionals committed to positively impacting the physical and social qualities of our city. AIA New York strongly supports the proposed citywide zoning text amendment, City of Yes for Housing Opportunity. Our city's housing shortage is in no small part a result of decades of restrictive zoning laws. The proposal takes an all-of-the-above approach, making critical changes to the city's zoning to eliminate antiquated barriers that restrict development and enabling every neighborhood to do their part to build affordable housing. Zoning changes on their own will not solve the city's housing crisis, but rather they serve as a critical vehicle to unlock opportunity. We urge the City Council to pass the proposal in its entirety. Each component of the proposal builds on the others to create the housing we need. Take out parking mandates, for example, and key elements of the proposal, like transit-oriented development, town center zoning, or accessory dwelling units, do not work. To achieve the intended impact of over 100,000 units over the next 15 years, the proposal must be passed with all key proposals intact. Architects have done robust analysis of the projects in their pipeline, and the answer is clear. This proposal meaningfully changes what is buildable, enabling sites to reach critical thresholds of being developable and financially feasible. Today, I encourage you to say yes to housing and vote in favor of the City of Yes for housing opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Bria. Are there any questions for this panel? All right, this panel is excused. If I called you to be on the next panel and you're in the front row, please step to the table. Before I call the next panel, if you just came in here and you register online, We need you to check in the back. If you did not check in the back, you will not be able to testify. Also, if you came in here and you want to testify and you did not sign up, please go to the back and speak to one of the Sergeant at Arms or the land use team. The following panel that's going to be next after this panel will consist of Joseph Rosenberg, Sarah Lind, Maddie DeSerbo, Anna Marie Gray, Rachel Fee, and Anthony Ortolano. All right. The first person we're going to hear from is Ronnie Wolf. Hello. Ronnie, can you just press the button and speak? Thank you.
Hello. Please reject the City of Yes plan unless provisions in Section 1501 against Soho and NoHo residents are removed. These provisions impose a discriminatory tax of millions of dollars on us and does not make housing more affordable. DCP has targeted solely the residents of Soho and NoHo and will not allow them to convert their buildings from commercial to residential unless they pay an arts fund fee. My name is Ronnie Wolf. As a glass artist, we purchased our loft specifically because it is a joint live-work quarters for artists, which meant I could legally work and raise our family here. This fee equates to over $250,000 to my family alone. It's audacious of DCP to force these neighborhoods filled with artists and seniors to fund art nonprofits in order to convert, while they are removing financial barriers for commercial building owners across the 5 boroughs to make conversions less expensive. Council members, I implore you to oppose this plan unless it treats all New Yorkers equally by removing this unjustifiable arts fund fee. Thank you, the Wolf-Leon family.
Thank you, Ronnie. Next, we're going to hear from Jennifer Petit.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Pettit. I'm a single mom working 2 jobs, living out of a loft in NoHo. The DCP claims that the City of Yes plan will reduce housing barriers and costs by allowing commercial buildings to be repurposed into housing. Yet Section 1501 of the zoning code includes a glaring exception to the M1 5B districts, which apply only to my neighborhood of NoHo and Soho. The DCP planted this exception so they can impose discriminatory tax of millions per building in a so-called arts fund fee. This massive tax punishes me and my family and my neighbors based only on where we live. Why target only my neighborhood for this unfair treatment? If your goal is truly to increase housing and reduce costs, why add a financial barrier? This contradicts the city's stated housing inequality goals and undermines the very essence of this housing reform. I urge you, vote against this plan unless it treats New Yorkers equally. Reject this proposal unless the discriminatory provisions in Section 1501, which specifically target NoHo and Soho, are removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I just want to state for the record, we've been joined by Councilmember Palladino and Councilmember Ariola. Next, we're going to hear from Peter Miller.
Good morning. I am a resident of Soho for over 50 years. I'm an artist. My wife is an artist. I live right next to Bloomingdale's, which is difficult. I urge the committee to reject the City of Yes proposal unless its discriminatory provisions in Section 1501 against Soho and NoHo residents are removed. The proposal does not treat all New Yorkers equally. The DCP claims the City of Yes plan will reduce housing barriers and costs by allowing commercial buildings to be repurposed into housing. Yet, in Section 1501 of the zoning code, the DCP makes a glaring exception, singling out residents of Soho and NoHo to impose a discriminatory tax of millions per building in a so-called arts fund fee, which would be impossible for me to deal with, to live there. This massive tax severely punishes me and my neighbors based solely on where we live. Why target our neighborhoods for this unfair treatment? Why add this impossible financial barrier? This inconsistency contradicts the city's stated housing and equity goals and undermines the very essence of this housing reform. Please vote no.
Thank you, Peter. Next, we're going to hear from Paul De Benedetto.
Thank you. Dear esteemed members of the City Council, my name is Paul De Benedetto, and I am the chair of Queens Community Board 11 in Northeast Queens. I have been a civic activist for the last 20 years, serving in various leadership roles on multiple local 501c3 nonprofit boards. 12 of 14 Queens community boards, including my own, voted no to CHO in its entirety, and I'm asking you to do the same. We need to come back and revisit the affordability crisis in a meaningful partnership with all local communities, council members, and city planning officials working together to achieve these goals. CHO is a huge one-size-fits-all omnibus-style proposal that doesn't consider the many diverse types of neighborhoods and housing that organically coexist across our big, beautiful city. As CB11 chair, I would never accept a motion that would impose what may be good for my neighborhood upon another. And as council members, you shouldn't do that to your own colleagues and their districts. CHO is a top-down, oppressive, Robert Moses-style approach to zoning, written by developers for developers that will create yet more market-rate housing. It is anti-democratic, ignores community input, takes away the all-important ULURP process, employs overly centralized controls that ultimately weaken the ability of voters to hold their city officials accountable, and takes away a council member's ability to do what is best for the very districts they know better than anyone else. During the Bloomberg administration, John Young, the Queens Director of City Planning, worked throughout the borough over a 15-year period with council members and city and community boards to craft rezonings that had buy-in from all parties involved. It was a meaningful compromise and partnership that, in the end, everyone benefited from. The City Council should reject CHO and re-engage the community on a local level, working together to achieve a more affordable and equitable city for all New Yorkers. New York City has just 15% single-family zoning, which by a great margin is the lowest percentage of single-family zoning of any large city in the United States. Please reject the City of Yes.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Naomi Bushman.
I'm a NoHo resident with a very specific modification to City of Yes. I urge you to reject the discriminatory arts fund fee that is in Section 1501 of the City of Yes plan. It gravely penalizes Soho and NoHo residents with an enormous fee while allowing the conversion of properties from commercial to residential in other parts of the city without a fee. On what grounds do you unfairly single out my neighborhood? It is not equitable. Artists have made Soho and NoHo more livable, safer for NYU students, and increased the value of neighboring property owners. How ironic that we should be fined, have difficulty selling our homes when we need to retire, and live under this threat. Our NYU neighbor, a vast property owner, pays a pittance of real estate taxes, while my co-op's tax bill is the highest expense and increases every year. My building received a certificate of occupancy as joint living working in 1981. There were no benefits from joint living working. We complied with all the requirements and inspections of a residential building. The imposition of a fine now implies that we had some benefit from our joint living working status and that we should pay back the favor. In fact, nothing was made easier for us. We met all the standards of that time and continue to maintain safe buildings, which have been our homes for decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. Last from this panel is Matthew Robinson.
Hi, my name is Matthew Robinson. I've been living in New York for over 50 years. I have an architectural background. How we eat, sleep, and drink, how we work, and how we learn today after the pandemic has radically changed. So do we really need the dining room? Do we really need the kitchen? You know, with Grubhub, no one uses kitchens. I'm concerned with that they're addressing affordable housing, but not affordable office. Affordable office, affordable manufacturing will allow people who own these companies to hire people at a much higher rate, which will allow them to pay higher rent. So I think that we should think of that. Also, retail for the most part is dead. So how are we using those spaces that are being are offsetting the cost of the housing properly? And can some of those be support facilities like a where it's during tax time it's a tax office, during some other time it's maybe human resources, so that on the street you could actually go into a storefront and get the help that you need that's very, very visible. I think that, when you look at housing, if you want to pare down things, you go, okay, so I don't live with the doorman, so I walk up some stairs, so I don't have a dishwasher, so I don't have so many things that people think are common things. I think that you can have smart architecture that re-examines how do people live, and how people live is different. The approach for someone who's single is totally different than someone who's thinking of a family. And I think that is not being addressed in the issues that I've seen. Also, co-ops in terms of taxes are being a wrong base in terms of other buildings, and I think that equity has to be changed.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Council members do have questions for this panel. I'm going to start with Councilmember Hanif, followed by Councilmember Holden.
Thank you, Chair Riley, and thank you to all of you for joining us and testifying. I have a question, or a few questions for Community Board 11 Chair.
Yes.
So I think I heard you say that there's no ULURP for this. The ULURP clock on this proposal began last year in 2023, and I'd like to understand from you what DCP's engagement was like.
Yes.
And if you could share what meaningful community input or engagement looks like to you.
Thank you, yes. Well, I didn't say that the ULURP process was taken away. I said that City of Yes will endanger the ULURP process. So yes, of course, City of Yes has gone through the ULURP process. That's why the community boards and borough presidents, et cetera, are now here. That's why we're all hearing it. Your second question was about engagement?
What does community input look like?
Right. Well, John Young was the Queens Director of City Planning during the Bloomberg administration. He literally came to the community boards and to the community and to the council members and said, "We want to rezone, for my neighborhood, for Bayside and Northeast Queens." And he came to us and said what he wanted to do, and we said that works and that doesn't work, and it was a meaningful to and fro. I was actually unhappy with it. It was mostly an upzoning, but at least it was done in partnership, and it made us feel that as if that our voices were being heard, as opposed to this, which is entirely a top-down, like I mentioned, Robert Moses way of approaching zoning.
And then for our NoHo Soho residents, are there parts of the proposal that you do agree with? Go ahead.
So we agree with the City of Yes plan if it rejects the provisions in Section 1501 against the Soho NoHo residents. So we are looking for those provisions in 1501 to be removed. They are the ones that impose that arts fund fee on the residents of this neighborhood.
Now, do you know how much that fee would
Yes.
cost you over the 15 years?
Yes, so it is tied to the square footage of our homes. All of us, mostly of us, are artists, and so we live and work in our lofts. This fee started off several years ago at $100 per square foot. It has escalated, I don't know what the percentage is per year since it's been proposed, but each year it goes up.
And so has there a calculation been made as to, in this proposal, what the cost would be for you all?
Yeah, it depends on the square foot. For my loft, it would be $150,000.
Over 15 years or per year?
No.
No, if I wanted to sell my apartment today, I would have to pay $150,000 to an arts fund.
Prior to sale.
Got it. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all.
But more typically, it could be 2 $250,000. More typically, it would be $250,000 because artist lofts are big spaces.
And actually, since I have a few more seconds, how many residents or households would be impacted?
Over 8,250.
I think it's about
I
8,000.
think.
It's about 8,000 families. Most lofts are 20 by 100 feet, which means it's $200,000. That's a base. And it would go up from, which,
So, one second, we're just gonna need, if you could respond through the mic. No, it's all right, Ms. Wolf. I just want you to respond to the mic because everyone can hear you, that's why. So you can say your response to the mic and we'll just end the question.
I just wanted to say one thing. This provision, for most of us, would be impossible to meet. Nobody has $200,000 to give to the city, I think, in our circumstances, okay?
Thank you. Ms. Wolf, you could continue your thought?
Yes.
Quickly,
This is not a
please.
property tax. This is nothing to do with a transfer tax. This is an additional tax that it has been put on us as a burden, basically, and has nothing to do with us. We are artists. We are seniors, and we should not be responsible for funding city art nonprofits.
Thank you.
When we die, the burden
Ms.
is on our...
Ms. Jennifer, thank you. Next, we're gonna hear from Councilmember Holden, followed by Marte, and then Palladino. Councilmember Holden?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panel, for your testimony. Paul, I worked with John Young also as a civic leader, as a community board member for 30 years, and you felt that there was give and take. They cared. You felt that city planning listened. We're not seeing that in the city of Yes. City planning is just heavy-handed with this, saying one size fits all. Now, you fought, like I did, for contextual zones to protect your housing stock.
Yes.
And we downzone. We actually helped city planning. We surveyed everything. What's the problem well, 12 out of the 14 Queens community boards voted against City of Yes. Your board voted against it.
Yes.
What was the reason? Was it flooding? Because I have flooding. I have a poor electrical grid. I have poor transportation. You have probably the same
we have the same issues, and a lot of it comes down to the Department of Buildings can't enforce the current zoning we have. You're going to add so many new layers that you cannot get into an illegal apartment. I mean, there's illegal apartments all over my neighborhood. You cannot get into not me, but the Department of Buildings can't get into them because everybody knows you just don't answer the door when the DOB comes and you don't let them in. And so you have illegal apartments in basements, in attics, in garages in some cases. And, legalizing that doesn't help. Taking away the parking mandates doesn't help because where are all these new people going to park? We have zoning built into our area that is now finally coming into R6B, up and down Northern Boulevard, up and down Bell Boulevard. Apartment buildings are being built 6 stories. Do I like that personally? I may or may not like that, but it is under the current zoning. We have a 16 million, when 1961, since people mentioned the zoning amendment or the zoning plan from 1961, it was built, it says it in the Department of City Planning website, that it was built for 16 million people to live in New York City. Now, that never happened. We had a little over 8 million, and according to the Department of City Planning website as well, we've lost 600,000 to 800,000 people since the year 2000. So I understand that there's a housing affordability crisis, and I agree with that. But we can build what we have now. We don't have to tear apart these neighborhoods of 100+ years old homes in order to make new housing. There's zoning. Every single home that exists in my neighborhood that is in a multifamily zone gets torn down and replaced with a multifamily home. I don't mind that. I think it's fine. But just let it happen. It's been happening all along. It'll continue to happen.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Marte, followed by Councilman Palladino.
First of all, I want to thank the Soho NoHo residents who are here today. Thank you for amplifying your voice. I agree with you. This is a discriminatory practice. It's based on your geography and nothing else. And I think hopefully we could do away with that under the current application. Just a quick question. Under the current arts fund fee, would you be able to give your apartment to your children who are not certified artists? You can answer on the mic.
No.
And so in almost every other rent-regulated, rent-stabilized apartment, you have a right to secession. However, in your apartment, in your loft, if you want to give it to your family member who is not an artist, they would have to pay that $200,000 fee to acquire a home that they've been living in their whole life.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And that's a shame. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Councilman Palladino.
Thank you, Councilman Riley. I want to thank Paul DiBenedetto for being here. He is part of my community boards in Northeast Queens. And this is a very unique situation that we're in here today. We have people who are for, we have people who are against. That means there's a whole middle that's missing out. The middle voice, there is none. And some way, somehow, we have to find a middle voice. This is not a one-size-fits-all. Paul, you and I have spoken and gone to rallies, hosted rallies, news conferences about the city of Yes and how it is going to destroy neighborhoods that are historic. Soho, NoHo, parts of the Bronx, parts of Manhattan. This is not a one-size-fits-all issue. Yesterday, when we discussed about how are you going to look over the pre-existing illegal apartments that it's an infection in my neighborhood. There, 2 families have become 3 and 4 families. There's not enough building inspectors to go around. Paul, we have a very diverse neighborhood, do we not?
We do. The neighborhood I live in is primarily East Asian. People move there from Taiwan, Korea, China. The neighborhood right to the south of mine, which is Belrose and Queens Village, is primarily South Asian homeowners, all homeowners. A lot of single-family housing in that slim little 15% of overall New York City single-family zoning. And then to the south of that, African-American population in Cambria Heights, Laurelton, Addersley Park, which is a historic district. Speaking of historic districts, Dan Garodnik, who's the CPC chair, he lives in a historic district on the Central Park
And he won't
West.
be touched.
Yes.
And Dan will not be touched. You see, this is the whole thing. There are certain historic neighborhoods that have been deemed historic. Everybody understand, you're not going to get touched. It's the little guy. It's you who sit in the middle that are going to get creamed with this.
Thank you,
This is the broadest, excuse me one moment. This is the broadest land use ever to come, new zoning, in 100 years of New York City. I want everybody to think that over. And I want you to look real close and urge those council members that think this is a good idea and it's getting rammed down your throat.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Riley.
I appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate
All
you
right.
too.
All right. Councilmember Narcisse.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. When you're talking about artists, my eyes open up because artists are very important in the city of New York, and for you not to be able to pass on what you build on in New York City, and more likely, like I said, in a family of doctors, you get a lot of doctors. In a family of artists, I'm expecting more artists to come. And for you not to be able to keep your generational wealth is important too. And I heard my colleague said you cannot pass it on, and if you do, they would have to pay that $250,000. That's a lot. So in your aspect right now, is that anything we can do in the section 1501 to actually, because let me start by saying, in New York City, we need to address the crisis right now we're dealing with. There is no doubt we have to. But having said that, we need to open our eyes. That's the reason that we're here, to listen, to see how the best way we can address the problem that come. That's the purpose of the hearing, and thank you, Chair. That's the purpose. So now, what do you think in your mind we can do right now to address that? Anyone want to answer that?
Hi. Thank you for asking. We could reject the provisions within Section 1501 that tax the residents of these two neighborhoods.
We rejected. You know, I have a background that I had to be in business too for sometimes in New York City. But rejecting is one thing. What can we do? Because we cannot take out, because you've been paying taxes before. Like you said, at one point it was, how much it was?
It's $100 a square foot.
So now, we're not going to reject everything, but I want to know what can we do actually for you to keep your home, to be able to pass it on. Maybe it will take further conversation, but we cannot reject, you know, saying like we cannot do. For me, in my area, like, nobody wants to hear about City of Yes because of the problem they're dealing with. We each have different problems we're dealing with. But at the end of the day, we need to address the crisis in New York City, which I'm fully understood.
If we could wrap.
So now what I'm saying is that we have to hear what can we do in that area for you in order to move forward with that. What is it that you're looking for? So that's one. In terms of Paul,
Yes.
Council member.
I'm going to wrap it up.
Thank you.
How do we make affordable housing if we're not building in New York City?
You can build. I'm not against building. I'm just against taking neighborhoods that have existed for over 100 years that are ethnically diverse. Just because we're able to scrape together the money to buy a house doesn't mean you have to tear. They will tear. I live in the TOD, the Transit-Oriented Development District. It's a half a mile. It's a one mile radius. My neighborhood will be destroyed. I'll leave. I'll move out. It doesn't matter the city, but I'll leave because I chose to live there. I could have lived in Long Island City. I could have lived in Manhattan. I could have lived in Brooklyn. But I chose to live in a single-family neighborhood. Would raise my kid there. I'm ready to retire in 5 years. I'll leave, but I don't want to leave. I want someone else to have it.
I appreciate that. The same thing for the 46th district. They don't want to leave, but we have a lot of things that have not been addressed.
It can happen. I have places all over CB11 where you can build.
Thank you. I don't want the chair to complain. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. All right, we're going to move on from this panel. I'm going to call on the next panel.
Thank you.
The next panel is going to consist of Joseph Rosenberg, Sarah Lynn, Maddie DeSerbo, Anna Marie Gray, Rachel Fee, and Anthony Ortolano. That's going to be the panel that's speaking now. The following panel can move to the front, which is going to consist of Barbara Larkin, Charles Nye, Mary Ann McGowan, Chris Copa, Bernadette Ferreira, and Bruce Rosen. We'll begin first with Joseph Rosenberg.
Good morning. I'm Joseph Rosenberg, Director of the Catholic Community Relations Council, representing the Archdiocese of New York and the Diocese of Brooklyn and Queens. We strongly support the City of Yes, which focuses on many current zoning obstacles preventing the development of housing throughout New York City. Catholic charities of both of the dioceses understand our city's housing challenges and focus on the mission of producing affordable housing. They've developed over 6,500 units of affordable housing, housing the neediest New Yorkers, such as working families, low-income elderly, and the formerly homeless. For too long, New York City has required off-street parking spaces to be incorporated into housing developments. This burdensome mandate reduces the number of apartments that can be built on site, as well as increasing housing costs. Removing this mandate is long overdue and would allow space that was once reserved for cars to now be used to produce apartments. The UAP would benefit Catholic charities' housing programs by providing a 20% additional affordable housing units in residential buildings located in medium and high-density districts. This increase would produce a significant amount of affordable housing citywide. The City of Yes contains initiatives that will be instrumental in generating housing while assisting faith-based organizations. Currently, landmark buildings can only transfer development rights to adjacent properties or those are directly across the street. In many cases, these receiving sites are already built to capacity, and there's nowhere for the landmark development rights to land. The City of Yes changes this by allowing the development rights of landmark buildings to be transferred to properties on all blocks adjacent to where the landmark is located. Not only does this create the opportunity to generate housing in these communities, but it also provides funds for parishes to maintain and repair their landmark churches. Many churches are over a century old, contain stained glass, slate roofs, and ornate stone exteriors. Conserving these buildings is extremely costly, and this program combines the welcome elements of spurring housing while creating an income stream for both dioceses to help repair and maintain landmark houses of worship. Thank you. I've got other points in the testimony that will assist faith-based organizations.
You got it, Joseph. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Next, we're going to call on Sarah Lynn.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lind, and I'm co-executive director at Open Plans. We testify today in strong support of City of Yes, and especially in favor of lifting parking mandates citywide. Years ago, when Open Plans began advocating to lift parking mandates, we joined the chorus of people trying to answer a fundamental question: how do we make the city more affordable for the people who live here now and those who will live here in the future? And over the years, during this advocacy, we've had countless conversations with community members, council members, city planning, and other cities who've made this reform. We've published a white paper, held info sessions, spoken with community boards, and hosted rallies. And in all those conversations, one message has stood out. New Yorkers are desperate for more housing, and if the trade-off is between parking and housing, they demand housing. What we've been hearing on the streets is borne out in polling over and over again. Just yesterday, a new poll came out that shows that 74% of New Yorkers support lifting parking mandates. Support is highest among lower-income New Yorkers who are less likely to own cars and more likely to be rent-burdened. And even in Southeast Queens, a neighborhood typically thought of as opposed to City of Yes, 72% of residents support lifting parking mandates. So although there are some loud opponents, they do not represent the majority. We, the supporters of City of Yes, are the majority. A few weeks ago at a rally we hosted, an older woman came and stood the whole time in the rain with a sign that said, "How's everyone?" After the rally, I asked her story. She told me that she was living in a homeless shelter and desperate for housing. She uses a walker, and she does not have a car. And she couldn't believe that our leaders would force developers to build parking instead of allowing them to build new homes. Lifting parking mandates citywide is one of the most important and impactful things that this council can do to help the woman like her finally find stable housing and ease the housing burden for all New Yorkers. And I will say, in cities that have done this, like Minneapolis, that have made zoning changes like those in City of Yes, lifting parking mandates has been the most impactful thing that they have done, and we need to do it citywide.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we're going to hear from Maddie DeSerbo.
Hi, my name is Maddie DeSerbo, and I'm here on behalf of the Real Estate Board of New York. REBNY represents commercial, residential, and institutional property owners, builders, architects, and land use attorneys with decades of experience in zoning matters. We are pleased to support City of Yes for housing opportunity. REBNY strongly supports the goals of housing opportunity, which marks one of the most significant updates to the zoning resolution since 1961. New York City is facing a housing crisis deepened by years of underproduction and evidenced by a 1.41 citywide vacancy rate. New York City has lagged behind rapidly growing cities like Orlando, Dallas, and Phoenix over the past decade in permitting housing units. While housing production remains anemic, rents continue to rise, and outdated zoning regulations hinder the construction of much-needed homes to address this crisis. The zoning reforms in City of Yes for housing opportunity are therefore essential to the city's goals of producing 500,000 units over the next decade. REBNY especially supports key components of this proposal, such as the expanded opportunities for office to residential conversions, increased density through the creation of R11 and R12 districts, and the introduction of UAP. The changes for office to residential conversions align with the recommendations by the City Council created Office Adaptive Reuse Task Force. Additionally, these measures align with the recently adopted tax incentives 467M and 45X created through this year's state budget and have the potential to lead to the creation of thousands of affordable homes for New York City residents. The changes embodied in this text amendment represent the next generation of zoning rules for the planning, design, and development of housing for New Yorkers. This proposal can ensure housing of all types and sizes are built, and we ask that the City Council carefully consider any changes through the lens of whether those changes will protect, encourage, and enhance the housing pipeline for the city. We look forward to collaborating with the Council on refinements to the proposal. Thank you for the consideration of these points.
Thank you. I just want to state for record, we've been joined by Councilmember Rivera. Next, we'll hear from Anne Marie Gray.
Thank you, Chair Riley, members of the subcommittee. I am Anne Marie Gray, Executive Director of Open New York, an independent statewide grassroots pro-housing organization with hundreds of volunteer members, many of whom are here with me today to testify in strong support of City of Yes for housing opportunity. New York's housing affordability crisis is rooted in the fact that we simply do not build enough homes. Displacement, exclusion, tenant harassment, and homelessness are all exacerbated by our dire housing shortage. It is now consensus from the top of the Democratic Party that cities like New York must reform our outdated zoning policies to help manage soaring housing costs. City of Yes is a sensible, thoughtful plan to do just this. For far too long, many of the most well-resourced parts of the city have been de facto off limits to new homes, driving up rents and reinforcing long-standing patterns of segregation. City of Yes will allow more homes of every type in every neighborhood to meet the needs of New Yorkers in a more equitable way. This means more income-restricted workforce housing, more backyard cottages to support homeowners, more of the cheapest forms of housing to get New Yorkers out of our shelter system and onto their feet. It includes smart policies to allow new homes in low-density districts, which is imperative for fair housing goals and must remain intact through final negotiations. Of course, zoning changes are necessary but not sufficient. To protect tenants and those struggling most with housing insecurity, we must pair zoning reforms with actions that bolster fair housing, invest in our neighborhoods most impacted, sustain affordable housing capital funding, and support low-income homeowners navigate new regulations. We strongly support the Speaker and Council in your efforts to secure additional commitments to push forward an even more comprehensive set of solutions. While this proposal has seemed controversial throughout the extensive public process, I urge you to remember that the loudest, most oppositional voices are not representative of the majority. A poll of New York City voters released yesterday shows a staggering 81% support for the proposal. 75% said they are more likely to support elected officials who vote in favor. The City Council has an important opportunity for leadership on the biggest issue facing everyday New Yorkers right now. I look forward to working together to seize the moment and start to turn the tide on our housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Rachel Fee. Rachel, can you press the button, please? Thanks.
Good morning, Chair Riley and members of the City Council. My name is Rachel Fee. I'm Executive Director of the New York Housing Conference. We lead the Yes to Housing Coalition, a group of nearly 150 organizations united in support of the City of Yes for housing opportunity. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I've worked in affordable housing in New York City for 20 years, and I can tell you with certainty that this proposal is long overdue and that it will help our affordable housing crisis. Adding housing supply can help slow rising rents. More affordable housing can be built with a universal affordability preference, and in the low-density neighborhoods, affordable rental housing and also new homeownership opportunities will be generated with the 485X tax abatement. Even commercial conversions combined with a tax incentive will include affordable housing. All of this will add up to meaningful action on housing supply that is desperately needed. Our New York City Housing Tracker data shows that last year, the top 10 producing city council districts each added 600 units or more of affordable housing. Meanwhile, the lowest producing districts added 0 to 10 units. City of Yes will ensure that every part of this city contributes to solving the crisis. I urge the City Council to pass this proposal in its entirety with minimal modifications. We can't afford to leave out ADUs, which can add 40,000 units, or to maintain parking requirements that are driving up construction costs. Additionally, increased capital commitments and more rental assistance can further enhance the significant impact we expect zoning reforms to have on affordability. It's time to meet the urgent needs of today and ensure a better tomorrow for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to state for the record, we've been joined by Majority Leader Farias and Councilmember Brewer and Councilmember Joseph. Next, we're going to hear from Anthony Ortolano.
Good morning, Chair Riley and committee members. My name is Anthony Ortolano. I'm a member of SEIU Local 32BJ, and I work as a handy person in the public school system. I am pleased to be here today to express my support and my union support for City of Yes housing opportunity. In addition to being an 11-year member of this great union, I'm a lifelong Brooklyn resident who knows the housing crisis firsthand. Currently, I rent an apartment in Bensonhurst with my wife and young daughter. In the last 4 years, we have moved 3 times. And because there was nothing else available at an affordable rent, our current home is both more expensive and smaller than the apartment we rented in 2020. Moving at the fragile ages of 1, 3, and 4 has meant that my daughter doesn't get to experience the peace of mind that comes with having a stable home. And as my wife and I struggle every month to pay rent, we can't save for the American dream we share with millions of families to one day purchase our own house. I know that I'm not the only person with this experience, and that my story is shared by thousands of my 32 BJ brothers and sisters. The raises that we win in every union contract are hard-fought victories, but it's hard to celebrate as our wallets are squeezed by skyrocketing housing costs. Earlier this year, my union joined many others in urging the state to pass legislation to kickstart development and bring new homes onto the market. Because as countless experts have shown, the housing crisis is rooted in a huge housing shortage. Now it's the city's turn to act. City of Yes is a common sense proposal to unlock tens of thousands of units of housing across the city. These will go a long way towards shrinking the housing shortage so that families like mine might be able to find comfortable and affordable housing options in the communities we lived in our entire lives. On behalf of my family and 70,032 BJ members who call New York City home, I urge you to support City of Yes for housing opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no questions for this panel is excused. The next panel that's in the front, you could come to the dais, please. The next panel we're going to hear from is Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso. Not now, Borough President, following this panel. The following panel after Borough President Reynoso goes will consist of Aaliyah Sumro, John Wilson, Julie Cho, Rosa Chang, Gregory Smithsmon, and Mark Greenberg. If you just heard your name, please come up to the front and just wait. Thank you. The first person we're going to hear from this panel is Barbara Larkin. Ms. Larkin, can you just press the button, please?
Good.
Yep.
I'm a volunteer. I'm not representing a union or the city. Many years of service dedicated to my community. Good morning, all. My name is Barbara Larkin. I am a retired school teacher in the city of New York over 30 years. I'm the past president of the Bell Harbor Property Owners Association, and I am here representing 1,300 homeowners. I'm also the vice president of Queens Civic Congress, and during our Zoom meetings, I've had the opportunity to listen to representatives from Springfield Gardens, from Rosedale, from Forest Hills, from the Ponset, and many other Queens civics. All of the speakers that I have heard are adamantly opposed to this proposal for a variety of reasons. Objections include, but are not limited to, lack of infrastructure needed to absorb increased density, which I haven't heard from or read about in a newspaper lately. Absence of enough classroom seats to accommodate mandates limiting class size. If you think parking, traffic, and crowded streets are horrendous now, just imagine what increased density will do to our city. The population is now below 8 million due to hundreds of thousands of taxpayers moving to other states. If this proposal, which is a top-down Robert Moses approach, is approved, hundreds of thousands of hardworking New Yorkers would pack up and leave for sure. I thank God the city council members who understand that much goes into rezoning. In 2008, dozens of civics worked cooperatively with John Young, and together, over months, reached consensus. Recently, I have heard over Zoom meetings that one real estate fellow who's also an attorney said there are enough empty housing units already in existence, and that passing this draconian proposal is totally unnecessary. I would just like to say, those of you who are familiar with Choose Your Own Adventure series. If you want to leave a legacy to your
Thank you, Ms.
children and
Barber.
grandchildren, choose one
Okay.
for the middle class, not
Thank you.
two for developers.
Thank you.
you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to say this one more time. We do not clap in here. You can wave your hands like this, okay? Secondly, we have over 600 people signed up to register. We have staff here. I'm going to cut everyone off at 2 minutes. You could present the rest of your presentation after, but respectfully, so everyone could be heard, we're going to cut everyone off at 2 minutes, okay? We got it? Can I get
Thank
a
you.
wave hands? Appreciate it. Next, I'm going to hear from Charles Nye.
Hello. I'm a blind New Yorker who lives in Midtown Manhattan on a fixed income, which is SSI, food stamps and Medicaid. Someone like me would not be able to afford an apartment on this housing opportunity plan, just like I cannot afford a rent-stabilized apartment or any apartment on any of the so-called affordable housing lotteries. Someone like me in my position would not be able to afford any apartment on this housing opportunity. So I'm very much against this. We need mandates to mandate affordable apartments because affordability should be for everyone, even those who are on fixed income, on SSI, and who are disabled. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Next, we're going to hear from Marianne McGowan.
Is that what? Okay. Good afternoon or good morning, and thank you very much for holding this public hearing. My name is Marianne McGowan. I'm president of the Clove Lake Civic Association in Staten Island, New York. And the first thing I want to address is the rent control, rent stabilized market rate and affordable housing here in the city. Presently, there are more than 64,000 vacant apartments within New York City's limits. Close to 30,000 of those vacant apartments are under city programs of rent control and rent stabilization. The other 34,000, what I assume, are under what would be market rate, whatever that really means. As a lifelong New York City resident and a taxpayer, I want to know, how do we explain that we have 64,000 available apartments in this city, and yet we are still dealing with this kind of a crisis for people who need housing? There has to be the buildings department, who is supposed to be the enforcer, but there has to be a total and complete examination of rent control systems and the rent stabilized. Are the people in these eligible to be there? Is this being abused? And why aren't these apartments available if they have to be? If it's the landlords not maintaining them, something has to be done. And that requires us to get more inspectors into the buildings department. The second area I want to address directly affects most of Staten Island and many areas of Queens, the Bronx, and Brooklyn. And that is that the proposal, the City of Yes proposal, eliminates all defining characteristics that are specific to the separate types of residential districts citywide. And I guess I will submit the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Chris Copa.
Okay. I'm Chris Coper from Staten Island, Clove Lake Civic Association. We're against the City of Yes proposal in Staten Island because we don't have the infrastructure to support it. These changes would greatly impact Staten Islanders. We only have 2 highways, which are already overly congested as it is for the whole day. We don't have a subway system, and our bus system is poor as well. In a recent study, it was found that half of the buses were not able to go out because of maintenance issues and lack of drivers. Just today, I took was normally a 15-minute bus ride to go to the ferry, and it took almost an hour. I had to take the following ferry, a half an hour later. The roads are narrow. Most main roads, such as Amboy Road, Victory Boulevard, Forest, Seguin, Post, and Castleton Avenues all are only a single lane in each direction. And those are our major roadways. Those are the roadways that the buses go on. They're single lane. Having these type of changes will just impact Staten Island even more so, and will just make travel impossible. To go 3 miles for a normal 15-minute bus ride that took almost an hour is ridiculous. We only have 2 full hospitals and no city hospitals. Emergency personnel won't be able to respond to emergencies in a timely manner. We don't have enough firehouses and firemen to handle the current fires. Sometimes when there is a large fire, firemen are sent here from Brooklyn because we don't have enough firemen. We only have 4 precincts and without an increase of police officers. When the 121 precinct was built, they pulled policemen from our other precincts to man it. Our schools are overcrowded as it is. There aren't enough seats. Our outdated sewer system cannot handle more buildings.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Bernadette Ferrara.
Okay, here we go. Good morning, Chair Riley and members of this committee. My name is Bernadette Ferrara, and I represent thousands of families in the East Bronx. I'm the president of the Van Ness Neighborhood Alliance, a member of SEPCA, former chair and 17-year board member of Bronx Community Board 11, and a lifelong East Bronx resident still living in one of the Van Ness, of the oldest neighborhoods of Van Ness, established in 1853. I am urging City Council to reject the City of Yes housing opportunity in its entirety. For the past year and a half, many, like myself, have testified that we do not have a housing shortage, but an affordability crisis. There are no HPD programs that lead to home ownership, and we need to prioritize on our infrastructure. Earlier this month, at the 11th hour, with the vote in City Council, Speaker Adrian Adams said before voting on the City of Yes changes, the Council will be developing a housing action plan that includes affordability and will be attached to the City of Yes housing opportunity. This is a tactic to get a yes vote from City Council. If you care about your communities and those that voted you in office, you will fully reject this, vote no, and protect your communities. Next year, 34 City Council members will be up for re-election, and your constituents will remember how you voted. As diverse are our ethnicities, so are the unique diverse characteristics of each community. We need your no vote to protect and preserve those special qualities. Also, how can you vote yes on an initiative that will take away both community and City Council input of land use items?
Thank you, Bernadette.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Bruce Rosen.
Is this on? I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I was a city planner for the city. The only reason I'm here is because friends kept nudging me. I'm trying to be retired from that. It makes no sense to me that if the goal of this is affordable housing, to provide more stimulus to a whatever the market will bear system. Our market will bear system has an expression in the art world, which is actually very important because now we had bids of 8 and 9 figures for certain pieces of art, and we have people on the planet who come here on occasion and they can bid for real estate on that. What happens is a simple principle concept. In real estate economics, you change the comparable values. Comparable values, if you don't know, are what a piece of property is going for to sell or to rent, be it residential, commercial, industrial, institutional. And doing this way is just encouraging further speculation. I would like, since people think that there are big numbers of here, to note, in the quarter century that followed the Second World War, when all three levels of government were priming the housing market, the city added 40 to 50,000 new units of housing every single year. And in the last 2 years, the interregnum with the bringing of the 1961 zoning resolution, the city built 100,000 units per year. So you're doing nothing with this. Is that it?
Yes, that is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ariola.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank everyone who will testify today, no matter which side of the city of Yes that you fall on. I think it's important that you're engaged and that you came out. But I'd especially like to say thank you for this panel, because Barbara Larkin, who we have been community activists for over 30 years together, and to see you here really reinforces why I'm in opposition of the city of Yes, because the people that I represent do not want the city of Yes. And so therefore, that gives people great understanding, whether it's the administration or the city council, why we are so opposed, because I represent your views, your needs, your wants, the community. And that's why I'm so happy that you came today. You waited it out, as many others will. But Barbara, I appreciate your partnership over the years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Any more questions for this panel? There being no more questions, thank you for testifying. The next panel we're going to hear from is Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso. Following Borough President Reynoso's testimony, we are going to hear from Aaliyah Sumro, John Wilson, Julia Chow, Rosa Chang, Gregory Smith-Simon, and Mark Greenberg. If your name is called, please make sure that you're sitting in the front. Thank you. Borough President, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the council members. It's always great to be back to my old stomping grounds. Again, I want to thank you and the council for holding this important hearing today and for splitting it up into 2 days to allow for the public's voice to be heard in a meaningful way. I am Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso, representing the greatest borough in the city of New York, Brooklyn, Chair Riley, and I'm encouraging the city council to pass.
I'm about to stop your testimony.
Encouraging the city council to pass the City of Yes and housing opportunity in its entirety. Because our city doesn't plan, unfortunately, we zone. Certain neighborhoods, usually low-income communities of color, have done all the work or more of the work than their fair share to address the housing crisis, while other neighborhoods have done close to nothing. For example, between 2010 and 2020, Brooklyn Community District 1, which was rezoned in 2005, added more than 18,000 new units of housing, while Community District 18 only added 500 units during that same time. It's almost 40 times the number of housing units created in one district over another. For affordable housing, the discrepancy is even worse. During that decade, Brooklyn Community District 5 constructed and preserved over 12,000 units of affordable housing, while in Community District 10, the number is a meager 7 units. That is a 1,700 times the number of affordable units constructed and preserved in East New York, New Lots, and Starrett City versus in Bay Ridge, Dyker Heights, and Fort Hamilton. Low-density neighborhoods make up almost half of the city, and in some of those areas, no affordable housing has been permitted since 2015, according to the NYU Furman Center. This is how we ended up with the least available housing in our city since 1968. The Regional Plan Association estimates that New York State needs to build over 800,000 units by 2032 to address current needs and meet expected population and job growth, and New York City needs to do its part. City of Yes isn't a silver bullet that's going to get us all the way there, but with this proposal, we have the opportunity to set a standard citywide that no neighborhood is exempt from doing their part for the greater good and contributing to new housing. In my recommendations, I supported the proposal with significant conditions and modifications. Most importantly, the proposal to legalize ADUs must move forward. If the City Council removes ADUs from the City of Yes, I will withdraw my support, because this is how we get to a more equitable framework that allows for lower density parts of the city to contribute. In parts of Borough Park, Bay Ridge, and Bensonhurst, more than a quarter of households are overcrowded, with families doubling and tripling up. Allowing ADUs means more units in these neighborhoods on a practical level, And it means that for these families, grandma can move over to the garage, or a daughter and her family can move into a safe and affordable basement unit down the street instead of out of our city. Right now, the families living in New York City at the fastest rate, families leaving New York City at the fastest rate are people of color who make roughly between 30 and 50% of the AMI, according to the New York Times. And this has to stop, meaning we need more options for them. We need everyone here in this city. Research has shown that the chains of moves sparked by new construction free-up apartments that are then rented or retained by households across the income spectrum. In short, the availability of all kinds of new housing options benefits everyone. To be clear, I'm not saying we don't need to build more affordable housing. I know there are some council members who want to require deeper affordability in the UAP program. I support this effort and acknowledge that more affordable housing is desperately needed, especially at lower incomes. However, I want to caution the council to be mindful that this is a voluntary program. We need to find a balance that maximizes affordability without de-incentivizing developers from taking advantage of the option. If the numbers don't pencil out, at the end of the day, we'll be left with less affordable housing than we could have under a well-considered plan. In conclusion, I want to remind everyone that this proposal is just one chapter in a much larger book. Good planning has to be comprehensive. And planning for housing must consider not just zoning, not just production, but preservation of existing affordable housing and strong tenant protections as well. The council should also pass meaningful legislation aimed at these goals, including those around broker fees, co-op disclosure, and public benefits on public land. To the City Council, I want to repeat what I said to DCP. Do not back down, do not scale back, do not shy away. If you're going to do anything, do more. Many things about the future are uncertain, but we know that right now this is our shot to make changes that our city needs to move forward. Let's not waste it. Thank you. And I do have 20 seconds. I just want to say, when I was in the City Council, we passed MIH. It was a wholly more unpopular initiative amongst the community boards than this plan. There were less community boards supportive of MIH. And now almost every single person on this dais would say that the work that we did on MIH is insufficient. It's not enough. We should have done more. We're held accountable for it not being affordable enough or not more affordability. It was arguably the most unpopular proposal we had in the City Council. And looking back, because we took that bold step against an unpopular community board position, we're looking back and thinking, should we have done more? Should we have pushed back more? And I hope that when you're here 10 years later or 20 years later, you'll see that these are the right decisions to make, even if it's community board unpopular. Thank you.
Thank you, Borough President. First, we'll have Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Hanif.
Absolutely.
You know I love you, right?
I know you do. It's all good. It's
But
all
you
love.
mentioned District 18.
Yes.
In the city of yes, I'm in agreement with a lot of things that you said. We want to do our part.
Mm-hmm.
My district want to do our part, and so is the other district. But some part, the government have not done their part in their infrastructure, in addressing the water backup. Like yesterday, I was talking to Don, because Dan and I, we've been talking, and I know we're dealing with a crisis in New York City.
Yeah.
But how do we, because my community is enraged, because when there's a rain, we all have to cross our finger and pray.
Yeah.
We have backup from the bottom, we have backup from the water. So how do we do that? Because the government the government have to address the infrastructure for some area that we know is a problem.
Yeah.
So how do we do that?
Yeah.
How
So
do
look,
we do that?
So I would just say a couple of things to that. The first thing is we are government. There's a budget that's going to come down very soon. And the choices we make are a reflection of the ideas or the goals that we want to set forth. In what time in the City Council have we made it popular to push for the reconstruction of our sewer system in the city of New York in a meaningful way? We don't have those conversations because we're more induced to push for fluff stuff that got us reelected versus things that are not sexy, that nobody's going to pay attention to and no one's going to see, that can actually make a difference.
And that's the problem. I'm not sexy when it comes to those things because I talk out of it.
Yeah.
Because we need to address the infrastructure problem that we have.
So
and we need to address housing. It's a crisis.
But the thing is, I think this all comes down to comprehensive planning. We don't do it in this city.
That's the problem.
The Department of City Planning doesn't plan. What it does is zone, and it's a problem. It doesn't make this proposal bad, right? So two things could be true. DCP's done a terrible job at planning. The city of New York doesn't plan. We try to pass a Charter Revision Commission proposal to include comprehensive planning, and DCP was the #1 group or agency standing against it. So I would just say, asking for legislation to be pushed through the city council.
I don't want my chair
comprehensive planning
to punish me today, but planning have to be comprehensive. That's
I
how we're
agree.
going to leave it.
I agree.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to have Councilmember Hanif, followed by Councilmember Brewer and Councilmember Osei.
Thank you to the best borough president.
Yes,
for
thank
being
you.
here
Appreciate
and
that.
your continued support. So there was a testimony right before you from CB 11 in the Bronx, and I was just
Yeah.
looking up some numbers from 2018 to 2022. 276 units were built in totality. 10 were affordable units.
Yeah.
Brooklyn Community Board 6, which I represent, between that time frame, built 593 units, 1 affordable unit.
Yeah.
This has, of course, changed due to the Gowanus rezoning, bringing me to the top 10.
Yes.
And then Queens Community Boards 9, 10, 11, all built less than 300 units each and less than 15 units of affordable units. Could you just share why some of these communities have been able to get away with not building anything meaningful? And despite having ULURP, despite having community board representatives who are selected by borough presidents with input from council members, why is it that we are lagging behind?
So it's a perspective that I've been able to gain becoming borough president that is different than when I was a council member. Member deference is one of the biggest problems we have when it comes to being able to build citywide adjustments or citywide solutions to citywide problems. We are not a fiefdom in any way, shape, or form. These local communities think that what happens to them doesn't affect the rest of the city, and it's just not true. What happens in your community affects the rest of the city of New York. And it's hard for us to have comprehensive conversations about dealing with crisis in a citywide level when member deference is king. And that is an issue that I think we should talk about and we should address. Because I do think that the exercise that we're having here, while in policy, is very strong, and the city of Yes is the right thing to do. I think something that is lost upon people that is even more deeply important is that we're about to pass a citywide text amendment. That is speaking to a city council that can come together to address an issue as a whole, not doing spot work or spot zoning or spot fixes to one school or one neighborhood, just actually coming together and doing something for the city as one, which I think is more valuable than even the proposal itself.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanif. Next, we're going to have Councilmember Brewer, followed by Osei and Ariola. We've also been joined by Chair Hanks.
Thank you very much. I actually have the same position as council as I did as borough president, and I did support MIH. However, the challenge for me is this notion, and it was definitely told to me in the de Blasio and the Adams administration, which is the market in high-density, high-income areas will solve all your problems for affordable. I don't agree with that. And I think that the problem is that the city, state, or federal government, if we're going to talk about the market, that the city, state, and federal government have to come through with some more affordable housing. You cannot just have 20% and have a tall building. And that is what I was told for like 8 years. Gail, I'll put all my money in the Bronx. I was told that all of my subsidies gonna go to the Bronx. I want affordable housing. I want affordable housing. We got the schools, we got the transportation, and I'm just tired of being told over and over again, just market. So you have some not as dense, but in Brooklyn you have some dense. How do you answer that question? Because I'm all for rezoning. I've been doing this for a long time. I got the rezoning. But why are we doing it if we're not getting to the affordable at the same time? How do you answer that question in your area?
For me, it's a balance. Subsidized affordable housing is deeply important, but we also need to have the market angle, the market value to it is also important. If we can't do it all. We can't build through the lots that are available to us by HPD and by the city of New York.
I have no lots, 0 lots.
Right. So I just think the affordable housing that gets built through MIH is deeply valuable, and the subsidy should be happening in your community. I actually disagree with the city of New York in how they move forward with subsidizing affordable housing in the city. because it's actually neighborhoods in Manhattan or parts of Brooklyn that are not building that could actually sustain more students that might be challenged or have poverty being a foundational piece of their upbringing. They need to go to better schools, and those better schools are in places that don't build housing. They have better parks, better transportation systems. So I actually think that when it comes to the subsidy of affordable housing, that the city should be diversifying its work and not putting all of its money in the South Bronx or in parts of
But
east
you
part of
didn't say
Brooklyn.
that in your testimony, and I would hope that in the future you would say that.
The thing is, I think because this is not comprehensive, I think the challenge that you guys have right now is that you're trying to cram everything into this one proposal. I see this proposal as a chapter of a larger book.
I know, but the thing...
Unfortunately, the city,
Councilmember Brewer, if you could
I just
wrap
want
it
to
up.
say, unfortunately, I just don't think the city wants to write the book. This mayor is not going to write a book. But this chapter is still valuable and it's still important. And I hope that our future leaders and you guys can help finish that book, which includes affordable housing, infrastructure, parks, transportation, schools, all those things that are important. But we don't do comprehensive planning. We are all working as individuals instead of working as a whole. And this mayor has a good plan here, but doesn't do comprehensive work, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Next, we're going to have Councilmember Osei, followed by Ariola, then Palladino.
Good morning,
Good
Borough
morning,
President Reynoso. I just want to speak.
Oh, pause. We have to pause. The live link is down. Pause 1 second.
Huh? No one wants to hear me, I guess.
Okay. We're going to take a pause for 5 minutes. We have to provide a live link so everyone could tune in. So it's down right now, so just give us 5 minutes. Thank you.
Todo bien. Ok, si están afuera, yo paso por ahí. Un placer.
Only in the area. Now the polls are bought and paid for. This is a poll. 1 week, Cuomo was going to be the next mayor. A week later, 1 week, the Bloomberg was a week later, Cuomo was going to be. Some polls have lost their credibility. But we have
I think
there are 5,000 empty night shots. Not one word about it.
No one has read City of Yes. No one. Yeah, I'm on the list.
So you're on the list yesterday, last night.
Can I give you this? I'm supposed to be speaking, but okay. While if I get there, it's resources and organizations in the Bronx. Really important.
important that the world saw it. Make sure the world can hear your question. People are leaving. You didn't want them to hear your question anyway. They can leave.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please find your seats. Once again, please find your seats. We shall resume momentarily. Once again, please come in and find your seats. Please ensure all cell phones and electronic devices are placed to silent. Please find your seats. Order in the chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could just have everyone take their seats. So two quick announcements. We have the link and we're back and running. We're back on live stream, but unfortunately the different rooms on live stream wasn't working. So if you go to the council's webpage, you're going to see a message below that says if you're experiencing difficulties watching the live stream of City of Yes for Housing Opportunity public hearing at the Subcommittee of Zoning and Franchise on October 22nd, 2024 at 9:30, please click this link. It's going to be right below. So if you're in touch with anyone that's not here, you can let them know, but you can still access the link. We're going to continue with questions for the Borough President, and we're going to start back with Councilmember Olsay.
Thank you, Chair. Borough President Reynoso, you seem very supportive of City of Yes. You've been very vocal about that. I do want to ask a couple of questions about some of your support, and maybe you could highlight some answers that make the council more comfortable or gain some insight about City of Yes. Are there other cities that have taken an approach similar to what this city is attempting to do in increasing housing stock, and how has that taken effect on affordability within those cities? If you can list specific examples, that'd be great.
So the closest thing to it's never apples to apples is Minneapolis. And I just want to say that this city speaks to exceptionalism when it wants to, and it speaks to it when it doesn't want to, right? It's like this city is not like anywhere else. It's not like Minneapolis until they want to talk about something that they do want to do. And it's like there's no city like New York. So I just want to be careful with this idea of exceptionalism and when we address it. Minneapolis, what it did was in its removal of single family zoning, was, I guess, apples to oranges comparison of an opportunity to do the ADU work. And that allowed for a significant increase in units that actually reduced rents, in Minneapolis. They also did a significant rezoning that allowed for a significant upzoning that allowed for more housing units to be built. And they also did a significant tenant protection package that we've seen come from the state. And we've seen successes in Minneapolis that I think we could mirror here. But instead, somebody always says, if we knew how to deal with gentrification, if we knew how to deal with the housing crisis, it would have already been solved. Well, Minneapolis has shown initially some of that work, and it doesn't seem like we're taking those models to try to address our crisis here.
Great. Another concern that I receive from my constituents, or an alternative approach to how to deal with our housing crisis and affordability crisis, is there are so many vacant apartments within New York.
Yes.
What is your response to that in terms of maybe addressing warehousing, maybe the amount of warehouse units?
Sorry, Councilmember, if you could wrap it up, please.
Yes. So yes, we have a huge issue, a vacancy issue. I think this is a state issue and not a city one. I think we need a vacancy tax. We need to talk about in your second property, if vacant, you should be taxed at a higher level. So we could either bring income so we could subsidize more affordable housing or make those apartments available for rental. So I would just let you know that I think it's a state issue. I agree that that exists, but the solution, like I said, we can't cram the entire housing crisis solutions to the city of Yes. This is just one chapter of a larger problem, a book.
And the vacancy rate is it 1.4% right now?
Yes, so right now we're talking about in the city of New York having almost less than 30,000 units available at one time a month in the city of New York, which means that 50,000 people are looking for apartments more or less. 20,000 people can't find apartments, and the people that tend to be those 20,000 are people that can't afford the rents that the other 30,000 can. They end up leaving the city, which is why the flight that's happening outside of New York City is not happening by upper class individuals or billionaires. It's happening by poor and middle class families.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Osei. Councilmember Ariola.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Borough President, for coming in today. In your testimony, you encouraged the City Council to pass the City of Yes for housing opportunity in its entirety. You go further on in your testimony to say to the DCP, do not back down, do not scale back, do not shy away. If you're going to do anything, do more. How many community boards are in your borough?
18 community boards.
18 community boards. I have 16. So 10 community boards voted against the City of Yes. Do you think that you're reflective of their needs, their wants, their desires for their borough?
I represent the entire city, the entire borough of Brooklyn. Community boards are a representation of a small subset of my borough. If you looked at the polling that was done recently, 81% of New Yorkers support the City of Yes, and I can't turn a blind eye to them. Also, the people that are on community boards tend to be folks that are homeowners, not rent burdened, and are actually housing secure, versus the people that can't attend those meetings because they're either working jobs, are newer families that are actually rent burdened and are not housing secure. So the demographics of the community boards don't tend to necessarily portray the demographics of the entire community in which they represent. So while their opinions do matter, they're not a conclusive representation of the sentiment of the borough.
You're the borough president, don't you have a large part of appointing those members to the community board to be representative of what is happening and what is needed for the borough?
Yeah, so right now, what we've been doing over the last 2 years, I've been a borough president for 2 years, we've been ridding the community board of mostly members that don't show up is the first line of defense, and now we're starting to have conversations about adding more pro-housing, more pro-cycling, and more pro-transportation, public transportation folks in it. So the community boards are slightly moving towards a reflection of like what my goals are, but also I'm not a dictator or a tyrant. I like the diversity of my community boards. I like to hear about the different needs and wants of members of the borough. What is good for Williamsburg isn't good for Canarsie, isn't good for Coney Island. So I like to hear the diversity of opinions. But again, those opinions are not law, right? Those are the opinions of the community board, not necessarily of the entire City of New York. And I would just give one more example. There are over 60,000 people living in homeless shelters. And I would argue that if I've appointed more than 5 people that are homeless on community boards, it would be a lot. And those people need a voice too. And a lot of them are living in Brooklyn, and I want to make sure that they're represented as well, even if they're not on the community board. So that's the work that I'm doing, I'm doing, even if politically unpopular.
And I can certainly appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Councilman Barbola.
But your own testimony just now shows that you have different communities with different needs, which is why the one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work with City of Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Arriola. Councilmember Marte?
Hey, thank you, Borough President, for being here.
Thank you, Councilman.
Williamsburg, in the past 10 years, is similar to my district. We have produced a lot of housing. In Williamsburg specifically, I think they increased housing units by 62%, almost 12,000 new units. However, rent has skyrocketed, almost double, 93% increase. So it's just not a supply side issue, right? Because rents would be going down in your district, in my district, as we continue to produce so much supply. First, I want you to answer that. And then secondly, a lot of the council members here, a lot of the people who have testified and who will testify, wanted this application to have mandated affordable housing. You touched on MIH. Are you committed to asking city planning, this administration, to take another look at MIH so we can broaden the scope and add also deeper affordability to make it affordable for the New Yorkers who need it most?
Yes. So for the second question first is yes. I think that you should reopen the conversation to MIH to make it more deeply affordable and add more affordability to the projects where possible. So I do think that that's a conversation that you guys should be having and would be more than happy to be supportive of. So I do think that that's one case. The other thing is that Williamsburg's rezoning in 2005 came alongside the largest downzoning in the history of the city of New York everywhere else. So mostly politically affluent neighborhoods got downzonings, got landmarked, got a reduction in height versus places like Williamsburg that had an increase. So all you ended up doing was moving units from one place to another, but there was no overall increase in housing development at a pace that would be meaningful or representative of the growth of the city of New York. What we're trying to do here is unlock a lot of that, undo the hurt that was put forth by the Bloomberg administration's downzoning in a lot of neighborhoods. So I just think that's my point that I'm trying to make here is, as a council member in Williamsburg, what I feel there is significant, but the work in Riverside, in the Bronx, or in Bay Ridge, in Brooklyn, affect what's happening in Williamsburg. So the rents didn't go down, even though we did our part, because other places didn't do theirs.
Thank you so much, Councilman Marte. Councilman Palladino? All right, thank you. There being no more questions for this panel, thank you, Borough President.
Thank you so much, Council. Thank you, Chair.
The next panel we're going to hear from, just going to state it again because we took a break, is Aaliyah Sumro, John Wilson, Julie Chow, Rosa Chang, Gregory Smith-Simon, Charlene Davis, and Mark Greenberg. Okay. If you're in the front row and you're not testifying, you have to find another chair. So, sir, if you're in the front row and you're not testifying, you have to find another chair, please. The following group that we're going to hear after this group will consist of Gordon Lee, Layla Law Gisco, Renee DeSantis, Alfred Brand, Paul Briscoe, and Ronald Colangelo. Colangelo, that's right. Correct me out loud, but don't do that again. Thank you. All right. If you could just come to the front. Thank you. It's all right to correct me. I'm going to butcher some names today. First, you're going to hear from Aaliyah Sumro.
Good morning. My name is Aaliyah Sumro, and I'm the Deputy Director for New York City Policy at the New York League of Conservation Voters. Thank you, Chair Riley and members of the Zoning Subcommittee for the opportunity to testify. NYLCV strongly supports the passage of City of Yes for housing opportunity. Our city faces two pressing challenges, the climate crisis and the housing crisis. While the state boasts some of the nation's most ambitious climate laws, the city's zoning regulations often act as a barrier to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and addressing the pressing need for denser, more affordable housing. City of Yes will serve a dual purpose, mitigating the impacts of climate change.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Before you stop, Sergeant, just stop our time real quick. We were joined by Tigerman High School, so I want to break decorum and just clap it up from the young people that came in here today. Thank you for coming in here. Let's start that over again.
Should I start from the beginning?
Yeah, you can start from the beginning. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Alia Sumro, and I'm the Deputy Director for New York City Policy at the New York League of Conservation Voters. Thank you, Chair Riley and members of the Zoning Subcommittee for the opportunity to testify. NYLCV strongly supports City of Yes for housing opportunity. Our city faces two pressing challenges, the climate crisis and the housing crisis. While the state boasts some of the nation's most ambitious climate laws, the city's zoning regulations often act as a barrier to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and addressing the pressing need for denser, more affordable housing. City of Yes will serve a dual purpose, mitigating the impacts of climate change and improving housing accessibility and affordability for New Yorkers in an equitable manner. While NYLCV fully supports the entirety of this zoning proposal, we strongly support the following components: removing parking mandates, transit-oriented development, town center zoning, accessory dwelling units, and residential conversions. One prime example of showing how zoning limits housing from being built and incentivizes fossil fuel use are parking mandates. Parking mandates were included in the city's ZR in the 1950s and 60s as suburbanization was taking hold. To this day, our ZR contains outdated minimum parking requirements for housing developments, even for homes built close to mass transit, and despite the fact that a vast majority of New York City residents use public transit. Parking mandates raise the cost of housing, inhibits more units from being built, and incentivizes the use of private automobiles. Eliminating these mandates will not only encourage alternative modes of transit, but also free up valuable land for affordable housing. Eliminating parking mandates does not ban new parking or eliminate parking entirely. The proposal will allow developers to meet the needs of each neighborhood in the city. And as a general matter, NYLCV believes that these proposals will not change the fundamental character of neighborhoods or unduly burden the city's sewer system. These are modest changes that will allow more options throughout the city. While I'll wrap up. I've submitted longer written testimony. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next, we're going to hear from John Wilson. John Wilson. Okay. Next, we're going to hear from Julie Chow.
Thanks, Chair Riley. My name is Julie Chu, and I serve as the Vice Chair of the Land Use, Housing, and Zoning Committee for Manhattan Community Board 5. I'm here today to testify on behalf of CB5. In July, our board passed a conditional resolution in support of the proposal with 34 votes in favor and 1 against. We are currently facing an unprecedented housing crisis in our city, and as folks have noted, vacancy rates have reached their lowest levels, while our homeless shelters are operating at peak capacity, leaving many vulnerable individuals and families without stable housing. This alarming situation requires urgent action, and we cannot afford to wait any longer. However, to create a truly equitable housing landscape, we need mandates for affordable housing that extend beyond current and future MIH zones. Relying solely on incentives and government agencies to create affordable housing is insufficient, especially when half of our city is rent burdened and a third of our residents are severely rent burdened. We must go further. There should be a requirement for a minimum number of affordable units in all projects over a certain size, whether they are new construction or building conversions. This is essential to address the severity of the housing crisis we face. We're asking that the transfer of development rights for housing developments be required to include affordable housing comparable to the UAP minimum in order to generate more affordable housing in our district. We must implement robust tenant protection programs and expand home ownership opportunities to prevent displacement. In our district, conversions often fail to meet open space requirements and frequently request waivers from the Department of City Planning. This only worsens our already limited access to green space. Therefore, we strongly urge our elected officials to mandate a minimum of 10,000 square feet of privately owned public space in very high-density residential developments, similar to the requirements established in the East Midtown rezoning. Furthermore, these open spaces should include vital amenities such as public bathrooms to effectively meet the needs of our community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Rosa Chang.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rosa Chang, and I'm here to testify for myself. I am deeply involved in my community. I'm the president of my condo board, where we have over 400 units. I'm a member of my local community board, but to be clear, I am speaking on my own behalf today. I have served and continue to serve on PTAs and SLTs for years at 3 public schools. I am the co-founder of a new public plaza creating desperately needed recreation space in a historically disadvantaged community with over 47,000 residents that live within a half-mile radius of the plaza. All this is to say I care deeply about my neighbors, my community, and my city. I am so excited that the city is working to update our zoning text to adapt to our evolving needs. We are not the same city nor the same people that we were in 1960. We need to build homes for existing and new New Yorkers, for renters and for owners, for our children, our adults, and our seniors. I am in support of the City of Yes with conditions. With upzoning and the resultant increase in the people living in our communities, we need to ensure that our infrastructure keeps up with the increased density. We need to address the quality of life concerns. A zip code set aside for civic infrastructural funds would keep infrastructural improvements in the community that is being densified, specifically funding for parks and open space, school seats, and hospital beds. The 10-year sunset provision for off-siting of affordable housing should be reduced to 5 years. We want affordable housing in our neighborhoods and in every neighborhood that is increasing in FAR. For conversions and enlargements above a certain size, we must mandate essential building infrastructure, including garbage collection and storage rooms, package rooms. As we densify, we create more trash, more deliveries, which inevitably impact our sidewalks. Regarding large campus infill projects, mandating any additional residential space, oops, I'm done.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to hear from Gregory Smith-Simmon.
Thank you, Chair Riley and council members, for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for addressing the urgent need for affordable housing in New York. I'm Gregory Smith-Simon, Director of the Center for the Study of Brooklyn and Professor of Sociology at Brooklyn College and the CUNY Grad Center. For the past 2 years, I've been conducting research on basement flooding in New York, funded by a U.S. Geological Survey project. I support City of Yes. At the same time, I want to warn the committee that our research finds that current City of Yes proposals would legalize apartments in cellars and basements that would put the most vulnerable families at deadly risk, especially from floods. City of Yes recognizes that living in apartments below ground level during a flood can be deadly, so it says basement apartments won't be permitted in coastal flood zones. However, when 11 New Yorkers died in basement apartments during Hurricane Ida, none of them lived in coastal flood zones. They died from rain flooding, not coastal flooding. Unfortunately, there are no existing maps to predict what properties are more or less likely to flood from rain. The city's own predictions show that by 2080, rainfall like Ida would flood thousands of streets in every single city council district. Our research found rain flooding happens even on the highest elevations, and basements sometimes flood on blocks where the street itself never does. There is no way to make cellars, which are below ground, safe from floods. There are other risks. Asthma is epidemic among low-income children of color. Basement apartments would disproportionately expose kids at risk to known asthma triggers, including mold, rodent and mouse droppings, and natural gas and exhaust from furnaces and hot water heaters. Basement apartments also expose people to naturally occurring radon gas, which causes 21,000 cancer deaths last year and has a greater effect on children than adults. We need to make sure that we're creating housing that is both safe and affordable. Burying poor New Yorkers in basement and cellar apartments during climate change is a well-intentioned but deadly move. Anyone concerned about the most vulnerable New Yorkers must prevent this part of an otherwise admirable bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Charlene Davis.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlene Davis, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Normally, when I come to different places and organizations, you don't see people like me here. It's very difficult for someone who's handicapped or someone who has asthma to get into buildings and stuff and elevators. I feel that this proposal is not one that was well thought of. There's a lot of issues that need to be taken care of first. It feels like you're putting the cart before the horse. I want to thank our Brooklyn Borough President for allowing me to be on the community board. For 5 years, I tried to get on the community board so that I could represent people like myself. Coney Island is where I live at. Coney Island is a peninsula. We have a lot of issues and stuff there with transportation, schools, and also a rat issue. I know that he had a program that was supposed to deal with mice and stuff, but with all the digging and everything that they're doing in the communities and stuff, it's running ragged. We have to do something about that. We also have to do something about the infrastructure. Coney Island floods very easily. My townhouse was full with water when we had Sandy. A lot of people died. A lot of issues need to be thought about. It's very nice to think about having more places for people to live, but these places need to be affordable. The rents are constantly going up, and the subsidies are being limited. You have subsidies that may last for 5 years, and then after the 5 years, the person doesn't have a subsidy and has to move. And a lot of people who are moving into these places move in, but their rent and stuff constantly goes up. You see a lot of people moving in, but then they're moving out because they can no longer afford the apartments. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. You brought up a really good point. Thank you. Mark Greenberg.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Chair Riley and members of the council. I'm Mark Greenberg, Executive Director of the Interfaith Assembly on Homelessness and Housing and President of the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative. Interfaith Assembly grew out of efforts based at the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine in 1982, and as we watched the number of people on our streets explode, we committed ourselves to bear witness to the crisis of homelessness and ask what our many faith traditions call us to do. Over the last 40 years, I've seen homeless census grow from under 10,000 to over 60,000, and now with the migrant influx to over 100,000. I've heard the stories of thousands of people struggling with the traumas of homelessness, striving to rebuild their lives. I speak here on behalf of the thousands of good and decent people just looking for a chance to reclaim their humanity. I applaud the New York City Department of City Planning for putting together this bold and innovative proposal to enable New York City to live up to the great promise. And I trust that the City Council will produce a plan that best balances the concerns and aspirations of all New Yorkers. All great faith traditions command us to stand in solidarity with those who are struggling, and New York City should do no less. New York's faith community stands ready to do our part, but we need New York zoning rules to enable us to do so. Some New Yorkers have strongly opposed the changes proposed by the City of ES, but for the tens of thousands in our shelters and on our streets, and many struggling to pay their rent or simply find an apartment they can afford, their fear is not change, but the status quo. The City of Yes for Housing Opportunity will mean that more of the lowest income New Yorkers will have a greater chance to find stable housing and give back to our great city. With a housing crisis of this proportion, inaction is not an option. And from the Hebrew Bible, those from among you shall rebuild the old waste places. You shall raise up the foundations of many generations, and you shall be called the repairers of the breach, restorers of streets to dwell in. Let us be known as the repair of the breach and restorers of streets to dwell in. Thank you
so much. Are there any questions for this panel? Councilmember Hanif.
Less of a question and more of a comment. It's just really wonderful to hear the support from faith-based institutions, and I appreciate you acknowledging the thousands of people who are not here, who are not housed, who would be benefiting, and thinking about this proposal as a collective, as opposed to how is it going to impact me, is the framing that I think we should all be thinking about. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanif. There being no questions, this panel is excused. Just two quick announcements. One, the regular link is working back again. The regular link is working back again. Two, due to technical difficulties, we're going to push online testimonies to 1:30. That means we're going to get some more in-person testimonies in, okay? All right, so the next panel that I'm going to call up is Gordon, the panel that's in front. You guys could come up. The next panel following after that will consist of Jackson Shabbat, Casey Hosen, Eric Shiner, Derek Marcus, Dia Mehera, and Brandon Crooks. From this panel, we could begin with Gordon Lee.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gordon Lee from Kings, Brooklyn, New York, but you can also call me God, because that means I happen to be God. I was a Nixon protester when I was born in June 23rd, 1973. Also, Vice President Gerald Ford in Broward County, Fort Lauderdale City, Florida. I came to Brooklyn, King County, New York City in 1977 when they elected James Carter, and I grew up here under the Reagan presidency. I also take issue with what I was told is the idea of the city of yes. You know, it was given another name, city of mess. You know, unaffordability. The mayor wants to make sure that everything's unaffordable, and he wants to eliminate community control, and he wants to make policies only for the developers. And I also take issue with it, and I also take issue with the crisis in the city that everyone is talking about. Now, part of the problem, you know, what's encouraging the rising costs of living and increasing unaffordability, including rising rents, you know, because some people, I find that, and it bothers me that some people say that that's how it should be. They say you're getting service, so you have to pay. So
thank you, Mr.
they're
Lee.
saying people shouldn't be affordable either. They think affordable is equivalent to free.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I appreciate it. You can wait right there. You're not excused yet. Wait right there. Next, we're going to hear from Layla Law Gisco, but first, I just want to state for record we've been joined by Councilmember Lee. You can begin. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Riley and members of the City Council. My name is Layla Logizico, and I serve as the president of the City Club of New York. Yesterday, Chair Garodnik is in this chamber laid out the reality of our housing market. He said, and I quote, "Those who have resources compete against those who don't. Usually those with resources win." And yet, City of Yes is a proposal that promises changes but fails to bend the arc. While well-intentioned, the proposal fails to address the city's urgent need for affordable housing. Many mistakenly believe that more housing automatically means more affordability. This is a dangerous misconception. The market cares little about our social needs. Its mission is solely to maximize profit. The proposal is expected to create approximately 7,000 units per year, most of them at market rate. New York is already achieving this level of development without sacrificing air, light, or putting our historic buildings and rent-regulated units at risk. The plan relies on developers' willingness to prioritize affordable housing, but it is likely that it will accelerate demolition of existing rent-regulated units. It opens the door for corporate landlords and venture capitalists to infiltrate the housing markets driven by speculation rather than social responsibility. Specifically, the R11 and R12 new zoning districts should demand that any FAR above 10 is affordable. Currently, the plan does not make this provision. The plan is both overly expansive in its negative impact and far too modest in its delivery of affordable housing. While UAP has merits, we urge the City Council to reject campus infills without ULURP, dwelling unit factor change, landmarks transfer changes. The City of Yes is an imprecise tool that delivers the wrong results. Vote no on the City of Yes.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Renee DeSantis.
My name is Renee DeSantis. I have lived in Independence Plaza, or IPN, in Tribeca for 32 years and am a trustee of the Community First Development Coalition, a nonprofit recently established to advocate and educate on thoughtful development in Tribeca and to address unchecked, overscale development and inadequate opportunities for affordable housing in our community. I urge you to vote no to the City of Yes in its current form for two key reasons. First, and most importantly, this proposal does not include any mandates for adding permanently affordable housing. And when you hear about all of the, quote, additional housing potentially being built under City of Yes, in my community, this housing typically means luxury towers filled with large, expensive units completely out of reach for the vast majority of New Yorkers, not affordable housing units. This is the case for the mega tower planned to be built next to my home. Second, the City of Yes will make even more development, quote, as of right, end quote, allowing for increased developments without oversight, review, or public accountability. Under City of Yes, fewer projects will be subject to ULURP. This, too, is happening with the proposed 900-foot tower planned next to the IPN building. My home in Independence Plaza, note Plaza, was once one of the Mitchell-Lama housing complexes in the city, providing over 1,300 affordable apartments to middle and low-income New Yorkers. But after leaving the program in 2004, when the owners left the Mitchell-Lama, the number of affordable units were depleted and are now disappearing. Now, the owners are planning to wedge a 90-story building next to our homes, blocking sunlight and air.
Thank you so much, Ms. DeSantis.
Please vote no to City of Yes.
Next, we're going to hear from Alfred Brand.
Thank you. My name is Alfred Brandt. I am chairman of the board of the Kew Gardens Queens Civic Association, which has been representing residents of Kew Gardens since 1914, 110 years. I'm speaking against the proposal for the City of Yes. It will remove some of the protections of ULURP that will concentrate power in the mayor's office and reduce or eliminate the opportunities for public input and for City Council approval of development projects. There is no provision for substantial affordable development. There are no provisions to improve infrastructure in advance of development. There are no provisions to expand the building department to deal with existing code enforcement issues and to control future development. It will eliminate 1- and 2-family zoning, which will promote uncontrolled development and ultimately destroy the balanced residential character of many New York City neighborhoods. Kew Gardens has a mix of residential types. We have multifamily apartment buildings, which are rentals, co-ops, and condos. We have 2-family homes, and we have 1-family homes. Our neighborhood zoning has been crafted through years of careful planning to be a blend of residences suitable for a wide variety of personal life preferences and economic ability. A mix of densities enhances the quality of life for all. I urge you to vote no and force the Adams administration and whatever administration follows to craft a plan which will have a middle vision, which encourages appropriate residential development without harming existing communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Paul Briscoe.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Council, for giving me the opportunity and everybody else to speak. My name is Paul Briscoe, and I'm running for Congress of New York's District 10. My wife, G, and I are lifelong Brooklynites and working musicians that live right over the bridge in Cobble Hill. The constant struggle to push against the overdevelopment of my neighborhood, along with others within my district like Sunset Park, Park Slope, and Red Hook, is very real. We already live in a city of yes, and it's overcrowded and unsustainable. We're seeing it real time with our Brooklyn Marine Terminal project that stretches over 122 acres of waterfront from Atlantic Avenue to Red Hook. Developers and city planners say they include residents and community input meetings, and they conveniently do, by holding these meetings on weeknights, usually at around 5:30 at night, with little to no community outreach or door-to-door engagement. It's a game that's designed to make you feel like you're involved, when the truth is you're not. Behind the scenes, these decisions are having already been made, getting the most money out of every square foot of parcel. So when I hear the mayor and the city council pushing for this rezoning, it begs the question, where are our elected officials' priorities? We have a rapidly declining infrastructure where our schools and transportation can't keep up with demand. But our city is quick to spend housing on illegal migrants within hotels and open shelters like the 10-story mega shelter in Clinton Hill. But they don't see our mismanaged subway system, the lack of parking in many boroughs, and our crowded classrooms. We are tax-paying residents that want better roads, better schools for our kids, safer communities with less crowding. Stop punishing people that want to live in a low-density area. That's our right. Many families opt to stay at our city's border just so they can have some space. Yet the luxury high-rises continue to sprout up, and there is little to no affordability within their confines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Ronald Colangelo.
There you go. I don't own the Phoenix Suns. So the problem is a lot of people don't believe what goes on in the city council. We make decisions that really don't. You're closing Rikers Island 2027. You don't have anywhere to put people till 2030, 3 years. What's going to go on with that? Next, you complain the commercial real estate in Manhattan's dying. Your answer, congestion pricing. Let's try to keep everybody out. They've upzoned my neighborhood. They're going to open 7,000 apartments along the Metro North Station. So I guess we've taken care of 1/10 of the problem that you're discussing. But the city of Yes doesn't really look into what's going to happen tomorrow to the homeless people. We're talking about years and years in the future. What's going to happen to these people living on the streets when it's 15 degrees out? You have all these nicer apartments that are closed for renovations. That needs to be addressed now. Hundreds and hundreds of them. Oh, they have bad this, bad that. The problem is you have to start dealing with the homeless crisis today and not plan for something 5 and 6 and 8 years ago when people in commercial real estate are going to make a fortune by putting up these buildings. And the city of Yes now, oh, you got this property here on the corner. It's 150 by whatever. We're going to tear that down. We're going to put up a 10-story building. Talking about doing it right down the block from my house. Oh, we're going to take this down. No parking regulations. I live near Jacoby Hospital. If you don't have a spot at 8 in the morning, you're done for. There's people everywhere. Also, they've made a decision that since you are going to close Rikers Island, they're going to move in prisoners into one of the buildings in Jacoby. They're seeking dying was the first thing. Then the city council said, oh no, they're going to be pretrial detainees. We can't even get a straight answer out of anybody. What's going on with this building? And you wonder why people don't believe you. You can't even get a clock to work.
Thank you so much for this panel. Do we have any questions for this panel? There being no questions, panel is excused. Can we have those that I called prior to step up to the dais? The following panel I'm going to call up includes Fletcher Kopp, Laurie Trevors, Alice Barrett, Patricia Loftman, Anna Barrett Mitchell, and Evidelia Boyd. You could sit in the front section if you heard your name called. This first panel we're going to begin with, we're going to start with Jackson Shabbat. And we're also joined by Councilmember Banks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jackson Chabot, and I'm speaking this afternoon on behalf of Open Plans, where I'm the Director of Advocacy and Organizing. I want to speak to car dependence relative to the City of Yes proposal. Research shows parking mandates have detrimental effects on urban environments and contribute significantly to car dependence. By requiring developers to provide a specific number of parking spaces, as our current zoning does, these regulations encourage the belief that car ownership is essential, leading to a culture where cars are prioritized over other forms of transportation. Developers often build larger structures with more parking than is necessary, as the Department of City Planning said yesterday in their presentation, with numerous examples in many districts across the city. This leads to less dense, more car-centric neighborhoods. This sprawl not only increases the reliance on vehicles, but also reduces walkability and access to public transportation. Additionally, the focus on accommodating cars can divert resources away from essential public services, such as transportation systems, pedestrian infrastructure, etc. This creates a vicious cycle as public transportation becomes less viable and more individuals turn to cars, further reinforcing the need for parking. In summary, parking mandates foster car dependence, promote urban sprawl, inflate housing costs, and undermine public transportation. To create more sustainable, livable cities, such as ours, it is crucial to rethink these regulations and prioritize transportation options that reduce car reliance. I'll offer in the remaining 30 seconds that cities far more car dependent than ours, such as Minneapolis, Anchorage, Alaska, and Austin, Texas, have already lifted parking requirements. I'd also like to offer that in organizing for this work, we had people submit testimony as well. I'll read just one of them. Cars are the biggest public health and safety crisis in New York City. Like guns, we need them to get them off our streets, from Allen, among others. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Casey Hosen. Casey? Oh. Okay, hold on 1 minute. All right. The panel that's supposed to be right here, right now, consists of Jackson Shabbat, Casey Hosen, Eric Shiner, Derek Marcus, Dia Mahara, and Brandon Crooks. If that's not your name, you have to wait in the front. It's all right. I think you got confused. You're next up. Okay? You could go back. Casey, you may begin.
Good afternoon. Hello, council members. My name is Kazi Hussein, and I'm a proud union member and a proud resident of Elmhurst, Queens. I am here to express my strong support for City of Yes for housing New Yorkers. Even people like me with good union jobs are having a harder time finding good, affordable housing. We need more housing all over the city. The proposal is a good way to make that happen. Please vote yes for City of Yes. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Eric Shiner.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Shiner, the president of Powerhouse Arts, a brand new cultural nonprofit located in Gowanus, Brooklyn, dedicated to supporting artists in production, education, and community engagement. Today, we express our strong support for the City of Yes Housing Initiative and highlight the urgent need for affordable housing solutions to prevent the ongoing displacement of artists across New York City. As one of the world's great cultural capitals, New York thrives on the creative and energy of its artists. These artists and cultural workers are essential not only to the city's identity, but to its economy. New York's cultural sector generates more than $110 billion annually, fueling industries such as tourism, education, and hospitality. Yet, the soaring cost of living, especially housing, has made it increasingly difficult for the very people who enrich our city's cultural fabric to actually afford to live here. Powerhouse Arts, situated in Gowanus, is witnessing this displacement of artists firsthand. Gowanus is a neighborhood known for its rich artistic history and is undergoing rapid change. Without proactive measures, the artists who have long called this area home will be priced out, along with the cultural legacy they've built. The City of Yes initiative is a critical step towards addressing this crisis by updating outdated zoning laws, reducing barriers to new housing construction, and promoting denser, transit-oriented developments. The initiative will help make housing more accessible to all New Yorkers. Lastly, Powerhouse is a steward of a New York City landmark. The proposed changes to the City of Yes will create more opportunities and lower obstacles to transferring excess development rights, and as a nonprofit, this flexibility will help us immensely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Derek Marcus.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of City of Yes. My name is Derek Marcus, and I represent TF Cornerstone, a New York City-based real estate developer, owner, and operator. Since the early 1980s, our company has developed over 20,000 apartments across the city, including 3,000 affordable units, most of which are located in mixed-income buildings that we continue to own and manage today. I'm here to support City of Yes because I know firsthand how it'll generate affordable housing that we wouldn't get without it. TF Cornerstone currently has 2 large development sites in our pipeline, one in Chelsea and the other in Greenpoint. However, even with the recently enacted 45X tax exemption, mixed-income rental housing is not financially viable at these sites. But with the City of Yes proposal, especially the UAP bonus and the elimination of parking minimums, we would be able to move forward with these developments as mixed-income rental projects, creating 1,400 units, including 350 homes for low-income New Yorkers. Without City of Yes, the only feasible development at these sites is market-rate condominiums, which are simply out of reach for the majority of New Yorkers. The reality is straightforward. We need zoning policies that incentivize and support the development of mixed-income rental housing if we are to effectively address the city's housing crisis. City of Yes offers that crucial opportunity to do that. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Dia Mejera.
Good afternoon, Chair Riley and council members. My name is Dia Mehra. I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications at Tech NYC, a leading technology industry organization. The housing crisis in New York is a serious concern. Earlier this year, Tech NYC and Street Easy released a report on housing availability in New York, and the findings were ominous. The tech sector, a major driver of our city's economy, is struggling to attract and retain talent because of the exorbitant housing costs. Young professionals are being forced to relocate to another city or forego living in New York City altogether. That is not the future we want. We want a strong pipeline of diverse talent to be able to afford to live and remain here to continue to drive economic growth. But this is a city-wide crisis, not just a tech crisis. And the City of Yes proposal offers a solution: increase the supply of housing, particularly mixed-income housing, to create a more inclusive city that benefits all its residents. This will benefit not only the tech sector, but also teachers, nurses, firefighters, sanitation workers, and the countless others who keep our city running. Tech NYC recently co-authored an op-ed with Councilmember Bottcher on the need for more housing, giving our support to 2 solutions proposed by City of Yes. 1, enact zoning reforms to allow modest increases in housing near public transit, which could create more than 1.1 million new homes and ease commutes for workers. 2, remove off-street parking requirements for new apartment buildings, which will reduce the cost of building new apartments and decrease rents. Maintaining the status quo is no longer viable. The City of Yes represents a decisive move to keep New York's promise of opportunity alive for everyone. Thank you. I urge you to approve this critical proposal.
Thank you. Last person in this panel is Braden Crooks.
Hello, my name is Braden Crooks, and I'm testifying in favor of City of Yes.
Our exhibit, Undesign the Red Line, is installed in City Hall downstairs. I really encourage everyone to go take a look at it, celebrating 9 years touring New York City and the nation. This exhibit tracks the history of redlining and urban policies that design structural racism and inequality into cities and places across America. Here in New York, the legacy of redlining is clear. Whether a neighborhood has experienced gentrification remains the history of racial exclusion. Redlining maps often use the term quote-unquote Negro infiltration to denote areas deemed hazardous for investment. The Federal Housing Administration is being, quote, invaded by undesirable racial groups. They are blunt about the housing system that they bequeath to us. Property value and desirability was a measure of exclusivity. A pattern of concentrated areas of poverty with mostly people of color in cities with whiter, wealthier neighborhoods and suburbs surrounding them became the norm across America. And when explicit racial segregation in housing was outlawed, many areas simply stopped building much new and affordable housing at all. By the 1968 Fair Housing Act, it became illegal to discriminate in housing. Though that didn't end racial discrimination in real estate, it did spur an already growing movement of restrictive zoning, including single-family home zoning, setback requirements, minimum square footages, and more. All of this meant that little to no new housing could be built in many exclusive areas. At least since the Fair Housing Act, not one comprehensive change to New York City's zoning code has made it easier to build new housing across the entire city. Building a little more housing in every neighborhood would be a historic break from a history of exclusion that dates back to redlining. It is far from the only thing we need to do to undesign the legacy of redlining, further fair housing, rebuild wealth in communities, and assure everyone has the right to a home. But it is a critical step. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to begin with Councilmember Palladino, followed by Councilmember Lee.
First off, I'd like to start with you on the end there with the glasses. I'm not sure. I believe your name is Jackson?
Kazi Hussein.
No, I'm not you, sir. You.
That's correct, Jackson Chabot.
I want to know what your objection is. I hear a lot. First of all, where are you from?
Originally, or where do I live now?
Originally, where were you born? And how long have you lived in New York?
Do you want my original address too?
Excuse me?
Do you need my original address as well?
No, I do not, and don't get smart.
Okay.
Okay, because I don't like it.
I was born in Cincinnati,
No.
Ohio.
Cincinnati, Ohio. Okay. What's the
Correct.
population of Cincinnati, Ohio, my friend?
These days, I think it's about 600,000.
600,000.
Correct.
Now you move to the big city, 8 million people. Wow.
About 8 years ago, for the record.
5 years ago, that's it?
8 years ago.
8 years
Thank you.
ago. Okay, so you're a newbie. Let me explain something to you. You claim car dependence.
That's correct.
That's right, because
Yes.
you've only lived here for 8 years. You don't know a thing about New York or how we work. Okay? How dare you come to this panel with your so-called expertise and kill car people? Car people are murderers? I mean, look, what did you lay out? Because actually I was cracking up. You actually made me laugh.
I saw.
Okay, this is not Amsterdam. This is New York City.
I didn't
Take
say
a
it was.
back seat because you have no idea what you're talking about. Next, you. I'm going to go with you. And I'm going to go with
Do I
this.
get an opportunity to respond?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Sir, all right, one second.
I have a...
Councilmember, one second.
Okay, sorry.
I don't like my hearings going like this.
Okay.
I like people to have respect. So what we're
That's
going
right.
to do moving forward, council members are going to direct their questions to a panelist. The panelists are going to have a short response, and then council members can redirect.
And tell
but
them to have
everyone's
respect
going
for
to
the
have respect for each other. You can start the council members' time over again, all right? Mr. Jackson, you can respond to the council member, and then council member, you can proceed with your next question, please.
Thank you.
Presently, I'm a District 39 resident. I live in Park Slope. I live very close to the 2-3 train. I also live right across from a parking lot that has approximately 15 spaces. Consider this. All of you could be my neighbors. This podium could be my neighbors. The first row could be my neighbors, and yet we have parking there. I would love to see you be my neighbor, Councilmember Palladino, so that you can also
You're
live
sweet.
close to the train too. I'd offer for your district, I came to the school in your district, which you wrote the letter of support for their school street. I took the 7 train to the end of the line, and then I took the bus to your district. I understand the context. So yes, I might be a relative newbie to not having been born here or not having lived here, but so many other people that are testifying today want to live in New York City as well, regardless of whether they were born here or if they moved here more recently than not. So yes, to answer some of your questions, I'll cede the time. I don't have anything further to say.
Thank you. Councilmember, you could direct your question to someone else. Please no clapping.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
You could direct
I
your
could do-
next
oh,
question.
thank you. Okay, you came to my district when I closed that one street,
That's correct. It was roughly last day
but
of
in
school.
College Point.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, because I do believe in all of that. However, when you come after cars and people who need them to get around, you were in my district, it took you a while to get around, did it not?
Yes, and guess what? It would have been a lot faster to get there if the bus had not been backed up by vehicles, and there were many working class neighbors in your district
Look,
that were
when
on
you
the bus
live in-
with me both to and from.
Jackson, when
Yes.
we live in a residential area such as we do, we need our cars to go to the stores, to buy our food, to go to do our banking. We need our cars. So City of Yes is, we've got a lot of different issues here. Right here today, we have seen an amazing amount of people with a great many needs. That everybody is different. We sit here, we listen to my friend here, the artist, who discussed how
wrapping up,
important
Councilmember.
Gowanus is. It is terribly important to maintain that historic part of New York City. You are indeed the fiber of New York City. You are part of it. My family, too, comes from artists, so I understand that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Time's over. Next, we're going to go to Councilmember Lee, followed by Councilmember Haney.
How are you? Thanks for being here today. And I just want to say that yesterday when I asked questions to Chair Garodnick, I understand obviously that we need housing, and as Chair of Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addictions Committee, I fully understand that housing is one of the most important social determinants of health. So I believe all these things. However, the question I wanted to pose to you all is that I live in one of 2 city council districts that literally has no railway, subways. We rely very heavily on buses and cars. And we have a lot of older adults, seniors. We're a very diverse community in terms of background, ethnic background. I represent parts of Northeast and Southeast Queens. Tons of flooding because of Hurricane Ida, because of the Southeast Queens water table rising, as well as rainfall falling. So I have 2 questions, which is, and this is open for any one of you guys, is how would you propose more housing with the fact that the MTA budget is not improving and that we don't have more in fact, our bus lines and bus services are getting cut. So we need to make sure that we can all live in this city, and this is the conundrum I think that all of us are facing as council members, is that each district is very different. The characteristics are very different, and my issue with this plan is that it sort of has a one-size-fits-all, right? So my question is, how would you propose a district like mine getting around transportation-wise, given the limits? And the second question is more, I guess, for the developer, which is one of the questions I had yesterday for Chair Garodnick is, if we were to perhaps do a sliding scale for the parking mandates but keep them, because as we know, we need to keep city agencies accountable as council members, because we can't even get them to do simple reporting bills on how they're spending funds, right? So can we keep the mandates? And what I understood is that the waiver process, which developers can apply for, is cumbersome. So my question is, would it be beneficial to have a relook at the waiver process but keep the mandates? So those 2 questions.
I'll address the parking question. I think maybe a more logical solution rather than seeking a waiver is to craft City of Yes so that there's more tailored approaches once you get further out from Manhattan and Greenpoint, Brooklyn Waterfront, Long Island City, Queens. These districts, I think, are better served by transportation. There's got to be a way to thread the needle to address your concerns and address concerns of providing too much housing where it's not needed. I'm sorry, too much parking where it's not needed.
And that may be true, which is why I brought up the scale and all of that thing. And also, I will say that I understand cars can be detrimental to health, but even as someone who drives an EV car and the electric grid not being capable of handling everything, also these are challenges that we're facing because people do want to drive more EV cars in my district too. Just wanted to
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson.
I just offer that, as we heard from the evidence yesterday, as you hear from the developers, they'll still build parking in their district, in your district, because they know that you don't have any rail access and that you don't have buses. So there's copious amounts of evidence, both from New York City that the Department of City Planning presented yesterday, as well as nationwide. So happy to share that with John afterwards via email.
Yeah, no, totally. And I would like to, again, have the good faith and belief that developers will do right per district wherever they're developing, but also, you know, that's the same with city agencies as well. So I'm just putting that out there.
Totally, and I'd offer the recent Metro North example as one where the developer is still building more parking than mandated.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have Councilmember Hanif, followed by Dinowitz.
Thank you, and great to see so many of my constituents here testify. And I guess I'll start first with Undesign the Red Line. Thank you so much for taking me through the exhibit a couple of days ago, and it's still downstairs, and I highly recommend that you all really read through the exhibit to learn the decades-long segregation, racial segregation that had been built through policy and has residually just been in place. And council after council, admin after admin, have attempted, through the support of community organizing, tenant rights movements, to lift this segregation. And this also speaks to the kind of nativism that was shared with you, Jackson, that additionally fosters xenophobia and all types of social division and exclusionary practices. I'd like to know, in terms of the parking mandates, like, this isn't saying that parking is gone. It's saying it is optional. So actually nothing changes, because the places where developers will have a plan for parking will remain, and potentially, given historical precedents, they may create more parking spaces. Can you just speak to why in the districts that are closer to transit, in rich transit neighborhoods, why removing this parking mandate is critically urgent?
Totally. It's fundamentally about housing our neighbors. You know, I alluded to the parking lot across the street from me. I would love for that to be supportive housing. I bike by Chips on 4th Avenue, which serves many at-risk New Yorkers and homeless New Yorkers, and it breaks my heart that these people are waiting in line for food and yet have no place to stay in the evening. And this is near the R train. There's so much new development being built along 4th Avenue, and many of these new buildings have parking because of the requirements, even though it's close to the R train there. And this is true for many of your districts that do have trains. For those that don't, it's a slightly different dynamic, as I was discussing earlier, but it's vitally important that we build more housing near transit so that more New Yorkers have access to good jobs in Manhattan and across the boroughs close to transit.
Thank you. Councilmember Dinowitz.
You know, there are good jobs in the Bronx, too. By the way,
that's why I said the boroughs.
Question. Thank you so much. I find it interesting the parking mandate question is one that comes up. The evidence in my district is that when there's as-of-right development, when a developer can provide zero parking, they do, and I don't blame them. They're there to make money, but that's not the needs in our district. I mentioned yesterday, I am interested to hear some of your thoughts, Mr. Marcus. For example, in my district, we have a number of R6 areas where it's zoned for R6, where there are single-family homes. Under current zoning, what is preventing a developer from developing apartment buildings there now under current zoning where single-family homes exist?
I can't speak to that specific district, but what I can say is that we have a development site where parking is required for 50% of the units. It's transportation-rich area. It's completely unnecessary. We will build parking there, but that is excessive.
So this is one of the, I think, a fundamental question. Who believes that parking is unnecessary? Who's determining that?
I think we're assessing the market, because this is what we do as developers. We look at what the demand is, and we'll decide how much parking is right for the site. So we'll have the option to decide, okay, we could go, we could do 0, but we're not going to do 0. We know some residents will demand it because they have cars. They rely on cars for lots of reasons. So instead of doing 50%, which is mandated, we would have the option of doing 25%.
I just want to point out, only because I have time, I think it is an interesting question of who makes that ultimate determination. I think I heard the phrase thread the needle. I think that's really important because our jobs are not Manhattan-centric. A lot of people in the Bronx, the number one employer is Montefiore. I know the DA's office employs a lot of people. That's across the Bronx, and cross-Bronx travel is awful. If I want to get to my buddy's house, it's an hour and a half from my house. It's quicker for me to get to City Hall. It's quicker for me to get to New Jersey. So I think it's important to point out, if I may just finish, Chair,
real quick,
very
thank
quickly,
you, Councilmember.
that parking isn't about what you determine. It's what the community needs. And I do find it rather surprising that housing advocates are relying on unfettered free market arguments to make their arguments about when we don't believe in unfettered free markets. If we did, we would do away with rent stabilization. We would do away with tenant protections. But we do realize in this city that there is some need to have a say in these things, that it's not unfettered capitalism that is keeping our neighborhoods and our tenants safe and protected and supporting the type of neighborhoods that we like to live in. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Douglas. There being no questions for this panel is now excused. Thank you. We've been joined by Councilmember Villas, and I just want to make note that we are going to be moving online testimony to 2 p.m. We are trying to accommodate as much in-person testimony as possible. Another thing, this proposal is very contentious, is very challenging. There are so much different feelings on this proposal here. I'm going to ask everyone if we could show everyone respect. We could ask questions, we could answer questions, but I want everyone to show everyone with respect, all right? That's the type of hearing that we're gonna have here today. Thank you. Next, if you're in the first panel, please just join the dais. The following panel I'm going to call up after consists of Eric Gosho, Emily Klein, Juan O'Neill, Gigi Gerfertari, sorry if I butcher your name, Romario Rodriguez, and Mackenzie Philo. No, you can sit down. You can sit down. That's the following panel. All right? This panel that's right here, we're going to begin with Fletcher Kopp. Do we have Fletcher Kopp right here? Fletcher, going once, going twice, okay. Next, we're gonna go with Lori Travers.
Dear City Council members, I'm Laura Travers from the Lower East Side. I have read carefully the rezoning proposal, and while I like some parts of it, I am alarmed at others and ask you to vote no if they are part of the text. 1, the removal of the sliver laws. 2, the universal affordability preference program. 3, the expansion of landmark air rights transfers. And 4, the campus infills. All of these encourage developers to destroy affordable tenement buildings, displacing their inhabitants and small shops to replace them with unaffordable, larger buildings. The developers say that the only way we will lower the cost of housing is by building more housing. That's convenient for them to say, but the past proves the contrary. According to the US Census American Community Survey, since 2006, New York City's population has increased by 121,000 people. 121,000 people. While the number of New York City housing units has increased by 368,000 units. 368,000 units. Please take a few seconds to ponder these two numbers. Have the prices gone down? No. Actually, they have skyrocketed. We have to stop listening to them, and you have to listen to us.
Thank you, Ms. Laurie. Is Tammy Meltzer here? Tammy, can you come up to the dais? We're going to have you testify with this panel right here. Next, I'm going to call on Alice Barrett.
My name is Alice Barrett Mitchell, and I am a 31-year resident of Ditmas Park. I am speaking today in opposition to the plan to rezone Beverly Road to allow 3 to 5-story apartment buildings because it is half a mile of a subway station. Our neighborhood is unique in that there are 3 subway stations within 4 blocks of one another: Church Avenue, Beverly Road, and Cortelia Road. What distinguishes Beverly Road from the other thoroughfares, however, is that it is not a commercial strip. It is lined with freestanding Victorian homes, most with front porches and gardens. This area provides architectural and aesthetic continuity between Ditmas Park and Prospect Park South, the landmarked area which also borders Beverly Road. Much of the neighborhood has already been rezoned to allow for apartment buildings, most notably Coney Island Avenue. A new building is currently under construction on the corner of Coney Island and Beverly that is to be 11 stories high and a full block long. Directly across the street from it, a 14-story building is proposed. The point is, there is considerable construction already underway in the neighborhood. Beverly Road is gridlocked most hours of the day. The turn on Ocean Parkway onto Beverly Road is so congested that it can take as many as 4 lights to make the turn. City of Yes also lifts mandatory parking mandates in new buildings. Given the current dearth of parking availability in the neighborhood, this is untenable. The 2009 Flatbush rezoning allows for ample multifamily housing near transit, including mandatory inclusionary housing. Given all of the availability in the neighborhood, to take the 4-block strip of freestanding homes which lends the area its sense of cohesion feels gratuitous. The residents of the neighborhood take pleasure in the green spake Prospect Park South and Ditmas Park provide. The neighborhood has tree-lined streets and beautiful flower gardens. As we learned during the pandemic, quality of life is immeasurably enhanced by the comfort of grass, trees, and birdsong. It is for this reason that I strongly urge the City Council to carve out the Victorian Flatbush neighborhoods involved in the 2009 rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have Tammy Meltzer.
Do I have to press the button? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Tammy Meltzer, Chair of Manhattan Community Board 1 and a downtown resident for nearly 30 years. I worked at Windows on the World, where we had seamstress, banquet waiters, managers, and owners who all lived downtown and walked to work. The diversity in Lower Manhattan was thriving with small businesses. After 9/11, the city and state put massive efforts into rebuilding, and by 2016, we had nearly tripled the number of people living in Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, through a huge push in 421A housing that required a stabilized, affordable housing. In 2014, State Controller DiNapoli said the number of children living downtown tripled to 7,300, with 3 new schools being built. Once we boomed, developers chose to offset affordable housing to outer boroughs, and 421A started to expire. Buildings transformed into condos or full market rate housing, and people were pushed out through skyrocketing rents. Our Senate district has lost more affordable housing than any other district in the entire state. Our local retail suffered from less people and higher rents. Then the pandemic hit. However, the housing market continued to add more market units, and rents and rack rates continue to rise. Announced office conversions are almost exclusively market rate or luxury. Our elementary schools, which 10 years ago had long waiting lists, now have hundreds of seats available, enough to enroll over 150 migrant children into open school seats. Lower Manhattan is the example of failed trickle-down housing theory. Waiters, essential workers, middle-income families can no longer afford housing downtown. The city needs to mandate more than shelters, but provides no path for stabilized low-income or even middle-income households to stay in neighborhoods that they have ties. We know how to desegregate schools, stabilize retail, and create vibrant live-work communities. It required affordable housing. We need City of Yes to mandate affordable housing. We proved it worked in Lower Manhattan. And I urge you to use the decades of growth as an example of success, not today's empty storefronts with the most expensive housing zip codes in New York City.
Next, we're going to have Ms. Patricia Loffman.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Loftman. I am president of the Park West Village Tenants Association, located on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, where I have been a resident for 51 years. The proposed City of Yes is simply a deregulation of the current zoning rules. The public is told that the proposed goal is to address the current housing crisis. I maintain that a housing crisis does not exist. A housing affordability crisis exists. This is the legacy of the deregulation of over 400,000 rent-stabilized apartments lost during the past 20 years. Were those apartments still in existence, there would neither be a housing crisis or an affordability crisis. Under the City of Yes, developers will be permitted to build market rate and luxury apartments wherever and whenever they want, creating residentially segregated communities. At Park West Village, zoning currently permits community facility uses up to 6.54 on our lot, which is much higher than the amount used for residential purposes. It is nearly impossible to use that floor area because most of our lot is required to be residential open space, which can include both green space and parking. That open space on our lot is a zoning requirement. It is not a development site under current zoning. City of Yes allows infill development to ignore the residential open space requirement. Instead, developers just need to keep at least 50% of the lot open. Most developments like ours are around 25% building and around 75% open space. If City of Yes gets rid of the residential open space requirement, that means about 25% of the lot like ours can be developed as the developer sees fit. City of Yes also changes the space needed for legal windows and yards and courts so that developers can put new buildings closer to existing buildings than most current zoning permits.
Thank you, Ms. Loftman. Next, we're going to ask Anna Barrett Mitchell to speak.
How you doing?
How you doing?
All right. My name is Anna Barrett Mitchell, and I'm a lifelong resident of the Ditmas Park Flatbush area. I would like to preface this by saying I am not against affordable housing units in my area. What I am vehemently against is building large complexes in areas that would only serve to exacerbate the problems that my community is already facing and immediately place residents into untenable situations. Over 2,300 units have been placed in this area over the past 10 years, 500 of which were built in the past year, and a vast majority, if not all, of which were not affordable but were categorized as luxury apartments. The rent in my neighborhood did not go down due to the expansion of housing units. In fact, it has skyrocketed. That is not progress. That is the definition of, say it with me, gentrification. It is a giveaway to developers. As of now, an 11-story building is under construction, and a 14-story building is soon to be rebuilt on the main intersection of Beverly Road and Coney Island Avenue. Coney Island Avenue and Church Avenue are commercial streets containing several empty lots and dilapidated buildings, and therefore developing on those main strips makes perfect sense. However, putting large apartment buildings directly on Beverly Road and other residential streets in a historic neighborhood with no parking units would be bedlam. In the past decade, the streets have become completely gridlocked. It has become impossible to find parking, and the intersections have become extremely dangerous. The corner of Beverly Road and Westminster was already deemed to be too congested and dangerous for a city bike rack, so it flies in the face of reason to put a 5-story building there, especially considering that only 20% of the units would be affordable, while the other 80% would be, once again, luxury housing units. The 120-year-old residential streets were simply not built to accommodate such a large amount of people, especially if you do away with parking mandates. Just because a housing unit is placed near a train station does not mean that all the residents of that building will agree to not own cars. I fully support affordable housing in Flatbush and addressing the housing crisis that we all face. All I ask is that we do it in such a way that makes sense and works for everyone. I beseech you to build predominantly affordable housing units on the main streets and to include parking units. The defense rests.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Evadilia Boyd.
Thank you. That's exactly how you pronounce my name. Good afternoon, Chairman Riley, and to the council members present. My name is Evadilia Boyd. I am the current president and board chairperson of the Rosedale Civic Association. The Rosedale Civic Association has been in existence since 1946. That's 78 years of thriving in the Rosedale community. the Rosedale community strongly opposes the City of Yes initiatives. Our opposition is not based solely on the City of Yes impact on the dynamics of our suburban community, which is completely made up of 1- and 2-family homes. Because currently we're experiencing overdevelopment. In certain parts of Rosedale, they're already converting single-family homes into 1-family homes. And we're opposing it also because of its impact, the City of Yes impact on our infrastructure. The infrastructure in Rosedale was installed well before the 1940s. So these new developments will not be able to be sustained by infrastructure that needs to be repaired, that needs to be replaced. And speaking particularly about the idea of putting 2 to 4 apartments in our town centers, I mean, we found that in other areas of the city, when this happened, small businesses, they face rising rents and sometimes displacement. So, you know, these proposals and TODs, that would take half of Rosedale. So that will eliminate Rosedale. And basically what we're saying, and the other thing, the ADUs, people do not belong in garages. Absolutely not. So this City of Yes plan that was put together by the planning commissioners is so unbalanced. I think about it. When they put this plan together, which is supposed to be addressed a very important issue, it's actually making it worse for most of the people that you heard from today. Thank you for listening, and we hope that you vote no on the City of Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Just want to state for the record, we've been joined by Councilmember Velez. Do we have any questions for this panel? There being no questions, this panel is excused. Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm just going to reinstate the names I called before for this panel. We're going to call on Eric Gosho, Emily Klein, Juan O'Neill, Gigi Fatari, Romario Rodriguez Algaliar, and Mackenzie Philo. If you heard your name, please come to the dais. The following panel will consist of Connie Murray, Susan Brindell, Andrea Goldwyn, Rhonda Wiss, and Daniel Mayo. If you're in the front row and you are not joining a panel, we're going to have to ask you to find another seat. Thank you, sir. We can begin first with Eric Gosho.
Show.
You're good. Go ahead, Eric.
My name is Eric Gosho. I'm a fellow of the American Institute of Architects, and I'm an active member of the AI New York chapter's Housing Committee, and I'm a partner in my firm, Gosho Architects, where we focus on market rate and affordable and supportive housing in New York City. First, the bad news, which we all know. New York City is in the midst of a housing crisis. This is a crisis at all levels, from market rate housing to affordable and supportive and special needs housing. The Regional Plan Association has estimated that we now have a deficit of 540,000 dwelling units in New York, and that will only get worse over time. So the question is, are we now willing to address this for the health and the future of our beloved city? The answer is good news. We have the City of Yes for Housing. It's an opportunity that I have personally not experienced since my firm was established back in 1978. What is it? It's a comprehensive, more or less comprehensive review of New York City zoning laws that have been in place since 1961 and are now in 2024 long overdue for revision. Housing production has suffered as a result. Our rethinking of zoning resolutions and regulations cannot be piecemeal, but have to be comprehensive and holistic, because everything is interrelated with one another. So if we're looking for example, revisions in parking requirements, density around transit nodes.
Thank
It's
you.
very
Eric.
difficult.
Appreciate
We need
it.
that.
Thank you. Just wanted to state for the record, we've been joined by Councilmember Stevens. The next panelist we're going to hear from is Emily Klein. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Riley and members of the committee. My name is Emily Klein, and I am the AVP for Policy and Government Affairs at the Community Preservation Corporation, a 50-year-old nonprofit affordable housing lender with a significant footprint in New York City. CPC is honored to provide testimony today in support of City of Yes for housing opportunity and to urge this subcommittee to support these critical zoning reforms. City of Yes would update the city's zoning code to meet our current housing needs and promote more equitable neighborhoods across our city by enabling the construction of a little bit more housing in every neighborhood. These reforms can create the overall amount of housing the city needs without necessitating dramatic changes in any one neighborhood. A common criticism that we've heard of the proposed changes is that they would radically alter the fabric and character of our existing neighborhoods. It's important to stress that the proposals of City of Yes for housing opportunity were crafted specifically to do just the opposite. Yes, these proposals would enable specific and targeted changes in what type of development is permitted in each neighborhood, but these changes are small by design. In low-density neighborhoods, this would look like adding 2 to 4 stories of housing above existing ground floor commercial in town centers, or 3 to 5 story apartment buildings within a half-mile of transit stations, where 1 to 3 story development is already common. In medium and high-density districts, City of Yes would introduce universal affordability preference, which would allow buildings to add 20% more units if permanently affordable. For example, a 40-unit building in a medium-density district, this would mean adding 8 more units and likely going from 8 stories to 10 stories, a change of scale well within the existing neighborhood character. These common sense reforms fit existing neighborhood conditions and specifically avoid changes that would bring out-of-scale development to New York City neighborhoods. City of Yes for Housing Opportunity offers a once-in-a-generation chance to modernize our regulations, comprehensively address our housing shortage, and build a city that meets all of its residents' needs. On behalf of CPC, we applaud the Department of City Planning and support this reform and urge the subcommittee to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Juan O'Neill. There we go.
Good afternoon, Juan O'Neill, a relatively recent graduate from the New School, Master's in Urban Policy and Planning, Senior Planning for Community Economic Development, City of Newark, where I worked on the foundation and legislative fundamentals of the city's inclusionary zoning ordinance. I urge this council and subcommittee to vote yes for the City of Yes proposal with the following requirements: adherence to contextual zoning, and an amendment and expansion of the mandatory inclusionary housing zoning for the entirety of Manhattan Island, Long Island City, downtown Brooklyn, and areas near the Staten Island Ferry.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Next, we're going to hear from, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, Gigi Gerafatari.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Gigi Gerafatari, and I'm working as a houseman at Courtyard by Marriott East Side. I'm here to show strong support for the City of Yes for housing opportunity proposal. Like many hospitality workers, I have struggled to find affordable housing due to high rents, long commutes, and currently this housing crisis affects not just me, but also thousands of middle-class hospitality workers. The City of Yes proposal will modernize laws, current affordable housing, and reduce commute times, letting workers live closer to their job. I agree the City Council to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Romero Rodriguez Aguilar.
How you doing, Council? My name is Romero Rodriguez. I work at the Temple by Hilton. I'm a kitchen steward, and I'm here to show some support with the union of my hotels and gaming trade council. I'm over here to support that you guys pass this bill, and I urge it. I am a resident from Queens and Woodside, Queens. I do see a lot of abandoned places that I believe should be housing. I am a single father, and I do believe that I can't just like simply like, how do you put it like this? I can't afford to like buy the nicest thing at the moment, but if I get an opportunity to have some housing to raise my son and make sure that he's good, I don't want to leave my community. I'm from Queens, and I feel like every city, every district should play the part and let affordable housing in. So, you know, why? Because it's our community, and not all of us are born to this lifestyle that's, you know, you could afford everything, but if you give somebody a chance that has like a single father that have 2 incomes coming in, you could afford something in your neighborhood. And the more people that come to the neighborhood, it's the more money to the businesses around it, because there's more people. So, like me, I strongly urge you guys to pass this bill, and as well, like the city, like with parking and everything, I believe like there's not that much problem. The more people, it means like transportation. You could put like city bikes. People don't mind. We're in New York. We could travel all over. It just be better for like people to stay in their own city to get faster to work. Like, how do you say, like the housing crisis just doesn't affect me, but it affects a lot of New Yorkers and like young people like me that want to stay in their city, but need an opportunity to live there, which would be like buildings, affordable for us, like, and as well, like, just give us an opportunity to develop, because in the future, we're going to be the ones here 20 plus years, and we want our city to develop more and more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Romario. Next, we're going to hear from Mackenzie Fillo.
Good afternoon. My name is Mackenzie Fillo, and I live in Brooklyn. I'm here to ask you to vote in favor of City of Yes for housing. The mayor is wrong about almost everything, but he's right about this. We need to build more housing in every neighborhood. Upzoning in a piecemeal fashion is inadequate and lets the most politically connected neighborhoods opt out. Doing it citywide is the fairest way to get where we need to go. I am a homeowner. I will be fine no matter what you do. But government doesn't exist just to protect the comfortable and well-off. You're supposed to help the poor, to make life a little easier for those who are struggling. The biggest problem this city has is the cost of housing. You have the power to do something about it. Please do it. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no questions for, you can't redirect, sorry, sir. There being no questions for this panel is now excused. If you're in the front row, you could now sit on the dais. If you have further testimony, you could present it to the Sergeant Arms when you're done.
No, I submitted already. I just omitted something I wanted to say.
All right.
Okay.
You could tell us after.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We got the following panel come to the dais. I'm going to be calling 2 more panels after this panel, and then hold on one second. All right. I'm going to be calling 2 more panels after this panel, and then we're going to be transitioning into online testimony. All right? Welcome. The following panel after the panel here will consist of Susan Zinder, Michael Sutherland, Catherine Trapini, Jacob Brooks, Rashida Tyler, and Baruch Yehuda. This panel, we're going to begin first with Connie Murray.
Hi, my name is Connie Murray. I am a born and raised New Yorker. I was born in Manhattan, and I've lived in beautiful Long Island City for almost 3 decades now. The preceding panel, finally, somebody mentioned the mayor. So I'm here to urge you to vote against this plan, and our corrupt mayor, his corrupt administration, and their paid lobbyists are the only ones pushing for a one-size-fits-all development grift. And as a Queens resident, we have so much construction. We have high-rises. We have 80-story high-rises, 70-story high-rises, 60-story high-rises in my neighborhood. They're expensive. None of the rents have come down. And when people talk about the 1.4% vacancy rate, we're leaving out the fact that it is more than double that for units which are above $2,500. And Mark Levine just testified that the average rent in Manhattan is now above $5,000. So the data that we have for vacancies is a little outdated. Very curious to see what newer numbers will bring, because it doesn't feel vacant in my neighborhood. And there's also Jamaica and Flushing. Jamaica has these massive buildings. Flushing is building like crazy. Current zoning, if never changed again, can accommodate 16 to 20 million people in total. NYC has lost 800,000 residents in the past 6 years. And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to hear from Susan Brindell.
Thank you for such a smooth hearing, a respectful hearing. And thank you, Christopher Marte, for really, staying the course with us and supporting the Coalition for Fairness in Soho and NoHo. After the rezoning of Soho NoHo was passed in 2020, the total units affected with impossibly costly penalties was 1,636. We would need to pay this enormous sum to an arts fund, as well as to come up with maybe $500,000 or hundreds of thousands of dollars to convert our JLWQ homes to residential usage. This was then renegotiated for giving 40% of those units protected under the loft law, leaving only 1,000 units to pay this huge arts fund fee. Most of us are retirement age and pioneered this unique neighborhood. Succession rights are not enough. What if you have more than one child, or your children don't want to live in their parents' apartment, or they moved somewhere else? Shouldn't you be able to sell to the general public like everyone else? We ask that you change the text, remove the discriminatory exception for M1-5B from Section 15-01 of the rezoning code, and make residential conversion equal everywhere. I would like to clarify one point made by my fellow Soho NoHo residents. If we want to sell our apartments or even give them to our children, each owner would need to come up with those few $100,000 out of pocket before any sale or transfer takes place. It also would not be refundable should we not be able to convert to residential once we've paid it. To clarify, to get rid of this arts fund conversion fee, we ask that the council remove just 5 sentences in section 143-13, which require the $100 per square foot fee to fully legalize our apartments. We just want to follow the same conversion requirements as everyone else, which City of Yes makes easier for the rest of the city and are laid out in section 15-01. This is discriminatory. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Adria Goldwyn.
Close. Good day, Chair Riley and council members. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. We've submitted our full statement and have copies. We have significant concerns about City of Yes for housing opportunity. This would be the biggest change to the zoning resolution in decades, but it's been rolled out in less time and with less meaningful public input than any neighborhood or even site rezoning. Previous rezonings relied on residents' on-the-ground knowledge about their neighborhoods. This complemented the city's planners and led to more appropriate zone rezoning, and those valuable insights are missing here. We're glad to see that landmarks will have new opportunities to transfer unused development rights, but this will bring significant changes to the blocks where the rights land. It's vital that the council retains its review and that the public has a voice in this process. We support expanded building conversions. Reuse of existing buildings is a more sustainable way to create new housing, but there's little projection of what City of Yes will do to older buildings, designated or not. The environmental reviews glossed over impacts to historic resources. Another resource New Yorkers value is green space. City of Yes prioritizes new construction over backyards and campus open spaces. They'll be chipped away. City of Yes will dramatically change our streets and communities. It will give developers so many options for new, larger buildings, it's hard to see how many will opt for UAP bonuses. Thousands more luxury condos won't solve the affordability crisis. If this is approved, many land use actions will no longer require ULURP. And we have to ask why you'd give up the council's voice and that of your constituents. Residents have made investments in their community. They shouldn't be deprived of certainty, predictability, and a say in how their neighborhoods will evolve and grow. We ask the council to press pause. We ask you to give residents more time to learn about how City of Yes will impact their communities, to keep the public's voice in the land use process, ensure that affordable housing takes priority over luxury developments, and protect our irreplaceable green spaces. Thank you for the opportunity to express the Conservancy's views.
Thank you for testifying. Next, we're going to hear from Ron DeWitt.
Good afternoon, Chair Riley and council members. I'm Rhonda Wist. Previously, I was the Director of Land Use at the City Planning Department, Executive Director at Landmarks, and Vice President of MAS. Now I'm on the board of Friends of the Upper East Side, but today I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I was very disappointed that this is the best that the city's urban planners could come up with for Manhattan. My neighborhood, Yorkville, needs affordable units because for years, decision makers and the media have been silent as hundreds of reasonably priced units have been replaced by luxurious, oversized condos. City planning says that every community must take a little more housing. Using Yorkville as our evidence, we know that the trickle-down theory of real estate development does not work. Zoning and zoning lot mergers, combined with lack of planning, have actually caused the destruction of affordable units. These demolished 4- to 6-story buildings house New Yorkers for decades, the very people that decision makers purport to care about. Could you possibly fool yourselves into thinking that more ultra-luxury buildings will foster even a tiny number of affordable units? If that's the case, why hasn't that happened in Yorkville? Zoning to allow even taller buildings will not address our affordable housing crisis. Have we learned nothing from the past when affordable and dense developments such as the historic Cherokee Apartments, Tudor City, converted hotels, Penn South, and SROs were constructed? Small family apartments and studios were offset by outdoor space. We need affordable apartments, not grandiose 3-story lobbies, indoor soccer pitches, and yoga studios. If the city wants to add housing that will support existing communities, it must partner with other agencies and entities, financial, social, union, environmental, and neighborhood. Otherwise, this document is simply a real estate roadmap to promote $4 million apartments and ghost stores, make a few more developers even richer, and neighborhoods even less diverse. City Council, Yorkville needs affordable units, and the City of Yes needs your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Last person on this panel is Daniel Mayo.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank Councilman Holden for his steadfast position. Please listen to him. He's a man that speaks a lot of wise words. Now, severe housing crisis, which is basically the reason why this proposal is before you. Will this severe housing crisis be solved by this proposal? A lot of you acknowledge you only put a dent, you will not solve. Agreed. How about affordability? Practically everyone's talking about affordability, but we all know it won't solve affordability. 15 years, how can afford? People want affordability now, not 15 years. Now, when I first is zoning the problem, well, when I moved to New York in the 80s, my one-bedroom apartment in Long Island City was $450. In the 90s, I moved to West Village, Manhattan, and my first lease was $980. But the zoning hasn't changed. Zoning is not the problem. Now, there's two facts here I'm sure all of you are aware. Over 800,000 people have basically moved out of the city. If a census were done now, we would lose one congressional seat. And also, if you read the notice of apartments availabilities for those who are on low income of available apartments, I just opened up one for Long Island City. One bedroom, the minimum rent is $3,100. That's not affordable. And that is an affordable apartment that the developers made available. Now, I have solutions. At least I'm going to do something different from what everyone's done. What I recommend is, for those people who have in public housing, and there are over 1 million of them, allow their apartment to be subleased. Currently, that is not allowed. And almost half of those people who are paying their rent are delinquent. This would help them.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. I would love to hear your suggestions, so please give it to the sergeant when you're done. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No problem. I'll also email you a copy and leave you a copy.
Thank you. Councilmember Marte, and then Councilmember Holden has questions.
Thank you, Susan, for being here. So I just want to clarify what you said. Even before you convert from your manufacturing apartment, joint live work quarter apartment into a residential apartment, you have to pay out of pocket close to $200,000.
That's my understanding, yes.
And so the sale might not go through of your apartment, but that still comes out of pocket. And I'm well aware, but I'm sure you have a lot of friends who are still artists in Soho, NoHo, who are low income, middle income individuals, and can never find $200,000 to move forward with hopefully the sale or the transfer of their apartment.
Not to mention the then residential conversion, which is way more than the Arts Fund.
And which is estimated at close to $1 million per apartment.
Yeah.
And my last question, there is no other place in the city where this is happening, is that correct?
Not that I've heard of, no.
Just in Soho, NoHo?
No.
That's not right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marte. Councilmember Holden.
Thank you, panel. Some good information here. I just want to talk and ask Rhonda, is that's your first name?
Yeah.
You worked for city planning,
I did a long time ago, yeah?
and your city of yes that you're seeing, did you ever think you'd ever see something like this where most of the regulations are being thrown out? Because city planning protected us in zoning. It protected neighborhoods, the character of neighborhoods. It protected where we bought into. So your take, I'd like to hear your take on this, as to who's driving this.
Well, I cannot speak to who's driving this, but I think that parts of it are actually very useful. And so when I worked at city planning, I don't think we would have done such an overall overhaul at one time. Remember, the 1916 zoning resolution was 50 pages, right? So when they first, zoned New York City. So this was, I don't know, over 1,000 pages for us to digest. I think it's been very, very complex. I think had they done it, this is me, and I don't work there, and I haven't worked there, but obviously they have a reason for doing it citywide, but clearly from what we're hearing here, Queens and Manhattan have very different issues, unlike the city of yes for economic development, where I think the issues were citywide. I think here, the boroughs have and the communities have very different issues from each other. So I think it's very, it's very complicated.
Which I just want to go to the one size fits all, which they won't budge on this. We had the chair of the city planning saying, well, all neighborhoods have to share the burden or to share affordable housing or housing, period. Now, and I brought this up, I said my district has probably the worst flooding. Our sewers are backing up in a normal thunderstorm. Normal, not talking about hurricanes or tropical storms. I'm talking about sewers backing up. My electrical grid is the worst. So as a city planner, would you, recommend more housing? Just finish, I just want to finish. One more, additional housing when the infrastructure does not warrant it. It doesn't allow for it because flooding, storm water runoff into the Newtown Creek, poor subways or no subways, bus service only. And then take away the parking. It's almost carte blanche for developers to just make more money. And that's what I see this as a city of yes.
Well, I just want to say, I do think Chairman Garodnick did an amazing presentation yesterday. I thought it was unbelievable for a chairman to do that presentation. But I want to say in terms of infrastructure, I'm in Yorkville, and we have, different infrastructure issues. So I think, yes, infrastructure is a big piece of it. And I think that's what everybody's saying, that, that all the agencies and all the entities must work together, right, to make sure.
We're not seeing that, though. We're seeing take it or leave it. It's you got to have everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Villas.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up. You mentioned a couple of parts of the proposal that you said are okay. Could you mention which parts of the proposal seem to be?
I grew up in southern Brooklyn, not South Brooklyn, but southern Brooklyn, and so there are parts of it that I definitely see are useful because my old neighborhood does have available school seats and there's available outdoor space. So I do see certain infill pieces. This is me personally. This has nothing to do, and you know, so again, anyway, I would like to have this conversation with you offline if that's okay. But yeah, I definitely, I think there's some very good, I only have 2 minutes for 1,200 pages.
Okay, we'll follow up with you offline, but it's an important part of the conversation too.
Okay.
Thank you. There being no more questions, this panel is excused. The next panel could come up. Just want to remind everyone, after this next panel, we will go into, thank you for testifying. We will go into online testimony after this panel. And then we'll be back to in-person testimony at 3 p.m. Okay, the first panelist I'm going to call to testify is Susan Zinder.
I am Susan Zinder, testifying in support of City of Yes for my client, B'nai Adat Kol Beth Yisrael, located in Bed-Stuy. For 54 years, B'nai Adat celebrated its Jewish faith, Black heritage, and neighborhood community with a broad range of Jewish and community services, including hosting the only kosher soup kitchen within Bed-Stuy, available to all who needed food, no matter their observance or faith. But in 2017, fire destroyed the synagogue. During the past 8 years, B'nai Adat has been in neighborhood exile, fighting to rebuild while discovering the impossibility of doing so without a developing partner due to the city's construction costs and zoning delays and other challenges. Currently, B'nai Adat's lot is zoned 6A with size limits that render a multi-use building too small to enable fulfillment of B'nai Adat's needs. We know this because we issued an RFP for a partner developer, only to receive responses that our deal did not have enough square footage to generate interest for B'nai Adat to meaningfully rebuild its synagogue. Attempting to rezone the lot for B'nai Adat alone under current zoning will only result in increased delays and costs. We believe that the changes embodied in City of Yes will enable the B'nai Adat to timely attract a partner so it can use its real estate capital to benefit its future generations. Rebuild its home and bring needed affordable homes and services into Bed-Stuy, providing a vibrant community asset for its neighbors. We understand the worry that City of Yes may expand gentrification, undermining existing communities. B'nai Adat intends to use any multi-use rebuilding of its home to modernize and benefit not only itself, but its Bed-Stuy neighbors as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Michael Sutherland.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Sutherland, and I'm the policy analyst at Open Plans, an organization that fights for a more livable city. I'm also a born and raised Brooklynite from deep southern Brooklyn in District 46. While there are many parts of this plan that Open Plans supports, I'm here to focus specifically on parking mandates. And there's a lot that's been said already about parking, and with my testimony, I'd like to present in good faith some of the evidence that's come out of cities that have done this already. Like Councilmember Osei mentioned, it's important to hear about what other cities have done and the results of that. So there are close to 100 cities across the country, ranging from San Francisco to Birmingham, that have lifted mandates before New York City has. So I'll talk about one a little closer to home, Buffalo. Buffalo lifted mandates in 2017. So the impacts of this reform span decades, but early findings indicate that lifting mandates citywide works. A SUNY Buffalo study found that many new major developments included less parking spaces than would have been required previously. Importantly, it also showed that there were many developments that built the same or more parking that would have been required. Buffalo shows that parking is still built where it makes sense, but not citywide at an arbitrary rate. And I think the evidence is important because it's important to not just blindly trust developers, but also to trust the data that's come out of these cities. And I'd like to close with important truths about lifting parking mandates. So right now, parking is often built where it isn't needed because of mandates. Lifting mandates wouldn't ban parking or require less parking to be built anywhere. In areas where there's high car dependency, parking will still be built. But in more dense areas where parking is unneeded, lifting mandates will allow more housing to be created. And finally, without lifting mandates, this proposal would not live up to its fullest potential to create as much affordable housing as possible. It could drive up costs in UAP developments outside of the transit zone and make SROs and EDUs more difficult or impossible to build in some places. So it's vital that the council lifts parking mandates in this proposal, and it would be tragic for New York City to remain behind the curve. We urge the council to take the step that dozens of other cities have already taken, lift parking mandates citywide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Catherine Trapani.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Trapani, and I'm the Assistant Vice President for Public Policy at Volunteers of America Greater New York. Our mission is to end homelessness. We cannot do that if we can't build more housing. We are proud to support the City of Yes for housing opportunity because we agree that if every neighborhood did its part and allowed for a little more housing in every neighborhood, the city would be much better positioned to address the shortage of affordable homes that exists today. While it's true that a zoning plan isn't a comprehensive housing plan, without necessary zoning changes, building more affordable housing will be exceedingly difficult. Right now, we have a project in our pipeline that could produce over 700 units in the next few years. This project envisions at least 60% of the units being set aside for homeless New Yorkers, with the balance being affordable to those earning less than 60% of the AMI. If the ability to build to the height of existing adjacent structures are not implemented, those homes might not get built. In fact, the as-of-right development options for that parcel would only allow us to create around 300 homes in total. That's 400 fewer units overall, with a loss of 240 that would have been guaranteed to go to homeless households. We must always make choices about priorities, but maintaining height restrictions, even when the height proposed is contextual, as it is with this project, over providing homes when we have the largest homeless population in New York City history just isn't right. I also want to add our full support for waiving parking requirements for new developments. Adding costly parking for a project in a city as rich in transit in New York defies logic. Parking increases the per unit cost to build, which is typically passed on to tenants in the form of higher rents. The city should be doing everything in its power to slow the growth of rental prices in New York City to make the city more affordable for everyone. While zoning is important, it is equally critical for the city to invest in the programs and agencies that are housing people experiencing homelessness so that once implemented, the City of Yes will address the housing crisis for those who are most acutely feeling its impact. Investments in more city capital funds for extremely low income and supportive housing production are necessary. Additionally, city agencies must be able to effectively manage a robust pipeline of affordable housing. We also urge full funding for city agencies and the implementation of the City FEPS program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Jacob Brooks.
Hello, my name is Jacob Brooks. I'm a nobody. I just live here. I'm testifying in support of City of Yes. First and foremost, the rent is too damn high. I won't dwell on that. We all know our money is better spent elsewhere. The only cities in America where rent hikes have slowed or rents have declined are cities that have built more housing. Many issues that New Yorkers are concerned about are also addressed by building more housing. Climate change, thanks to walkability, public transport, and economies of scale. Urban living is dramatically reduces individual emissions versus suburban and rural living. If we're worried about climate change, we should be striving to make urban living the affordable option, not the most expensive. Fears of gentrification. Gentrification happens because new residents compete with existing residents for older, limited housing stock. If we're able to say yes to more housing, we can build a city that's big enough for all of us. Today, I've heard nebulous concerns over preserving neighborhood character and aesthetics. I say if your neighborhood character demands regulations that keeps rents high and makes housing unaffordable, then your character is elitist and exclusionary. I've heard concerns over parking and where will new residents park. I have good news for you. You're in New York. They don't need parking. They can take the train or the bus with the rest of us. I've heard complaints about infrastructure. We don't have enough infrastructure. That's not a justification to not build housing. It's an impetus to build more infrastructure. For years, we've let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and out of fear of change, we have empowered naysayers. I say we have to remember that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, and envision a future where the city is big enough for all of us. New York needs to be able to say yes to a better future.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Rashida Tyler.
Thank you. My name is Rashida Tyler. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the New York State Council of Churches and the Project Manager for the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative. We work with many faith leaders across the city who would like to develop affordable housing, senior housing, and supportive housing on their properties. However, due to current zoning, they are unable to develop the number of units that would be feasible to a developer. For example, one congregation in Brooklyn would love to redevelop its property to include affordable housing, but if they, include affordable housing, but if they were to rebuild, they would lose about 18,000 square feet. And that would mean dipping below the number of units that would actually make their project viable. Faith leaders are actively trying to combat the outflow of community members who are being pushed out of their neighborhoods by gentrification. However, and they're even turning down market rate and luxury development to do so. However, although while they have the desire to develop, many do not have the financial ability to go through a costly and lengthy rezoning waiver process or variance processes. The City of Yes would enable them to build a little more, which is the difference between development being viable or not, keeping families in the neighborhood or not. For these reasons, we are generally supportive of the City of Yes. Although we support the City of Yes, we do agree with what we've heard from faith leaders across the city, advocates, and community members, which is that the universal affordability preference falls short of what is necessary to truly address affordable housing and homelessness crisis in New York City. And yes, it is an affordable housing crisis. We only need to deaggregate data from the housing crisis to see that those in luxury housing market are not having trouble or struggling finding homes. We need to make sure that the affordable housing, if affordable housing is a goal of the City of Yes, then the policy needs to reflect this and create a mandate and deeper affordability than having just 20% of floor area allotted to affordable housing. I don't know where my time is at, so.
No, I think your time is up. They didn't restart the clock.
Okay.
You can submit the rest of your testimony to us. Thank you. Last person on this panel is Baruch Yehudua. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rabbi Baruch Yehuda, representing B'nai Kol Bet Yisrael, one of those congregations that she was just talking about. We're a 71-year-old Jewish congregation, primarily made of Jews of African descent, located in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn. I stand in support of the City of Yes legislation. Unfortunately, our congregation suffered a devastating fire in November of 2017. Since then, we've tried to rebuild only to run into obstacle after obstacle, the largest of which is the way our congregation is zoned. The bottom line is we need a developer to work with us to rebuild with helping to provide affordable housing to the citizens of New York City. Developers are in it for their profit margins, which means they need to have a certain number of square footage to make the plan viable. And under the current zoning laws, no set of mathematics work without cutting our congregational building size by 2/3. This will inhibit our community work, which in the past has included free space for youth of the area, clothing, kosher soup kitchens, teenage program, and provided shelter for families who had nowhere to go. We do not, for the most part, have the means to handle all of the varied obstacles associated with the building. The 7-year rebuilding delay caused by our inability to close the deal with the current zoning has resulted in the needed demolition of the building by the city. Accordingly, we now owe the city hundreds of thousands of dollars, only because we have an architect, attorneys, and consultants who have rendered services pro bono and used their networks for us. We've been able to maintain and keep the building. The City of Yes will enable synagogues, mosques, churches, and not-for-profits to reduce the timing needed to realize the full potential of their real estate assets to fulfill their varied mission statements, thereby making the city more inhabitable and less stressed. City of Yes impacts on those houses of worship and other congregations will enable them to provide to the citizens of the city new homes and services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any questions for this panel? You're not excused. Thank you so much.
We shared the same link. We missed one sentence.
Okay. So we have heard really good testimony this morning from people here in person. It is now time to also start hearing testimony for people who have signed up to testify online. If you have not registered and you want to testify remotely through Zoom, please go to New York City Council's website at www.council.nyc.gov/landuse to register. For those testifying through Zoom, you will remain mute until you are recognized by myself to speak. Please take a moment to check your device and confirm that your mic is on. Once you are done testifying, please remain in the meeting until excused by myself, as council members may have questions. Once an online panel is excused, you will be removed from the meeting as a group, and the next group of speakers will be introduced. Once removed, the participants may continue to view the live stream broadcast of this hearing on the council's website. For the next hour, we will hear testimony from online registrants. We will then alternate 1 hour at a time, people here to testify in person and people who signed up to testify remotely. I will continue to call out 2 panels at a time so that people can get ready to testify. The first online panel will consist of Assemblymember Jamie Williams. The following panel will consist of Mary Francis, Brian Dembowski, and Daniel Cohen. For those with us in person, who are testifying in person, I know you've been here. You can step out, grab something to eat, use the bathroom, or just ask that you come back by 2:45. Okay? Quietly, please. Okay?
Are we ready?
We're going to start with Assemblymember Jamie Williams. Assemblymember, you may begin.
Thank you so very much. And for the record, not against affordable housing. This initiative set forth by Mayor Adams and the city planning of City of Yes will definitely cripple our middle-class communities and will forever change the suburban communities across the 5 boroughs, threatening 1- and 2-family dwellings, devastating lower density communities. This is so flawed, lacking a true comprehensive analysis, especially communities that are transit deserts, like mines in South Brooklyn. As a community, we collectively oppose the City of Yes initiative. Our aim is to preserve our communities and green spaces rather than enforcing further the expulsion of home ownership, which can result in more people fleeing the city in search of a more modest residential setting and a sense of community safety for their families. Together, the Joint Community Council of Southeast Brooklyn strongly opposes the City of Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember, for your testimony. We really appreciate it. I just want to remind those in here, decorum is to be kept. We are hearing testimony still. Please take your conversation to the rotunda. Thank you. Next, we're going to call on this panel, Mary Francis, Francois, Brian Dembowski, and Daniel Cohen. The following panel will be Eric Turner, LaShawn Ellis, Mark Anya, and Alan Baker.
You may begin.
Marie Francois, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
When do you need to,
Yes,
I'm sorry. You can pass to somebody else.
All right, thank you, Ms. Francois. You don't want to testify anymore?
No.
All right, thank you. Next, we're going to call on Brian Dembowski, followed by Daniel Cohen.
You may begin.
Brian, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin. Brian Dembowski. Okay, we'll come back to Brian. We'll move to Daniel Cohen. Daniel, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Daniel.
Hi, my name is Daniel Cohen, and I live on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. My rent has gone up by 20% in the last 3 years because we don't build enough housing. So I strongly support City of Yes because it would make housing more affordable by helping to alleviate our severe housing shortage. There are 2 parts of the proposal that I especially like. The first is repealing parking mandates. Not only is this environmentally friendly, but it's also economically progressive. Parking spots don't get built for free, so when we force developers to build parking, they pass the costs on in the form of higher rents. People who own cars would be paying for the parking anyway, but people who don't own cars have to pay extra rent for something they don't need. And since people who don't own cars tend to be less wealthy than people do, the economic effect is that the less wealthy are subsidizing the more wealthy. So repealing parking mandates is very economically progressive. The other part of City of Yes that I want to highlight is legalizing SROs. And this part speaks to me because I myself lived in an SRO when I was younger and couldn't afford a full apartment to myself because the SRO was naturally more affordable. Legalizing SROs is a great way to add more housing that's naturally affordable to people who aren't wealthy enough to afford a full apartment to themselves. Thank you, and I sincerely hope that City of Yes passes in its full form without getting watered down.
Thank you so much, Daniel. We're going to try Brian Dembowski again. Brian, if you can hear me, please unmute.
You may begin.
Brian Dembowski, are you there? Okay, Brian, if you cannot unmute and you still would like to testify, we'll try you back later. I'm going to call on the next panel, and then I'm going to step away for a break, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Shulman to be the acting chair. The next panel is going to consist of Eric Turner, LaShawn Ellis, Mark Anya, and Alan Becker. The following panel will consist of Derek Borowski, DJ Falkson, Sadia Rahman, Adiello Delacha. If you hear this, please be ready to speak. We'll begin first with Erica Turner. Erica Turner.
Thank you for correcting that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may begin.
Hello, everyone. I am testifying to oppose the city of Mess. I live in a small complex which has a playground in the center of it and adjacent to a building which we share parking lots. Because of the new zoning rules, Settlement Housing Fund will be able to build a 15-story building in our parking lot and turn our playground into a parking lot with no space for a fire zone. Our backyard will be vulnerable to strangers to enter into our private spaces, which currently is a gated area. Today we have air, safety, and sun. With the new building, Today we have air, safety, and sun. With this new building going up, people who sit on their balconies will no longer be able to get the vitamin D recommended by doctors. Everything will be taken away from us. I understand people need a space to live, but why must our quality of life be imposed upon just for someone else to have somewhere to live? On September 17, Brooklyn paper reported our council member, Justin Brandon, stated during a ribbon cutting for a Nitra City Housing playground. In Coney Island, we deserve the best for our city that our city has to offer, which includes safe places for our kids to play, learn, and grow. For so long, the powers that be overlooked our needs. Coney Island is being overdeveloped and is affecting the people that live here. I please and pray that you please oppose the City of Yes, because it's going to affect the children as well, not just the adults that have to pay rent here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to ask for LaShawn Ellis.
Yes, hello.
You may be. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I want to thank all the folks that have testified before me against this proposal. As one of the biggest, my name is LaShawn Ellis. I represent both MTOP, my Crown Heights community, my block association, Sullivan Ludlow Stoddard Neighborhood Association, and myself. As one of the biggest corruption scandals mar our city, the first New York City mayor to be indicted will continue to affect the city with his dirty dealings for decades to come, if these so-called City of Yes text amendments are put into law. The mayor, along with his BLAST planning committee, wants to create 100,000 apartments with the City of Yes text amendments, but there are almost 200,000 apartments that are vacant. 70,000 apartments are simply vacant, available to be rented. 123,000 are vacant or missing key components for habitability, like stoves, refrigerators, kitchens. But someone mentioned before, like, who needs kitchens? We have Grubhub, we have, all these delivery services that we can use. I'm not for that, but it's a little joke, tongue in cheek. 60,000 are available for occasional use. I'm confused about some people mentioning these parking mandates and that they should be eliminated because they take up space. They take space away from housing because they're costly for developers. Last I checked, apartments are not placed in basements and developers are not lacking funds, especially with all of the giveaways through abatements that many receive. As Mayor Eric Adams uses the race card to justify the CYHTA and swears the only reason people don't like him is because he is Black, take a hard look at the CYHTA and you will find that there are racist and prejudiced against people who are Black and anyone else who may qualify for affordable housing. Under the CYHTA, all of the mandatory inclusionary housing, MIH, apartments and universal affordability preference units can actually reside outside of the zoning lot that is supposed to have the affordable units. The apartments can either be in the community district
time
or
has
outside
expired.
of the district, as long as the lots and apartments are within half a mile of each other. I really implore you to vote against this plan. There's so much more
Okay,
that's just not
we have to,
acceptable and
we're
not
keeping
affordable.
everybody to 2 minutes, but thank you. Thank you very much. Mark Anaya?
You may begin.
Is Mark Anaya there? Okay. We can come back to Mark. Alan Becker?
Yeah, call him right now. Mark it on the phone.
Oh, Mark? Okay, we have Mark Anaya.
Oh, he doesn't have his face.
That's not him.
No, he's here.
Mark Anaya is there? Mark Anaya? All right, we need to move to the next person. Alan Becker?
No, Mark, to get on it.
All right, can we move to the next, to Alan Becker, please?
You may begin.
Alan Becker? Okay, we're gonna skip to Brian Demboski.
You may begin.
We're having a technical issue, so please bear with us.
Mark and I cannot get the microphone feed.
Okay, Mark, we should be able to hear you. Are you there?
Please let the people know if you download the workplace Zoom, then you will see the microphone. When I didn't have that, I couldn't see the microphone.
They also need to make sure they've accepted being a panelist.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
Go ahead, your time begins now.
All right, I'm sorry. All right, so I'm the vice president of the Neponset Properties Owner Associations. We've been around since 1919. We're one of the oldest associations in probably New York City. We represent about 3,000 members in our area. I just want to cut to the chase. We want you to vote no for the city of Yes. And then one of the reasons why in this location, we are in a flood zone. We got destroyed by Hurricane Sandy. We're surrounded by water on all three sides. We're a peninsula. The water table keeps getting higher. Even when we get just rain, our sewer system is flooding. We cannot take any more structure or more building. The infrastructure is not going to handle it. We did our fair share. We have numerous of senior centers here, adult living, SROs, halfway houses. So they even asked the community board 14 what they think about the city of Yes. They overwhelmingly said, no, we do not want the city of Yes, and they voted it down. Donovan Richardson, the Queensborough president, who appointed these people that live in the community, handpicked them, and they said, no, we don't want the city of Yes. So we're asking you to side with the people that live in these communities and not the builders or the developers. People work real hard to live in these places. There's plenty of places that are these buildings that are empty and these commercial buildings. We could do a smarter way to house these homeless people or affordable housing with these existing buildings. We don't have to build more of these high rises and put people more in buildings. It's not going to work. So again, we want you to stand with the people from the people of this community and throughout the whole city to vote no for the city of Yes, and do not stand with the builders or the developers. And if anybody city council is going to vote for this, the 800
Your time has expired.
Sir, your time is up.
People out that if you stand for this and you vote this, we have zoning to protect our communities. Do not destroy
Mark,
neighborhoods.
your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Not that tax heavy with this whole thing.
Okay. We're
But
gonna.
thank you for getting me in. Can you still hear me?
Go ahead and mute yourself.
Brian Demboski, please. All right, Derek Borowski.
You may begin.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, you're Derek? Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair and council members, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm an architect and a member of the AA New York Housing Committee, where with colleagues, I've had the opportunity to study key elements of this plan and its impact on neighborhoods. I also teach, research, lecture, and write on the future of cities and housing. What both my practice and academic work have shown is that our zoning codes establish what is possible, and as a result, help shape what we get. And the current zoning code, written to address a very different crisis in 1961, has, as a result, helped shape the crisis we face now. And the possible fixes for this crisis are limited by the possibilities written into this code. If we want a city where people of diverse incomes can afford to live, we must change this code. In this proposal, my colleagues, students, and I that have studied it have found that the changes proposed to be modest but important tools to help dig us out of the current crisis, including bonuses for affordability, densifying town centers and transit zones, legalizing shared living, small apartments and ADUs, and importantly, eliminating outdated parking requirements. But I'm also here as a constituent, as a small business owner and as a resident of Ridgewood, Queens. And in the last 20 years, I have seen housing costs skyrocket, forcing friends and fellow creatives to leave or to hang on by a thread to an apartment they and their family have long outgrown. My students, when they graduate, struggle to find an apartment they can afford on a starting salary in design. And mid-career architects who, hoping to start a family, must consider leaving because even with 10 or 15 years experience, they find it hard to find a home that they can afford. So this great city has seen its ups and downs, but always it's been the people who historically can least afford to live here, young people, artists, creatives, immigrants who have kept the city vital, and those who have nothing to lose, who have the courage to move here and reinvent themselves, and in the process, reinvent New York City. I don't think New Yorkers are generally opposed to new housing. Understandably, we are worried about the impacts of higher density on our already tenuous hold on our quality of life, and we must address those issues as well. But right now,
your time has expired.
To make housing a priority, That means changing what's possible, and that's
No,
why I
your
urge
time
council to
is
vote
up.
yes.
Time is
Your
expired.
If you
Thank you very
want to
much.
submit testimony, you have 72 hours to do that, to give us your entire testimony, but we need to keep it short. We have several hundred people that are signed up to testify today. Thank you very much. DJ
Thank you.
Faulkson.
Hi, my name is DJ Faulkson, and I've lived on the Upper East Side for over 5 years, and I urge the council to support City of Yes. I'm a member of Open New York and a concerned citizen who loves the city, loves its dynamism, and I'm worried about the lack of opportunities for young people and families to find affordable places to live. I have a 5-day-old infant, and I want to thank my very generous wife for letting me take the time to testify today. We want to be able to stay in the city. We may want to have more children, but the reality is that there are not nearly enough family-sized apartments being built. I personally had friends leave the city as their families have grown, and it's heartbreaking. I want to share a personal story to illustrate why I feel this so deeply. My mother grew up in current Council District 19, Councilwoman Palladino's district, in a development called Crider's Point in Beechhurst. She lived there in the 1950s and 60s, and it was a wonderful place to raise a family. It had spacious apartments, waterfront views, and amenities that supported the kind of strong community New York City was known for. Crider's Point was the kind of development where families could grow and thrive together. It was a community hub, and people wanted to stay long-term because it had what families needed: space, connection, and a sense of belonging. But here's the issue. That kind of development, and indeed development that's far less dense even, is no longer possible under today's zoning laws. The district isn't zoned to allow new developments like Crider's Point anymore, and that's a shame. We're seeing fewer opportunities to create the types of family-friendly homes throughout the city that my mom's generation benefited from. I want to push back on the idea that dense housing destroys communities. In fact, vibrant communities thrive when there's a mix of people, different generations, families, newcomers. We need reforms like the City of Yes to bring back the possibility of building those communities for future generations like my own new family. I'm excited about City of Yes and urge its approval with as few qualifications or modifications as possible. Each of these modifications will chip away at the amount of affordable housing that can be built citywide, so I urge the members of the council to support City of Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sadia Rahman.
You may begin.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Sadia Rahman, and I'm the Deputy Director at Chaya CDC. I'm also here representing the Basement Apartment for Safe for Everyone, or BASE Coalition. We are here today because we have been fighting for more than 15 years to make basement homes safe and regulated. Sorry, I could put my video on. City of Yes for Housing Opportunity includes zoning reforms that are necessary to create a program for basement apartment conversions, and we urge the subcommittee and the council to ensure that the final version of this proposal maintains these key components for safe basement apartments. Number 1, allowing for the conversion of basement and cellar apartments in existing building footprints without raising non-compliance issues. 2, eliminating the requirements for additional parking when a subgrade unit is being converted. And 3, not considering cellar conversions to be creating new floor area. As a result of these proposed changes, livable spaces and small homes can be safely occupied without creating a zoning noncompliance. The impact that this sound policy will have cannot be understated. It will bolster our city's ability to be more resilient to climate disaster. It will provide homeowners drowning in mounting expenses to come up for air. It will ensure that tenants do not have to live in fear of their locks being changed when they leave for work, or worse, losing their home or life during the next storm surge. This policy can have such a positive impact with minimal adverse consequences to communities. It allows for a measured, proportionate increase in density in neighborhoods with small homes. It doesn't indelibly change the character of the neighborhoods, and it minimally changes the footprint of the structure itself. This is a win-win for the city. Of course, the zoning changes alone won't get us all of the way there, and we want to use this opportunity to also highlight that we need comprehensive legislative program that includes building code updates and an opt-in program for homeowners. It is our hope that as the city contemplates these zoning changes,
Your time has expired.
Time is up.
Complementary reform. Thank you so much for the
Thank you very much. Okay, Adiola Deloach.
Good afternoon. My name is Adiola Deloach. I'm originally from Nigeria, and I'm voting for the City of Yes to support the housing opportunity. And I'm standing on behalf of myself, and I'm standing on behalf of the homeless people. I'm standing on behalf of the domestic violence, the victim of rape, the victim of domestic violence. Because I was a victim of domestic violence and I was living in a shelter for 1 year, I couldn't get help because of my immigration status. And I keep losing the custody of my kids because of affordable housing. I couldn't afford to rent an apartment, which is like 3,000, 4,000, and I keep losing the custody of my kids. While I was living in a shelter, I could listen to a series of stories, a lot of hardworking women, which they are just a victim of domestic violence, living in a shelter, and they call us as city voucher, but there is no housing to move out. Some of them have been there for years. They keep working. They keep looking for hope that one day they're going to get an affordable housing so they can move out of the shelter. I was terrified. I was traumatized. I was tortured mentally with my kids. All I want, I just want my kids. I just want to bring my kids up in a rightful way, but I couldn't do it because I could not afford affordable home. And after 1 year, I have to leave the shelter because they provide everything, food, everything, but I can't eat the food. I managed to rent a room, which is in a basement, and there's no way I can still win the custody of my kids while living in a basement. Meanwhile, I'm still going to lose the custody of the kids, which my court case is coming up next week. On behalf of the people, on behalf of the voiceless, and I'm raising my voice on behalf of the domestic violence patient, on behalf of the homeless people.
Your time has expired.
Yes, for the city of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any of the members have questions for anybody in the panel? Yes, no? Okay. All right, we're going to call the next panel. Kathy Sebek. Oh, okay. It's Kathy Zebek, Alicia Spears, George Calderaro, Angela Kravchenko. So we're going to first call Kathy Sebek.
Hi, good afternoon.
Go ahead.
I'm hitting. Okay, thank you. I didn't know if you could hear me.
Sure.
Good afternoon. I think we should have had a City of Yes infrastructure hearing first. I think you would have had a resounding yes on this. I was going to read my testimony, but it's only 2 minutes. I emailed it. I'm hoping that Council Committee reads all testimony from today and from City Planning hearing. My testimony was basically asking for City Island Special District zoning to remain. We are a flood zone. We are inundated during coastal storms and just plain rain. These infrastructure issues need to be addressed before any plan. I was happy to hear Councilmember Riley ask the question about special district. I would like to thank Councilmember Marmorato and Borough President Gibson for listening and advocating to allow special district zoning to remain. And we're wondering if they're going to change the actual zones, and will you put in additional language in place that City Island Special District area, residential areas should remain 1 and 2 family homes as it currently exists. City planning doesn't seem to have a plan for infrastructure with all this building because they don't think it will be a problem. Thank you to the speaker and council members for pressing on this issue. It's real. There's no comprehensive plan regarding infrastructure. There is not $20 billion in DEP, not until all of us pay more over a decade on our water bills. As many from the Bronx have attended hearings, community board, city planning, through media is claiming there were more than for against City of the Yes. They did not take into account all the written testimony sent to them, nor the community boards, which mostly really leans more to those opposing City of Yes. You would see this if you just add up the written testimony and the in-person testimony. I encourage city council members to request all written testimony from city planning.
Your time has expired.
Yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Alicia Spears.
I don't think I have 2 minutes, whatever.
Yes, good morning. I'm Alicia Spears. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Alicia Spears from Cambridge Heights, Queens, and a homeowner. Stop the lying and crookery. This isn't about housing. All of you know it and don't care. Where are the hospitals, the schools, the supermarkets, which are extremely crowded already, and support this volume of people? Infrastructure decades behind. Those who really are honest and fight for the homeless, you have been hoodwinked. This is a shakedown. Our own government representatives and agencies are not law-abiding either. What makes you think they will make developers and others follow laws, buildings, codes, and restrictions as well? I ask that all involved with the City of Yes be fully investigated. Governor and that office, all politicians, Department of City Planning head and those in that office, Housing Preservation and Development head and that office, DEP, trade unions, fire department chiefs, inspectors, developers in New York City and other states, and namely other countries. Non-for-profit homeless organizations, churches, church leaders, investigate all connected to City of Yes. Don't leave one rock unturned. No to City of Yes.
Thank you very much. George Calderaro.
You may begin.
Hello, I'm George Calderaro, the board member of 6 New York City civic organizations. City of Yes for Housing Opportunity won't create affordable housing because it does not require or even prioritize affordable housing from building owners and developers, except for one optional voluntary provision. But it does encourage more unaffordable, market rate, and luxury housing. If the city were serious about creating and retaining affordable housing, it would not allow the demolition of massive buildings such as the Hotel Pennsylvania, whose 2,000 rooms with bathrooms could easily be used for housing, as opposed to the massive vacant lot we'll all be stuck with for the rest of our lives, like those vacant lots that are found throughout Midtown Manhattan, where massive historic buildings were destroyed by so-called developers with impunity. The City of Yes is part of a current multi-pronged offensive to deregulate development in New York City, often using the disingenuous, empty promises of affordable housing. These coordinated efforts include City of Yes, Open New York and its infiltration of community boards, and Abundant New York, a PAC created to fund pro-development elected officials, hopefully no one listening to this call, as well as other overt and covert tactics to, quote, streamline development and regulation. What these pro-development, pro-developer proposals, including City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, have in common is that they argue we need more units, period, including market rate and luxury units, despite the fact that there are many empty market rate and luxury units, not to mention the thousands of units that landlords, or including the city, are sitting on because current rents are too affordable due to rent regulations. Also, I ask that my and others' criticism of parts of City of Yes not be branded and dismissed simply as NIMBY. Our concerns for our communities and how they look and function are considered and sincere, and they should be yours too.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Angela Kravchenko?
Kravchenko, yeah, that
Sorry.
was perfect. Thank
Sorry
you
about
so
that.
much. No, that's okay. That's perfect. Good
ahead.
afternoon. I'm Angela Kravchenko. I am Brooklyn resident and I am member of Community Board 13, first chair. Community Board 13 is Coney Island, Brighton Beach, Seagate area. And we voted no for the City of Yes, but I want to say we're not against affordable housing. Also, we cannot rely on developers to solve the housing affordability crisis. It didn't work in Coney Island. In the past 10 years, developers built 3,370 units, mostly rentals. 72% were rented at the market value. 28% are marked affordable, but not by Coney Island residents. Our median income is $44,000. 25% of Coney Island residents live below poverty line, and very few of them have a chance to live in those buildings with indoor pools and gym and other amenities. Home ownership decreases at the same time, 5%. Residential prices went up 55%. So that was our reasoning. Another important issue is a flood zone. I heard a lot of people talk about it. Coney Island is the fastest sinking area of New York City as of now. So we don't have a solid evacuation plan. And it's not only flood, it's even heavy rain brings us overflow from the sewer, and it's the mixing is not nice. Probably people who live in flood area, they know what it is. So until that 100 years old system is solved and we have a new source, we can't afford bringing new residents and new people in the area.
Your time has expired.
Your time has
Thank you so
expired.
much.
Thank you very much. Okay, do any of the council members have any questions for this panel? No? Okay. All right. The next panel is Ilan Rabinovich, Tyler Baldwin, Michelle Cuppersmith, and David Tenenbaum. So, Ilan Rabinovich.
You may
Thank you for
begin.
the opportunity to testify in support of City of Yes for Housing. I think it's a key first step in addressing our housing crisis. I'd support any initiative that adds more housing units to our city that direly needs them. History has repeatedly shown us that having supply that exceeds demand is the best way to bring costs down. We saw this during the pandemic when demand dropped, prices dropped. Supply remained constant. We saw this in Minneapolis and Austin where supply was allowed to outpace demand, so prices went down. We need to do the same here. I understand that changes aren't palatable to everyone. We all want our neighborhood to stay the way it was when we moved in. But we have to hold our noses and vote yes rather than saying not in my backyard because we want people to have homes, beds, safe places to live. That being said, I want to raise a few concerns. The proposal does not do anything to remove the barriers from that prevent housing expansion or modernization coming from the Landmarks Commission. My building was built in 1890, a time when the city of New York had 1/8 the current population. There's nothing I can do to change my building because Landmarks will say no. I can't add more housing. Similarly, there's economic challenges here as well. The universal affordability preference builds in permanently affordable housing, but it has no release valve or pressure valve should the cost of providing housing grow at a faster rate than median incomes do. We've had years of this happening already with inflation, taxes, and insurance outpacing income growth here in New York. So there's no reason to believe that median area income will suddenly grow faster than it has in the past, leaving housing insolvent. If we want more affordable housing, we need to make it affordable to provide that housing. So while I ask you to approve the City of Yes, I also want you to sit back and think about the operational costs of that housing and how we can make that housing pencil out. And quickly follow up with initiatives that bring our property taxes to match our goals, bring insurance costs down, regulate utilities and other compliance costs so that our rents can be our costs for providing rentals can be in line with affordable rentals you want us to provide. So thank you. Please support this initiative.
Thank you very much. Tyler Baldwin.
You may begin.
Hello, thank you for hosting this hearing today regarding City of Yes. New York City is at a critical juncture, either continue with population decline or rebuild and prioritize working families within our city. By voting yes on City of Yes, we can help build a little more housing throughout the city. I currently reside in Astoria, a neighborhood that has experienced substantial housing development in recent years. According to StreetEasy, Astoria's rental inventory has surged 47.1% year over year, while rental prices have increased 5.5%. While 5.5% may appear significant, and it represents nearly half of the rent growth absorbed in the rest of the borough, which stands at 11.1%. Notably, Astoria is the only Queens neighborhood to rank among the top 10 in rental inventory growth. Many of my friends reside in 2 or 3 bedroom units with roommates, sometimes accommodating up to 6 individuals per apartment. Many of them would love to live alone, but cannot due to financial constraints that prevent them from affording studio or 1-bedroom units independently. Increasing the availability of single-unit housing options will enable younger individuals to obtain independence while simultaneously providing larger units for family. I support City of Yes, and I hope that it passes in the fullest possible way by cutting any critical cutting anything out of City of Yes will significantly decrease the viability of future projects and decrease the substantial choices that City of Yes offers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Michelle Cuppersmith.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Shulman. I spend a lot of time in your district. My grandmother has lived on 62nd Drive for almost 70 years now. I also want to thank the other council members for being here and listening to our testimony. My name is Michelle Coopersmith, and I'm here to ask you to vote in favor of the entirety of the City of Yes housing opportunity proposal because our city is in a shameful and dire housing crisis that leaves 45,000 children sleeping in shelters every night. I'm a Council District 1 resident, which had the dishonor of creating one subsidized housing unit last year, and I thank my council member for that failure. Please be skeptical when he says he supported subsidized projects in our district, such as Grand Street Guild or Go Broom, both of which were approved many years before he was elected council member. We need City of Yes so that we can build in districts with do-nothing council members like mine who say they want affordable housing, yet take no steps to propose zoning changes that would hasten their creation. Folks might have been a little confused about earlier testimony, and I think there might be some coming up regarding the Soho NoHo rezoning, which passed all the way back in 2020. You should be aware that this is a stunt by my District 1 council member to set up the removal of certain provisions of that rezoning from the zoning text during City of Yes negotiations in an effort to benefit his real constituency, rich Soho apartment owners who knew full well that purchasing multi-million-dollar apartments zoned only for artists and residents was illegal. It's distressing that my council member seems more interested in protecting the profits of rich Soho apartment owners than welcoming neighbors to his district. When CB3, my community board that I'm a member of, although I'm here in my personal capacity, has year after year named affordable housing as our #1 district need. And in fact, Community Board 3 in Manhattan did overwhelmingly support this proposal. So please vote yes on City of Yes in its strongest possible form so that we can address the racist housing crisis that is ongoing and which a recent poll said 80% of New Yorkers support. It's not only the right thing to do, it's the popular thing. And thank you for spending so much time here. I know it must be very difficult. Have a good one.
Thank you very much. David Tenenbaum?
You may begin.
Well, I'm not David. I'm Laura Tenenbaum. I did sign up to speak, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. Shall I start?
Are you part of the same household as David?
No, I do not know David.
What are we doing here? Hold on one second. You signed up?
Oh yeah, I signed up. I
All right,
because I was confused.
so can you just tell us your name again? I'm sorry.
It's Laura Tenenbaum.
Okay. All right, go ahead. You can testify.
Okay.
Your 2 minutes starts
thank
now.
you.
Go ahead.
I want to first thank my city council member, Chris Marte, for being such a fierce advocate for his constituents in the city. I see that you too value his knowledgeable input here. This plan seeks to solve in one overly broad stroke problems that beset our city respecting residential land use. I think most of you have made clear you recognize its flaws, and I hope it leads you to require the revisions within scope it needs to meet its goals or to an outright rejection. The greatest flaw in the plan is its simplistic neoliberal approach to housing. It seeks to have the marketplace solve our housing crisis, removing most restrictions and the mistaken idea that build, baby, build is the solution. That only benefits real estate, of course. It may well bring us more housing, but not the kind needed, which is affordable housing, including supportive housing. DCP has ignored the many economists and studies that expose its flaws, including a glacial and temporary growth in the type of residences we need. So my major ask would be you require substantial mandatory affordable housing in all new construction, recognize a vital part rent stabilization plays in affordability, and address the problems intrinsic in how we measure affordability, which is a moving target as communities gentrify. Another ask is to reinstate the say the council and community boards have in land use decisions. Democracy is messy, but it beats the alternative, and DCP is offering the alternative. I live in Soho, in an only artists co-op, and I moved into it as a young married back in 1973. Soho would not be the generator of so much commerce if it had not been for those of us who brought an empty, decaying manufacturing district to life. It's wrong that the community that practically invented adaptive reuse is now the only community required to pay an enormous conversion fee.
Your time has expired.
1501 needs to be fully inclusive.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so two things. One is, do any of the council members have questions for this panel? Nope. Okay. The other is that I want to just tell folks, if you signed up online, please stay by your computer. If you're not there when you call your name, we're going to have to skip over it and then see if we have time for you at the end. So please, please stay by your computer. The next panel is Esther Gimmelfarb, Karen Ball, Edward Ree, Diane Vigiano, Kevin Jones. Just that? Okay. We're going to start with Esther Gimmelfarb.
You may begin.
Hello, I am Esther Gimmelfarb. I am a lifelong New Yorker, a resident, a proud tax-paying homeowner in Rego Park, Queens. This entire process has been untransparent and a very cynical, disingenuous theater that pretends to listen to ordinary New Yorkers and residents and has deployed unscrupulous, very arrogant, very divisive ad hominem such as we're NIMBYs and elitists and even racist, despite overwhelming opposition by every demographic, as we have seen in hearings like this and previous ones. We have respectfully participated, put our lives on hold, struggled to get informed, struggled to inform others in this, like I said, very untransparent process. We have complied, trying to register our valid concerns, only to feel like they are dismissed for a predetermined outcome by a clearly corrupt administration, a mayor that has been indicted, whose administration has been also resigning and being charged with things like fraud and bribes, including by construction companies such as KSK, which had over $400,000 in safety violation fines. We are so angry. We are watching to see what you guys will do because we feel like we are just being railroaded, like I said, for a predetermined outcome for the sake of padding developers' bottom lines in a pay-to-play quid pro quo scheme by a corrupt administration. That is the only people that would benefit this. Many other people have already pointed out over and over again all the different ways why this City of Yes proposal
Time has expired.
Ill-advised, counterproductive, and even dangerous.
Thank you very much. Karen Ball.
Hi, my name is Karen Bale.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you so much. I am here before you today on behalf of myself and the Hollis Hill Civic Association to voice our firm opposition, no, to the City of Yes proposal. Despite this overwhelming concerns that are raised by numerous community members, it seems that the city and certain members of this planning commission are intent on pushing this forward. Over the last months and year, countless residents have expressed their objection through public forums, written statements, petitions. They've articulated fears about potential negative impacts in our communities, environmental sustainability, and overall community well-being. And these voices are being met with disregard. What is your goal here? Are we to believe that the city prioritizes progress over the genuine concerns of its constituents? This situation raises serious questions about the commitment to democratic principles. And when community members are repeatedly expressing their opposition, the responsible course of action is to listen and engage in meaningful dialogue. Reconsider this proposal. And if the city continues to ignore the will of the people, how will they ever trust that our voices will matter in future decisions? It's time for our leaders to recognize the true democracy involves valuing inputs of community, and we deserve better than the City of Yes to overlook our concerns. And I urge the Planning Commission to reconsider and prioritize the voices of those they represent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Edward Ray.
You may begin.
Edward Ray. Okay, we're going to move on to Diane Vigiano.
You may begin.
Okay, Kevin Jones.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Riley, Chair Schulman, and members of the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises. My name is Kevin Jones. I am the Associate State Director for Advocacy at AARP New York, and I am here today on behalf of the 3 million older adults living in the 5 boroughs, and I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify. While the housing crisis impacts all New Yorkers, older adults acutely feel the effects of high housing costs and fear they'll be priced out of the communities they've lived in for years. According to a report from Center for Urban Future, New York's 65-plus population grew by 36%, or about 363,000 people between 2011 and 2021. As our older adult population grows rapidly, New York City must ensure housing policy meets this growing need. ARP New York supports a number of housing proposals, including allowing homeowners to build accessory dwelling units on their properties. ADUs increase affordable housing options for all New Yorkers and give older New Yorkers the freedom to downsize and live near their loved ones or caregivers. For older adults on fixed incomes struggling to stay in their homes, adding a small basement or attic apartment to their property can be the difference that allows them to age safely in their communities. Family caregivers, often friends or family members, are the backbone of a broken long-term care system. They help with everything from buying groceries, to managing medications, to bathing and dressing. This intense level of care is often balanced with other full-time jobs and responsibilities, made much easier if caregivers live near or even with the older adults. Without increasing the affordable housing options, older New Yorkers and their caregivers, whose help is crucial to allow older adults to age in place and independently, will struggle to remain in the city. The city should also look for opportunities to create housing close to public transportation without disrupting neighborhood character. For medium and high density districts, New York City should also adopt universal affordability preference, which allows buildings to include at least 20% more housing if the additional homes are permanently affordable. This would promote economic diversity and inclusion across New York City. I want to thank you again for allowing us to testify today, and I will be submitting a longer statement with more detail in writing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm going to go back. Is Edward Ray here on Zoom? Diane Vigiano?
Diane?
Okay, the online portion is now closed. We're going to go back to in-person for the next hour. So I'm going to call this panel up to the front. June Moses, Salinas Miranda, Renee Kinsella, Leonard Poletta, and Tom Duane. All right, is June Moses here? Hi, okay, we'll start with you. You have 2 minutes. Great.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. Hi, my name is June like the month, Moses like the Bible. I am a past president of a tenant association in Harlem, 1,000 people, but right now I'm here as a private citizen and a very concerned one. I'm struggling to understand how the City of Yes on Housing Opportunity, which is to address the desperate need we have for housing in New York City, will meet the needs of those this ambitious plan claims to help. First, let's talk about the 87,000 people living in DHS shelters. That number is not my number. I didn't come up with it. It is from the New York City Department of Investigation's report on October 17th, 2024. Google it, look it up, see what I'm talking about. See, I wonder if that number would be less if people who are already there would benefit from the present housing that we have, and that they would income qualify. Right now, that number is high, so it doesn't, and I'm not clear on how the City of Yes would provide housing for those residents at 40% AMI. Now, there's about 2 million residents here in the city that are considered low-income New Yorkers, and we are barely making it. It's not my feelings and vibes on the subject. This is documented by the Poverty Tracker presented by Columbia University and the organization Robin Hood. These are people for whom affordable housing is necessary, not a luxury, yet I don't see how the City of Yes offers a real path to affordable living. And most of us who are living at 40% AMI, we recognize that that type of rent at 40% and above is not viable for low-income residents. Now, let's move on to the middle income, the middle income folks who are here who are also getting squeezed, and they're usually the ones who are cited that the City of Yes is truly going to help. Now, for those who rent, again, we already know that AMI is a fluid number, which just this year experienced a 10% increase. This has effectively raised the bar on what affordable means, making housing less affordable. Now, keep in mind, sorry, I'll submit the rest. Thank you.
Submit the rest, but if you want to just wrap it up and...
Oh, yes. The cost of living from employers only went up 3.8%. The math ain't mathin', and until we can take care of everybody, I would have to say no, or give us a plan on how we're going to leave.
Thank you very much. Salinas Miranda.
Housing crisis, a terminology that's constantly being abused, used to give private developers the right to exploit our communities. All they do is build market rate housing and provide the minimum of 20% affordability. And our housing crisis persists. We need a different solution. There's plenty of underutilized buildings. Let's work with the ones we have now. Let's return to rent control regulations. Housing is a necessity, not a commodity. City of Yes is a plan to service private developers. Height restriction must remain. Why not allow the constituents to participate in the changes of their own community? Developers abuse their power, such as Related, owners of Hudson Yard, who want to demolish our Fulton and Elliott Chelsea public housing under the guise of resident engagement and a false narrative that our buildings are falling apart. But our buildings are strong, solid, and built to last, which only need maintenance and repairs. They want rezoning to triple the height and change the aesthetic of our tranquil, cozy community with plenty of open space and an abundance of trees. The elderly, sick, disabled, and the mental well-being of the tenants are not being taken into account. We will be sacrificed. Elected officials going along with it to give preference to developers. We are a capitalist society, but a democracy first. Protect our city. We cannot withstand so much more weight. We are at risk now. Stop debilitating New York City. Keep our height limit and no more rezoning in Chelsea. What the mayor needs to do is put a rent cap, 30% and 40% for higher income earners and hardworking class. He should lay out a rent control plan. City of Yes should be put to a complete halt. Mayor Adams is under investigation, and all of his approved proposals are suspicious. No demolition of Fulton, Elliott, and Chelsea.
Thank you very much. Who's the next one? Renee Kinsella? Thank you. Ed, you could start now.
Excuse me?
Wait. I'm putting mic on.
I live in the Elliott House.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Renee Kinsella, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 29th Street Association on the east side of Manhattan. We are concerned about the adoption of City of Yes for housing opportunity because it fails to guarantee affordable housing will be built in our community, and further absolutely fails to preserve our existing affordable housing. We've seen previous rezonings, some of which generated a large supply of market rate and luxury housing, yet did not alleviate the housing crisis. So we're skeptical that this time some sort of trickle-down supply side will provide the affordability that we seek. We've been told that this plan includes specific affordable housing provisions, yet it appears what this means is leaving the incredibly important goal of producing affordable housing almost entirely up to developers to decide how much affordable housing will be built or whether any affordable housing will be built in our community at all. And if developers choose to build all luxury buildings without a single unit of affordable housing, this plan will allow for that. Even more concerning, the City of Yes for Housing plan does not have a provision for preserving the affordable housing that currently exists. In our neighborhood, Rose Hill and Kips Bay, we have a lot of natural affordable housing, older stock of brownstones and walk-ups, and the neighborhood is really known as a place where people can afford their first apartment. But what's happening now is that those affordable units are not being preserved. Instead, they're being bought up and knocked down to create luxury buildings that provide less units and more expensive so-called affordable housing than the original buildings they replace. Take a walk around our community and you can see the destruction of what remains of affordability. City of Yes will add density to our neighborhoods, yet it does not address the very things that make our city livable, the light, air, and green space, while taking away most of the community input and oversight. So we, the 29th Street Association, urge the council to reject the zoning proposal and instead adopt a citywide rezoning plan that includes affordability mandates, anti-displacement measures for current affordable housing, guaranteed infrastructure improvements, and community input processes.
Thank you very much. Is Leonard Paletta here? No? Okay. So, former state senator and former city council member Tom Duane.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just go through a bunch of stuff. You could say I'm neither totally opposed, nor totally for this. I am one of the authors of the Chelsea Plan. I also shepherded through the City Planning Commission and then through the City Council. It has been modified through the years, but I just wanted to give one example of something that happened, because I heard the woman from VOA saying, oh, they're a place to do anything. They actually put a development with supportive housing. We permitted them to put in an extra floor and the mechanicals on top. And Hell's Kitchen does the same thing, very accommodating. I know not every neighborhood is, but to people who could use supportive housing. In a perfect world, even if this does go through, although I understand the council's going to do its own, but really it would be, do community boards don't have planners? They don't get planners paid to be on their staff, do they? No. That would even the playing field. So, I mean, I could tell you every building, every lot, every place you could build housing right now. I'm going to tell you a terrible story. We rezoned Flatiron, which was garages and factories. We kept commercial on the bottom floor, but it allowed residential buildings to be built and to have the manufacturing converted. At the time, there was no program, this is when Joe Rose was City Planning Commissioner, there was no program for affordable housing, but written into the Chelsea Plan was, should there ever be a city-owned site that becomes available, it will be made available for low-income people. And what happened was there was sanitation, garage, and lot, which they didn't want to use anymore, and housing should have gone there. But instead, people who, because of changing the zoning and letting them live in those buildings, passed around a petition that said, do you want a park? Like really disingenuous, do you want a park? So now there's a park there where there should be housing. Now, I have not vandalized it or anything, but it breaks my heart every time I go by there because it was supposed to be for affordable housing. There is no way to build affordable housing. I mean, as far as I know, the state legislature has not given any incentives to build affordable housing. Okay. And also, one last thing, two last things. One is, okay, what they're doing at Chelsea, Elliott, and Fulton houses, how come that's not being done in East New York? I mean, let's look at where affordability matters. And also, now you've made it so that someone who lives in East New York will have a more difficult time getting an apartment in a new building because of the way the community board. Now, I understand that it doesn't work that way in Manhattan, it works like there. The other thing is, New Yorkers are Americans. They drive. I think you have to have garages where people have cars. They want to get out of the city. Uber, Lyft, is not enough. Rental cars. Okay. And if congestion pricing comes in, I can't wait to see what 61st Street looks like. They're going to have like triple parking there. I mean, you have to give people a place to park. So people are Americans.
Thank you.
And the Port Authority should have built places where buses could go after they dropped off tourists to go to shows, so that the bus drivers didn't have to sit around idling. They could eat food and relax till they had to bring people back.
Senator?
I can give you more than that, as you know, Lynn, but look at me. I'm stopping now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Does anybody have questions for this panel? No? Okay. Thank you very much, all.
Maybe there might be a question. That was very fast, Lynn.
That's okay.
Maybe they...
No, that's okay. We have a lot of folks today. I could stay and do the next one. You sure?
All right, I am back. Thank you so much, Councilmember Lynn Shulman. The next panel that we're going to call up consists of Yahil Carmon, Isaac Alderstein, Guillermo Gomez, Taylor Schwartz Nayor, Rachel Simmons, and Garrett Armwood. I'm sorry, Maggie? Is that the C part? Margie? Yeah, Margie. And Marjorie Brown. Margie Brown is part of this panel. The following panel after will consist of Jack Bolback, Thomas Diana, Vienna Leviton, Michelle Elaine, I believe, and Migdalia Cortez. If you heard your name, please come up to the front seat. We will begin first with Yahel Carmon. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Yahel Carmon. I'm a homeowner in Ridgewood, Queens, father of 2 autistic public school children, ages 3 and 6. I'm here because I think it's important for the Council to hear from a wide range of voices. But it is hard for parents of young children to show up for community board meetings that start during bedtime or hearings like this that run during school pickup. I took a vacation day to be here today. I'm here because I'm a parent who desperately wants to stay a New Yorker, but as it stands, our city's zoning regulations make that harder than it needs to be. I'm here to speak in favor of the City of Yes housing opportunity proposal. Many parents of young children are fleeing to other states that are growing their housing supply to meet demand. The city's supply of housing has failed to meet their needs. The number of children under 4 in the city has dropped 15% since 2020. When my children were born, the zoning ban on accessory dwelling units meant that our newborn childcare options were severely limited. I didn't have room to have a grandparent or childcare worker move to help when my wife and I returned to work. I would happily jump at the opportunity to convert my fully detached garage to an ADU to enable me to expand the livable spaces on my property. We need to make it easier for families to stay in the city. City of Yes represents an opportunity to allow families to continue to grow and thrive without being forced to leave the city. More broadly, I'm fortunate to be a homeowner, but if my son's public school teacher can't afford to pay her rent, if we cannot find a local speech therapist to support my son's speech delay because none can afford to live in our neighborhood, then we are failing to create a livable community. We need more housing options in every neighborhood to allow every neighborhood to thrive. I encourage the Council to support these zoning changes in their entirety. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Isaac Alderstein.
Hi, good afternoon, and thanks so much for giving us all the opportunity to speak. So I'm Isaac Alderstein. I serve as the Executive Director of Broadway Community. We are a 42-year-old human service agency in Morningside Heights. We operate a soup kitchen, a shelter, on-site medical services in partnership with the Institute for Family Health, case management services, and so much more. Each week, hundreds of New Yorkers come to us to find food, sanctuary, and community. Approximately half of the people that we serve, whom we call guests, are currently living in streets or in the shelter system. The other half is severely rent burdened, necessitating reliance on emergency services like those that we provide. New York City, of course, is known worldwide as a place of opportunity, but for far too many, that promise is slipping away. We've heard the statistics already, but last night, 87,000 people slept in the shelter system, including over 19,000 families with children. And according to City Harvest, approximately 1.4 million New Yorkers have depended on emergency food programs in 2023. Another point is that in fiscal year 2023, The average single adult in the shelter system spent 412 days in the system before being placed into permanent housing. So clearly there's just a serious strain on the housing stock. Pathway out of homelessness is not straightforward. When someone gets a city FEPS voucher or is approved for a 2010E, it could take months or even years to find a suitable place. I think the City of Yes has a lot of really interesting and compelling ideas, but after hearing some of the other testimonies today, I'd urge the City Council to revisit the plan as a whole. Again, I think there are lots of great ideas there, but I don't think that it should be a hammer. I think that it should be a more precise approach and do a bit more education with the communities that will be affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Guillermo Gomez. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Guillermo Gomez. I'm speaking today on behalf of Urban Design Forum to express our support for City of Yes for housing opportunity. New York City's housing crisis demands bold action. Our current zoning laws are outdated, restrict new housing in areas with excellent transit and job opportunities, and perpetuate racial and economic segregation. Paired with incentives and subsidy for deeply affordable housing, City of Yes for housing opportunity has the potential to address this crisis head-on. At Urban Design Forum, a member-powered nonprofit of over 1,000 civic leaders, we work to connect and inspire New Yorkers to design, build, and care for a better city. We've consistently tackled issues like housing affordability and homelessness, drawing on the expertise of leaders in community planning, design, and development. Several key proposals in City of Yes plan align with our priorities. First, City of Yes will allow easier conversions of underutilized office buildings, boosting our housing stock, revitalizing street-level activity, and promoting reuse of existing structures to reduce construction waste. Second, we can lift parking mandates and join cities like Buffalo and San Francisco that have already eliminated these requirements. Development projects can prioritize much-needed housing units over oftentimes unneeded extra parking on site, which could make projects more feasible and reduce rents. Third, City of Yes could support the creation of many housing options for our most vulnerable New Yorkers. It will legalize granny flats to help older adults age in place, create pathways for safer regulated basement apartments, which are critical but often very vulnerable housing options, and streamline the development of supportive housing for those at risk or experiencing homelessness. Finally, promoting transit-oriented development will ensure that new housing is built where people can access public transit, reducing car dependency, and supporting climate-forward, healthier communities. While all these proposals are important, they're also incremental and modest, increasing housing numbers citywide rather than concentrating in specific neighborhoods. City of Yes cannot address this crisis alone, so we encourage the city to also continue to seek ways to fund deeply affordable housing, maintain our public housing, and support tenant protections. Urban Design Forum urges the City Council to adopt City of Yes as a key step toward a more equitable and fair New York City. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Taylor Swartz, NAR.
Good afternoon. My name is Talia Schwartz, and I'm a strategist at Open Plans, and I'm speaking in support of City of Yes. Specifically, I'm here to support lifting parking mandates, which have been contributing to the rising costs of housing development and increasing car ownership all over the country and here in New York City. Parking mandates contribute to the high cost of living by requiring developers to build many, many parking spots, even when residents don't need it or want it. One building in Nostrad Avenue in Brooklyn is being forced to build 193 parking spots, even though it's one block from a subway station and many people who live in the building will have no use for a car. Because of parking mandates, the city is forcing developers, homeowners, and renters to pay for those parking spots, and the cost is high, very high. It currently costs $150,000 per parking spot. This adds an estimated 17% increase in rental costs. This data comes from an Open Plans report about parking mandates. I encourage people to read it. Cities are full of lots of different neighborhoods with different characteristics. Densely packed neighborhoods near transit do not need the same amount of parking as residential city neighborhoods. We ask that you pass City of Yes and allow people who want parking to seek housing with parking instead of forcing it on everyone. In New York City, 50% of people don't own a car. And if you can believe it, some people don't want to own a car. Some people would rather have affordable housing. The current regulations are uniformly prioritizing parking over housing. Land is a precious resource in New York City, and with parking mandates, we are currently choosing to build 2 parking spots instead of a studio apartment. Further, each new parking spot built is another car driving on our crowded streets. People here today have complained about increased congestion and slow buses, yet the population of New York City has not increased. So what explains it? Simply put, people are driving more than before.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Rachel Simpson.
Hi. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Simpson, and I'm an architect specializing in affordable housing. I'm here to support the zoning changes in the City of Yes for housing opportunity. But I want to specifically address and also support the removal of minimum parking requirements for new housing. Parking mandates significantly drive up the cost of housing, especially in affordable housing projects, by forcing developers to allocate their limited resources to parking spaces instead of building more desperately needed housing units. In some cases, these mandates even lead to underdevelopment, where builders create fewer housing units than they could just to avoid triggering higher parking requirements or bigger and costlier parking structures. The current parking requirements were established generally in the 50s and 60s and are not based on any current data or studies regarding car ownership or car usage. They are outdated, one-size-fits-all mandates that don't reflect the diverse needs of New York City's many neighborhoods. I want to address a common misconception or fear that we've heard frequently about these changes. These changes do not eliminate our ability to build parking. They simply remove the requirement to do so for new housing. This gives developers and designers the freedom and flexibility to provide parking where it is needed without imposing unnecessary burdens where it's not, allowing each neighborhood's unique needs to be met with appropriate nuance. Today's regulations limit our potential to build based on obsolete assumptions. Our housing crisis and affordability crisis demand that we address the issue from all sides. Zoning alone can't solve this, but these changes are a critical tool to unlock new housing opportunities and to lower costs. We should not approach this problem from an either-or scarcity mentality, but with a yes-and sense of practicality and possibility. I urge the Council to approve the City of Yes for housing opportunity and put people before parking.
Thank you. Next, we hear from Marjorie Brown.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Margie Brown, and I'm Executive Director of UHAB. For 50 years, UHAB has empowered low and moderate income residents to take control of their housing and become homeowners in the buildings where they already live. While UHAB's mission is centered on preserving existing housing and helping residents to remain in their homes, we are keenly aware that adding to the city's housing supply is a crucial pillar to stabilize communities of color and bolster homeownership opportunities. That's why I am here today to support the City of Yes for housing opportunity. City of Yes creates more housing and creates it more fairly. These reforms ensure that communities of color that have historically benefited from these reforms ensure that communities that have historically benefited from zoning restrictions support their fair share of development, easing pressure on historically disinvested communities of color, which are now experiencing rapid gentrification and displacement of longtime residents. What's more, City of Yes opens up the opportunity to create more affordable cooperatives, a proven source of stability for at-risk residents and communities faced with rapid change. We are also here to say yes and. As we boldly create new housing, we need to be just as bold in our plans to preserve our aging housing stock. Zoning alone cannot ameliorate New York City's dire housing crisis. We would like to highlight a few measures and initiatives that create more deeply affordable housing, open up affordable homeownership opportunities, protect tenants from displacement, and preserve our existing housing stock. More robust funding to restart the Neighborhood Pillars program, funding for HPD preservation pipelines like GHPP, TPT, and ANCP, and adequate staffing in those programs to ensure that those pipelines move forward. More funding for affordable homeownership projects through Open Door and others. We'll submit a fuller statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? There being no questions, panel's excused. Thank you for testifying. The next panel I'm going to call up consists of Jack Bolenbach, Thomas Diana, Vienna Leviton, Michelle Elaine, and Migdalia Cortez. You can sit at the dais. The next group to come up after them will consist of Austin Celestine, Ben Weltzer, Thomas Lopez Pierre, Pastor Paul Peart, Jim Wright, and Dante Monroe. If you heard your name, please come to the front seat. Okay, we'll begin first with Jack Bolenbach.
Yeah, thanks for this opportunity for coming here. I belong to, my name is Jack Bolenbach. I belong to civic associations against the city of Yes, particularly for residential. And I'm here not as a paid person, I'm here just as a resident of the city of New York. And there's a lot of problems for residential neighborhoods with the city of Yes. And I'll outline them quickly as I can. I don't have any to read, but I'm just going to talk about it. One is the zoning has been implemented to protect neighborhoods. Since 1960s, it's improved the quality of life of Staten Islanders tremendously, and most of the residential neighborhoods around the city. And this doesn't matter where you live, who the people are, ethnically or racially. Everybody who owns homes is in the same situation. This is our biggest investment. We want to protect it. There's some dangers to having the city of Yes in residential neighborhoods, and there should be some changes maybe made to the zoning laws, like our Constitution. We have changes. We have provisions that make changes called amendments. So it should be looked at carefully, but nothing should be done that one shoe fits all. Each neighborhood has a different character. And one of the problems would be if you have garages, attics, basements made into rentals. Who are the people that are going to be renting in these neighborhoods? You don't know. They could be addicts. They could be people with criminal records. You could have people with problems. You don't want to raise children and grandchildren in neighborhoods like that. You may get people selling their houses to try to leave to go somewhere else. You're going to lose a tax base. Since 2020, New York City lost 800,000 people already. So we have spaces to build housing. Our problem is affordability. So that should be addressed.
Thank you, Jack. Did a great job. Thank
and
you.
electrical problems are a problem too. Circuits can be overloaded when houses.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Jack.
Remember that causes fires.
All right, thank you, Jack. Thomas Diana?
Yes, thank you. As a rental property owner of 35 years, I see the history of impulsive regulations that accomplish little at great cost. With an underemployed squatter of 8 years like mine, owners and tenants alike are reluctant to rent out apartments and spare rooms, which would naturally increase inexpensive housing options for single adults. Freeloaders have become one of my top expenses, driving up rents for the real tenants. Building more houses does not change my base costs for fuel, maintenance, insurance, and yes, transportation. You keep trying to create subsidized housing instead of truly affordable housing. Homeowners like me worked for 40 years at 2 real jobs to afford our homes, along with other people who did the same. That should be respected. 8 and 12 unit apartments on all corners of blocks, plus garage, attic, and basement conversions will destroy the parking we need, overwhelm the schools, and increase the noise and crime. Just like Levittown and Hicksville, you need to build small and naturally inexpensive apartments in the correct commercial areas with mass transit, okay? Because nothing changes my costs. My squatter has become one of the largest costs of maintaining my building because she has not paid rent in 8 years. Yes, 8 years, all right? And unfortunately, some of the city council members who know about that aren't here. Bob Holden, Vicky, Linda Lee, okay? And this drives up the costs of my other tenants, plus all the defensive work I've had to do, plus paying my lawyer. And this is driving up my tenants' costs.
Thank you, Thomas. Next, we're going to have Vienna Levinson.
Dear City Council, my name is Vienna Leviton, and I'm here to testify as a resident of Ridgewood on behalf of Ridgewood Property Owners Civic Association and thousands of others in my community to oppose City of Yes. I have already testified before this council back in May and again in August before Queensborough President. outlining irreversible damage this agenda will cause to my neighborhood and much of our city. The City of Yes was crafted by developers for developers. You were elected to represent us, the voters, not those driven solely by profits. Over the years, many historic structures in New York City have been demolished due to rezoning, showing that cultural architectural heritage is repeatedly sacrificed for profit. This latest plan is being pushed by a mayor under indictment seeking to repay his most powerful donors in the development industry. Let's consider the facts. Since the pandemic, New York City lost over 800,000 residents, bringing us back to the population levels from the 60s. Many buildings across the city have over 30% vacancy rate. Why does my neighborhood and others like it need 500% plus increase in density? Our infrastructure is crumbling. The city is already struggling to maintain it. Developers have no interest in affordable housing because it reduces their profits. And who will ensure fire safety and compliance when we're already behind on these issues? Our infrastructure is over 30 years out of date, and moving forward with this plan will drag us back to 19th century deplorable conditions. The environmental impact will be disastrous. Since the 1960s, more than 800,000 housing units have been added, with another 150K approved this year. Current zoning can already accommodate 16 to 20 million people, so why are we handing over our neighborhoods to developers on a silver platter? The problem is not the number of housing, but affordability. Most new developments are market rate luxury, pushing out long-term residents and working families instead of addressing the real need for affordability housing. Developers are prioritizing private. We ask you to vote no, please.
Thanks, Ms. Leviton. Next, we'll have Michelle Elaine.
Hi, my name is Michelle Allen. I was a 9/11 responder and survivor of 9/11. And I want to talk about the World Trade Occupational Health Center social work department for 9/11 responders going from work to retirement and find themselves in a situation, they found themselves in a situation where they lost their housing, waiting to get on their retirement or receive benefits through the 9/11 fund for their resources. It's there, but it's not being publicly administration or organizationally managed in a way where they can find accommodative housing. They're falling in the wrong safety net, doesn't receive no 9/11 funding, right? DHS and HRA doesn't receive no 9/11 funding. And you'll find some people, survivors and responders.
Ms. Elaine, is this tied into this proposal?
Okay, let's put it this way. Long density zoning encourages home ownership, an American dream. Low density zoning remains the best weapon for overdevelopment. A lot of these new buildings are being placed around the city, and they on the edges of the city, and it could cause an environmental problem if they don't look at the situation, because every year the water is rising and New York is sinking, but yet they put in these big buildings, and they if we lose our zoning, we lose the community input on what is built on and how high. Some of these buildings are being built very high. Now, Fayetteville turned around, North Carolina turned around and opened up their doors to receive some of these homeless people to go to the state of North Carolina because the shelters were overflowing here, you know, and due to the hurricanes and stuff, a lot of people nationally, because of this World Trade Center registry, is being displaced. And you'll find in the South, they don't have shelter, but here they have it, but they haven't. Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Elaine. And what you stated before is not going to go unnoticed, so you could submit your testimony, and we could also discuss that issue as well, okay?
Okay.
Last from this panel is Migdalia Cortez.
This right? Okay. There's enough room for everyone, so room for everyone, so everyone make some room. I am 61, I just turned. I love New York, I lived here all my life. I'm at risk of getting evicted after 30 years. And privatization sounds the same thing to me as developers. They don't care about people like me. The rent just keeps going up and up. This is about affordability. This is about using what's there already. There's so many vacant lots and vacant spaces, and like someone testified before, apartments that are empty. That's a crime. While people are in the street laid out, how can we just walk over them and ignore it? The problems are there if we're willing to solve them, and it's not up to a developer. It's up to the council working together with the mayor and creating comprehensive things that don't hurt people like me. I love my community, and I love my neighbors. And I've worked all my life, and I do not deserve this. They make investments and they get something. I invested living in my building and I get put out. So I emphatically say no to this so-called plan. It needs to be well thought out so it doesn't hurt people like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. Councilmember Hanif.
Thank you, Chair Riley. I have a question perhaps to the gentleman. Could you describe what neighborhood character means to you? And then your points on the need for more affordability, which I think came across the entire panel, is well received, heard loud and clear.
Thank you.
Where do you think this affordable housing gets built?
Well, there are a lot of vacant land in New York City. There are. And there's a lot of, now I'm not talking about parkland or preservation land. I'm talking about actually lots that have just been abandoned. There are homes that you see boarded up. You should zero in on those areas, target those areas. It would create jobs. It will create affordable housing, not something that a developer is going to build that are making a lot of money and couldn't care less like about this lady down here. This is horrible hearing this. So I think character in neighborhood is people moved into neighborhoods. They invested a lot of their money, their time, and they enjoy living where they're living. If the neighborhood changes, if your neighborhood changes, and you get people in there that's going to be criminals or whatever, people are going to move away. You got to think about this very carefully. What you're going to do? You're going to have what they called flop houses. That's why they came up with zoning. So character in neighborhood is like, the different neighborhoods. Each neighborhood in the city is unique. All the boroughs are unique. So what you want to do is preserve that, but we need affordability. And I would look at all the areas that we can build places, empty lots, abandoned houses, and something I know, I don't know if I should say this here, one more quick thing. We have rent stabilization, which is good. People need that to help afford houses. But I know millionaires who are living in rent-stabilized apartments with doormen, and they work $2 or $3 million, and they get.
Just going back to the question, if anybody else
wants to answer, $950 a month.
What is neighborhood character? What is where does affordable housing get built? And if there's specificity, we would really love to hear it.
Okay.
All right. Can I give you an answer as an engineer? I don't know if you saw this, but it was just such an egregious example. They built high-rise in LA, $660,000 per unit. Makes North Shore Towers look like a slum, okay? They are building, you probably don't know the history of Levittown and Hicksville. These houses were built that blue-collar workers could afford them, okay? Instead, you're building luxury apartments and then having taxpayers pay for them. That architect was right on cue when he said you need small micro apartments that a single person can live in, that are nice, not marble everything, and that they can then afford them, and you make a target price of something like $1,200 or $1,500 for them.
I'm sorry, Ms. Dunn, we have to wrap this up. We have a lot of people signed up.
No, but as an engineer, I was trying to give her a straight answer.
No, we appreciate it, and I just want to add context before this panel goes. I don't believe you meant that, Mr. Jack, but I just want to make context. We are trying our best to hear different feedback from the community and to keep community character in place. But I just wanted to denounce the notion that this proposal is going to bring in undesirables. I think there's a lot of people out there that needs housing, no matter their situation, and we're trying to make sure that they have some form of housing. So I don't want to say that this proposal is going to bring in criminals and drug addicts. I think that's unfair to say. I think this proposal is trying to address a housing issue. Is it the complete way to address it? No, it's not. We totally understand that. That's why we're trying to feedback. But just want to make that notion that people that are coming in our communities aren't undesirables. There are people that need housing and help. Ms. Elaine, I would make you continue, but I have over 400 people signed up, and I don't want the staff here till midnight, so I'm just going to ask you guys. Thank you. I'm going to ask the next panel to come up, please. Thank you. The panel after that will consist of Julio Herrera, Vito Labella, William Scarborough, and Denisa Rodriguez. Also, Sergeant, can you please get Ms. Magdilia Cortez information for me, please? Thank you. Ms. Cortez, can you give the sergeants your information for me, please? We're going to begin first with Austin Celestine from this panel.
Can you hear me? Okay. It is 9:40 in Hawaii, so good morning. My name is Austin Celestine. I was born and raised on the Upper West Side. I've lived here all my life. This is all I know, and maybe I hope to live my days out here. I'm privileged to have a loving family that has also been here. My dad has had his Mitchell Lama apartment since 1976. That's a privilege that I have and that I'm grateful for, and I recognize it's a privilege that far too few of us in the city have. Everyone here knows how bad our vacancy rates are, median rents, homeless population, rent burden household, build times, approval costs, delays. Everyone knows that, and you don't need to hear me regurgitate that. Much like I could have filled the CPC's hearing with stories of those close to me hurt by our housing crisis, I could fill this hearing with reasons for my support, but I only have 75 seconds, I'll be brief. I support City of Yes because these ideas have precedent and have been successfully implemented in other cities, because the South Bronx and downtown Brooklyn can't solve this crisis alone, and we shouldn't be celebrating the downzonings of the Giuliani and Bloomberg administration, because we have a shortage of homes, not parking, because legal ADUs are safe ADUs, because the air rights that historic churches have can do wonders for themselves, but also their communities. Because I like the San Remo on Central Park West, and I think not only would those high-density districts make it legal again, but it would get around the concerns about UAP being optional. Because New Yorkers' emissions are the lowest in the country, because our refusal to build housing cost us a congressional seat. And lastly, I believe that landlords should be the ones begging for renters, not the other way around. And I believe that housing is a human right, but those words are meaningless if we're not building housing. I will leave with one stat. We need about 500,000 homes in the next decade. This plan gets us 108,015. This plan is a small step, but that's what monumental change needs, the first small step. So I encourage the City Council to take that first small step and vote yes on City of Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have from Ben Wetzler.
There we go. Hello. My name is Ben Wetzler. I live in Stuyvesant Town. I'm here testifying on behalf of myself. I'm here to ask that you support the housing opportunity proposal without modifications or backsliding. The proposal will allow for the creation of desperately needed housing while improving existing city programs. These include improving affordable housing programs by making all affordable units created through inclusionary zoning permanently affordable. It's got to be permanent. And allowing affordable home ownership options as part of those programs. Additionally, it would allow for the conversion of empty office buildings into housing, which is critical for the economic future and public safety of the Midtown Manhattan community. I say that it would allow for more housing because zoning does not represent the full breadth of housing policy in New York. Zoning is not rent regulation. It is not housing vouchers. It is not the HPD or HDC capital budget. All of those policies are critically important to New Yorkers, including me and my family. We've heard from others earlier who need subsidized and stabilized housing, and our neighbors in Stuyvesant Town fought in court for years to preserve rent stabilization and tenant protections for the entire community. I would have to leave Manhattan if I didn't have those protections. And this council has taken historic steps to bolster those policies in recent years. I hope that you will continue doing that. But every one of those policies is improved by a well-considered and comprehensive plan for housing growth. The Biden administration recently estimated that New York's zoning and permitting processes add $50,000 to the cost of every single home. So if you want to make home ownership affordable, as many council members yesterday and today have said that they want, those rules add roughly $10,000 just to the down payment on every single home that can be bought in the state. In the past, policymakers understood that. When the Mitchell-Lama Co-op program was created in the 1950s, the zoning resolution did not require a single parking space anywhere in the entire city. Those were added later in the 1960s. It didn't require any limits on FAR. So if you want to make our affordable programs work for working families, you need to address those unnecessary costs, and you can start doing that today by supporting this long overdue rewrite of the zoning code.
Thank you, Ben. Next, we're going to hear from Thomas Lopez-Pierre.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Mr. Lopez, just turn the mic on, please.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chairman Kevin Riley and members of the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises of the City Council of New York City. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Mayor Eric Adams' City of Yes for Housing Opportunity Plan. My name is Thomas Lopez-Pierre. I was born in New York City. I live on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. I serve as the President and CEO of the Black Real Estate Forum, LLC, and the fund manager of BREF Fund No. 1, LLC, a Black-owned social impact private equity real estate fund. I work with accredited Black investors that include medical doctors, lawyers, and investment bankers that are committed to building wealth and creating jobs for Black people. We currently own a two-family property in the Baychester section of the Bronx, located in the council district of Chairman Kevin Wiley. We love tenants with housing vouchers. Learn more about us at blackrealestateforum.com. We are in a housing crisis. In 2023, the Community Service Society of New York reported that a staggering 34% of the city's tenants were classified as severely rent-burdened, spending at least half their income on monthly rent. In 2023, 1.4% of the apartments were empty and available to rent last year, according to the city's most recent housing survey. I strongly believe that building more housing is one of the best ways to help end this housing crisis. For instance, zoning reforms within City of Yes would permit the development of small 3 to 5 story apartment buildings on 5,000 plus square foot lots near public transit and allow accessory dwelling units to be built, like backyard cottages and basement apartments. I urge the City Council to pass Mayor Eric Adams' City of Yes for Housing Opportunity Plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Pastor Paul Peart.
Good afternoon, council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Peart, senior pastor of New Testament Temple Church of God in the Bronx. I am here to testify in strong support of the City of Yes initiative. But first, I want to say thanks to New York City for saying yes to my mother 54 years ago when she fled hardship and abuse and sought refuge in the USA. She worked as a live-in job caring for elderly. She saved and was able to afford to purchase a single-family home in the Northeast Bronx in 1978 for $34,000, providing housing for her children. Because New York said yes to my mother, when New York asked churches to consider making their properties available to build affordable housing, we said yes. New Testament Temple is willing to build up to 150 dwelling units for seniors and families, but the way is hindered by, among things, such things as the length and time and expense it would require to apply for a zoning change via ULURP. City of Yes would be a remedy to enable churches to build more affordable housing for seniors and families. I know personally that many members of our community are moving away to places like Connecticut
Poughkeepsie, Maryland, etc., to find more affordable housing. To them, New York has become a city of no. Our seniors have a hard time finding affordable housing. They're forced to move out of the community, and this presents many difficulties. Representing the Church of God in New York, I vote yes to the city of yes.
Thank you, Pastor Peart. Dante Monroe. Dante Monroe, are you here? Okay. John Wolfling.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is John Wolfling. I'm here to speak in favor of the City of Yes as much-needed reform for the future of our city to be more equitable and to make room for the next generation of New Yorkers. I'm an architect that specializes in affordable housing at Datner Architects. I work with both for-profit and not-for-profit developers on mixed income and all affordable projects throughout the city. I've worked on projects that have been limited by FAR, that have been limited by height, and limited by parking requirements. But I'm also working on a project that is going beyond what the current zoning requires, because it's what the developer knows needs to be done to make this project successful. This is being built right now in Queens. My firm has worked a great deal with HPD, and I am very proud of the work that we've done to create all affordable projects within the city. But every time one of our projects, one of our affordable housing projects goes on to the Housing Connect lottery, the demand far outstrips the supply. I am also a Brooklyn resident. I've lived in the same medium-density district for the last 25 years. I've also served on my community board, and I've heard many of my neighbors' concerns about this proposal firsthand. But I have real problems with the way they frame the issues. We've seen middle-class families leave our city. That number has been referenced multiple times in today's testimony. So it's clear to me that we have a supply problem. City of Yes is a comprehensive proposal that allows each neighborhood to help. Pulling apart the proposal to exempt high, medium, or low-density districts is going to undermine the effectiveness, and it will not allow each community to help solve this problem. I applaud the council for recognizing that zoning reform is not the only piece to solve this, but a no vote on City of Yes will allow the current inequities and current pressures to exist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have a question because I have two members from my community here. So I'll start with Pastor Peart first. Pastor Peart, what type of housing are you seeing that we need in the Northeast Bronx that many constituents are coming to your faith-based institution and asking about?
Thank you for the question, Councilman. We need all kind of housing, but especially senior housing. Senior housing is very short. A lot of our members that are elderly have to move out of the community to find housing, and that again creates a lot of difficulties. But also housing for families is also important.
Thank you. And Mr. Lopez Pierre, you stated that you have an office in my district in the Northeast Bronx. You could use the mic.
No, we took an abandoned two-family home that was in your district where drug addicts were living, and two-family homeowners were in distress, and we acquired the property, renovated it, and moving someone from a homeless shelter into that property. That's what the City of Yes will do in multiples, if approved.
And who's going to own the property?
The property will be 100% owned by black lawyers, doctors, and investment bankers, creating wealth in our community, for the community.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for this panel? There being no more questions, thank you for testifying today.
Thank you.
Hold on, one second. Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. I have a quick question on the senior housing. How much stock do we need to build? Because as I know it, by 2030, we'll have more older adults than we'll have school children. How much are we looking to build in the older adult space?
I'm not sure if this question was directed towards me or anybody else.
Anybody on the panel?
I don't think that the City Planning Commission does that demographic analysis that far out. You should ask them, but I can speak from personal experience knowing older adults who live in my community that the need is tremendous, and it's not really in conflict with other types of housing. There was a very close friend of mine who was an older adult who was living in a rent-stabilized walk-up apartment. His rent was low enough that he could afford it on his pension and other income that he had, but he couldn't get up the stairs after a while. And so he had to move into assisted living in a different state. And that really was tragic to me because it really shows that this is not just a question of regulatory needs. It is, or even necessarily of subsidy. It really is about the physical structures that exist in our state, and we shouldn't be limiting them in ways that aren't focused on the needs of the population.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much to this panel. All right, I'm going to be calling one more in-person panel before we go back to online testimony. The last in-person panel for this hour will consist of Julio Herrera, Vito Labella, William Scarborough, and Denisa Rodriguez. You could come straight to the panel. And if anyone is listening online, you'll be able to unmute after 4 p.m. when we go back to online testimony, okay? So if you're online, we will start online testimony in about 6 minutes. Thank you. I will begin with Julio Herrera.
You hear me okay? Oh, good evening, or I'm just gonna pretend it's 9:30, I'm off of coffee. Good morning. So my name is Julio Herrera. I'm the executive assistant to the Black Institute. I'm also a longstanding tenant and a proud South Brooklynite. This city of mess falls into the same formula that longstanding residents, like in my area, have been all too familiar with. It's a planned package with ambitious ideas, broad goals that claim to address crucial needs that have afflicted the city for years. Reinforced by arbitrary figures that poses a veil to convince us that these measures are in our best interest. As many people stated before, the issue is not a housing crisis, it's an affordability crisis. There are apartments that have been warehoused, vacant for years. With this initiative, I don't feel as reassured, considering that the only question I raised throughout this entire process is, who is this affordable for? With only 20% of these units considered affordable, and only for those making 80% of area median income. Furthermore, the number of units pledged for the next 15 years range somewhere between 58,000 to 109,000 homes. And to break that down into simpler terms, that's about 3,900 to 7,300 homes a year, to 780 to 1,460 units per borough per year. Of that number, how many do we expect to be truly affordable? Second, the concerns I have for ADUs, specifically basement units, considering this city's tumultuous history with them, gives me great pause. Specifically, when it came with Hurricane Ida, areas that weren't even considered flood zones became sites of disaster, claiming the lives of 11 people and displacing dozens more, some I personally know. As of this point, I haven't seen any guarantees that any additional ADUs would be reinforced. And if you'd like to see more, there's some for you to take home with you.
Yes, thank you so much. We definitely wanted to get your testimony, and we're definitely going to be looking into it. Tell Ms. Lewis we saw her here earlier, and we appreciate her coming by.
Of course, we'd be more than happy to follow up as well.
I would love to. Thank you. Next, Vito Labella. Is Vito Labella here? William Scarborough.
Yes.
William.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is William Scarborough, and I'm the president of the Adderley Park Civic Organization in Jamaica, Queens, and a former state assembly member. I'm testifying in opposition to the city of Yes because I believe this plan will be devastating to areas in Queens such as Adderley Park, which are 1- and 2-family home communities. The proposal to allow accessory dwelling units will have a negative impact on the character of our community. That negative impact is multiplied by the transit-oriented development initiative in this plan. Southeast Queens is still designated as a transit desert due to the lack of sufficient public transportation. However, because the St. Albans Long Island Railroad Station is next to the Adderley Park community, all of our community would be subject to having 3- to 5-story buildings constructed on our residential streets. where there are currently 1 and 2 family homes. On top of these impacts, the City of Yes eliminates the requirement to provide parking when building new homes. In an area such as ours, where affordable public transportation is lacking, residents depend upon their cars to get around. This plan to eliminate parking requirements would create disastrous conditions on the residential streets of Adderley Park and other Queens communities. The combination of these initiatives would increase the density and change the character of our community in a very negative way, and it also exposes the dangers of trying to develop a cookie-cutter citywide proposal that does not factor in what may already be happening in a community. Jamaica is already undergoing a massive 300-block rezoning project called the Jamaica Neighborhood Plan. As stated by City Planning in June 2024, this plan is expected to create 12,000 new dwelling units in Jamaica and will create 7 to 9-story buildings along our major residential corridors. To impose the density of the City of Yes, in addition to the 12,000 new dwelling units already planned for our community, is not, as the mayor likes to say, a little more housing in every community, but will represent an unfair burden that will drastically overload our community, our infrastructure, and our streets. We urge you to reject this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Denisa Rodriguez here? Denisa Rodriguez? Okay. Are there any questions for this panel? There being no questions, thank you too for testifying. So we're going to go right to online now. If you're in here and testify in person, please be back by 4:45. Thank you. Our first online testimony will consist of Bronx Borough President Vanessa Gibson. Borough President, if you can hear me, you can unmute and begin.
Councilmember, yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon, everyone at the New York City Council. Thank you so much, Chair Riley and all the members of the City Council's Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I know it's been a very long day so far, but I appreciate your leadership. Chair, Councilmember Kevin Riley, thank you for leading this very important hearing. Let me begin by thanking the Department of City Planning, our Chair, Dan Garotnik, and the CPC, as well as the entire City of Yes at City Planning, the entire team for their efforts to truly address critical housing challenges that are faced by many, many New Yorkers. Our city is currently experiencing a housing crisis. Too many of our residents are unable to afford their rents and are at risk of eviction and displacement. The construction of new housing over time has unfortunately not kept pace with rising rents that for many residents have truly reached unaffordable levels. The Zoning for Housing Opportunity proposal begins our city on a path to create the housing that is necessary to truly bring down the cost of rent throughout our city. In my full recommendation to the City Council and the City Planning Commission, we supported many parts of this proposal. However, there were some conditions that we outlined with several components in the proposal that really require greater thought, of which should be considered for your implementation. I fully support the goal of creating a little more housing in every neighborhood of every community in our city. All communities in our city must do their fair share to truly create the housing that we need. And when we say affordable, it must be affordable for those at the lowest end of the economic spectrum. There is a narrative that you've heard today and you will continue to hear, and it is that this proposal will be detrimental to lower density neighborhoods, and that is not true. The town center zoning, transit-oriented development, and district fixes, those proposals will provide additional flexibility by allowing some additional height and additional units, but it is still within a very narrow scope and range of 1 to 2 stories in many cases, which will not change the existing character of our beautiful and vibrant neighborhoods. By focusing on areas that are within a half mile of transit, this proposal will allow for additional density where it makes the most sense and is reasonable to ensure that everyone can truly get around our city without asking and adding more cars to our already congested roads. In order to support new housing development, the city also must look to ensure that we support our existing residents by providing a modernization of infrastructure within our communities that will be needed as our city continues to grow. Balancing new development with support for existing neighborhoods is a common sense approach, and many have talked about investing in existing infrastructures today. I am in favor of the proposal to legalize the development of ADUs because providing smart housing options that allow flexibility is truly important. However, to safely allow this new unit type, the city must also provide additional Department of Buildings inspectors to protect our residents' health and well-being and safety. The city must engage with all of our homeowners on this issue and ensure that they all know what their rights, responsibilities, and the guidelines of this program is when it comes to ADUs. We need more inspectors at the Department of Buildings as well as HPD. When it comes to the infill development, particularly in New York City Housing Authority on our NYCHA campuses, the city must actively engage with residents and tenant association leadership to ensure that their concerns are taken into account. Infill development should have a focus on providing housing for working families and older adults and veterans, particularly those that already live in NYCHA today. Let us lift up these families that live in public housing right now. We must ensure that all of our NYCHA residents still have access to clean air, sufficient light, and open and green spaces, just like every resident in our city. I do not support the proposals to increase small or shared housing and to decrease the dwelling unit factor. The Bronx has already seen an influx of many smaller units, studio and small one-bedroom apartments in many of our new developments, and conversions to smaller units in many of our existing buildings today. Throughout my tenure as borough president, I have consistently and will continue to do so, advocating for building more family-style units, large-scale apartments for many of our families, including 2 and 3, and yes, sometimes 4-bedroom apartments. We need larger units that work for families, not just single adults. Families are growing, and right now they're doubled and tripled up today.
Your time has expired.
Chair Riley, you know, we have seen that. So as I close, I just want to say that I also am very concerned about the parking mandates. I think it can work in some areas, but areas that are transit deserts, we have to provide options to help families get around. And so I'd like you in the City Council to review all of my full recommendations, which go into detail. And truly, Chair Riley and council members, when everyone has stable housing in New York City, it is beneficial to all of us. So I thank you for your time today and look forward to working with you and the members of the City Council. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Borough President Gibson. I just want to state for the record, we've been joined by our speaker, Madam Adrienne Adams.
Hi, Madam Speaker. Hi, Vanessa. Good to see you.
So the next panel I'm going to call up consists of Jess Coleman, Kyle Jeremiah, Lindsay McCormick, and Michael Karras. The following panel after that will consist of David Moken, Corey Barak, Suan Chung, and Stella Grillo. We're going to begin first with Jess Coleman.
You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Riley. Thank you, Speaker Adams, member of the subcommittee. My name is Jess Coleman. I'm a member of Community Board 1. I'm a lifelong resident of Lower Manhattan. This morning, I searched Street Easy for a 2-bedroom apartment in Council District 1 at $6,000 per month or less. There are 5 options. To put that in perspective, that means that a household has to earn around $240,000 per year just to not be rent burdened in Lower Manhattan. And you still only have 5 options. Some will tell you, as we've heard here today, that this illustrates we need less housing, that we simply have an affordability crisis, not a housing crisis. That is simply not credible. Anyone who has tried to rent an apartment in this city knows that there is hardly an oversupply of housing at any price point. To the contrary, there are so little options out there that landlords are literally celebrating the market dynamics that give them all of the leverage and leave tenants powerless. We are not talking here about eliminating smart, progressive market interventions designed to protect the most vulnerable. We're talking about archaic restrictions that in many cases were designed, in fact, to harm the most vulnerable. And all it's done and will continue to do, if not changed, is contribute to skyrocketing costs, reduce economic growth, continue coughing up congressional seats to Republican states, and so much more. City of Yes will not solve all these problems on its own. We need more social housing, we need more public housing, we need much more robust tenant protections. But what will we tell young people saddled with student debt, seniors at risk of being booted from their communities, families who can't imagine raising a child while still covering their rent? What are we going to tell them if we can't do something as basic as build a 3-story building near a train station or get rid of antiquated parking mandates? City of Yes is a modest proposal relative to the scale of the problem, and it is the very least that we can do for the millions of New Yorkers for whom this housing crisis is literally an existential one. It is not sufficient to solve this crisis, but it is necessary. And I urge the council to pass this text amendment and stand up for the next generation of New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to give an update to everyone. We're trying our best to get through this as fast as possible. We have about 200 more people online to testify, and about 120 people in person to testify are still signed up. All right, so the team is getting ready to get through this as fast as possible, so we just appreciate everyone's patience. The next person that will be testifying is Kyle Jeremiah.
You may begin.
Thank you so much. New York City must act swiftly to relieve the constraints that hinder the development of affordable housing. My name is Kyle Jeremiah, and I'm the Director of External Affairs at the Bowery Residents Committee, or BRC, one of New York City's largest housing and social service nonprofits. I see the urgent need for more housing options to address the city's growing crisis. While organizations like BRC are ready to build and provide housing, we are held back by zoning and other barriers that limit progress. The city's homelessness and housing insecurity crisis continues to escalate, with tens of thousands relying on shelters and thousands more living unsheltered. Affordable housing is out of reach for far too many New Yorkers. Last year, BRC helped over 1,000 people transition into independent housing, but we could have assisted even more if affordable housing supply wasn't so limited. The City of Yes for Housing Opportunity proposal is a crucial step forward. By easing restrictions on smaller units and repurposing underused spaces, this initiative will create much needed housing and help reduce homelessness. This is about making real progress and building a more livable, inclusive city. I urge you to support this proposal and help move New York City in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person that I'm going to call to testify is, give me a second, I'm sorry, Lindsay McCormick.
Hi, good afternoon. I'll be very brief. I live in Jackson Heights, Queens. I'm a mom of 2 kids in the public schools. I'm here to express strong support for City of Yes because I've seen many neighbors, including friends of my kids and their families, struggle to find housing that's family size and affordable. 3 years ago, an apartment building in our neighborhood burned down, and despite the best efforts of the Tenants Association, many residents had to leave permanently because there were simply no other apartments for them to find. This is the result of decades of failure to build adequate multifamily housing in the city, especially in the outer boroughs like Queens, where I live. And finally, I specifically want to ask our elected officials, please don't give up on abolishing parking mandates. Parking mandates are a holdover from the last century. Keeping them in the zoning code stifles our city's ability to build housing where it's needed most. And I encourage our electeds to reflect on the best interests of current and future generations of New Yorkers and give us City of Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. The last person on this panel is Michael Kayers.
Hi, my name is Michael Cass, and I'm a resident in Morris Park, the Bronx. As a local advocate, I've been proud to support all types of housing in my district, from supportive housing projects like Just Home to rezonings like the Bruckner sites and the Bronx Metro North Neighborhood Plan. Getting these projects and applications passed are no doubt critical to easing the housing shortage in communities like mine. However, the majority of housing built in New York City continues to be through as-of-right development in existing zoning districts. And it's because new housing hasn't kept up with demand that it is imperative that we change our zoning rules to create new opportunities for housing. In particular, it's critical that the residential parking mandate be eliminated. Now, to be clear, eliminating the parking mandate will not eliminate parking. Yesterday, my council member, Marmorato, claimed that without the mandate, developers won't give parking. But we already know that's not the case. We even saw an example from our district in the presentation yesterday. 2560 Boston Road is due to include over 100 parking spaces when none were required. During the Bronx Metro North Neighborhood Plan hearing, developers testified that they were including ample parking in their projects even when the parking mandate was proposed to be eliminated in the special district. Now, with the Bronx Metro North Plan, I was critical of the council for restoring the unnecessary parking mandate after negotiations. However, with City of Yes, we have a chance to correct that mistake, so we don't end up with underbuilt sites next to the transit we invested billions of dollars in. I urge the council to pass the full City of Yes. Weakening this proposal represents a far greater risk to our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? There being no questions, this panel is excused. The next panel I'll be calling up consists of David Mokins, Corey Barak, Suin Chong, and Stella Grillo. The following panel will consist of Adam Broham, Leo Gutman, Rohan Kalani, and Gregory Marvin. We will begin first with David Mokins. David, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Yep. Can you hear me?
David, if you can hear me, please unmute.
I don't see a.
We can hear you.
See a button for that.
We can hear you. You could begin.
I'm the president of the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors, and we support our council member Chris Smarte's great concerns about the City of Yes. The premise of Mayor Adams' plan, which suggests that building more market rate and luxury housing will somehow bring down the cost of housing, is false. Ironically, the mayor's plan incentivizes the demolition of existing affordable housing. Because of the building of affordable housing in the mayor's plan is voluntary, there's no incentive to provide affordable housing. Affordable housing should be mandatory. New developments on NYCHA and Mitchell-Lama properties should be 100% affordable and should have to go through the ULURP land use review process that lets the public and their representatives review it, and if necessary, revise those proposals. We oppose increasing bulk and height of purely market rate residential developments. We oppose allowing air rights from landmark properties to be transferred over much broader areas of our neighborhoods with no public oversight. We oppose allowing development on open spaces and rear yards where building is currently prohibited. We oppose all provisions that remove public oversight of developments. Our lower Manhattan neighborhoods are diverse and economically vibrant, much-loved destinations because of their predominantly low-rise historic character. So it makes no sense to upzone them and strip them of the few provisions that protect or provide public oversight. We need a
Your time has expired.
plan that truly works for the people, not just big real estate. If these changes cannot be made,
Thank you, Mr.
plan should
Moken.
be rejected. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Moken. Next, we're going to hear from Corey Barak. I just want to remind everyone that we have over maybe 198 people signed up online now. So I'm going to stop everyone at 2 minutes, and you could submit your testimony to land use testimony at council.nyc.gov if you're not able to complete it, all right? Next, we're going to hear from Corey Barak. Corey, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Yes, I can. Queens Community Board 13 and the overwhelming majority of community boards across the 5 boroughs represent the true majority view of New Yorkers who give a very firm thumbs down to the misnamed City of Yes for housing opportunity. It would permit greater scales of development, increased density on blocks and in neighborhoods, and with no community input and without any guarantee of affordability, especially for working families in the middle class. It's a giveaway to those who seek to develop luxury housing, thus remaking neighborhoods as unaffordable for their current residents. It would eviscerate city charter community review that council members currently and smartly use to ensure smart growth and affordability where changing to zoning occur. The as-of-right features of City of Yes removes from community review development and density greater than permitted in just about every neighborhood. This means increased population before necessary infrastructure gets built. It risks overcrowded classrooms, sewer backups, increased traffic, insufficient parking, and inadequate public transit options without any guarantees of housing affordability. Community review empowers communities, community boards, borough presidents, borough boards, and you, our elected council members, to protect neighborhoods, ensure community affordability in any new zoning or project. City of Yes guarantees opportunities for private developers to rake in cash without any oversight on how a project serves the public good. On Long Island, community, government, private, and nonprofit collaborations successfully develop needed new housing, including affordable and senior housing and transit-oriented development. The council should rejigger City of Yes into a menu of tools to create smart growth where it makes sense, rather than measures that impose unwanted, sometimes unnecessary, and inappropriate infusions of density on blocks with no guarantee of affordability.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Suen Chong.
Hi. I'm a resident of Prospect Lefferts Gardens in Brooklyn, and I strongly oppose the City of Mess. If City of Yes is voted down, every district still has the right to pass those aspects of the amendments they like in their own districts. The City Council can still require housing targets for each district under the Fair Housing Framework, but allow every district to achieve this in the way they think is best. In particular, I ask you to oppose the R6 and R7 UAP density increases because homes, small business, and even rent-stabilized apartment buildings in 2/3 of my district and all over the city would be in danger of demolition or significant additions that would empty buildings. We don't want this destruction and displacement. We want to preserve our community and homes so that families and seniors can remain. If city planning is right that only a small percentage of the possible development that could happen will actually occur, why are they proposing to upzone every lot in our district and the entire city? At best, they are pushing random development, the opposite of why we have zoning and planning. At worst, the entire city will be overwhelmed with millions of new residents. Please oppose all other zoning density increases for market rate housing and without height caps. For example, quality housing density bonuses in R6 and R7 will be allowed without affordable housing and without the current height caps. In Brooklyn, the data is clear that the more units community district built in the last 10 years, the more the rents went up. Moreover, city planning's own research shows that in the last century, New York City built more than enough housing, about 2.45 million units, to accommodate population growth, about 3.1 million people. We don't have a housing supply crisis, we have a housing affordability crisis. My community district has built 4,000 housing units since 2010, and we will continue to build thousands of units, of which we know 800 will be low-income affordable. Council District 40 ranks 16th highest of all districts in terms of affordable housing production, according to the New York Housing Conference. Furthermore, over 25,000 units of buildable housing remain possible under the current zoning. Therefore, there is no need for further broad-based upzoning to create housing or affordable housing. There is a need for right zoning to preserve the stability and character
Your time
of
has
our
expired.
community and ensure that population density does not overwhelm infrastructure.
Thank you. Last, we'll hear from Stella Grillo. Stella, you could press star 9 if you could hear me, and you may begin. Stella, if you can hear me, please press star 9, and you may begin. It's star 9, right? I'll do it after.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Stella Grillo. I'm a member of my local political club, Civic Association, live in Community Board number 8 in Queens, and a constituent. I'm asking the City of Yes, City Council members to vote no to the City of Yes. Changing housing zones to replace 1- and 2-family homes throughout the city with multiple dwellings is not really the solution that'll meet the need for affordable housing. A bulk of the new housing will actually be at market rate apartments. Only the real estate developers will actually benefit from this disastrous change. Where will our present homeowners go? My home, which is a single family home, has always housed at least two generations of family members. So no, we can't rent out our basements or build additional housing in our backyards. We are the taxpayers who have built these communities, and it's always been home ownership has been the American dream. So now, will we have to find an apartment we can afford? What about infrastructure? Electric and gas usage, sewage, sanitation, and our overcrowded schools. There will be no accommodations for cars and parkings. Most of these neighborhoods are in transportation deserts. We require a car to get to transportation, shopping, doctor's visits, whatever. I noticed that they have even made plans to construct housing in church parking lots and in every green space, kind of making us a concrete jungle. How well thought out really is this plan? We're all your constituents and ask that you vote no to the city of yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel. Councilmember Joseph has a question.
Yes.
For my constituent in District 40, how do we plan on building more housing and affordable housing in District 40? What's the idea for you?
Where is District 40?
No, Ms. Grillo, that question is for Ms. Suin Chong.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Chong, you may answer.
Hi, Councilmember Joseph. We do have vacant lots. We do have underbuilt one-story lots that are church-owned. I would be happy to have the discussion with you at a later time. But we even have lots that were upzoned just prior to MIH being announced, and those, including church-owned lots that are probably suitable for affordable housing. There are a lot of options, but it's not like entire avenues. It's certain lots in certain locations, depending on what the height context is, what the, shadow impact might be. As you know, we have sensitive areas near the parks, near the Botanic Gardens, near one-family homes. We've got options. A lot of the affordable housing that we're doing now is coming through Vital Brooklyn, which is a state project. But it's just, I guess it's just a matter of like thinking lot by lot and just thinking a little bit outside of the box sometimes, is what I would say.
Would you agree that we need a comprehensive housing plan for District 40 and not a piecemeal?
Absolutely, absolutely. I've been discussing this with the other members, that this is something that we need to think about. Yeah, so I hope we can count on your support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joseph. And thank you to this panel for testifying. The next panel I'm going to call up consists of Adam Brohim, Leo Gutman, Rohan Kalani, and Gregory Marvin. The following panel will consist of Dee Van Berg, Claudio Valentino, Colette Wong, and Diana Vigiano. The first panelist to speak will be Adam Brohim. Adam, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Adam Brodheim, and I'm a proud member of Open New York and a privileged member of Manhattan Community Board 7's Housing and Land Use Committee. Those are my extracurriculars, but my day job is working as a historic preservationist. And so when something big and important like City of Yes appears, I try to contextualize it in its history. 101 years ago, the Committee on the Height, Size, and Arrangement of Buildings released their report on the need for zoning in New York City. They concluded their introduction by saying that we strongly urge that there be no delay in bringing a remedy to Fifth Avenue, as otherwise an irreparable injury may be done. To be clear, that harm was my ancestors, Jewish garment workers congregating on Fifth Avenue during their lunch break. And then in 1959, mere decades after first enacting a zoning code, the city decided to start over again from scratch, caveating itself only by noting that zoning is not a cure-all for every municipal problem. By then, my family had moved from the tenements of the Lower East Side to the 6-story apartment buildings in Brooklyn and the Bronx that are illegal to build today. And now, in 2024, 6 years on, it's time for another change. It's embarrassing that our home, the most vibrant city in America, is governed by a plan written for a time when our city was shrinking in population. Earlier, I mentioned that report from 101 years ago on the need for zoning. The report's authors had their offices in 115 Broadway. As some of you in the room may know, that's across the street from 120 Broadway, where DCP has their offices today. Last weekend, I went to the Statue of Liberty for the first time, proof that I really am a New Yorker. And afterwards, walking up Broadway, stood between the two buildings. On the one side, a vision of zoning that tried to hide immigrants, and on the other, separated by 100 years, one that seeks to bring them out of the shadows. We have an opportunity to be remembered as a city that prioritizes people over parking, that understands a neighborhood's character are its inhabitants, not its structures, and that the opportunity to build a little more housing everywhere is not a burden, but a privilege. That's what DCP is proposing, a series of sensible, practical changes to better our city. Someday history will judge.
Your time has expired.
This occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Next, we'll hear from Leo Gutman.
Hello. Thanks for giving me the chance to testify. I live in Long Island City in Julie Wants District, and I'm here to support the City District for Housing Opportunity. It's a proposal that I think is modest and won't solve everything about the housing affordability crisis, but it's a really necessary first step that I hope we can build off of in the future. I'm excited in particular for the ability to build a variety of new housing options that will give people more choices for living in different types of neighborhoods and different stages of life. I can imagine, as a fresh grad, wanting to have lived in, the small shared housing options that will be opened up. As I age, I can imagine myself wanting to live in one of the accessory dwelling units that might be enabled by this legislation. Overall, I think, the affordability crisis and the, extremely low vacancy rates, well under 2%, are sort of choking the city's ability to thrive, and same with people who live here. I think it's preventing a lot of people from feeling like the economy is strong. A lot of it has to do with rising rent, and it's also threatening the city's ability to be what it's represented for so many years to so many people. The ability for people from all around the world to come and find a home and make the city thrive. In order to continue that, we need affordable housing, and the way to do that is through these modest proposals to increase housing supply gently throughout the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Rohan Kalani. Rohan,
Good afternoon, council members. I'm here to voice my strong support for the CPS zoning reform package. I'm a resident of Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and I'm 28 years old. So as a young New Yorker, I've experienced firsthand the struggles of finding affordable rental housing in our city. And this idea is echoed by all of my peers who could not take time off of work today to come and testify. The facts, the evidence is very clear. New York City faces a severe and historic housing shortage. The apartment vacancy rate is at its lowest since 1968, at just 1.41%. Over half of renters are rent burden, spending more than 30% of their income on rent. I myself spend more than 40% of my income just on rent. And this crisis affects all of us, but it's particularly challenging for young people such as myself, trying to build our lives and our careers in the city that we love. And so City of Yes offers a comprehensive approach to address this crisis by allowing a little more housing in every neighborhood, which is the duty of every neighborhood. We can make a significant impact without any dramatic changes to any single area. This proposal will enable the creation of all kinds of housing types, from accessory dwelling units in low density areas to affordable apartments and high intensity apartments near transit stations. Importantly, City of Yes would end exclusionary zoning practices that are racist and have limited housing options and contribute to segregation all over the city. It's also an important step for New York City's climate goals as it promotes transit-oriented development, which will allow our city to be more sustainable and Marxist. And so for young people like me, these changes...
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Gregory Marvin.
Thank you for hearing my testimony. I want to start by addressing a little bit of an elephant in the room here. It is 4 p.m. on a Tuesday. The people who are hurt most by our dire housing shortage, market rate renters, are not adequately represented in these quote unquote community input processes because they are busy with work and childcare. And more importantly than this asymmetry in representation is the asymmetry of the stakes. I really don't know that opponents of legislation who are homeowners or who are lucky enough to be rent stabilized really appreciate just how bad it is out there for a lot of renters right now. In the last week, I've talked to friends who in one case are deciding not to have a second child because of the cost of housing, another who are commuting 3 hours combined a day to and from Suffolk County. And I encourage the council to consider the trade-offs at stake here in these terms and actually compare the stakes against one another. You know, I know you want to start a family, but have you considered the impact of a few more tall buildings on the character of my neighborhood? I know you want to get home from work before your kids are asleep, but did we really gather enough quote unquote community input for this proposal? I know a few thousand more people might lose the game of housing musical chairs in our city and become homeless, but what about developer profits? These comparisons sound silly when you really consider the stakes here for renters in our city in a housing shortage. And as for arguments about 100% affordability, to state the obvious, building market rate housing does not somehow prevent us from building subsidized housing as well. I look forward to supporting more subsidies that might be enabled by the property tax revenue that these new market rate units generate in the future.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Watering down this much needed modernization of our zoning code is both bad policy and, in my opinion, morally indefensible.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Are there any questions for this panel? There being no questions for this panel is excused. The next panel we're going to hear from consists of Dee Van Berg, Claudio Valentino, Colette Wong, Diana Virginio. The following panel consists of Kevin Wolf, Dan Miller, Chloe Sarnoff, and Sunny NG. The first panelist we're going to hear from is Dee Van Berg. Dee, if you could hear me, please unmute and you may begin. Dee Van Berg, if you could hear me, please unmute. Do we have Dee Van? Yes, we can hear you, Dee.
Oh, okay. I'm very sorry. Thank you very much, Council Member, for having this hearing and for hearing us all. My name is Dee Vandenberg. I am the president of the Staten Island Taxpayers Association. We are also members of the Staten Island Civic United. We are against the city of Yes. I'm going to stick to what I know best, and no one's going to like this answer, but the bottom line is I'm going to need every city councilman to do themselves a favor and see if they can get a copy of the New York City Department of Environmental Protection's Speedy Permit, SPEEDES. That is a permit that's issued by the state of New York for every single sewer treatment plant in the city of New York. Every month. What has happened here, and we came about this accidentally. Actually, it was Hurricane Sandy that started it. We reached out across the lines of all the boroughs that had flooding and damages and deaths. And what we found out is that 95% of the sewer treatment plants all failed during the storm. We also had issues during Hurricane Ida in 2021, where 10 people died in basement apartments. We are extremely, extremely concerned. Just so I can make it clear, this is not a NIMBY. This is not politically motivated to go against this. This has nothing to do with race, status, anything. Staten Islanders, and myself being one of them, so I know what I'm speaking of, are still on septic tanks. We do not have the infrastructure to support this. We are not getting the infrastructure.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Claudio Valentino.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Claudia Valentino, president of the Forest Hills Community and Civic Association. I've been involved in civic life for over 30 years. I represent an area that we downzoned over 20 years ago, and if you were to walk the perimeter, it'd take you over an hour to walk it. It's that large. The homes are old, sit on small lots, many with porous cinder block foundations, all just a driveway apart. Our infrastructure, electrical grid, sewer, ability to clear rainfall is even more seriously challenged now than it was when we originally undertook our downzoning. ADUs and apartment buildings situated among our homes simply won't work. City of Yes type plans have come to us from other cities and counties across the country where properties are much, much larger than our own. Urban planners have not taken this into account. Regrettably, City of Yes does not address affordability or homelessness over any kind of reasonable timeline because the sources of these problems are incorrectly called out. City of Yes has from the beginning been framed as an accusation, laying blame for affordability and homelessness at the feet of one or two family homeowners. That framing discredits homeowners so that our knowledge, therefore, is automatically discounted. Homeowners know their neighborhoods best, and that knowledge is the foundation for competent community review, including safety, quality of life, and availability of city services, which City of Yes eliminates, disenfranchising all New Yorkers. To conclude, I urge the City Council to reject this plan and undertake the necessary work of examining how developers have now and for decades been able to pick and choose the best properties to build what they like. Developers are the true source of lack of affordability, not homeowners. Take them on. We will support you. Let's create a new plan, a New York City plan that builds homes fast on vast tracts of available land and offers people
Thank you. Your time's expired.
And more than a garage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Claudia. Next, we'll have Colette Wong. Colette Wong, if you can hear me, please unmute. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Colette, and I am against the City of Yes. My concern is I live next to a federal preserved property and wetlands. So I need to worry about what would be built next to my home. I can't understand how they could build on federally protected property and on wetlands.
Is that it, Ms. Colette?
That's it.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. The last person on this panel is Diana Vigiano. Ms. Diana, if you can hear me, please press *9, and you may begin.
What do I need? *9?
Oh, no, you're right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Oh, terrific. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Diane Vigiano, a vice president of the Old Town Civic Association of Staten Island. We are a densely populated area, and I would like to speak for many of the residents of my community, which was estimated to be about 12,250 people. This is a very primitive plan. It's as if the City Planning Commission used a black crayon on its paper when planning for the diverse communities in our city. No colors, no appreciation of the different characteristics of each neighborhood in each borough. It is a simplistic, destructive plan that will greatly harm the quality of life in many parts of our city. Council members, will you be a rubber stamp for selfish entities who want to overdevelop our neighborhoods? Vote no to this environmentally absurd plan, which would build cottages in backyards and 5-story buildings without any parking requirements in suburban neighborhoods with 1- and 2-family homes. Vote no to removal of zoning and parking protections. Vote no to the unbridled addition of attic, basement, and garage living spaces. Vote no to undermining the power of citizens, community boards, and city council members to decide what is best for their communities. Please vote no to this one-size-fits-all preposterous plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this panel? This panel is excused. Go back. Okay. So we're going to call one more online panel, then we're going to transition back to in-person. The last online panel we're going to call for this hour consists of Kevin Wolf, Dan Miller, Chloe Sarnoff, and Sunny NG. The first person we'll hear from is Kevin Wolf.
Thank you, Chair Riley. And can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Kevin.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Riley, and good afternoon to you all. My name is Kevin Wolf, and I'm the Deputy Director of Advocacy for the Center for New York City Neighborhoods. The center is one of the largest homeowner service organizations in New York City. And since 2008, we have worked with both public and private partners to assist over 200,000 homeowners in all 5 boroughs of New York City. We support the city of yes, but with some conditions. And I'm going to focus today on just 3 critical areas of homeownership that are touched by the proposal: opportunities for new homeownership, accessory dwelling units, and preservation of existing homeownership. The City of Yes proposal could greatly enhance affordable homeownership, especially for historically excluded communities. We think that by investing $9 billion in affordable homeownership and leveraging the zoning changes in the City of Yes through programs like Neighborhood Pillars and Open Doors, we estimate New York City could create 120,000 new units of affordable homeownership for 400,000 New Yorkers over the course of a decade. And the initiative has the potential to close the racial wealth gap and promote generational wealth, which aligns with our mission of equitable homeownership. On accessory dwelling units, we think that they can provide vital financial relief, particularly to homeowners and senior citizens facing high maintenance costs. And we think the city should allocate funds for outreach, technical assistance, construction financing to qualified community-based organizations to help these homeowners rehabilitate ADUs and help implement the program in order for it to address inequities. Finally, with 8% of existing homeowners in New York being mortgage delinquent, particularly in BIPOC communities, the foreclosure prevention program funded by the City Council assists 2,000 homeowners annually. And we ask the city to continue to invest up to $8 million in these homeowner services to prevent foreclosures and to support the estate planning initiative that was just recently
Your time has expired.
Great. I thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'll provide additional detail.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Next, we'll hear from Dan Miller. Dan, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Hi, my name's Dan Miller. I live in Astoria, Queens, and I'm so blessed to call this city home, but not everyone wants to. And I is why we need the City of Yes. This proposal is a great first step at building the housing that we'll need for the next generation of New Yorkers. In 1926, the building that I live in was built in Astoria. It's just a simple, no-frills building that holds 6 apartments. And it was built as part of this burst of development in the 1910s and especially the 20s that really transformed Queens and made it the borough that we know and love today. The population exploded, and New York City became more prosperous and more wealthy and more hospitable. And now it's home to millions of people from across the world. It's a triumph of American life, and we should do that again. We've done it once and we can do it again. We can say yes to more housing. We can build the infrastructure that we need so that more generations of New Yorkers aren't left where we're left today, struggling to find apartments, looking and standing in line for hours at an open house, fearing the next rent increase. We who rent today, especially market rate renters, we know how bad it is out there, and we know who's responsible for it. It's the city council who has let this languish for decades, underbuilding the housing that we desperately need. We can start fixing that problem today by City of Yes, so that 30 years from now, our kids aren't facing the same
Your time is
horrific
expired.
conditions that we do trying to rent.
Thank you, David.
Pass City of Yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from Chloe Sarnoff.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chloe Sarnoff, and I'm the Director of Policy Research and Initiatives at Robin Hood, one of New York City's largest poverty-fighting organizations. On behalf of Robin Hood, I am here to express our strong support for City of Yes and to urge the Council to vote for the proposal as written. New York City's housing crisis has reached its breaking point. Nearly a third of low-income renters in the city spend more than half of their income on rent. And recent data from the Poverty Tracker finds that for the typical rent-burdened New Yorker living in poverty, rent amounts to 70% of their cash income each month. With a vacancy rate of only 1.4%, the lowest in 56 years, our housing shortage affects all New Yorkers, but it threatens the lives of the city's most vulnerable families. These are the New Yorkers who will be most harmed long-term if the Council does not pass City of Yes. With so few available affordable apartments, families currently spend over 400 days in shelter before finding an apartment they can afford. If City of Yes is passed as written, it will add as many as 109,000 new units to the city over the next decade, and in doing so will create opportunities for low-income families with rental assistance vouchers to access newer units in higher opportunity neighborhoods. Beyond just new housing, a new report from the Regional Planning Association estimates that City of Yes would create up to 30,000 new jobs annually for 15 years. Generating $32 billion in total earnings and $83 billion in overall economic activity for New York City. Some have questioned whether City of Yes for Housing does enough to create a production pipeline for deeply affordable housing. This is an important question for organizations like Robin Hood, whose partners are focused on meeting the needs of the poorest New Yorkers. Our response is that citywide zoning text amendments can only do so much. On its own, City of Yes for Housing will not close our deep affordable housing gap or completely solve the housing crisis, which is why we are excited to see what else the Council proposes as part of a broader housing agenda, and why we have to keep the pressure on in Albany for statewide action. There is no silver bullet that will solve New York's housing crisis. Meeting the needs of low-income New Yorkers requires increasing the supply of affordable housing and providing more support for tenants today. These are the two.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Are the centerpiece of our policy agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Last, we'll hear from Sunny NG.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sunny Ng, and I've been a renter in North Brooklyn for over 10 years. For anyone my age or younger, and we know how expensive and how annoying it is to find housing because rent is so expensive. The housing crisis is very real, and I believe the City of Yes will help. And this is why I'm really excited for it to pass. And I really hope the council approves this proposal as is. While each of the proposals has their own merits, the one I'm most excited about is lifting parking minimums. For a city with the best world-class public transit in the whole country, it's pretty ridiculous that we have provisions that require parking in the first place. This is especially absurd in transit-rich neighborhoods like the one I'm currently living right now. Parking is definitely not free, and it is a form of subsidy provided to those less than half of all households in the city that drive. That cost is passed on to renters and owners who may not need the space. Removing parking minimums doesn't mean the city doesn't allow parking space to be built at all. It just means that the market needs to figure out how much parking is actually needed instead of us mandating what needs to happen. The bottom line is developers should not be forced to build on-site parking if it doesn't make sense for the neighborhood. Not to mention, we should be reducing car dependency if it is the city's prerogative to reduce our carbon footprint and to fight climate change. This proposal moves us in the right direction from this outdated policy, and I fully support it. Thank you for your time, and I hope City of Yes passes.
Thank you so much, Sunny. Do we have any questions for this panel?
I do not. Thank you.
All right. This panel is now excused. We will be transitioning back to in-person. The first in-person panel I'm going to call on consists of Shanae Dopersad, Cheyenne Dopersad, Sharon Pope Marshall, Benjamin Ross, Tori Lyon, Megan Wiley, and Michael Rivera. The following panel after that will consist of John Lynch, Laura Sewell, John Mudd, Edwin Wesley, Roxanne Delgado. Yeah, and Roxanne Delgado. That'll be the next panel. If I just called your name, you could sit up front until this panel has went already. I'm going to call this panel one more time. Michael Rivera, Megan Wiley, Tori Lyon, Benjamin Ross, Sharon Pope Marshall, and Cheyenne Dopersad. We will begin first with Cheyenne.
Hi everyone, it's good to see you, Chairperson and Speaker and City Council members. My name is Cheyenne and I'm here to testify on behalf of the Center for Fair Futures and Next 100, which are organizations dedicated to improving outcomes for youth and young adults transitioning out of the foster care system. Today, we express our strong support for the City of Yes housing initiative and emphasize the urgent need for affordable housing solutions to ensure that young people in the foster care system can thrive. Young adults in foster care are some of the most vulnerable members of our community, and as they age out of foster care, many face immense challenges, including housing instability. In fact, an average of 1 out of 4 youth in the foster care system will become homeless within 4 years of aging out of foster care. In New York City, the high cost of housing makes it nearly impossible for many youth transitioning out of foster care to find stable, affordable places to live, leaving them at increased risk of homelessness and other negative outcomes. Without stable housing, these young people face an uphill battle as they complete their education, try to find employment, and build independent lives. We urge the City Council to take additional steps to prioritize affordable housing for young people in foster care and young adults transitioning out of care, and setting aside units in new developments offering targeted rental assistance and supportive services for them. Doing so can help prevent homelessness among this population and provide them with the stability they need to succeed. As a youth from the system since I was 15 years old, I understand the firsthand experiences of how critical stable housing is for young people in foster care. With the right support, these young people can go on to lead successful, independent lives. We believe that the City of Yes initiative is vital to creating a future where all young people, including those aging out of foster care, have access to safe, quality, affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheyenne. Next, we're going to have Sharon Pope Marshall.
Thank you. I am here to ask the council to modify the City of Yes housing opportunity. My name is Sharon Pope Marshall, Executive Director of Civitas. Since 1981, Civitas, as a community of citizens and residents, has dedicated ourselves to improving the neighborhood quality of life through sound, context-sensitive urban planning and sound zoning policy for the community districts on the Upper East Side, as well as El Barrio, East Harlem, arguably 2 of the densest community districts in New York City. We thank the Department of City Planning for its Herculean effort to revamp New York City's antiquated zoning resolution with proposals to incentivize and sustain development throughout our city. We note that the proposal recommends innovative, comprehensive citywide zoning regulations that are meant to alleviate the pressure felt by the highest density neighborhoods and incentivize new residential development in medium and low density communities. Although Civitas is in general support of the City of Yes, we offer these modifications and we trust that the council will consider them. Expand off-site affordable housing opportunities within our community districts. Don't weaken special purpose districts with citywide changes proposed in the City of Yes Housing Opportunity. Retain public input and public review of the uniform
Thank you, Ms. Sharon.
land use review process. I appreciate you letting me speak today. Thank you.
Thank you. You could present the rest of your testimony, your land use testimony at
Thank you.
council.nyc.gov. Are there any questions or statements for this panel? Sure. Go ahead, Councilmember Joseph.
How long does it take for foster youth that age out to find permanent housing and affordable housing? What's the time span?
That's a good question. Can I get my people to answer back to you about that?
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Joseph. And thank you to this panelist, your excuse. Can we have the next panel come up that I called previously, please? The following panel after that will consist of Michael Savino, Julie Steen, Van Sundharo Kalaspudi, Chloe Fitsuisi. I'm sorry, I know I butchered that. Fitsuisi, thank you. You can come to the front. Elizabeth Denny's and Reverend Dr. Terry Troyer. You will be the next panelist. We will begin with this panel, and we can start first with Michael Savino. Michael Savino. Oh, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. John Lynch.
Yes. Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is John Lynch, a retiree who has lived all of my 71 years in Middle Village, Queens. Today, I am speaking not only for myself, but as a member of the Juniper Civic Association. Middle Village in Maspeth right now is susceptible to flooding and blackouts without additional building. If there were any tall apartment buildings built, the electrical grid could go out, causing further blackouts. Community boards have long spoke for the people of the city, yet in Queens alone, 12 out of the 14 boards voted no, or 85% of the community boards. I am willing to bet that the other boroughs' community boards also voted no. But city planning doesn't care. They still are pushing for this. Is this the future of community boards where the city doesn't care or listen to them? Yesterday, there was a rally in City Hall Park against City of Yes. People from every borough were there. There were black, brown, Asian, and white people there. After the rally, I spoke to people from Jamaica, South Ozone Park, the Bronx, and Brooklyn. They were very worried about the possibility of this bill and what it could happen to their neighborhoods. In the last few years, we have already lost tens of thousands of middle-class New Yorkers due to crime and high taxes. If the council passes this bill, there is likely that more middle-class citizens will flee the Big Apple. Let's not forget that MTA is in the middle of doing cuts not only to bus routes and eliminating bus stops. Any additional housing built on those lines would cause problems for the people already riding crowded buses. It's clear that only one business will make money on this, and that would be the developers. The question is, will Mayor Adams still be in office to oversee this? Please, I urge the City Council to vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Next, we'll hear from Laura Sewell.
Good afternoon. My name's Laura Sewell. I'm the director of the East Village Community Coalition. I'm a longtime resident of the Lower East Side. I want to highlight today something that I'm not hearing much about, which is the residential building standards that would reduce the distance between windows from 30 feet to 20 feet and allow more building out into backyards. City planning said that we don't need the distance that we used to have for the tenement buildings in my neighborhood because we all have air conditioners now. I wish we all had air conditioners, but we don't. We have a lot of residents who live without them, or can't afford to keep them turned on 24/7 for 6 weeks in a row, which is the way we're living these days. So the way those buildings, those tenement buildings were designed to bring light and air into the apartments is really, really critical and important. And I'm just not really hearing anything about that from other panelists, and I'm asking you to look into it, please, and think carefully about what it means. We're also concerned that adding height, the potential to add height and depth to these lots will encourage landlords who have buildings that are not in great condition to begin with to knock them down and further gentrify and displace what's going on in the neighborhood already. I mean, I've lived in the East Village for 40 years, and the change has been enormous, but there is still a lot of residents who've lived there for a very, very long time and really have no place else to go if they're to be displaced. When our rent-stabilized tenants are displaced, they end up nowhere near where they grew up and where they lived. Very important to me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from John Mudd.
Hi, my name is John Mudd. I'm with the Executive Director of the Midtown South Community Council, and I've been living in Midtown since '84. The council has been around just as long, with working with agencies and elected officials and nonprofits, activists, and we work on the housing, health, and food needs. The city's development policies are largely to blame for burdening rents, poor health, and widening disparity and increasing homelessness. The build it and let the free market fix it gimmick was disproven a long time ago. The continual commoditizing of homes will always have the investor looking for more profits at the expenses of the renter. The housing crisis is decades old. We haven't made any real attempts to solve it. Our infrastructure is archaic. Agencies of oversight are understaffed. The responses are at a snail pace. Things haven't changed. Rather than produce the kinds of housing needed to protect our rent-controlled and rent-stabilized stock and bring 64,000 warehoused apartments onto the market, we're making deals with developers and securing their investment by ensuring development-friendly folks are in office, running the rent guideline boards, sitting on the community boards to manufacture consent for their communities. Our housing policy in general serves the developers' best interest. It does little to ease the cost burdens and to end homelessness, housing, and unaffordable crisis. The plan disguises a tax giveaway as incentive, uses a repackaged problematic 421A tax giveaway and the problematic AMI to determine what's affordable. It continues using the dysfunctional voucher system to subsidize landlords, and it has no mandate for the right to housing. The plan doesn't resolve the infrastructure problems. Ooh, that's quick.
Thank you, John. You can submit the rest of your testimony, the land use testimony at council.nyc.gov. Next, we're going to hear from Edwin Wesley. Sergeants, can you grab his testimony? I think he was trying to get it to us. Edwin, you may begin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Ed Wesley. I'm past president of the Jackson Heights Beautification Group and a 20-plus member of the Community Board 3. I am here today to give testimony in opposition to Mayor Adams' plan. Most of the Queens community boards, in a vote of 12 out of 14, recommended a no vote. Unfortunately, our borough president was not paying attention to the people. He supports the plan with conditions. Anybody that sat on a community board realizes that we know that conditions are meaningless, especially when the city council approves this or disapproves it. So I'm surprised he made it with conditions. It would permit building apartment houses where single-family homes are now without any requirements for parking. And it would also permit widespread garage and basement conversions under cover of the law. It seems the new rules will not trump pardon the profanity, will not trump our covenants or our historic district. Of course, the main target is the one-story taxpayers. It will be easier to buy your tenants out of their leases than build residential on top of the building. They will still have to go to the Historic District Council, the developer that is, for aesthetic approval for LPC, from LPC. But outside it, anything goes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Roxanne Delgado.
Hello, City Council. My name is Roxanne Delgado. I'm an activist. What I noticed that not one real estate person has been spoken against the City of Yes. Not one of them. In fact, they came out in support of City of Yes. They said they're funding nonprofits in support of City of Yes. But not one of them came out to speak against City of Yes, as they do when we do proposed rent freezes. So actually, real estate benefits from this City of Yes. That itself tells you that it does not benefit from this community. That did not initiate this plan. It was initiated by a corrupt administration behind closed doors with real estate and a political operative Department of City Planning. This will be environmental injustice because community input will be annihilated. How can you expect people to vote when they have no input in the process? Secondly, environmental injustice. The Bronx is the poorest, the unhealthiest, the most little quality of life we have with the greenest. Adding more asphalt to the Bronx will make us worse than we are now. And building more housing does not mean more homes. It means building more affordable housing. Because in the Bronx, when I had to move after I lost my apartment, I found apartments, but I couldn't afford them. And that's the story of most of our people. That we can't. It's not that we can't find apartments; we can't afford them. And not one nonprofit, a person that supports City Yes, came out to comfort this lady that I listened in tears. This is the story of the Bronx residents, people living in their apartments for decades and then having to lose their community and their homes. And I wanted them even offer her comfort or offer her any assistance besides yourself. That says a lot about those people. Who are they here for? Because they're definitely not for people of color, which they like to use, community colors, but they're not even part of that community color, but they love to use us. This plan does not help community colors. We're being exploited to justify this plan that would actually harm us. City Council, we have political, bought and paid for politicians pushing this rally, pushing this initiative that will harm us, and they will have blood in their hands. So do the right thing, because otherwise you should be voted out. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Just want to state for the record that I did take that lady's information.
Thank you for that. I know. Thank you for that. That says a lot about you.
All right, no problem. Are there any questions for this panel? If there's no questions, thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. The next panel that I'm going to call up, if I called you up and you're sitting in the front row, please step to the dais. The following panel after that will consist of Pilar de Jesus, David Lawrence, Santi Scardillo, and Ali Ryan. If you heard your name, please come up to the front row. You will be the next panel to go up. This panel, we're going to start with Michael Savino. Is Michael Savino on the dais? Michael Savino is not on the dais. Julie Stein. Yeah. If I just recently called you, you could step to the front row. I'll call you for the next panel, okay? Thank you. We'll start first with Julie Stein.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Julie Stein. I'm the Executive Director of the Union Square Partnership, the Business Improvement District in Union Square and 14th Street. I'm here today in support of City of Yes for housing opportunity, because what's good for New York City's housing is good for its business districts. Housing production in New York City has not kept pace with the job growth we've achieved over the past 40 years, creating a housing supply shortage that has triggered an affordability crisis. If we don't build more housing, it will handicap the economic vitality now and in the future. As we described in the New York Action Plan, the post-pandemic recovery plan for business districts, in addition to hurting New Yorkers, the housing affordability crisis has also become a key challenge in attracting companies to New York City and preserving the relevance and viability of New York City's business districts. Employers need to know that they can attract and retain talent in New York City and that this talent will be stable and secure. The precarious housing situation of New York's workforce weakens this confidence. The City of Yes proposal will allow for much-needed housing production to create more abundant, stable, and affordable housing for New Yorkers, in turn bolstering employers' confidence that locating in New York City and our business districts is a smart and safe investment. Furthermore, business districts throughout New York City will be bolstered by updating rules for residential conversion of vacant office and other non-residential space. This smart reuse of existing spaces addresses both housing shortage and the need to adapt our commercial landscape for today's realities. We need to ensure that New York remains a place where people want to live and work, and expanding housing is fundamental to this goal. I support the approval of City of Yes for Housing Opportunity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Do we have Vasunhara on the dais? No? We'll go with Chloe. Chloe, how do you pronounce your last name? Sorry.
Fatusi.
Fatusi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. You've been heroic today. My name is Chloe Fatusi, and I'm a native New Yorker and a mother of two. I am here because unaffordable housing does not just mean unaffordable housing. It means everything else becomes unaffordable too, from coffee to childcare. I urge you to support the City of Yes in full because we need bold leadership to address this crisis. City of Yes brings back the type of housing that helped get New York the character that some here today are defending, like small and shared housing that I know some other folks are supportive of, while also addressing some new problems that we are facing as a city, like the glut of office space. Brooklyn Borough President Reynoso said it well. Two things can be true at once. We can say yes to new housing and yes to solving some of the problems that other folks have mentioned today, like modernizing infrastructure and transit. The status quo is what got us here. I urge the City Council to show the bold leadership that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Elizabeth Denny's.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Denny's, and I'm a 13-year New York City resident and a board member of Open New York, a grassroots pro-housing organization. I'm here today because I'm worried my family, friends, and neighbors will be forced to leave our neighborhood of Flatbush or even the city due to skyrocketing rents. We need to build enough housing to ensure everyone has a home they can afford. In Flatbush, we've seen some construction in the less white parts of the neighborhood, while whiter areas aren't building as many new homes and there aren't nearly enough to meet demand. I strongly support all of the proposals in City of Yes for Housing Opportunity because they will make it so more New Yorkers throughout the city can find affordable housing options in their own neighborhoods. Transit-oriented development will bring my neighborhood of Flatbush modest 3 to 5 story apartment buildings sitting next to 3-story 1 and 2 family homes. I'm a homeowner in the area who thinks these new apartment buildings are more than contextually appropriate. Many decades-old apartment buildings already make up a significant share of the homes in Victorian Flatbush. Buildings like 1409 Albemarle, 405 Westminster, 1710 Avenue H, and too many for this 2 minutes. Most 6 to 7-story apartment buildings like these can't be built under today's zoning code, but City of Yes isn't even proposing buildings that tall. But it still ensures that additional, more affordable homes can be built in practical, transit-connected locations. These homes will help those most at risk of being displaced from my neighborhood in the city. Some of my neighbors, mostly homeowners like me who already have stable housing, will point to the 2009 Flatbush rezoning as sufficient. That rezoning was never about creating opportunity for housing, and you don't have to take my word for it. I will quote the person who started the push for the rezoning. A 6-story building was going up within sight of my backyard, so I decided I wanted to do something about it. So I started a whole process of downzoning the area. 15 years later, our housing crisis has only gotten more dire. Half of my neighbors pay over 30% of their income towards housing, and 30% of my neighbors are still paying over half of their paychecks towards rent. City of Yes would finally allow us to start building more homes equitably within our area. That's why I hope all council members will do their part to create homes everywhere by supporting all of the proposals in City of Yes.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Reverend Dr. Terry Troyo.
My name is Terry Troya, and I'm a native Staten Islander. I'm a Staten Island homeowner, as are my siblings, my parents, my grandparents, and my great-grandparents were all Staten Island homeowners. I'm a pastor who has worked for the last 40 years with unhoused people, and today I represent myself. Last year, about 1,500 Staten Islanders lost their housing and ended up in a shelter or sleeping in a chair in our drop-in center. What's not counted are the numbers of Staten Island families doubled, tripled up, quadrupled up. People living in illegal basement apartments or just renting a mattress in someone's basement. families living in campers and in cars on back roads or tenting under our beach boardwalks in the winter. Last Monday night, October 14th, a 71-year-old disabled senior citizen was found sleeping in a shack on our island's North Shore. There are homeless Staten Islanders living in encampments, in abandoned cemeteries, under train tracks, and abandoned buildings, and every day I receive phone calls about native Staten Islanders who can't afford a room or a studio apartment on their disability or Social Security check. Rooms are renting for upwards of $1,700 a month, just a room. Staten Island has hundreds of families doubled up and tripled up in overcrowding apartments because one family can't pay the rising rent. And Staten Island families are burdened with rents and utilities that suck up 50, 60, 70% of their wages. We have a serious affordable housing crisis on Staten Island, and we need a serious plan to make more affordable housing available in Staten Island. Whether it's the City of Yes or some other initiative that develops more affordable housing, that is what we need, and we need to create units now. Staten Islanders die on the streets of Staten Island because they can't afford a place suitable for human habitation. No one should die because they don't have a safe place to live. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. Councilmember Joseph has a question for this
I
panel.
have a quick question for Liz. Hi, Liz. Do you think UAP goes far enough in delivering affordability?
So I think that UAP is a really good start, and I think that we're going to also see additional affordability, hopefully through other initiatives like rezoning Coney Island Avenue for additional housing. I want to note that UAP provides a lower AMI for affordability than the existing voluntary programs. And I also want to note that another proposal in this offering another MIH option for lower income, within MIH rezonings would provide more options for it. But I also, I think that it's a good start. I know that the people in our district who are most vulnerable are below this income. But I also want to note that if housing is built through UAP, the amount of money that someone would need for a voucher to be able to get one of those units through UAP would be less than the amount of money if we don't have programs like UAP that help mandate lower affordability. So I'm thinking of this as one component of many, many, many things we can do to do housing. Like, this is kind of the zoning component, and I'd love to see an expansion of vouchers. I'd love to see, all of the things in this proposal are trying to chip away at some of the affordability issues. And I think that plus more will help those most vulnerable in our area with expansion of vouchers and other such programs.
You mentioned that the rezoning in 2009 didn't go far enough. Could you give me an example?
Specifically, I would note that the rezoning pushed all housing opportunity away from what we consider to be Victorian Flatbush and onto a few specific streets. Those streets include places like Coney Island Avenue, which, there's so much more potential than even what's there. And just overall, we haven't seen a huge growth in housing like many of my neighbors will have said. I think that we need to make it easier to get additional homes throughout all of these spots, like ADUs within Victorian Flatbush wouldn't change the physical character of the neighborhood, and it would even help what I consider character of the neighborhood, which is all the people there, be able to continue to stay and to have more options to live in the neighborhood that they know and love. And so I think that just, not having more opportunity within certain pockets, since it's all about not every opportunity is going to be taken. We need to have as many opportunities as possible while still making sure that we're protecting existing residents.
Thank you.
All right, thank you to this panel. Just a reminder, the front section is for those who are going to speak on the panel. So if you're not speaking on the panel, if you could keep the front section clear, that's that front row right there. The next panel we're going to hear from is Pilar De Jesus, David Lawrence, Santa Scardillo, and Ali Ryan. The following panel we'll hear after that is Stephen Krim, Matthew Denny's, Curtis Weatherford, Vishnu Reddy, Luke Lavinway, and Toby Hyde. We'll begin first with Ms. Pilar De Jesus.
Hello. All right, good afternoon, almost good evening, everyone. We held out really long. I'm Pilar de Jesus. I am a Latina born and raised in El Barrio. I'm an eviction prevention specialist. I'm an advocate. I'm an organizer. I sit on a few coalitions. I sit on a few boards. I'm the vice president of East Harlem Preservation. I've been in this chambers a few times to talk about rezoning, to talk about warehousing, to talk about housing in general. I spend a lot of time in housing court as a paralegal for a legal service provider. Many of you depend on us for your constituents to give them legal advice and to represent them in housing court when they're being faced with eviction. I ran for office twice. I ran against Melissa Margverito at one point. I also have been in central bookings a few times, and I spent some time on Rikers Island. I'm saying all that to say because I'm here to say that I'm a New Yorker, born and raised, and I've experienced a lot of different types of harms by policies, different legislators, policies, and agencies. I'm also here to tell you that to say no to the city of Yes, and have a few points to say why onto why I say that. You know, one, I would also like to ask the legislators and the agencies to stop acting as if you are business partners with the real estate industry. Stop acting like you're their silent investors because you're using a lot of our money to help them make profit in a business. The real estate industry is a business, and I don't think we talk about that enough. I'm also really tired of the word manipulation used in these hearings, especially by Dan with his a little bit of housing, because it actually, you know, it conditions brains to think a certain way, including the word affordable, because I don't know how you guys revised the definition of affordable in your packet. I'm here to say what that PowerPoint did not say. That 79-page PowerPoint did not address the hundreds of thousands vacant rent-stabilized units, and I know I took a lot of time, rent-stabilized units that are currently vacant. I know this because I work in a building where there's 150 units, and there's only 7 units being utilized, and the landlord's lawyer literally told me they're not going to rent them out. And because they have great lawyers to continue the predatory violating the laws in a predatory way with loopholes and all these. You're not counting all the vacant units that are still vacant from the last rezoning in these affordable buildings. We don't need more units. We have 160 eviction cases pending right now. Those are people who currently have homes but are at risk. So what are developers and what is council doing to protect that? I think we need to stop talking about building more housing. I'm an advocate. I want housing, but I want us to protect and preserve the housing we have now.
We want to make sure everyone else could testify.
And also, really quickly, the real estate industry is also violating the law with illicit cannabis.
Thank you. We want to make sure everyone could be able to testify. You could put all of that in testimony and submit it to land use testimony at council.nyc.gov. Thank you. Next, we're going to ask David Lawrence to go.
Is that it? Okay, great. Chairman Riley, council members, thank you so much for having me here. My name's David Lawrence. I represent Ironclad Artists. We're a artist co-op in Soho, and we've been there since 1974.
David, can you please speak up a little bit? Thank you.
I'm so sorry. My throat's a little sore. I'm sorry about that. Would you like me to start over?
You can start over. You can start as time over.
Of course. My name is David Lawrence, and I represent Ironclad Artists, an artist co-op in Soho, and we've been there since 1974. My neighbors are painters, sculptors, photographers, filmmakers, many of whom are very well known internationally and nationally. All of us do what artists do best. We take humble materials, and using our imagination, we create value, both in our own art and our neighborhood, which at an earlier time was known as Hell's 100 Acres. Because of artists, Soho is what it is today, a premier destination for visitors and one of the most unique neighborhoods in the world that we can all be very proud of. In fact, artists have been leading the way in the spirit of City of Yes for over 50 years, converting commercial and industrial spaces into living and work spaces. Yet you'd think we would support City of Yes, but we cannot for a simple reason, and that's because the plan includes Section 15-01 of the zoning code, and it singles us out for exorbitant taxes. I personally will have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to the city. This was alluded to for an earlier speaker. Chris Marte is very aware of this situation. This discrimination is going to cost our building alone millions of dollars. For a slush fund, which is known as the Arts Fund, an ill-defined fund that will spread money all over the city and take it out of Soho. This will bankrupt artists and drive the remaining artists out of Soho. And so unless Section 15-01 is eliminated, we ask you to please and respectfully vote no for the City of Yes. We feel this is incredibly unfair, but I appreciate your time very much today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Sante Scardillo. Sante Scardillo. Okay. Next, we'll hear from Ali Ryan.
Hello. My name's Ali Ryan. I am a longtime East Village resident, raising my family. I'm active in my community. I ran for city council twice. I'm a parent leader in my daughter's school. I'm a member of at least 7 grassroots groups that have filed lawsuits to stop rezonings and bad policies in the city. I'm a board member of an affordable home ownership condo association that was created during the Giuliani administration. 75% of the original owners still live there, and they're actually, in many cases, 3 generations living in their unit. Today, I am speaking as myself. It seems like every mayor and city council create their own version of a plan to address housing. My institutional knowledge only goes back to the de Blasio administration, although my home goes back to the Giuliani administration. And Mayor Adams' City of Yes plan is the newest plan. Speaker Adams, you've actually talked about creating your own plan, and I would like to give some ideas for that plan. So, affordable home ownership and Mitchell-Lamas type housing is desperately needed. Right now, when I moved to the city in the early 2000s, an apartment on Avenue C was $2,000 a month. Now, in my neighborhood, it's $3,800 a month. Mortgages are cheaper. We really need, people here, people who've testified throughout today, your constituents, they want to live in their homes for the long term. They don't want to be transient. So I encourage you to build home opportunities for home ownership than rental property. And I'm going to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan.
And I'm going to send the rest.
Yes, we would love to hear that presentation. Speaker Adams wants to address you.
Ms. Ryan, I didn't as a matter of fact, I have to leave. Ironically, I'm getting an award from Habitat for Humanity tonight. Thank you. You struck a nerve when you spoke about Mitchell-Lama, because a lot of people don't talk about Mitchell-Lama and the significance of Mitchell-Lama and home ownership, and some folks in this room know how significant speaking about home ownership and now building home ownership means to me. We don't speak about that elongation of housing and creating, not just for renters, even though we know that the predominance of those that want housing will be renters. But we need to extend the thought of home ownership out, and Mitchell-Lama certainly is one of those components. Can you they cut you off. I want you to continue your testimony just before I leave, because I'd like to hear you out.
So, thank you. In regard to the Mitchell-Lama, so in East Village, we have right across the street from me, Village East Towers, and we have Village View. We also have East Midtown Plaza north of me on 23rd Street. And I have friends who grew up in their apartments that were their parents, and they inherited them, and they're raising their children there. And so I see firsthand how, they wouldn't be able to live in this neighborhood if it wasn't for that. The next thing that I want to talk about, which was initially what I wanted to talk about, what I I chose to talk about my personal situation based on what people were saying. I was inspired. But as you are well aware, right now we have Elizabeth Street Garden that's about to be destroyed to make way for housing. And I think it's a crime to pit green space against housing. And so one thing I would like to ask, I actually campaigned on this, is to make community gardens permanent. One thing I have learned, we have a lot of community gardens in my neighborhood, and because of COVID, they became outdoor community spaces. And I recognize with mental illness, homelessness and addiction, number one top issues in my district, and I think this is across the board. If we have more green space and giving people opportunities to engage with nature, we have medical research that shows that mental illness, depression especially, will go down. And so that is why I'm calling for, to preserve the green spaces we have, as opposed to right now, I'm coming next week for a rally to save the community gardens because of the mayoral executive order for every agency to come up with city land to build housing.
Okay, and we're going to let you do that next week. I wanted to expand on the home ownership stuff, and you took us into the garden. So I'm going to cut you right there because I really do have to go. Your time has expired.
Okay,
and,
thank you.
But I'm going to thank you so much for your testimony and everybody that's testified tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, you could present the rest of your suggestions to us. Before this panel leave, I just want to address Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence, we did have a full panel today from NoHo Soho that spoke about the rezoning provisions. I just wanted to make it clear I didn't address it earlier because we wanted to give the space for everyone to speak about the issue while Councilmember Marte was here. But this provision is not currently in this zoning proposal. No, it's not in. It's outside the scope of the zoning proposal. Councilmember Marte is very familiar with it, and we are discussing it as well. Okay? All right, no problem. Yeah, it's outside the scope, but we could go more into depth with that. All right, thank you. This panel is excused. The following panel in front, you can step in. The panel after that would consist of Professor Joseph Kleinsplatz, Christopher Leon Johnson, Susanna Landa, David Holoka, and Joelle Kupfarmam. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. If I just stated your name, please come to the front row and you'll be the next panel to go up. We'll start this panel with Stephen Krim.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Stephen Krim, and I live in a nice R8A zoning district on East 15th Street in Manhattan, where Councilmember Rivera represents me. I am here because while I am blessed to be able to afford my rent and rent in various neighborhoods around the city, too many of my fellow New Yorkers cannot afford their housing. Meanwhile, an untold number of others living around our nation would love to live here and contribute to this wonderful, ever-changing place, but cannot because of housing costs. I ask that Councilmember Rivera and all the members of the council vote in favor of the zoning amendments being discussed. City of Yes, on its own, will not solve our housing crisis, but it is a major step forward that we should take while also working on complementary solutions discussed today that we can address in the future. Many zoning regulations passed over decades have contributed to our housing crisis, and the City of Yes initiative appropriately responds with a multifaceted approach for all parts of the city. I'll focus on one, the relegalization of SROs, or small and shared housing. This is housing that could be crucial to keep people who are in danger of falling into homelessness, housing that could help my neighbors who are unhoused in the middle of luxury. Allowing more housing to be built is a moral issue for me. The faith in which I grew up taught me to love my neighbors and to share my blessings with others. The right thing to do is to share the city that I love with even more neighbors, which the City of Yes will allow. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and please support this essential set of zoning reforms.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Matthew Denny's.
Hi, I'm Matt Denny's, and I am lucky to be a homeowner in Flatbush, Brooklyn. Shout out to my council member, Rita Joseph. And I'm also lucky to have the flexibility to take off work today so I could be here. And so I'd like to start by reminding all of you that we aren't hearing from many of those who are most affected by our housing shortage and affordability crisis. Because even with all of the support that you've seen here today, this hearing underrepresents the 81% of New York City voters who support this proposal, including 77% support in central Brooklyn. To touch on something that is a part of this proposal that will affect my neighborhood in Flatbush, we currently have a mix of single and two-family homes that are mostly 3 stories tall and apartment buildings that are usually 6 stories tall. And most of them have been there for going on 100 years. And we have excellent transit access. So the transit-oriented development portion of this would apply to a lot of the neighborhood. So like today, all of those existing apartments, the vast majority of them would be illegal to build. And as a homeowner, I think we have a responsibility to welcome new neighbors and to allow new housing to be built. And when new buildings have gone up on the edges of the neighborhood, including just down the block from where I live, it's a little less restrictively zoned there, so we actually have a new building. It's actually been a really nice change. So I don't think it's really an imposition to add new housing to a neighborhood. And so given the current crisis, it seems like the least we could do is to allow these modest contextual apartment buildings that we already have, to allow a few more of them to be built again. And the current proposal, the transit-oriented development component, doesn't quite get us there because it would only really allow 3-ish story buildings and on specific types of lots and various other restrictions, but it would still be a good step in the right direction, as much of a compromise as it is. And beyond that, we also need all the other parts of City of Yes as well, because they all work together to make new homes possible. So I strongly encourage the council to pass this proposal in its full form, because New York should never be a city of less.
Thank you. Next, we're going, oh, that's very creative. Next, we're going to hear from Curtis Weatherford.
Hi there. My name is Curtis Weatherford, and I live in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. I'm here partially because I, like more than half of New Yorkers, am rent-burdened as a result of the massive housing shortage in this city. But I also want to talk about how the state of housing in New York has affected my family. My grandfather moved here in 1941, before the city imposed parking minimums, ADU bans, and other anti-housing measures. He was 14 years old. He and his mother were Jewish. They were fleeing the Holocaust in their home country of Germany, and they were the only 2 members of my extended family to survive. Upon arrival, they were able to rent a small apartment in the Upper West Side on my great-grandmother's salary sorting rags. New York City was a refuge for them. Housing abundance and affordability in this city may have literally saved their lives. Unfortunately, we all know that a story like this would be impossible in the city today. Separately, my sister's job is based in New York, but she lives in Missouri. She's visited me many times and loves it here. She also hates having to work remotely, spending all day on Zoom and struggling to connect with coworkers she seldom sees. When I talk to her on the phone, I always tell her she should move here, hang out with her coworkers after work, and start to build a life in this great city. Every time her reply is the same. I'd love to, but there's no way I can afford the rent. I try to convince her otherwise, but I know she's right. She and many others like her must remain far from the city, in states where their reproductive rights are curtailed and they may face discrimination on account of their sexuality, because New York City has gone from a city of welcome to a city of welcome as long as you can pay $4,000 a month in rent. The City of Yes proposal takes a step towards returning New York to what it should be, a diverse, tolerant, and inclusive city that we can all be proud to call home. I hope the council members approve this proposal, allow a little more housing in each neighborhood, and get to work on more measures to increase affordability in this city. We don't have time to waste. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to hear from Vishnu Reddy. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hi, my name is Vishnu Reddy, and I live in Sunnyside, Queens. I'm here to express my unequivocal support for the City of Yes for housing opportunity with as few changes to the proposed plan as possible. In my neighborhood of Sunnyside, asking rents have skyrocketed over the last few years, and this story has repeated itself all over the city because our region is facing a dire housing shortage that is decades in the making. The runaway increases in housing costs this shortage has caused has harmed all but the most wealthy New Yorkers, and especially the most vulnerable. We don't have to live like this, and it's time we do something about it. I want our city to welcome people seeking reproductive health care in the post-Roe era. I want our city to be a refuge for queer folks to find safety and community at a time when the rights of gender and sexual minorities are under attack all across the country. I want our city to be a beacon of hope for immigrants seeking opportunity and a better life in the face of some truly evil and vile rhetoric towards our immigrant neighbors. We can't have that city if only the wealthy can afford to live here. New York has long had a reputation as a safe harbor for the most vulnerable, but we are quickly losing that reputation. We're displacing people to states like Texas and Florida that constantly attack the rights of others because those states build housing and we don't. I also want to emphasize that City of Yes is just a start. It's a step in the right direction, but it's not nearly enough to make up for decades of underbuilding. We need the city to continue to pursue pro-housing zoning reforms beyond City of Yes. We also need help from Albany to help fund affordable housing and ensure the suburbs are pulling their weight in housing creation. I can't wait to see what more we can do to get us out of this mess. Thank you for your time and for listening to why I support the City of Yes for housing opportunity. And I also want to commend Mr. Riley here for sticking it out for so long and being so excellent on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to have Luke Lavenway.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you for being here. My name is Luke Lavanway. I'm an 11-year resident of New York City, and I currently live in Fort Greene on the edge of downtown Brooklyn, which is one of the neighborhoods currently doing the most to help the city meet its housing needs. I'd like to address my testimony to council members who feel pressure from constituents who object to City of Yes, and there are 3 points I'd like to offer. Firstly, I think we should do more to communicate the truth that everyone, even homeowners, has an interest in a healthy housing market. Everyone should want reasonable, stable growth in home values, not skyrocketing costs, which threaten to upset the entire apple cart of our city. Renters and homeowners alike have a lot to lose from the destabilizing influence the housing crisis is having on our city. We truly are all in this together, and that is why every neighborhood is being asked to do its part to add to the housing supply. Secondly, I believe that your job as council members will get harder for every day we fail to act on the housing crisis. With each passing day, I see New Yorkers learning about the causes of our lack of housing supply, many of which we have seen on display in this very hearing. We are watching to see which of our elected representatives are working toward real housing solutions and which are not. And crucially, we understand that there will never be a perfect housing policy and that urgent action is required. Thirdly, City of Yes for Housing Opportunity is truly a moderate step to address the housing crisis. In fact, it arguably doesn't do enough. The slogan of this initiative is "a little more housing in every neighborhood." No neighborhood can object in good conscience to doing a little more to help our city address its housing needs. To conclude, I urge the City Council to approve City of Yes in its entirety. New Yorkers deserve abundant housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have Toby Hyde.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, my name is Toby Hyde. I'm a born and bred New Yorker. I've been here for 25 years, grew up in Manhattan and these days call Brooklyn home. I'm here because I firmly believe that New York City needs to build more housing, a lot more housing, so I support the full City of Yes package. I'm sick of seeing my friends leave New York City for New Jersey or other suburbs or other states because of the scary cost of raising a family in New York City. This is more personal than ever for me today. In August, my wife gave birth to our first child. Between the morning session and the afternoon, I went home and the baby spit up on me. I cannot afford to live in the neighborhood I grew up on. I'm lucky Nana's only a subway ride away. City of Yes is a small step in the direction to avoid that happening to my son. Just last night, my wife and I were joking about what kind of overbearing Brooklyn parents we'd be. We may differ about it. We agreed that we can't actually force our son to live next door, but we want him to have the opportunity to live close to his parents when he grows up. As a New Yorker without a car, I do want to specifically applaud City of Yes for proposing to remove parking minimums from new housing construction. This is really important. Today's parking requirements lower the amount of new housing we produce, make it longer to build new housing, and thus make that housing more expensive. Removing parking minimums is hardly radical. Almost 100 American cities have done so, from Spokane, Washington, liberal places like Birmingham, Alabama, and Lexington, Kentucky, Austin, Texas, and Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Buffalo and Bridgeport, Connecticut, closer to home. And you know what? That change is working to make those cities more affordable. In Buffalo and Minneapolis, less parking is being built and rents are falling. 8 of the 10 cheapest, among year over year. In the 10 submarkets that have seen rent decreases, 8 of the 10 are in Austin, Texas. Why? Because they're relaxing requirements and letting people build housing. New York City made the mistake to add parking requirements in the 50s. That was a 75-year-old mistake. We're not going to raise our kid like it's 75 years ago. We shouldn't have a zoning code that acts like it's 75 years ago. So again, I support the full City of Yes package and encourage City Council to pass it.
Thank you, Toby. And congratulations.
Thank you.
With that being said, there's no questions for this panel. Councilmember Banks, you have any questions? This panel is excused. Thank you. The next panel I'm going to call up consists of Professor Joseph Kleinsplatt. Sorry if I butcher your name. Christopher Leon Johnson, Susanna Landa, David Holoka, and Joel Kupfarmam. And we will begin first with Professor Joseph Kleinsplatt.
Speaking. I'm here on a very personal basis. I maintained excellent relationships with all the previous administrations, including directly with the mayor and the former speaker. I am going to present this from my own experience. I am a survivor of a 9/11 cancer. I was a rescuer that day looking for bodies. I have since, because of the conditions in my building, suffered a heart attack, open heart surgery, hand surgery, and knee surgery. We cannot proceed with what you're proposing at this point. It's the city of maybe, because you don't have enough HPD people in place, you don't have enough DOB people in place. We have spent many winters nearly dying because the heat was off. Speaker Johnson isn't here today because he's no longer the speaker, but I'm going to say this. If it wasn't for Speaker Johnson, yes, Lynn, if it wasn't for Speaker Johnson, we would have been dead. Some of us stayed in our beds and froze to death on West 16th Street. It took Brad Hoylman to make sure that the elevator was finally fixed because the seniors on the 6th floor were trapped. Both Corey specifically offered to carry the seniors down physically because HPD and DOB had not followed up on either one. Now, there are other issues that the city has to address. I've addressed them with Lynn privately and other council people. There are other problems. But the way it's written in the current situation is really not where it needs to be. You have to have the proper agencies in place, and HPD and DOB failed on many instances. If you'd like, I'll present you all of the 311 calls. I'll print every single one. And you know how many HPD and DOB phone calls there are? 453. So, if there's an alternative plan where you have these things in place, which I don't think are in place anyway, then it should be tabled, completely tabled, and there should be enough accountability, enough people to come forward, and all of you involve more engagement. There are people that are very smart in this city. You have to also include them. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Appreciate it. Next, we're going to have Christopher Leon Johnson.
Hello. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I am a 33-year-old resident of Crown Heights, Brooklyn, lived there all my life. I am a former 32BJ member, as a shop steward for MTA Eastside Access. I oppose the City of Yes, and I'll explain why. Because, look, let me keep this real, right? I know we have back here Anne-Marie Gray. She's paid off by the developers to recruit all these guys and gals here to speak on behalf of the City of Yes. These guys and gals here are getting paid off by Anne-Marie Gray to speak on behalf of the City of Yes. All these people that are here to speak on behalf of Yembi, Koi, are all getting paid to be here. I'm not getting paid to be here. The unions too. 32BJ, my former union, Manny Pastorak. I respect the guy, but he's getting paid off too by the developers to recruit all the members, including HEC and DC 37, to speak on behalf of Koi. Koi is nothing but a paid-off plan by developers to get rid of all the undesirables and bring all the Yembi friends in. Yeah, there's a housing crisis in New York City, but you cannot solve the housing crisis by making the minimum rent in Crown Heights $5,000 a month, and that's what they want. That's what Anne-Marie Gray wants. All the units in Crown Heights to be $5,000 a month minimum, where the AMI has to be, you have to make between 80%, 90%, and 100% AMI to live in those units. This is all it's about. The people that is speaking, especially the black ones like Austin Celestin, who I can go by Austin Celestin. He know what's going on. And the sad thing about it, you got your own people like Austin Celestin, black guy, selling out his own people for Anne-Marie Gray and Rachel Fee. And this is disgusting. We say no to the City of Yes. The City of Yes is a scam. This is nothing but quid pro quo by the unions and all these organizations like Open Europe for All, Open Plans, Transalt, and the New York Housing Conference to push this, to get all these people here to speak on behalf of COI. The people that's against COI are not getting paid. The people that's for COI, they're all getting paid here. And I'm gonna say this one now before I go. If you council members vote for this bill, we won't forget. I know this is going through, but we won't forget all the council members that vote yes for this bill, and we make sure that none of you guys gonna get voted out. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Next, can we have Susanna Landa? Chris, you can sit down, please. Chris, you can sit down right there.
Oh, bye.
Thanks. Next, we're going to have Susanna Landa. Susanna Landa, are you still here? Okay. Next, we're going to have David Holoka. I'm sorry, can you help me pronounce your name? Holoka. Thank you. You can press the button, David.
I'm David Holoka, a Chelsea resident, community board member, and architect. I first heard the term teardown years ago in reference to Fairfield County ranch houses that were being bought for a replacement with mansions. The practice increases bulk and housing costs without adding housing. City of Yes will do just that for New York to the extent that it makes existing apartment buildings more profitable to tear down. We'll get less housing, not more, as older apartments built for ordinary people are bulldozed to make way for much larger apartments for the rich, aimed at international secondary home and investor markets. That's already happening in neighborhoods like the Upper East Side, which has been losing housing units even as new apartment buildings are added. The poster child for this effect may be 220 West 57th Street, the Billionaires Row near Supertall that replaced a mere 20-story building that had about the same number of apartments, a third of them rent stabilized. In the absence of vacant lots, developers will profitably vacate buildings with buyouts. City of Yes will throw gasoline on an ongoing bonfire of affordable housing. In most of Manhattan and much of Brooklyn, market rate means luxury. That's why even City of Yes's optional affordability preference is a losing proposition. A new building that's 80% luxury and only 20% affordable, and affordable as dubiously defined by AMI at that, would have a far higher median apartment cost than almost any building it would replace. That doesn't even factor in the cost in light, air, climate impact, and quality of life. The self-defeating and dangerously naive parts of City of Yes that put a target on the back of existing affordable housing deserve a thumbs down. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for this panel? There's no questions. I do have a statement, though. This proposal is a proposal from the administration. It's not a proposal from the council. We are deliberating. We are hearing it. We're trying to make modifications. We're trying to get feedback. But I do want to make a notion that this sentiment that this proposal will promote undesirables within our community, I want to stray away from that. This should only present an opportunity for houseless individuals who are looking for somewhere to call home. So that terminology, undesirable, I just respectfully ask those who come up after this panel if we could please refrain from using that and use houseless individuals if that's possible. With that said, thank you so much to this panel. Yeah. Appreciate it. No problem. The next panel I'm going to call up consists of Olivia Killingsworth, Gabrielle Daughtry, Alex Armlovich, Dan Kent, Punit Laff, and Bill Sire. We are trying to accommodate everyone in here in person before we go back to online because it's getting really late. So we're going to try to accommodate as much in-person testimony as possible. The following panel that we're going to call after this panel I just called will consist of Karen Romeo, Mary Aruen, and Rochelle Thompson. And thank you to everyone who took the time out. A lot of you came here at 9 and still are here to testify. And I truly, truly appreciate you. Thank you. We'll begin first with Olivia Killingsworth.
Hi. Good evening.
Thank you for having me. My name is Olivia Killingsworth, and I am a resident of Kensington in South Brooklyn, where I am a homeowner and a childless cat lady. And I want to say I don't often agree with Eric Adams, but this is a broken clock situation. Right twice a day, he's right now. And I want to say that I urge the council to pass City of Yes in its entirety. Specifically in South Brooklyn, we really need transit-oriented development, town center zoning. And I want to talk specifically about parking minimums, because there seems to be a lot of confusion about that. So here's how parking minimums work. Let's pretend that there was a law right now requiring a 2-cat minimum for every household. 2 cats. Everybody has to have 2 cats. Okay? Yeah. I would be in the clear. I already have 2. They're jerks. Curtis Sliwa would be in the clear. He has 17. Right? But those of you who have 0 or 1, you're SOL. You got to get more. Do you have allergies? Forget it. Sorry. Right? This doesn't make any sense. If the mayor came to you and said, we're going to pass 2-cat minimum, you would rightly block him. Right? But that's the status quo now with parking minimums. We're requiring parking where it doesn't make sense. We're requiring cats where it doesn't make sense. So that's my silly way of trying to wake y'all up and argue that we do not need parking minimums. And the last thing I'll say is in Auckland, New Zealand, when they upzoned, it also ended up resulting in more social housing. So when we do this, we can build more social housing. Thanks.
Thank you, Olivia. Next we'll have Gabriel Daughtry.
Hi, my name is Gabriel Doherty, and I live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Today, I will be speaking in favor of City of Yes for housing opportunity, specifically the provision to relax the dwelling unit factor. That's more commonly known as like the provision that enables single room occupancy units, but I'll refer to it here as like the dwelling unit factor thing. This change to the zoning text would allow for more flexible housing, such as units where you pay for the room but have shared kitchen and bathrooms. This can provide a cheaper, more accessible option for shared housing. So to put this in context, 2 years ago, I used to live in a 3-bedroom in Brooklyn with roommates. That roommate situation quickly turned sour. It didn't work out, and I had to leave on short notice because I was subletting. It was too short notice for me to find another set of roommates, so I ended up moving to a studio that I didn't like and I could barely afford. I've since left that studio for a 2-bedroom with a roommate, but it leaves me thinking, had this proposed solution been implemented, this proposed relaxation of the dwelling factor would have helped me out. First, it would have allowed me to find similar housing on short notice with a shared kitchen and bathroom, just like I had with the strangers in my 3-bedroom. Second, this flexible kind of housing likely would have been a better option for me in the first place than shacking up with 2 other roommates, like I said, that I met on the internet and didn't really know, and this is a common situation nowadays. Lastly, folks have been talking about building families in New York. Me living in a 3-bedroom with roommates as I did then, or a 2-bedroom with a roommate as I do now, puts pressure on the price of these apartments that are so very needed by families. Flexible housing provides a real alternative that could relieve this pressure. So in conclusion, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and I encourage you to support City of Yes for housing opportunity in full. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Next, we're going to have Alex Armlovich.
Hi, I'm Alex Armlovich, Housing Policy Manager at the Niskanen Center, a think tank that advocates for strong markets, strong social insurance, and a liberalism that builds. Though I lead a DC-based housing team, I'm also a co-op owner in the Jackson Heights Historic District. I'm here to endorse every component of the City of Yes for all the reasons that you've heard today, from affordability, climate, and economic growth, ably summarized by DCP staff and my fellow commenters. But I wanted to explain, you've heard today from many constituents that the whole city, it's already a construction site. And aren't we already building a lot? Now, the tragedy of that is that it's not wrong in the way that you might think. Under current rules, there's a huge incentive for remodeling that doesn't add housing. You don't need to go through ULURP to gut rehab a 3-unit brownstone to turn it into a mansion in Brooklyn. You don't need ULURP to buy and merge your neighbor's unit to enlarge your co-op. You can just do that all by right. And so we have contractors swinging hammers everywhere, fooling many people into believing that there's construction everywhere, even that we're building a lot. But in many cases, it's for gut rehabs that don't add housing. So I don't want to say that your other constituents' lived experience is wrong about what they're hearing. It's just that they're not counting the permitting stats for the construction that they see. They see the scaffolding, they see the equipment, but they don't realize that these are gut rehabs that don't add housing. You can ask city planning for stats on how many blocks in your districts have actually lost units since 1961 downzoning. So it's an unfortunate misunderstanding. Now, zoning is not a silver bullet, I agree with that, but zoning is the gun, if you will. It's the tool that you need to do everything else. So if you want to do vouchers, if you want to do LIHTC, you got to have the zoning. So not a silver bullet, but it is the tool on which you build everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Kent?
Good evening. My name is Dan Kent. I'm the CEO of Lantern Organization. We're a nonprofit affordable housing and supportive housing developer with the mission to end homelessness in New York City. And that is why I am here in strong support of the City of Yes for Housing. Now, the reason that New York City has the highest rate of homelessness in the country, 5 times higher than other cities like Austin, Texas, is because we don't build enough market rate housing. We do not produce enough housing, especially in the low-density districts in New York City. In our low-density districts, even after City of Yes is approved, hoping it comes through, even after it's approved, they will still barely produce more housing than Detroit. They will still produce housing at a rate that is 1/3 of Los Angeles. And I don't know about you, but I hate when New York loses to Los Angeles. So the plan is actually quite modest. We're only talking about 100,000 additional units across the city over 15 years. There are 120,000 city blocks in New York City. That works out to 1 unit of housing per block across the city. That's not going to overwhelm our sewers. That is not going to cause a parking crisis or a traffic crisis. What it will do is help end the homelessness crisis. It will increase tax revenue so that we can make infrastructure investments in things like our sewers and in our traffic infrastructure. And it will help bring down rents for everyone in this city. So I urge you, help end homelessness, help improve our infrastructure, help make rents more affordable, approve the City of Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Punif Lef.
Hello. My name is Puneet. I'm here to testify in favor of City of Yes. I live in Lower Manhattan in the Bowery, right between Chinatown and the Lower East Side, two important, unique, historic neighborhoods in New York City. I'm here because I'm worried about the continued rising cost of housing in the neighborhoods around where I live and in the city as a whole. Neighborhoods like mine continue to feel the crunch of rising costs and gentrification. I live very close to 2 homeless shelters, and I frequently walk through Sarah D. Roosevelt Park. Every day I see many people who are suffering due to the effects of high housing costs. I understand that there are many considerations in how we go about creating new housing, but to a large degree, it seems to me like this is a problem of clear supply and demand issue, where the reason for such unaffordable rent costs is because the demand for apartments is so high compared to the supply. Even though some neighborhoods build a lot of housing, most do not, which can be seen in the citywide vacancy rate being below 2%, which is the lowest it's been since the 1960s. This is why I'm very excited about the City of Yes proposal. What I'm most excited about is that it will cause more housing to be built in more neighborhoods rather than just a few of them, which will help spread the housing burden across the city and benefit all neighborhoods. by decreasing rent prices and making New York City more livable. I hope the City Council members will approve it in its strongest form. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last person in this panel is Bill Sire.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Bill Cryer, and I strongly support the City of Yes for housing opportunity. I live in Inwood with my wife and 2 young children. We just spent months looking for an apartment for my growing family, so we don't all have to sleep in the same room. Vacancy rates are at an historic low right now, which means landlords have the upper hand to neglect tenants and to raise market rents. Many families have left our neighborhood due to the cost and condition of housing, things like mold and lack of heat. Families with children under 6 are twice as likely to leave New York City as families without children. So to help fix this, I support shared housing. Families are often outbid for family-sized apartments by single adults living as roommates. Shared housing can serve as an alternative for single adults, which will free up family-sized apartments. New housing can reduce competition for existing housing. My art teacher in high school lived in shared housing, and it was the only way he could afford to live near his job in the neighborhood where he wanted to live. Shared housing is small, but it's more affordable than studios and obviously better than homelessness. I also support ADUs so intergenerational families can live together. My mother often cares for my children, and my father needs more and more care himself. ADUs allow intergenerational families to stay close. Finally, I support lifting parking mandates. Cities around the country with far worse transit are lifting parking mandates. A housing development in my neighborhood is being forced to build expensive parking around the corner from the subway and multiple bus stops. These mandates increase car ownership and traffic. If you want to fix parking, we should look at reforming street parking. City of Yes for housing opportunity only addresses a fraction of the housing shortage. I urge the council to vote yes and continue to do more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There being no questions for this panel is excused. We've been joined by Councilmember Abreu, who is going to take over as chair while I take a break. The next panel that we're going to call up consists of Karen Romeo, Mary Ruan, and Rochelle Thompson. If you're here, please come to the dais. The panel after that will consist of Kevin Kiprowski, Daniel Arnold, Jeffrey Thomas, Daniel Guller, George Romero, and Cassandra O'Hearn.
Hello. Can you please state your name?
Hi, my name is Rochelle Thompson, and I'm known as the First Lady of Jazz in Harlem, USA, the continent that I love. And I'm here today to testify to say I feel this is the city of no. And I heard all of the testimonies before, particularly of the senior citizen who was about to be evicted. So my issue is with the court. We are going to court forever. We are paying our rent by certified mail, return receipt requested. The landlords are not in court. The judges are ignoring our evidence, and there is not a cap on how many times that you can go to court. I've won 2 Supreme Court cases, one I wrote on my own. I've done 18 HP actions. I've lived in my building for 40 years, and I'm wondering why we, as tax-paying citizens, are going through all of that. That is my main issue. And I hope that we can look into that, and I hope that the mayor's office and the new first deputy will look into this and change this, because it is wearing us out as people. We just want to live in our homes. I did a children's jazz festival on my block. I did a children's newsletter sent to the White House. I worked on Obama's campaign, and I'm working on Kamala Harris's campaign. I don't want to be in court. I want to have a life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. As part of this panel, we have Mary Ruane or Karen Romeo. Another opportunity to come if you're here. All right, seeing that you are not here, I'm going to move to the next panel. This next panel includes Kevin Kiprowski, Daniel Arnau, Jeffrey Thomas, Daniel Gallagher, George Romero, and Cassandra O'Hearn. Kevin Kiprowski. Kevin not here. Daniel. Which one? Daniel Arnau.
Good evening. Thank you. My name's Daniel Arnau. I'm here on behalf of the Entertainment Community Fund and our Housing Development Corporation. We are a national human services organization that provides support, including housing, for everyone in the performing arts and entertainment community. We are here to express our strong support for the administration's City of Yes housing initiative. New York is the cultural capital of the world, and its commitment to the arts is essential to the city's health. Arts workers are a major driver of economic activity, and in lower income neighborhoods, cultural resources, including artists living there, are linked to positive outcomes in education, safety, and health. However, the high cost of living has put this community at risk. As a result of high rents, we have witnessed an outward migration of artists from the city, with creatives leaving for more affordable cities. The City of Yes Housing Initiative is an important step to addressing this affordability crisis. It will help create more housing options for all New Yorkers, including artists. Additionally, the focus on mixed-use development provides an opportunity to integrate affordable housing, arts and cultural commercial uses, which create more vibrant communities. While we strongly support this proposal, we urge the city to go even further in its commitment to ensure that cultural workers can continue to live and work here. Low-income artists are one of the city's most financially vulnerable groups and need more affordable housing targeted explicitly at arts workers. In the first months of the pandemic, arts employment dropped by 60%, and employment remains 13% below pre-pandemic levels. To ensure that New York remains the global arts hub, we need to expand affordable artist housing and ensure that artists have affordable workspaces that allow them to thrive in this city. In closing, we strongly support City of Yes and urge the council to embrace policies that make our cultural community stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Now we have Jeffrey Thomas.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Thomas. I'm a homeowner in Flatbush, Titmuss Park, and I'd like to encourage City Council to pass the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity proposal in its entirety. But I don't want you to take my word for it. 2 weeks ago, I was at a ULURP hearing at Brooklyn Borough Hall about a rezoning project in Windsor Terrace. The site is pretty close to me. It is right next to my church, and I know we badly need more housing in that area. So I spoke up in favor of the project. There were, of course, some folks speaking against it. They said, we love the idea of more housing, but this particular site in my backyard, here's some reason why we don't think should happen. So this group is organized. They've got a website. They were running some fundraisers. I'd like to quote directly from their website. We support changes to zoning policy through a comprehensive, considerate process like City of Yes. We're urging our neighbors and elected officials to support sustainable, contextual, affordable housing. Let me emphasize that. These are folks literally saying, not in my backyard. These are landlords. These are people who publicly say they're worried about the view from their front porch. They say that City of Yes is a great idea. That's because it is. There's nothing radical there. It's for iconic, normal New York City buildings like we were doing for a very long time. When you hear support and opposition, you're not hearing the, quote, normal YIMBY/NIMBY divide here. The YIMBYs and the NIMBYs, we both like this proposal. You're hearing opposition from a well-organized and well-funded tiny minority that wants you to think they speak for a larger group. They don't. I'm sure you've all heard about the poll this weekend that 80% of New Yorkers support City of Yes once they know what's in it. Ordinary working New Yorkers, many of who can't take a day off of work to sit here all day and take a day off their family responsibilities and still be here, ordinary people who don't know what the word ULURP even means, they want you to pass this proposal. They elected you to do what's right for their community. They entrusted you with that. It's a common sense policy, and the city badly needs it, so I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you, Jeffrey. We now have Daniel Gallagher.
Hello, my name is Daniel Gollier. By day, I teach classes on New York City government, but today I'm here to speak as a happy advocate of the city's future. I'm also an adopted New Yorker, what E.B. White once called the third New York. I originally grew up on a farm in Indiana, and I'm one of millions who've come here to live life on their own terms, seek opportunity, and contribute to the greatest city in the world. Members of the council, thank you for having me. And Councilmember Hanif, who isn't here at the moment, thank you for your earlier remarks welcoming people to this city regardless of their point of origin. New York City has a housing crisis fundamentally driven by lack of supply. To meet current demand, the city needs hundreds of thousands of new units of all kinds. To achieve this, the council should pass City of Yes in its entirety as the first of many actions. I'm quite hopeful it's changing, but if the prevailing political attitudes of the modern era were projected into the past, we never would have gotten the original subways, the Brooklyn Bridge, or almost any of the great public improvements for which the city is now known, that it often funded unilaterally, and upon which it relies today. As you can imagine in the case of the subway, digging trenches up and down Manhattan along major thoroughfares wasn't popular with the budding landowners, several of whom launched lawsuits to stop the subway construction. And yet, we have subways. And so, can't we have housing today? Many council members have concerns about the impact of this text amendment on infrastructure, especially sewers, concerns that many people at the dawn of the 20th century had about subway construction, which required a reconstruction of sewers, steam pipes, pipe galleries generally, and other critical infrastructure. Whatever reservations you feel today about allowing the city to build needed housing, your counterparts in the past have felt similarly, and they chose to move forward at many crucial junctures to our great benefit today. The city government of the past met fear and complication with action, bold action that birthed the subway between 1900 and 1940, and bold action that accommodated population growth from 3.5 million in 1900 to 7 million by 1930. They did all this with far less wealth, technology, and benefit of hindsight than we have today. My hope for this council is that it will meet the ambition and energy of the government's past, the one that largely built the city, the past inherited.
Thank you,
present
George.
inherited.
We have to move on. My apologies.
Thank you.
Cassandra O'Hearn.
Thank you, Council, for hearing our testimony today. I am speaking as an advocate of City of Yes for housing opportunity in a resident of Fort Greene, Brooklyn. Having completed a master's degree from New York University in urban planning, I strongly support this proposal, as the valley is aware we are facing a 1.4 vacancy rate, which is the lowest in 56 years. New York City proudly defines itself as a city of immigrants built on a strong working class and the ability of new generations to bring new ideas and skill sets from all over the country and the world. These same residents are being pushed out of neighborhoods and are unable to build that generational wealth. Now, City of Yes will enable our city to continue to grow and be welcoming to future generations of New Yorkers who will continue to bring innovation and creativity. Additionally, by taking a citywide approach, the plan works towards equitable development across neighborhoods as opposed to overburdening a few neighborhoods in excessive development. This will enable protection of unique identities while ensuring future generations continue to enjoy them. I urge the City Council to vote yes.
Thank you. Now we have Jorge Romero.
Hi, how's it going? I'm on this panel, so obviously I support City of Yes. I'm not getting paid, as people got accused earlier. I gave up a day of work. I gave a day to being next to my daughter, my newborn daughter, to be here today to speak up for the City of Yes. And I think everybody in this that spoke so far on both sides are here because they care a lot about this great city. I don't question that. The reason I'm here today is because I think some of us are loving the city so much that we're stumping its growth. We're not letting the city flourish like it used to, as many of the buildings we so cherish would be illegal today with the current zoning laws. I think the New York Times said 40% of the buildings in Manhattan would be illegal today. City of Yes can start to change this. It is not a solution for infrastructure. Some of you and your colleagues can solve infrastructure if you make that a priority. It is not a solution for affordability. You and your colleagues as well can put emphasis into subsidizing that or funding that. But this is a small step in the right direction that will, in 10, 15 years, lead a modest growth of housing. I'm a new parent, and just how I know I need to let my daughter grow on her own, I think we should let New York grow. In some areas, there has been growth, 1.2 million jobs in the last decade, but only 400,000 houses. Instead, we have pushed people into legal basement apartments, pushed people into shelter systems, made people leave, and made adults and families roommates in the city. We can change this, and I ask you guys to put emphasis into approving the City of Yes.
All right, this panel is hereby excused. Do my colleagues have any questions? Thank you. After this next group, we will be pivoting back to online testimony. In this next panel, we have Dasha Gonzalez, Isabel Brown, Barbara Blair, Shabri Doshi, Ralph Yozo, and Farron Henry. Can you please identify your first name before you speak? Thank you.
Hello? Hello. Good evening, and good evening, members of the council that are with us now. My name is Barbara Blair. I'm the president of the Garment District Alliance, and I'm here to support the City of Yes for Housing proposal. New York City is in desperate need of additional housing. Allowing more commercial to residential conversions is an obvious and important step towards addressing our crucial shortage of housing. The City of Yes for Housing is a lifeline for the Garment District in West Midtown Manhattan because it is imperative that we find new uses to occupy vacant space in our neighborhood's commercial buildings and to create a safer 24/7 mixed-use community. Many property owners in the Garment District are seeing 20 to 25% vacancies. With post-pandemic changes in work models, including working from home and reduced days in the central business district, many tenants are not renewing leases or have plans to downsize their spaces. Others have even left the district mid-lease due to dire social conditions on our streets, including drug dealing, drug use, and mentally ill individuals in need of services. Without residents, ground floor retail is not viable in many cases because of the limited hours that office tenants keep. These current conditions are untenable. For the Garment District, easing restrictions on commercial to residential conversions will activate our streets and create a safer 24/7 environment, provide new users to absorb vacant space, increase our consumer base to support ground floor retail, expand opportunities for restaurants to operate during dinner time and on weekends, and allow for the adaptive reuse of Class B and C buildings that are threatened by both office tenants downsizing and the flight to quality. For all these reasons, we're fully supportive of this proposal. For the Garment District to fully realize the opportunity this zoning change presents, we recommend that the plan include capital improvements.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Before we move to the next panel online, just want to make sure that folks who are part of this panel, if you're here, please come up. Dasha Gonzalez, Isabel Brown, Shabri Doshi, Ralph Yozo, Farron Henry. Not seeing you here, the panel is excused. All right, I'm going to call the next panel. If you're online and you haven't signed up, make sure you consult the council's land use page. The next panel will include Elaine Young, Dina Winter, Arlene Schlesinger, and Deborah Wright.
You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Ms. Elaine Young. Thank you.
Sorry about the delay. Um, I'm sorry. This was so sudden that I was called. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Hi, my name is Elaine Young, and I'm president of the West Cunningham Park Civic Association, representing over 5,000 residents in Fresh Meadows, Queens. We are a low-density community of mainly one-family homes, and we say a resounding no to the city of Yes. Uh, in this community, we have worked long and hard to maintain a lower density, working closely with our community board and local elected officials in a back and forth dialogue that truly value community input. The City of Yes plans to eliminate this community input when it comes to zoning. It removes ULURP from community boards and council members, eliminating any meaningful dialogue with the community. I also have to say, on behalf of the low density communities, in listening to testimonies, it is incredibly insulting to hear speakers vilify low density areas that make up only 50% of New York City, with implying or outright saying that low density areas are responsible for the housing and affordability crisis. In the city's one size fits all plan, our communities are threatened. We choose to live in a low density district, and that is our right. City of Yes is a financial boon to developers and real estate interests. Very few people I heard brought this up, but in light of the fact that Mayor Adams, who has pushed this plan heavily, is under indictment for bribery and corruption, it begs the question, is the mayor benefiting just as developers and real estate interests are? It's something to think about. In conclusion, the City of Yes must not go forward. The West Cunningham Park Civic Association's 5,000 residents will remember who voted in favor of this, and we will not vote for you in the future for whatever office you run for. So we advise you to listen to the community and truly represent us.
Thank you, Elaine. We now have Dina next.
Good
Dina.
evening. I'm testifying on behalf of Village Preservation, a community organization working in Greenwich Village, the East Village, and NoHo. We strongly oppose multiple provisions in City of Yes for housing opportunity and urge the council to remove these provisions or vote it down. One particularly pernicious aspect of this plan is the proposed changes in voluntary inclusionary zones, where City of Yes would actually eliminate existing incentives for including affordable housing in new development. Currently, in these zones, developers can only build 90% of the allowable residential FAR if they do not include any affordable housing. To incentivize developments including affordable housing, developers can build the full 100% of residential FAR only if they also add an additional 20% of affordable housing on top of it, resulting in a building with 120% of the allowable residential floor area. City of Yes would throw this away and allow developers to build the full 100% of allowable FAR without having to include any affordable housing whatsoever. Why, when we have an affordable housing crisis, would we eliminate a strong incentive to include new affordable housing in new developments and simply give away floor area to developers to build more luxury condos? In attempting to justify this, the city has said that in these zones, the new, quote, universal affordability preference would apply, in which developers could choose to add 20% or more additional affordable housing on top of the market rate development. But under this plan, there is absolutely no requirement that they do so, and the existing incentive for including affordable housing, holding back 10% of the allowable market rate FAR, would disappear. This is simply a gift to developers with nothing in return for the public. This provision must be rethought. We adamantly oppose raising the allowable FAR for purely market rate developments in voluntary inclusionary zones, and so should you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dina. We now have Arlene Schlesinger.
Good evening. Okay, as a representative of Hollis Hills Civic Association, I firmly oppose the City of Yes initiative. We must ask ourselves, who stands to gain from this text amendment? The initiative is fraught with controversy, and I'm deeply troubled by the potential for corruption, especially within the City Planning Commission, which is appointed, not elected, by Mayor Adams and his administration. Their apparent objective is to dismantle the ULO process, which currently promotes balanced zoning decisions, instead centralize future zoning authority into their hands. This would significantly weaken the influence of local community boards, city council members who play a crucial role in shaping our neighborhoods as they are. Who really benefits? It's certainly not the residents who are being ignored in favor of developers. This initiative poses direct threat to single family and two-family homes owned by middle-class, hardworking individuals. The idea of transforming residential home into business spaces, whether for stores, barbershops, labs, adding ADUs in our backyards and driveways, is fundamentally misguided. The lack of parking mandates within our proposal only proves how out of tune the City of Yes is for our city. Why should commercial areas be neglected while businesses encroach into our private homes? Who would harm our neighborhood, and that would drastically change the character of our communities? Do we really want large-scale buildings popping up on residential streets? Is that the future for Eastern Queens? Additionally, the environmental and infrastructure concerns are glaring. We live in flood-prone zones, and the infrastructure is already under such strain. This initiative seems to ignore these crucial issues. Our environment is in danger, and all you think about is expensive housing, as this has nothing to do with affordable housing. It's for profit, and if you're a developer, not the residents, it feels like those who are backing
Thank you,
this
Arlene.
plan
We now have Deborah Wright next to testify.
That wasn't 2 minutes.
Deborah Wright. Deborah Wright, if you're on Zoom, please unmute. Going once, going twice. If you are unable to testify at this moment due to technical difficulties, you may submit your testimony online in writing. Do my colleagues have any questions? Seeing no questions, this panel is now excused. All right, for the next panel online, we have Grace O'Meara, Susan Lunn, Tyler Lewis, and Roland Nimes.
You may begin.
Sorry, is this for me?
It's for Grace O'Meara. All right, just want to give Grace another opportunity if she's on the panel to speak or to try to unmute yourself to speak. And a reminder, if you're unable to testify due to technical difficulties, you may submit testimony online. Grace, you need to accept your promotion.
Hello.
All right.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
I got bumped off right there at the last minute.
No problem.
Okay, well, I'm going to cut through the chase. I am against the City of Yes. I am a community advocate and activist here in the Allerton section of the Bronx. This City of Yes is not affordable. The housing is not affordable. It's going to displace. We are mostly people of color here and low income people here. This is going to push us further into Westchester. We keep getting pushed into Westchester. The housing is not affordable. We don't have a housing crisis like everybody wants to say. It's an affordability crisis is what we have. So unless you're going to fix that portion, this City of Yes is a city killer. And I'm just going to say to the city council members that whoever vote for this project, you will be primaried, guaranteed. You're out. So enjoy your time in city council because you'll be primaried and you'll be voted out. We will make a mission. This will be a mission of ours through all the communities here. We're going to make a mission to make sure each and every one who votes yes gets out. And then we're going to revisit it when we have the right people in there. You're not representing the communities. You guys should be brought up on charges of treason. Whoever votes yes, because you are abdicating your oath of office to protect the Constitution of the United States. And this is what you're doing. You're going against the people that you are supposed to be representing. So enjoy your time while you can, because if this city of yes goes through, you guys are out. And then we're going to revisit it again. And the developers, they better think again. And these young people that think it's a great idea, when you live long enough, like I have, I'm a senior citizen, I'm disabled, you'll understand. I've been through many of these things before. They don't care about you. They're getting money in their pocket. The mayor, whoever's pushing this, the developers are going to love this.
Thank you, Grace.
It's not about how affordable.
Thank you, Grace.
So enjoy your time.
Have a good evening. Next is
You too.
Susan Lund.
Hello, everybody. I live in the wonderful and vibrant neighborhood of Park Slope, a place I'm lucky to call home. There's been a lot of discussion on the preservation of character in the community, and this is why I urge the council to vote yes in favor of City of Yes. I've been lucky to meet and make friends within Park Slope, and many of whom have worked and lived in this neighborhood for 10, 15, 20 years. However, they can no longer afford to live here and have had to make the difficult decision to move far away and make it no longer tenable to commute in and work in this neighborhood. This leads to a loss of community, a loss of people who are pillars to Park Slope. Despite what others have said, we have a current vacancy rate of 1.4%, which is dire. City of Yes will result in permanent affordable housing in this high-cost neighborhood. This is a step in the correct direction of preserving and allowing community members of Park Slope to stay here. The community of Park Slope is not just wealthy homeowners, but the working class people who are the vibrant members who are serving you coffee, making you fancy drinks, and cutting your delicious meats. They should be allowed and encouraged to stay here in this neighborhood. I encourage the council to listen to the many, many people who have voiced support and excitement for this proposal. The people of New York overwhelmingly support City of Yes. Over 80% of residents. We have literal polling data for this. We urge the council to pass it in full. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. We now have Tyler Lewis. Please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Tyler Lewis. I don't work for anybody or represent anybody except myself. I'm a native New Yorker and a resident of Brooklyn. I want to just voice my strong support our City of Yes, and I hope that the council passes it in its strongest measures. I am so excited by many of the propositions within it, and I don't think I could speak more articulately or vehemently than many people who have come before you today, but wanted to add my voice as an excited citizen and a positive voice, and also just express gratitude to all of you for sustaining this process. I also just want to voice support specifically for lifting parking mandates, which are silly and outdated. And I say that as a car owner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Roland Nimis.
Good evening. My name is Roland Nimis. I'm the Acting Director of Housing Unit at Bronx Legal Services, which, as part of Legal Services NYC, defends and uplifts tenants through right to counsel eviction defense work and anti-harassment work for low-income New Yorkers. As one of the largest providers of eviction defense in this city, we witness up close every day the consequences of New York City's housing crisis for low-income tenants. Many of our clients are trapped in housing situations that are unsafe and unaffordable. Tenants we defend are afraid to ask for repairs or assert their rights because they know that any dispute could land them in housing court and at threat of eviction. Even tenants who secure housing vouchers can't use their vouchers because the city lacks available apartments within the payment limits. As tenant lawyers, we know that building more affordable housing is essential for low-income New Yorkers. The City of Yes includes necessary zoning changes to create housing that will benefit those we serve. This includes re-legalizing and regulating shared housing and smaller apartments, which can be transformative for low-income tenants, particularly those who rely on vouchers to find housing. Likewise, legalizing and regulating accessory dwelling units is crucial to increase access to safe and affordable housing. Today, many low-income tenants are forced into illegal units in basements and subdivided apartments where they are powerless, with few defenses to evictions if their landlords decide they want them out. Creating a legal pathway for these types of units would bring these tenants into the formal housing market where they are protected from arbitrary evictions. As many before me have said, these proposals and others within the City of Yes package are not sufficient to end our housing crisis. Nevertheless, our clients are in desperate need of more affordable housing. Together with stronger, fully funded and enforced tenant protections and legal services aimed at preserving existing tenancies, increasing the amount of variety of affordable housing stock is crucial to low-income communities and our clients. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and your right to counsel work. Do my colleagues have any questions? Seeing none, this panel is now excused. We're now moving to the next panel, which includes Sally Ann Sinisgali, Latonia Harris, Ed Goidas, Cliff Bruckenstein, and Paul Graziano. Starting with Sally.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to all of you today. My name is Sally Ann Sinisgali. I'm a lifelong resident of Howard Beach. I grew up here, went to school here, and have raised my kids here. I speak before you today to discuss the City of Yes housing proposal. I want to cite multiple grievances that I have with this plan, including an overgeneralized plan, lack of community discourse, and the overcrowding of schools in other municipalities. Starting with the problem of the overgeneralized plan, the City of Yes housing proposal makes the wrongful assumption that since every neighborhood is within New York City, they will be equally affected, and one general plan will work for the whole city. I can assure you this assumption is not only incorrect, but is absurd. Each borough has a specific layout and makeup, and this plan will have greater adverse effects on Queens and my neighborhood, Howard Beach. If this plan passes, the streets will become packed with cars, and we don't have adequate public transportation in Queens. And the whole reason why many like me live in Queens or Staten Island and not one of the more urban boroughs like Manhattan or Brooklyn is because I don't want to live in a neighborhood full of multiple family homes. I've chosen to buy a house in Howard Beach, Queens because I want to stay in the city that I love without living in a building. In my neighborhood, like so many others, we enjoy the luxuries of easy parking, lower density, and single family houses. This is why I bought a home here. Pass this plan and implement the City of Yes is to upend the ruin the dreams of many families like mine. The second problem I want to address is the lack of community discourse while creating this plan. Mayor Adams and his tyrannical administration have decided they know what's best for us instead of hearing the voices of the communities and the people. The Adams administration had gone ahead and created this plan that just moves to further an agenda that I, along many others, do not get behind. As someone who is elected to be representative, Adams and his plan does not represent the interests of so many New Yorkers. I ask that this committee starts to consider our community's complaints before they let this plan go forward as it stands today. Final problem that I want to address is, and possibly the most important, is the effect of this plan will have on our schools and municipalities. This plan will be detrimental to our public.
Sally, thank you very much for your testimony. We're now moving to Latonia Harris.
Okay.
Latonia, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Thank you. I can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. Hello, my name is Latanya. I'm from St. Albans, Queens. I say no to the City of Yes. I hope this is not a performative check-the-box hearing, and the concerns heard today will assist you with making your decision to vote against the City of Yes. The so-called narrative that is exaggerated regarding less housing, the issue is affordable housing. I ask you to consider the following factors when you consider your vote. Ask who will benefit from the overhaul of low-density areas in Queens. Is it homeowners who already pay the highest taxes in Queens, or developers who will receive tax benefit for 10 years or more? Basements have been deemed unsafe occupancy for years. All of a sudden, the city is open to modifying the building code, knowing how costly it is to alter the unit into a safe dwelling. This would suggest that the city is willing to risk the safety of community to get new stream of revenue. To sell this as a benefit to homeowners is a farce. Furthermore, the City Planning Commission suggests that other dwelling units, such as backyards and cottages and garage apartments, will benefit family members. I submit to you not to use this as on the segment of population. Not all the segments of population live the same. We don't all live in multi-generational homes with one family per bedroom or in another part of the house. Politicians should never use their assumptions for their personal experience and or observations of some cultures to implement an overhaul of an entire borough. Note, some young people want to move out from their parents, and older aging generation like their independence. Carefully review the city planning infrastructure report. Ask them how long did it take them to compile the data. Invest in an independent audit to review their findings. Queens communities cannot support the overdevelopment that will take place under the City of Yes. Lastly, consider the quality of life factors that exist in Queens as of right. Scooters are thrown aboard. Saturation of migrant shelters causes school overcrowding is an issue. Short of
Thank you,
quality
Latonya.
food, migrants cooking in the street. I ask you to vote against the City of Yes.
Thank you very
for allowing
much.
me to
We're now
vote.
proceeding to Ed Goitis.
Thank you.
Ed Goitis, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Should the City of Yes one-size-fits-all package of proposals become law, the resulting development free-for-all will cannibalize all of our communities, lowering our quality of life and affecting property values, and exacerbating the strain on neighborhoods without any increase in infrastructure or agency staffing. It will not create more affordable housing. Instead, it will replace home ownership, owner-occupied housing, and what's left of the middle class in New York with market rate rental units, exponentially increasing the unaffordability of our housing stock. The City of Yes housing opportunity proposal would throw all of that away in order to, one, create massive and unsustainable increases in density across the board in every lower density neighborhood. Two, utterly ignore transportation needs and trends, particularly in lower density neighborhoods far from transit linking to Manhattan. Three, exponentially increase the stress on infrastructure and public resources of which it makes no mention. Four, deny actual housing affordability of any kind, despite constant buzzwords and meaningless rhetoric. Five, severely compromise the democratic process in future land use decisions by communities and their elected officials through the massive expansion of as-of-right development and limiting of ULURP by fellow neighbors, business owners, and tax-paying citizens are vehemently opposed to the City of Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed Goitis. We now have Cliff Bruckenstein. Cliff, if you're here, please unmute.
Yes, yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a long time, actually lifelong resident of Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn, third generation. I have fought zoning issues for many, many years on many different projects. I'm on the zoning board of the community board. I have voted on hundreds of zoning resolutions. Some yes, some no. I really pick and choose. My neighborhood has doubled in size in the last 5 years. This zoning, one size fits all, is insane. It would be the elimination of a lot of people in this city, and at no cost for affordable living, affordable rents. If you want to make a true, reasonable way to make affordable rent, you have to make room for home ownership of all sorts, large and small. And it would be very difficult in my neighborhood which is basically all over Brooklyn.
Please unmute yourself if you're not Cliff.
It would be difficult to do that unless the city council does a lot of thinking without developers, because all they want to do is fill their pockets. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. We now have Paul Graziano.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Paul Graziano. I'm an urban planner working with over 200 organizations representing the interests of close to 1 million residents of every ethnicity and income level all over the city who say no to the City of Yes. Most speakers in favor are lobbyists or paid representatives of organizations that have skin in the game, those who will financially or otherwise benefit from the City of Yes should it be adopted. Most speakers in opposition are residents of the city, homeowners, tenants, civic associations, who are merely fighting for their homes and the survival of their neighborhoods. A few statistics. Right now, we have the same population as we did in 1960 and 800,000 more units than we did then. We have 150,000 units approved to be built in the next 4 years, a record number. In fact, according to experts, we have more housing in New York City than we've had during the past century. Our current zoning capacity can accommodate another 5 to 6 million units for another 8 to 12 million people as of right. This is if the zoning never changed again. This is all without the City of Yes. Yesterday, Chair Garodnick went out of his way to dismiss the concerns of many of the council members during Q&A. He stated that neighborhoods that were contextually rezoned had put up walls to keep people out and were racist and segregationist. I would remind the council members that Garodnick voted in favor of these rezonings when he was a council member and currently lives in a $2.4 million co-op on Central Park West in a historic district. He also showed a slide of an area in Eastern Queens where he said the town center zoning proposal would allow for multifamily development where it cannot happen today. The slide he showed is in my neighborhood, and the property is already zoned for multifamily development. The theoretical neighborhood models that DCP created are completely bogus, and purposefully so. I've done deep analysis of over 24 real neighborhoods. The outcomes are simply staggering, with 300 to 500% minimum increases in potential development if the City of Yes becomes law.
Thank you, Paul.
Replacing a single-family house with a 10 or 20 unit apartment building will devastate a block and neighborhood immediately.
Thank you. I believe my colleagues have questions.
Yes, you said, Mr. Graziano, you said you did some studies. Can you just tell us a little bit in a couple of minutes, like what kind of studies you've done?
So what I did was, I did the work, in my opinion, I did the work that city planning didn't do, because all they did was create these theoretical models. And we have 500 neighborhoods around the city, and they're all very different from each other. So what I did was, I took a neighborhood, some are low density, some are mid density. Ridgewood is a middle density neighborhood. Areas in the Bronx that I worked in. I looked at over 24 neighborhoods, and I looked at what the outcomes could be based on what the actual proposals are promoting. And again, I did it property by property, and I saw what the outcomes could be. You know, this whole idea that it would only be a little bit more housing, the EIS, the Environmental Impact Statement, it is the most efficient EIS I've read in 30 years. It describes a drop in the ocean theory, which is to say, well, it's only going to happen here, 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 so it'll never have any effect on neighborhood character whatsoever. But what we know from development is that when you rezone an area, if you rezone it, they will build. And now if you're creating a situation where it's not a ULURP process, right? You don't have a situation where someone says, okay, developer A says, I want to rezone this from R4 to R7 to build X number of units. And you're going through that whole process. Now it's as of right. And you're replacing a corner house in a single family neighborhood, and you can build a 10-unit apartment building or even a 20-unit apartment building, depending on the size of the property. And it could be a 2-family house. It could even be a lower density a multifamily apartment building. This is going to be extremely difficult, and the outcomes have been the same in the low density neighborhoods, in the middle density neighborhoods, and even in some of the higher density neighborhoods. So
Thank you, Paul.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yeah, it did. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
This panel is now, Mr. Banks, you have a question? This panel is now excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're now moving to the next online panel. It includes Mark Pitsley, Jessica Rothkuo, Ernie Smith, and Craig Gurian. Mark, you may begin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Mark Pitsley, and I'm an architect with 23 years experience working here in the city, mostly in apartment buildings, both market rate and affordable. I'm testifying today in favor of the City of Yes proposal because we desperately need every tool to incentivize the construction of more housing in the city. Specifically, I want to say a few words regarding mandatory parking requirements. As a designer, I've seen firsthand how these requirements place costly constraints on a new building. For example, structural column locations that are necessary for maneuvering cars are never as workable for the apartments above them, requiring expensive transfer beams. And the limits on where parking can be placed without it counting as floor area mean that deep excavation is often the only option, imposing hefty costs in waterproofing and ensuring that vulnerable neighboring buildings. But I am also speaking to you today as a homeowner who has now seen firsthand the consequences of these parking mandates for building residents. I live in Crown Heights in a 160 unit building where the developer had to accommodate a parking requirement for 66 cars. To avoid excavating 2 stories below grade, the developer provided a single level of parking in the cellar using double height car stackers and tight clearances. The assumption was that an attendant would be hired since less than half of the spaces can be reached without moving other cars, but there was never enough demand to sell spaces to make the cost of hiring an attendant feasible. Now this amenity has become an albatross for the owners in the building, including myself. We are unable to hire an attendant, we are unable to sell more spaces without an attendant, and we are unable to rent spaces to outside neighbors because of the zoning. So years after completion, the garage sits more than half empty, expensive waste space in a city where every inch is precious. I'm asking the council to approve the City of Yes to prevent this kind of waste. Parking mandates can cause headaches for homeowners and residents long after the developer and the architect have left the scene. But parking be determined by market forces.
Thank you so
not
much,
by
Mark.
Arbitrary zoning formula. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to Jessica. Please unmute Jessica if you're online. And if you can't testify due to technical difficulties, you may submit your testimony online and through written testimony.
Hello. Hi. Sorry, I'm here.
Oh,
Good
no
evening.
problem. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council and fellow New Yorkers, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jessica Rothkuo. This is my wife, Hannah, and we're Queens homeowners. We want to urge you to support the entire City of Yes proposal and especially the accessory dwelling unit provisions. We own a single-family bungalow in the Arverne neighborhood of Far Rockaway in Council District 31. We love this neighborhood for its economic and housing diversity. We have a 2-car garage that is completely unused because neither of us have a driver's license and we don't own a car. And our current R4 zoning requires us to maintain our garage, which takes up a large portion of our lot. We currently house a stray cat in our garage, and we really love her, but we hope you'll pass the City of Yes and allow us to house one of our human neighbors instead. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ernie Smith.
Good evening. My name is Ernie Smith, and I work for a small embroidery company in the Garment District. 25 years ago, we were forced out of Manhattan by the dot-com craze, and 2 years ago, we were forced out of Long Island City by changes to zoning. It became mixed use, and within moments of being determined as mixed use, 31 hotels moved into our manufacturing district. While I very much would like to see mixed use in the Garment District for residential and small businesses in the lower floors of the same building, I have learned through the meetings that I've had in Long Island City 10 years ago, the treasurer of the city had a meeting, a business meeting that I attended, and he said that They were working on affordable housing. When asked what affordable housing was, he said it's 120,000 and up. We asked, what about those people who don't make 120,000? He said, well, that's workforce housing, and we don't consider that important right now. When I hear the word affordable housing from a city agency, I'm suspect. I don't believe it is servicing those people who are today making 50,000. It is a sham, and I am unhappy about that, and would like to see it be more specific in what that word means. Thank you very much for letting me share.
Thank you, Ernie. We'll now move to Craig Gurian.
Good evening, Councilmember Abreu. My name is Craig Gurian. I'm the Executive Director of the Anti-Discrimination Center. I've been a civil rights attorney for more than 35 years. Some of you may even be familiar with a couple of my cases. I have a message for opponents of City of Yes. The longer version of this is in a piece that's just been published in Vital City today. Opponents, be careful what you wish for. City of Yes made the usual but understandable mistake of compromising in advance. It is, compared to what is needed to solve our twin crises of housing affordability and housing segregation, a modest measure. New York City, one of the most segregated major cities in the country, is already vulnerable to a perpetuation of segregation lawsuit under the Federal Fair Housing Act and our local human rights law because of its zoning and other pro-segregation conduct. If City of Yes were to be rejected or watered down, that vulnerability will be heightened. And when a lawsuit is resolved and a remedy determined, it's not a matter of a little housing everywhere. Addressing decades of disparities would mean focusing on building mixed income housing, especially where it has been resisted. I'll leave you with Borough President Reynoso's advice to city planning. Do not back down, do not scale back, do not shy away. If you're going to do anything, do more. Nothing is more important than ensuring every New Yorker and every family has a place to call home for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Do my colleagues have any questions? This panel is now excused. I'm now moving to the next online panel, which includes Guy Marks, James Dill, Saif Alam, Sharita Paulson. We'll begin with Guy Marks. Guy Marks. Now is your moment to unmute if you're online. And if you're having technical difficulties, you may submit written testimony online. All right, we'll now move to James Dill. If you're online, please unmute.
I'm Jim Dill, Executive Director of Housing and Services, Inc. We are a not-for-profit dedicated solely to permanent supportive housing, which is the most cost-effective and humane way of ending chronic homelessness. We are members of the Supportive Housing Network in New York and fully support the network's advocacy points to this meeting. We are also very grateful for the Yes to Housing Coalition's advocacy and analysis work. We fully support City of Yes as a means to easing the affordable and homeless housing crisis in our city. The proposed universal affordability preference will give supportive housing providers the critical mass to provide the enhanced security and maintenance necessary to keep our projects clean and safe. We thank the Council for its support for the reallocation of NYC 1515 resources from the scatter site model to the creation and preservation of congregate supportive housing. We operate a 100-unit scatter site program, which we believe is a crucial component in the continuum of care to end homelessness. However, the less than 2% vacancy rate in housing units make the scatter site model unfeasible, and we have no plans to attempt to use a 1515 scatter site program. We owe the development of our most recent congregate project to 1515 congregate resources and are eager to use them again for our next project. We share the concerns about those who fear that City of Yes will be exploited by for-profit developers who will not provide truly affordable housing. In consideration of the City of Yes, we urge the council to provide sufficient resources to HPD and HRA so that not-for-profits are preferred and competitive, thereby ensuring that City of Yes-enabled projects remain truly affordable in perpetuity. 90% of our congregate tenants are meet HUD's definition of low income or extremely low income. We will provide written testimony, and we thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, James. I believe Guy Marks is online. If you are, please unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes to testify.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you so much. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to unmute fast enough. My name is Guy Marquez. I'm a homeowner in Staten Island. I wanted to echo what a lot of folks have said. What I personally, I'll say that I do agree with a lot of what is in the City of Yes proposal, but there are many things that I personally, as a member of this community here, cannot get past. And that is, I'm echoing the sentiment from this community that we feel we are not being brought to the table in this discussion, that too much power is being ceded to developers, and that the sentiment in this community, which I also feel, is that there won't be just a little bit of development in our R1, R2 areas, because there's no safeguard against developers coming in and building willy-nilly in every single garage in the area, garage, basement, attic, and so forth. Already now in our area, and I'm sure it happens in Queens and in the Bronx and in these R1, R2 areas, anytime a home goes on the market, developers are swarming with cash offers to outbid families. So I don't see anything in City of Yes that's going to stop that from even getting worse, and driving up prices in these areas just for the development property. So again, I echo that. Absent something like that to prevent the escalation of costs due to developer overbidding, safeguards against every single garage in R1 and R2 areas becoming an apartment and doubling the housing capacity of this neighborhood. And again, doubling housing capacity sounds good, but this neighborhood cannot support doubling the density. It just won't happen. This is not an area served by transit. So again, I urge the council to potentially revisit some of these ADU, these R1 and R2 impacts in order to, as they say,
thank you very much,
small
Guy.
incremental amount. Thank you, everybody.
You got it. Saif Alam is next.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening, Councilmember Brew and everyone else. My name is Saif Alam, and I'm a resident in Jamaica Hills, Queens. So I'm part of multiple organizations, but I'm testifying on behalf as just only a resident today. I lived in the neighborhood for 22 years. Our neighborhood is mostly residential and is peaceful. Our community leaders for years advocated to keep it residential. As an example, in 2004, our community and civic leaders advocated for the zoning law to prevent residents from converting it to R2 or R4 to prevent people from building buildings. This plan prevented overcrowding neighborhoods in Jamaica Hills, Queens. In 2024, as of this year, our city government wants to implement the City of Yes, which enables homeowners to build buildings in residential neighborhoods, including Jamaica Hills. The City of Yes can ruin the character of the neighborhood with overcrowding of residents occupying the neighborhood. Queens Community Board 8 unanimously voted against the City of Yes, since this plan does not reflect the desire of our fellow residents in the area, including Jamaica Hills. So I asked the City Council to vote against the City of Yes, since this proposal needs a revision. The City of Yes being reconsidered for approval. And one of my suggestions I will suggest is once, for the City Council to consider creating a task force of City of Yes with community board members, civic leaders, nonprofit organizations, community leaders, elected leaders, and possibly very active residents create a task force where will be input from various stakeholders and put this into play. Then that can be voted again in the future. That'll make more sense.
Thank
and
you
more
for your
reflective to
testimony,
the community.
Saif. We will now move to Sharita Paulson.
Thank you. My name is Sharita Paulson. I'm the senior principal of PKSB Architects. We're based in Midtown, and I'm chair of the Riverdale Nature Preservancy and former chair of the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission. I am an architect, and I do appreciate the City Planning Commission and the Department of City Planning for tackling the challenge of modernizing our zoning resolution, and I have supported many of the text changes as they streamline the language and allow for more common sense solutions for sustainable elements of building design. However, I do not support adoption of the proposal as proposed. The text changes do nothing to increase affordability, as they do not tackle any of the policy issues, as Speaker Adams has rightly pointed out, that create the opportunity for affordable housing. More than that, the main components of the building changes, increasing the footprints by reducing yard sizes, overriding special district regulations in many contexts, opening up historic districts to potentially inappropriate development, and introducing increased density in neighborhoods that truly lack the infrastructure to support that density. All of those specifics drive negative developments, and increasing density requires water management, transit connections, schools, and open space for recreation and light and air. It is important to note that our community board, Board 8 in the Bronx, did vote this down on many of these same issues. But the biggest issue is we need to look to the past sometimes. And if you look at Frederick Law Olmsted's report to the commissioners in 1876, he said that this area, our specific area, should never be a place for multifamily development simply because it would be too expensive to build. So it is very important to maintain community input into these zoning decisions and city council decisions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Paulson.
Thank you very much.
Do my colleagues have any questions? Seeing none, this panel is excused. We're now moving to the next panel, online panel. Judine Johnson Harriet, Shams the Baron, Emilia DeCauden, Elizabeth Adams, and Carolyn Lotus. Beginning with Judine, please. Judine, if you're online, please unmute. And if you're having technical difficulties, you may submit written testimony online. All right.
Hello.
Is Judine on? All right. Next up is Shams the Baron. Please unmute yourself.
So I say today that we're at a crossroads with the most significant housing initiative in nearly 50 years, the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity Proposal. As someone who has experienced housing insecurity and homelessness throughout my life, I know firsthand what's at stake. I know what it's like to be homeless as a child, homeless as a single parent, and homeless as a single adult. I know what it's like to have to sleep on the subways, on park benches, in the streets, and on people's couches because I had no place to call home. I believe that without this proposal going through, the future for a lot of people, but in particular Black and brown people in this New York City, is bleak. The reality is, in my humble opinion, that our zoning laws are rooted in racist policies. Today, you have an opportunity to reverse these racist zoning laws. You know that they have codified, in my opinion, the oppression of Black and brown people by restricting access to decent housing. And if you don't seize this moment, I fear that we who are Black and brown will have to flee the city because, quite frankly, the rent is too damn high. And a shelter is not the best alternative to permanent housing. While it is easy to build shelters, housing takes years due to the long ULURP process, financing challenges, and those racist zoning laws. The shelter industrial complex thrives, making millions, while housing development is held back. So the choice is yours, housing or shelters. Some
Thank you,
argue that
Shams. Appreciate your work, Housing Hero. Next up, we have Amelia DeCaudin.
Hello, my name is Amelia DeCaudin. I'm a Queens resident, a proud Mets fan, and a member of New York City DSA, although I'm speaking in my own capacity. I think that we've heard a lot of talk about what needs to happen alongside City of Yes, but I'm going to flip this around a little bit. Yes, we need social housing. Yes, we need more tenant protections. Yes, we need more money for vouchers, for city FEPs, etc. But while we're here now, we need to build as much housing as we can so that 10 years from now, we don't find ourselves in the same boat that we are today. It's only because of decades and decades of downzoning, failure to build enough housing, and policies that prefer and promote landlords over tenants that we have a housing crisis today with our vacancy rate so low. My rent is high enough and I live in quote unquote affordable housing. And it's still a significant portion of my rent. And I'm probably one of the lucky ones. I have friends who can't afford their rent and they're going to have to move out of the city, or they can't afford to come here. And as a trans person, that's very personal to me because being able to live in New York City is in some cases a matter of life and death. When you think about the anti-trans policies that are taking hold in so many states across the country. So I really urge the city council to pass City of Yes. You don't have to finish the work, but you're required to start it.
Thank you, Amelia. I'm going to go back now to Judine Johnson-Harriet. I believe you're online. If you are, please unmute yourself.
Am I unmuted?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. The City of Yes proposal for ADUs came at a critical time for me. By next month, I have to adhere to a DOB requirement for me to get a permit to rebuild my garage that I never used and was in disrepair before I purchased the home 11 years ago. I'd rather spend the $7,500 that architects are quoting me on an ADU that would be beneficial to me and my family and another family in need of housing. My one family home was built in 1915, so it's always in need of costly repairs. An ADU rental will offset those maintenance costs and high mortgage. Where I live on Albany Avenue, the houses are practically empty because most of the homeowners are retirees. So my neighbors we don't have an issue with parking. So I urge the city, the council to pass the proposal because it will benefit a lot of us young people who are homeowners. And also take into consideration the people who are against it, their income status and the background of the people who are against it. Those are people who already have high incomes. So for those of us who are struggling, having ADUs, it would be very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Judine. We will now move to Elizabeth Adams. Elizabeth Adams, if you're online, please unmute. And if you're having technical difficulties, you may submit online written testimony. I'm going to move now to Carolyn on this panel, from this panel.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Idice, and I'm speaking in my personal capacity. I urge you to support City of Yes in full without any changes because it'll allow more homes to be built across the city. I live with 2 other people in a 3-bedroom apartment in Crown Heights, and I love my roommates, but it's telling that the apartment is currently housing 3 unrelated adults over 30 instead of, say, a family. The reason that this is happening is that the rent is over $4,000 a month without utilities, up from about $3,500 only 2 years ago. And it's not a luxury building. It was built a while ago, and it's nothing fancy, but it's home. Our rent is going up sharply because there are too few homes across the city, giving our landlord leverage to raise the rent. More homes will give more leverage back to renters. So please support City of Yes for housing opportunity without any changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Carolyn. We're going to now go back to Elizabeth Adams. Are you here to testify online? Going once, going twice. All right, this panel is now excused. We're now moving to the next panel. Jane Buchanan, Carlene Thorbs, Andrew Berman, Maria Dinacentes, my apologies if I'm butchering your name, and Joseph McAllister. After this panel, we will go back to 1 to 2 in-person panels. Beginning with Jane, you may go first.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi. Hi. Am I here?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. Hi, my name's Jane Buchanan, and I'm a longtime resident of Chelsea in the borough of Manhattan. I live at Penn South, also known as Mutual Redevelopment Houses, a limited equity cooperative. I am speaking on my own behalf. I am here to urge you to vote no on the City of Yes. I have concerns for my own housing complex, for my neighborhood as a whole, and not the least for neighborhoods all over the city. A particular concern is the City of Yes putting forward special provisions for expanded market rate housing and other developments with no guarantee of 100% affordability on what are referred to as campuses. There is no clarity on how such infill developments would affect the character and livability of our neighborhoods, including taking away much needed open space and intensifying gentrification. An additional concern is that in the City of Yes, there is a woeful lack of provision for community input and participation as the plan would go forward. Indeed, yes, there is a profound need for affordable housing throughout the city. However, the City of Yes, with its reliance on adding more market rate housing, will not solve the problem. Vote no on the City of Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Carlene is next.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Carlene Thorbs. I am the chairperson of Community Board 12. And thank you for this opportunity. I cover the areas of Jamaica, Hollis, St. Albans, South Ozone Park, and Springfield Gardens. After listening to everyone today, everything that can be said has been said, but there was one thing that has been left out. When the conversation came up with the churches and the scripture was quoted about rebuild and the whole 9 yards, rebuild the city. You're absolutely correct. That scripture by the clergy was absolutely correct. We need to rebuild the city. We need to rebuild our infrastructure, take care of our schools, take care of our streets and our sewers before we continue to build. Down our Jamaica area and Community Board 12 has already been rezoned 580 streets. That's why the building in downtown Jamaica can be the way that it is. It is not our fault. City planning has come to our meetings and have accused us as 1 and 2 family homeowners that it is our fault that the rent has gone up the rate that it has. But the reality is it's the greedy builders. And all of this building that they're talking about, what they fail to tell the applicants, what they fail to tell the churches, this is by lottery. Getting into these apartments is by lottery. So you tear up your community and then someone else moves in. You help gentrify your own community. This is something that everyone needs to think about. See, Community Board 12 voted no unanimously to the city of yes. We voted absolutely not. It was shoved down our throats. It was presented to us on a tight schedule, knowing that in the month of June, we would be going out on vacation. Deadlines were for August and things of that nature. So this has not been transparent.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Carlene. We're now moving to Andrew Berman.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andrew Berman, and I'm testifying on behalf of Village Preservation, a community organization working in Greenwich Village, the East Village, and NoHo. We strongly oppose multiple provisions in City of Yes for housing opportunity and urge the council to remove them or vote it down. These include, in Manhattan Community Boards 1 through 8, City of Yes would increase the allowable size of purely market rate residential developments in contextual zoning districts, which would mean nothing more than bigger, taller luxury condo developments in areas where zoning was designed to ensure harmonious relationship between new and existing development. We oppose this. City of Yes would also allow transfers of air rights from individual landmarks over much broader geographic areas with little or no public oversight or input. This would result in nothing other than larger luxury condo, commercial office, and hotel development in our neighborhoods. It's being billed as helping to maintain individual landmarks, but would take an overly broad route to doing so while removing oversight to ensure such benefits are accrued. In neighborhoods like ours with scores of individual landmarks, this would have incredibly far-reaching impacts. City of Yes would allow increased encroachments on rear yards and other precious open space in high-density districts like ours, where it is extremely limited and essential to quality of life. Worse, the encroachments would be allowed for purely market rate luxury condo developments. And finally, City of Yes would increase allowances for construction on open spaces in what it calls campuses, which includes religious institutions, university superblock developments, and potentially NYCHA complexes. The city has refused to provide more information on the impact of these allowances, but in many cases, sandwiching more large buildings into these spaces, particularly just for luxury condo development, would not justify erasing these precious open spaces, which were often required as well for the large towers around them. Thank you.
You got it. We'll now move to Maria Dinancentis.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maria Dana Centes, president of the Utopia Estates Civic Association in Fresh Meadows, Queens, and Area 6 chair for Community Board 8, where I represent over 18,000 residents who live in private homes, garden apartments, co-ops, and condos in the 23rd and 24 council districts. Our community is opposed to the City of Yes, and the board voted unanimously against it. New York City is 30 years behind in infrastructure planning. There is no plan for infrastructure in this proposal, and parts of our area flood regularly. CHO takes ULURP processes away from our elected council members and community boards. It hands our rights over to developers. This one-size-fits-all sledgehammer solution destroys residential contextual zoning communities by allowing ADUs, slither construction, transit-oriented construction, but not affordable housing. We have an affordability crisis in New York City, not a housing crisis. The City of Yes, market rate, and luxury rentals are not the answer. New York City has lost about 800,000 residents in 6 years. Working families can't afford rent. How does a family making under $100,000 a year before taxes, pay $4,000 or more a month for an apartment. The media reports the mayor is under scrutiny. Voters know that his dictates have sold us out to corporate interests and his own gain. This proposal was created by the mayor to enrich developers. You need to look at his motives. Destroying residential Queens neighborhoods is not the right answer. Many pro speakers are developers or organizations that get funding from the city. We who vote for you and who pay taxes are telling you this is not the way. The City of Yes proposal can't be fixed. It needs to be voted down. Please focus on finding affordable housing, such as the Mitchell-Lama housing, where families pay income-based rent. This vision is needed to focus on
Thank you,
rezoning
Maria.
communities.
Really appreciate your testimony tonight.
Just saying, vote no for the City of Yes.
We're now moving to Joseph McAllister.
Okay.
How did he get
Good
me
evening.
over?
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Joseph McAllister, President of South Beach Civic Association, representing the South Beach community and working with all of Staten Island. I am also the president with Staten Island Civics United. We oppose the City of Yes Housing Opportunity Plan with all of its entire content. We know this plan would totally disseminate our communities and living conditions. Before you execute any zoning changes, our infrastructure needs to be addressed first before you start this disastrous plan. Number one, we need adequate roadways to accommodate the tremendous amount of traffic we have here already. Number two, we need more hospitals, doctors, nurses to help alleviate inrush of people here already. People are in hallways on a bed for 2 days. We need more police in the areas of enforcement. Number four, we need traffic agents to manage all the intersections. One-lane roadways are bumper to bumper due to too many vehicles. Example, Rockland Avenue from Richmond Road to Richmond Avenue. Number five, we need more New York City services, DOB, DOT, DOH, DEP, DEC. Six, we need services to repair the damages already existing and caused by the cost-cutting services from this administration and past administrations. Number seven, we need more schools. Our school classrooms are oversized. How are our children supposed to learn with so many other students in an oversized packed classroom? And finally, number eight, city planning must sit down with the homeowners and residents to discuss these issues before any type of zoning changes are executed. The current infrastructure is not handling the current situation with overdevelopment and is not able to add any other type of additional ADUs or a new development. City planning only met with Staten Island Economic Development Corp. And Staten Island Chambers of Commerce. These two entities are for businesses, not for homeowners or for the residents. We, the people who work and live here each day, we know what we want and need. By having an education,
Thank you for your testimony,
and
Ms.
sit-down plan, maybe we can all come together to make New York City the best city of the future.
Thank you for your testimony, Joseph McAllister.
I also have additional written
This
testimony to
panel
submit.
is now excused. We'll now move to an in-person panel, beginning with Virginia Crawford, Amy Gross, Kate Tiskus, and Michael Zurab. Please come up to the table. We will begin with Virginia Crawford.
Hi there.
When you're ready to speak, you may turn on the
Thanks.
mic.
My name is Virginia Crawford. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant in City Council District 3 in the West Village. I'm concerned that there is nothing in the City of Yes housing plan that even acknowledges the need to preserve existing rent-stabilized units, strengthen tenant protections, or ensures renovations are done safely in tenant-occupied buildings. There is nothing in the plan to address landlord warehousing of apartments and renting out of units on Airbnb. And there is no mention of fully funding right to counsel for tenants targeted by private equity real estate investors. I don't understand how a comprehensive housing plan could proceed this far without addressing how our current affordable housing is lost. The City of Yes plan reduces red tape and increases financial incentives for affordable housing developers. I'm concerned that these opportunities will reward the very same real estate investors who have grown wealthy by undermining affordable housing. Here are a few ideas. 1, City of Yes should require real estate investor background checks to weed out developers with a history of anti-tenant practices in any and all of their properties. The plan should encourage home ownership. Why not implement a tax policy that helps New York renters save for a first-time home? 3, why not consider the creation of a citywide apartment lease buyout program? The city and New York landlords could share the cost of buying out tenants in aging, distressed buildings. Such a program could end warehousing and allow for major renovations to be completed and property values to increase, all without exposing tenants to the asbestos and lead health risks that come with years of dangerous renovations inside these old buildings. Finally, I just want to say incentivizing affordable housing alone will not solve the crisis unless we disincentivize predatory investors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We now have Amy Gross up next.
Hi, good evening. I am Amy Gross, president of Amy Gross Architects. We have designed affordable housing in large part funded by HPD for over 3 decades. Our firm has deeply studied the details of City of Yes and know not only will it address the deep housing shortage we have, but also the affordability crisis. And we are certain it will help those with low and middle income to stay in this great city of ours. We strongly support this legislation. One of the main attributes of the City of Yes that has not been discussed much is that it makes the cost of construction and renovation of housing more affordable. Simply put, construction of even slightly larger buildings on the same piece of land means more apartments can be created and more people housed. It is simply well said that there is an economy of scale. Cost per square foot decrease when more is built. And one of the reasons this is because of infrastructure, because bringing services to a building is the same cost whether we have 100 units or whether we have 50 units. If we can reduce the cost per square foot, it could result in lower rents. And there is a lot of data that supports this supposition. Another point I want to make is that in listening to Tay's testimony and at city planning, I hear this resolution being described as one size fits all. As architects, we do not at all see this as the case. It is important to note that this will be the first major update to the entire zoning resolution in over 60 years. That's over 2 generations. The time has come for a change that honors the growth of our entire city. The amount of square footage that can be built now varies much by each neighborhood. That variance will continue and actually become more nuanced with the City of Yes.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now move to Kate Tiskus.
Hello, and thank you for your time today, an extensive amount of time. My name is Kate Tiskus. I am a queer New Yorker. I live just down the street in the financial district, and I dedicate most of my professional life working with other queer New Yorkers, especially folks who are in pretty vulnerable states and fragile transition points in life. And I'm here to testify strongly in support of the City of Yes for many reasons, but among them that these folks who I work with and worry about slipping into houselessness every day would be really benefited by a couple of specific provisions. First, it's great that the plan will re-legalize small and shared housing types that allow people who are just launching into adulthood or who just lost a job or who are having a point of fragility to still have some housing and to, get into a stable situation that really is not possible under current and existing zoning laws. And one thing that I'm really delighted about is the change of the definition of family, which, as one of my fellow panel members testified, is 60 years old and includes only people who are related to you by blood or who you're married to, which is a specific definition of what constitutes a family that really complicates housing, especially for youth who might not be very welcome with their blood family and who need to live with a trusted adult. So the City of Yes is a thank you for taking all this time today.
No, thank you for testifying. Michael Zurab.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Zurab. I'm a resident of Sunnyside, Queens, and I'm grateful to share why I hope that you will support the City of Yes. I've been reflecting on what to say that you haven't heard already. Over the last several hours or several years, you've heard about affordability crises, the unprecedentedly low vacancy rate in New York, overcrowding, displacement, homelessness, all of that. So here's where I've landed. I want to tell you about my neighborhood of Sunnyside and how it's the current zoning and not the City of Yes that threatens it. Most of Sunnyside was built in the 1920s, immediately following the extension of the 7 train. This was the original TOD, or transit-oriented development, courtyard apartments, attached 3-story walk-ups on small lots centered around the subway. Under current zoning, my neighborhood cannot be built. I live in a 5-story courtyard apartment with 113 apartment units and 10 businesses. The building has 0 parking spaces, where zoning now requires 1 parking spot for 2 apartments plus spaces for the businesses. You can't fit 60 parking spaces, even if you paved over the courtyard. And it's not just my building, it's the entire neighborhood. The walkability and density that already exists in my neighborhood simply could not be built with the current requirements. But there's a more subtle way the current zoning threatens Sunnyside. In my building, permits to combine apartments are pulled every year. The building looks the same from the outside, but fewer people can live there. And when I walk around the neighborhood, I see 6-unit buildings that have been gut renovated. The buildings look the same, but the rents are not. Until our city has enough housing, these pressures will impact my neighborhood and others. Sustainable growth everywhere, facilitated by housing abundance, is how we keep neighborhoods thriving. While City of Yes is not the whole solution, it's a necessary part of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. This panel is now excused. We will now go back to online panel, and we'll begin with Jenny Dubnow, Karen Argenti, Laura Spalter, Pamela Wolf, and Joseph Vaini. We'll begin with Jeannie Dubnow. You may unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, Jenny Dubnow here.
My apologies.
No problem. Some of you may know my mother, Jeannie Dubnow. My name is Jenny Dubnow. I'm a member of the Western Queens Community Land Trust. I live in Jackson Heights, Queens. I lived my whole life in New York City and have been priced out of neighborhoods from Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. My community organizing work is all about ending displacement and working for deeper affordability in all neighborhoods. From what I've seen over and over again, adding more mostly market rate building with essentially 0 units at the lowest AMI only causes an increase in local rents and displaces and gentrifies working class, middle class, Black, and immigrant New Yorkers. We have an affordability crisis, and increasing supply simply won't address this. The vacancy rate for apartments with rents above $2,400 is 3.39%. The vacancy rate for apartments under $1,100 is 0.39%. City of Yes would allow massive as-of-right building almost completely for the top of the market, but the greatest need for most New Yorkers isn't being built for. This leaves us depending on the disproven trickle-down theory, also called filtering, in which supposedly wealthier New Yorkers will vacate their old affordable units in favor of newer, pricier ones. This market-based solution has never worked. It's extraordinary to see city policy being built on this basis. In Vancouver, the rate of building is through the roof, yet rents continue to rise. Upzoning increases land value and speculation, which spirals rents ever higher. Until we devote more public funds to actually subsidizing rents and building public, municipal, and decommodified housing, and tightening rent regulations, and demanding massive value capture from upzonings, which is a gift to developers, New York City's affordability and homelessness crises will continue to worsen. If we really cared about deeply affordable housing, immediately we should bring 5,000 vacant NYCHA units back online.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, not going to give us 5,000
We'll
units.
now
That's
move
affordable
to. Sorry, your time.
30% of AMI.
You got it. Next up is Karen. Karen, are you online? Karen Argenti. All right.
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Consider that environmental injustice occurs when certain communities are disproportionately affected by pollution, unhealthy land uses, climate change, flooding, and lack of connections to decision makers. With 72% imperviousness in New York City, this means land is limited. The Census Bureau did the housing vacancy survey for HPD, and their quote was, "This was the largest housing stock for New York City in the 58 years since the survey was first conducted in 1965 and continued the trend of growth shown over the past few cycles. If you build luxury buildings, the remaining areas will be polluted brownfields near trains and highways and in risky floodplains, exacerbating severe health outcomes for affordable housing." In 1989, the city charter was revised to replace the Board of Estimate, which did not represent us equally. In its place, the public was given the opportunity to participate through community boards and ULURP, which is now being diminished. Environmental justice works to ensure that everyone has meaningful participation in transparent decision-making. These are some of the environmental justice issues that specifically affect the Bronx but are not addressed in this initiative. I urge you to vote no on the ZHO. We need greener, not concrete. Ask for a fiscal cost analysis for the potential housing subsidies available to developers. Tell the mayor and city planning to come back with a plan that will meet the Bronx needs. What's good for the Bronx is good for the city too. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. We now have Laura Spalter.
Good evening. My name is Laura Spalter. I am speaking for Protect Bronx Neighborhoods from Overdevelopment. Clearly, we have an affordable housing crisis in New York City. However, it is a false narrative that City of Yes contains any real proposal to solve this crisis, despite the oft-repeated platitudes of city officials. CPC's website states that the proposal will incentivize developers to produce between 58,000 and 109,000 new homes over 15 years. Of that, only 20,000 units are projected to be affordable. Meanwhile, city agencies under current zoning have financed the creation or preservation of nearly 30,000 income restricted units in fiscal year 2024 alone. The City of Yes was crafted by the Mayor's Building and Land Use Approval Streamlining Task Force, BLAST, comprised largely of lobbyists and special interest groups in the real estate and housing industries. These proposals are a gift to them. Every Bronx community board is more than 50% rent burdened. However, City of Yes proposals promote luxury and market rate housing, where developers may voluntarily elect to build a small number of affordable units in exchange for a 20% FAR bonus. These so-called affordable units will be rented for many times more than the 25% of annual wages of most Bronxites. The City of Yes has removed ULURP by substituting as-of-right development, reducing the impact of the public, community boards, and elected council members to intervene on important land use actions. Please, city council members, tell the mayor and city planning to come back with a plan that meets the city's
Your time's
needs.
expired. Thank you. We now have Pamela.
We now sorry, ma'am. Approximate 300,000 vacant apartments being warehoused.
We now have Pamela Wolf.
Thank you. I am Pamela Wolf, president of Save Chelsea. While City of Yes for Housing Opportunity has some laudable provisions, it fails to mandate new affordable housing and encourages the destruction of existing affordable housing. Even the sole City of Yes initiative for affordable housing, the universal affordability preference, could be counterproductive in neighborhoods like ours. For example, take the 3 older buildings between the High Line and 10th Avenue, just north of 22nd Street in the special West Chelsea zoning district. Their 29 apartments fall a bit below Chelsea's median rents for apartments of the same size. Under City of Yes, They could be demolished and replaced by a building containing far fewer, astronomically more expensive and sprawling new apartments with highline views and only the handful of affordable apartments needed to satisfy the program's 20% affordability requirement. The result would be a dramatic net increase in housing cost. The new building could be 45 feet taller than now permitted under an 80-foot height limit that was designed to respect the low-rise Chelsea Historic District across 10th Avenue, and 1.5 times that height, or 125 feet. On one side, it would dwarf the historic district, and on the other, it would rob the high line of light and open space that the special zoning district was specifically crafted to preserve. The profit motive to build taller in this view-rich area would be irresistible, with deeply unfortunate consequences for both housing costs and neighborhood character. The universal affordability preference could very well yield a net loss in affordability on any built site.
Thank you, Pamela. We're now moving now to Joseph. Joseph, you may unmute yourself. Joseph? If you're having technical difficulties, you may submit your testimony, written testimony online.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Joseph.
Okay, great. Thank you for allowing me to speak. It's been a while. The only thing I have to say is the sales pitch for this entire City of Yes for Housing Opportunity program is ludicrous. Basically, what's being argued is trickle-down economics for developers. Give developers free reign and decades-long tax abatements from the state that no private individual could ever dream of obtaining. And maybe, just maybe, housing might become more affordable. No industry deliberately oversaturates the market to the point that their profit margins will materially be impacted. Real estate will be no exception. You just got to take a look at passed up zonings like Bill de Blasio's Housing 2.0 for evidence of that. My understanding, rents on average rose in those affected areas. In my opinion, this is nothing more than a generous payback by Mayor Adams and City Planning Chairman Garodnick to the real estate interests which finance their political careers. It's an in-the-money stock option with no expiration date. Also, my opinion, the only new developments that are going to come out of this proposal will be either more overpriced, quote-unquote, luxury apartments or subsidized housing like the Rikers Island former inmate permanent housing facility planned to the Jacoby campus near where I live. It's not going to be affordable housing for working New Yorkers the way it was marketed. Now, I currently live in Throgs Neck. It's considered a low-density community, not as much as it used to be. Low-density communities like Throgs Neck, Morris Park, Pelham Bay, Van Ness, others like it, I think they're at particular risk. These communities don't have the infrastructure to support this development, and real estate is cheaper here than areas like Manhattan and Long Island City. This will directly fall in the crosshairs of these developers.
Thank you for your testimony. You have another 10 seconds.
I don't think that hardworking New Yorkers should be asked to risk overcrowding, sewer and power issues, increased litter, increased crime, slower emergency or part-time, lack of public parking, a whole host of other deteriorations.
Joseph, thank you so much for your testimony.
Just so Adams.
This panel is now excused.
All right, goodbye.
Thank you so much to Councilmember Abreu. The next panel we're going to hear from consists of Valerie Mason, Jonathan Ortiz, Marquis Thomas, Laner Irons, and Jason Stale. We'll start first with Valerie Mason.
You may begin.
Valerie Mason, if you hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Can you just give me 1 second? I'm just trying to find my script for 1 second because I've been waiting all this time. Just give me 1 second. Sorry.
No problem. I'll come right back to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. Jonathan Ortiz.
You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Ortiz, and I grew up in Whitestone, Queens, District 19, Councilwoman Palladino's district, where you need a car, where I took the Q16 to see my friends and the 7 train to see the city. Not a single one of my friends still lives in that neighborhood because none of us can afford it. I currently live in Flatlands, District 45, and I still do not own a car. I am not a transplant. I'm here today because I live in NYC and I know the cost of housing is what is driving homelessness. I'm not homeless, but I'm aware that myself and many others are just one financial issue away from being housing insecure, a situation anybody could find themselves in that goes for every single person who spoke today and everyone who will speak after me. This is ultimately a factor of luck. I am lucky. To mitigate this problem in NYC, the city with the largest homeless population in the country, we need to address the relationship between the cost of rent and housing insecurity. The City of Yes Housing Opportunity Initiative would increase the housing supply, bringing more competition, more apartments, and help to reduce the price of rent. This is the single biggest factor in preventing homelessness aside from just straight up providing housing, but that's more of a conversation for the future. I hope City Council approves this proposal in its strongest form. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Marquis Thomas.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Marika Thomas. I'm a high school teacher in the New York City DOE. I'm currently in my 13th year teaching. I live in a market rate studio apartment on the Upper East Side. I strongly support CVS. I urge you to pass it in its entirety. In my 13 years working for the Department of Education, I've noticed a really common pattern, which is that a lot of the most amazing, dedicated, and inspiring teachers that I've worked with leave the city after about like 5, 6, 7 years of teaching. And the number one reason is the cost of housing, especially the cost of housing for families. So just as an example, one of the most incredible chemistry teachers at my school, after she had a baby, she and her husband moved from an apartment in Harlem to a 2-bedroom apartment in Stamford, Connecticut, where she commuted over an hour to get to school. And after 2 years of doing that, she left the New York City Department of Education and got a teaching job in another district where she would have a shorter commute. This has happened many times for some of my most passionate former coworkers, which has led to a constant churn of teachers. It's harmful for students. It's harmful for newer teachers who need experienced mentors. Teachers shouldn't have to choose between staying at the schools they love with the children they care about and being able to raise their own kids in an apartment where they can afford rent. Our city desperately needs housing of all types. We need affordable housing for our students. Right, this is incredibly important for them as well. We've been losing students over the last decade as their families get priced out of the city. So we need affordable housing for them. We also need market rate housing for teachers, right? Teachers mostly live in market rate apartments. We need to build more housing of all types. I strongly encourage you to vote yes for all of the City of Yes proposals.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Next, we'll hear from Lena Irons.
You may begin.
Hello there. My name is Lana Irons, and I'm a psychiatrist who works in the domestic violence shelter system of Brooklyn and Queens. The reason why I'm coming on here to speak today is because as a psychiatrist, I believe it's an ethical duty to speak up for the patients that I work with, many of whom are mothers with small children who find themselves in some of the most terrible circumstances you can imagine. Homeless, some of them many never been homeless before, and their primary concern being trying to find housing. A couple years ago, and over the past couple of years, this city council has increased city FEP's eligibility, as well as increased the amount of subsidy that is provided for these people, including my patients, to be able to use them to afford housing. The issue is that many of them find themselves competing for very little, for a very small amount of housing stock, leading them to stay in the shelter system, many of them not able to find permanent housing. And in some statistics, less than 10% of those in the domestic violence shelter system end up in permanent housing after they're removed from the domestic violence shelter system. So the reason why I'm coming on is to say, yes, I completely support the City of Yes. It is a rezoning package. So of course, there's many different other parts of the housing policy that needs to be addressed, but this part helps facilitate so many of those other parts that will help out so many of my patients and so many people in this city who are in dire straits, who really need housing and really can't find it because there is not enough housing. So I highly encourage all the city council members to support this housing proposal in order to help build more housing to help out those who are in need in this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Valerie Mason.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I am Valerie Mason, Chair of Manhattan Community Board 8. COYO's housing market study showed that Community District 8 is unfortunately first among all community districts in housing units lost during the period 2010 to 24. We have at least 9 luxury developments underway with even more in the pipeline. The combination of construction of such massive buildings with almost no additional housing, the conversion of small tenements to single-family homes, and the combination of units in condos and co-ops has left our district with little affordable housing and some of the largest, most expensive housing units in the world. We voted in favor of UAP because we are desperate for affordable housing. However, we fear that because this program will be voluntary, it will lead to, at best, just a spattering of affordable housing in our district. In the last 4 months, within a 2-block radius, more than 7 walk-up buildings will be demolished with more luxury housing to take its place. We also voted against the lifting of the parking mandate. We don't want the city to make the same mistake twice. Manhattan exemplifies the failure of the removal of minimum parking requirements. The minimums for Manhattan below 96th Street were removed more than 40 years ago. Does anyone see more affordable housing in Manhattan? Street parking is used for rental cars because there is little in-building parking, and we have more car ownership than ever in Manhattan. We can make our streets safer for all modes of transportation if we move car parking in building. Rather than eliminating parking mandates, why not subsidize them and commit to build municipal parking garages? The rich will always have parking. We need to think about the disabled and middle class having affordable parking. This is not an either-or choice. There is no infrastructure proposed that will appear in the next 20 years that will make public transportation within the outer boroughs more robust. We want our fair share of affordable
Your time has expired.
But it seems no one wants the UAS to have it. And we are skeptical that COYO, as proposed, will do it.
Thank you.
Please make the UAP mandatory.
Next, we'll hear from Jason Stahl. Jason, if you can hear me, please unmute.
I believe I'm on mute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you very much, Chairman Riley, for your endurance. My name is Jason Stahl. I live in Sunnyside Gardens, Queens. I am a renter in a market rate apartment, and I am urging the City Council to approve the City of Yes proposal in its entirety. I have zero love for the Adams administration, but a broken clock is right at least twice a day. And I think that adding more units everywhere is good, even for folks who live in low density neighborhoods. Single family houses are good for what you need at a specific point in time. But I think for anyone who wants to live in their neighborhood for their entire life, once housing needs change, and I think having a variety and diversity of housing options as you proceed in the life curve, the family curve, it's beneficial for them too. And just a note kind of about parking requirements and minimum parking. I think it's good to remove that. It's not the same as saying parking is banned forever. It just gives the option to have less if it's not wanted. And I think in transit deserts, I think there will be plenty of parking in new developments. And then the last point I just want to make, because I think a lot of folks have talked about community board approvals or lack thereof. I think it's important to note that community boards are not elected legislative bodies or elected bodies of any sort. They are appointed by borough presidents after and approved after an application process. So the idea that they are representative of the community.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
The next panel we'll hear from consists of Amanda Agolia, Mark Anderson, Christy Jalila, Lovan Dervalk, and Margot Margolis. I will call on Amanda Agolia. Excuse me if I butchered your name. You may begin.
You may begin.
Amanda Agoglia, if you can hear me, please begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm asking you to vote no. Let me shut off my other machine. I'm asking you to vote no for the City of Yes proposal. I am the president of the Neponset Property Owners Association in Queens. We were incorporated in 1919. I represent approximately 2,500 residents in our community. We are opposed to the City of Yes proposal for many reasons. We are in a flood zone and we are a transit desert. It is sure to destroy our city, our environment, our green spaces. It will produce a city that's overcrowded and overpopulated and cause dangerous living conditions. This plan does not include any new hospitals, which we are desperate for, any new parking spaces, schools, money for infrastructure. This plan will only benefit the developers. We have many empty apartments, vacant buildings, warehouses, underutilized areas, which could be developed without changing the character, look, and feel of our city and the outer boroughs. Please vote no for this proposal. Please don't let your fellow New Yorkers down and destroy this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Next, we'll hear from Mark Anderson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. Hi, I'm Mark Anderson. I'm the president of the Westerly Improvement Society, and I represent about 10,000 people in the North Shore of Staten Island. We are already living with the careless planning and peril of the City of Yes for carbon neutrality. We're powerless to stop the environmental hazardous mass battery storage facilities from being built in our residential neighborhoods. Our borough wound up with over a dozen of these, and we only need one. The City of Yes will not provide affordable housing, so come back with another proposal to address these concerns. We say no to the City of Yes. The American dream is under attack. Why is the single-family housing being eliminated and blamed for an affordability of housing? Our existing lack of infrastructure isn't even understood by the Department of City Planning. When they came to our community board about this proposal, they first asked the entire room, how many of you took the subway to this meeting? We looked at each other in bewilderment because the nearest train is miles from the meeting site. They had no idea. Basements and garages are not for people. They can't be made safe. People will die in the flood water and sewage backups. Who do we hold accountable for this when people do die? The city council? We have some residents who've been forced to pay as much as $10,000 and more to put in a valve to shut off their sewer when it rains, so they don't get these backups. They can't even have people over for a party when they think it's going to rain because they can't use their bathroom. Keep garden in garden apartments. Keep residents and our representatives in the land use process, as we are already living.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Having our input taken away.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Christy Jutla. Christy, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Kirsty Jutla. I don't see myself on camera, but good evening. Thank you, Chair and this council. I'm a Flatbush, Brooklyn homeowner since 2000. Okay, I'm going to start my video. There we go. Hi. Hi, my name's Kirsty Jutla. I'm a Flatbush, Brooklyn homeowner since 2003 and a retired New York City planner used to work at the Department of City Planning. I oppose the entire generic citywide City of Yes, but will speak against 3 lower density items: transit-oriented development, district fixes, and ADUs. Other City of Yes elements can create housing without these lower density items, which produce a very small increment of new housing over 15 years, according to the EIS. Yet they deregulate and upzone all low density districts citywide. And Flatbush will continue to produce housing without them. Flatbush has produced a fair share, 1,600 units of housing in the 10 years after our rezoning, and our zoning has been updated since 1961. Our 2009 Flatbush rezoning preserved low-density blocks, and while producing those 1,600 units in 10 years, we have R6A and R7A, along with R1 through R3 districts. But TOD would allow small apartment buildings again in low-density blocks where we had disallowed them some years ago. They're 99% built up with no vacant lots. Why destabilize them when there's untapped housing opportunity 2 blocks away in our R6 and our R7? It's not outside our district, it's in our district. Yes, so we have, next is district fixes. I support only 2. To increase FAR to 0.75 and drop the attic allowance and sky exposure plane. Everything else should be off the table. Get Flatbush out of all the other district fixes.
Thank you. Your time's expired.
In disguise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Lo Van Dirk Valk. Lo Van, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Yes, my name is Lo van der Valk, and I represent Carnegie Hill Neighbors, a civic organization in the Upper East Side. We support the goals of COY housing opportunities, but we have several reservations. One, we would like to keep the bulk and setback provisions of the Madison Avenue Special Preservation District created in 1973. This allows for a pyramid-shaped tapering at the top 3 or 4 floors. It is unique to Madison Avenue and worth keeping, especially because Madison Avenue is the premier shopping avenue of New York City. 2, we oppose the proposed height increases for the narrow street mid-blocks. These apply mainly to the contextual R8B mid-block zoning, whose allowed height limit currently is 75 feet and will be raised to 105 feet if affordable housing is provided. This is a height increase of 40% and out of balance with the allowed 20% FAR increase for affordable housing. A major understanding going back more than 100 years is that the avenues can be tall, but the mid-blocks must be short. We oppose the proposed reduction of the required rear yards from 30 to 20 feet. Smaller rear yards will result in less light and air in the valued green internal donut space. 4, we oppose provisions that further diminish the rear yard open donut space, including accessory dwelling units and accessory residential space. 5, we oppose the expansions of the City Planning Commission's authorizations. These grant the CPC the authority to permit applications to break zoning laws without any public review by community boards or the City Council. 6, and finally, we oppose the vast expansion of the landmark transfer development rights, TDRs. This provision will vastly expand the reach of the receiving lots from the current 2 or 3 blocks to potentially 8
Thank you,
blocks.
Mr. Lovan. Next, we'll hear from Margot Margolis. Margot, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Sure. I'm a certified artist living in a building in Soho that was converted from commercial to joint live-work quarters for artists in 1976. Residents of Soho and NoHo are pioneers in adaptive reuse and joint live-work. We created the model that the city now wants to adopt under Section 1501. Ironically, all neighborhoods can convert from commercial to residential free of charge, except for Soho and NoHo, which must pay an exorbitant fee to an arts fund to do so. This is discriminatory tax that unjustifiably targets 2 neighborhoods and will cost the residents of Soho and NoHo millions of dollars. Many of these residents are the original pioneers who are now senior citizens and living on fixed income. This is an impossible expense Please do not support this unless the city abolishes this punitive tax and treats all of New Yorkers equally. Unless it's fully inclusive, do not vote to support provisions in Section 1501. Thank you.
Thank you. This panel is excused. The next panel I'm going to call up consists of Hein Preskowski, Kate Van Tassel, Sanford Miller, and Samir Lamvingia. We'll begin first with Hein Petrowski.
Yes, good evening. My name is Hen. I'm a born and raised New Yorker, speaking on behalf of myself in support of the city of Yes. My parents were broke first-generation college students who took a chance on New York, and for that, I've always been grateful. They settled in Hell's Kitchen, and they most certainly would not have been able to do that now, given how expensive the neighborhood is, and now you have to make like $250,000 in order to afford a market rate unit. We can't function as a city that has accepted immigrants for generations and centuries unless we build more affordable housing. We can't be a city of yes without more housing. For far too long, our housing discussion has been dominated by people who claim to be against developers when not building affordable housing or any housing emboldens developers to drive up rents and monopolize housing. Talking about upzoning removing housing is interesting given that downzoning encourages converting multifamily brownstones into urban McMansions without ULURP approval. These are a tiny minority, with 80% of New Yorkers supporting this plan. We can't build the next generation of Mitchell-Lama if the zoning code only allows for single-family homes. We need to listen to our church leaders, union members, and working families and build much more affordable housing, incorporate Borough President Reynosa's recommendations for the City of Yes, increase renter protections, and streamline permitting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heen. Just want to state for record, we've been joined back by Councilmember Marte. Next person I'm going to call up is Kate Van Tassel. Kate, if you can hear me.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me? I'm on my separate camera. Hi,
Yes.
good. I was gonna say good morning, and then we are well past the morning. So, I thank City Council members for the opportunity. I am speaking for myself. I want to make that clear. I am also a resident of Sunnyside. I am. And I've worked for the city and state local government for over 15 years. I wanted to start by saying how the reason I start with saying I work for the city and state is that I got yelled at a lot of community board meetings. And so I have empathy for your who are in this position of hearing the fear in people's voices. It's really hard to be in front of a room and to be taking on that fear. And that is because reality is less scary than the theoretical. And right now, City of Yes is theoretical, and it's really scary. And it's really hard for people, which we've heard in all of the testimony, to take that on. And I encourage our council members to be leaders and not just give in to that fear. I've been there. And the reason I say that is that I've been then at these ribbon cuttings for the same things I got yelled at publicly, was people then turning back around and be like, can you believe this? This is so amazing. I love it. That is what will happen in the future for City of Yes things. It doesn't have to be scary. And I encourage you to be bold. I refuse to let the people from the 1960s be the bold leaders when we could be the bold leaders today. The last point I want to make is, again, I have a co-op in Queens. I do want to say that not all Queens people are against City of Yes. I'm very pro City of Yes. And also when people are concerned about the cost, what often happens that is less seen is that without the Long Island City rezoning that happened a number of years ago, I absolutely would not have been able to afford my co-op in Queens, in Sunnyside. And so that
Time has expired.
That
Thank you.
development that did happen
Thank you, Kate.
allowed me to be able to take that step up into home ownership.
The next person we're going, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Vote yes.
Sanford Miller, right? The next person we're going to hear for is Sanford Miller.
You may begin.
Mr. Miller, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Hello, council
Hello.
members.
Yeah, you may
I'm
begin.
Stanford. I am a resident of Hell's Kitchen and also on Manhattan Community Board 4, although the opinions I express today are my own and not those of the board. I am deeply concerned about the cost of housing in the city and how quickly it's been going up for how long. Many people I know are highly burdened by their rent and or they live far away from their job because they cannot afford to live closer. I strongly encourage the City Council to pass City of Yes as it is today, or even stronger. Hell's Kitchen and Community Board 4 have seen a large amount of new housing units in the last 2 decades, which I am proud of, and I welcome my new neighbors, and I think they have enriched the neighborhood. However, the citywide housing shortage is not something that, by its nature, Hell's Kitchen or even Manhattan can solve on its own. I'm very happy to see in City of Yes, it's going to affect the whole city, and things like ADUs, lifting parking mandates, town center zoning, all the neighborhoods across the city will, in a sustainable, balanced way, contribute to providing more homes for New Yorkers to live in, which is what we need to do in order for to actually get into a situation where landlords have less leverage and renters have more. So with that in mind, I encourage the City Council very strongly to pass City of Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Miller. Next, we'll hear from Samir Levangia. Samir, if you can hear me,
Hello,
please
can you hear
unmute.
me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Samir Levangia. I've met some of you in many different capacities, but I wanted to be clear that I'm speaking in my personal capacity as a resident. First, I wanted to thank Manhattan Community Board 5, which is where I live, for supporting City of Yes with some certain conditions. Some people have said no one supports this or no community boards support this, but there are ones that do, including the one where I live in. I live in Midtown on 55th and Broadway, and I'm severely cost burdened, paying over 50% of my income in rent. I live in a market rate building, and my rents keep going up. My parents live a block away in a market rate building, and their rents keep going up. My brother and his wife live in a market rate building in Dumbo, and their rents keep going up. You may see a pattern here. We are a family of renters who are constantly at risk of displacement. That's why I'm here, because I want myself and my family to be able to stay in our communities. As a millennial in this high-cost market, I'm all but assured to never have home ownership within reach. Thankfully, Good Cause, which was passed recently, will help with stability. However, it won't help me if I have kids and want to find a new apartment. It won't help my parents if they want to live somewhere closer to my brother in Dumbo if his wife and him have kids. What will help is a little more housing in every single neighborhood, which is what the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity does. At broad strokes, I wanted to say that I'm thrilled about how many homes and affordable homes this will bring for the people who the market will not provide homes at affordable levels. We will have income restricted units for them, and that's also great. For the average person moving to New York, they can hop on Street Easy and they can find a home that way. We will simply never subsidize our way out of a demand problem, and right now there is simply not enough supply for how many people want to live here. We need to build more homes or our rents will keep going up. We simply cannot end up in a world where we need income restricted housing for single people making $200,000 a year. And the only way to do that is by building more housing and push rents down. I look longingly at cities like Austin, where they met and beat the demand and rents are falling. And I'm certain it can happen to us too if we pass City of Yes. I support every single proposal in this package.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Areas impact me and my family and
Thank
my
you,
rent. Thank you
Samir.
for listening.
Thank you, Samir. There being no questions for this panel is excused. The next panel, we're going to call 2 more online panels, and then we're going to transition back to in-person. The next online panel we're going to call consists of Michael Platel, Marie Marcina, Lucy Cotine, Richard Gibbs, and Julie Reyes. The panel after that will consist of Elisa Corderman, Jacqueline Doley, Renee Monrose, and Leah Benke. We'll begin first with Michael Platel. Michael, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to everybody.
My name is Michael Plottel. I'm an architect and a fellow of the American Institute of Architects. My professional experience includes developing public mega projects within the 5 boroughs. I'm now a member of NYSERD's SIG retirement system. I'm speaking today as a lifelong resident of New York City and a 50-year resident of the Upper East Side of Manhattan, Community Board 8. City of Yes is big zoning. It touches every single block in every single neighborhood in our city. Although the proposal has many sensible and desirable components, I am testifying in opposition to the proposed increases in bulk and density for high-density neighborhoods. These high-density proposals will facilitate and normalize the trend of bigfooting, where developers tear down assemblages of low-rise, mostly affordable tenements in favor of very tall speculative towers that block sunlight while also causing a net loss of housing units. City of Yes Housing Opportunity will exacerbate this situation. It adds to and expands current loopholes, exclusions, and carve-outs for maximizing bulk and height. As one example, consider 1454 3rd Avenue at 82nd 83rd Street, where a site containing a mid-rise elevator apartment building was divided into 2 zoning lots. The south half was then torn down for a 450-foot tall luxury apartment tower with a net loss of dwelling units, while the north half remains as affordable, thanks to a zoning bonus transfer from Roosevelt Island. Yes, they've deployed bulk across the East River to facilitate and develop projects with a rich door and a poor door, and we lost a supermarket in the process. We do need more housing. The provisions within City of Yes that codify and re-legalize smaller dwelling units, shared housing, and converting office buildings to residential use will increase the supply of affordable and market.
Opposed to the entire City of Yes for Housing Opportunity proposal. This proposal will not foster positive change in our neighborhoods, but will instead destroy our one-family owner-occupied communities, along with impacting our light, air, and green space. It will not create mandatory affordable housing because it is not mandatory. I repeat, it is not mandatory, but it will increase density without any meaningful infrastructure. Infrastructure is extremely important in every neighborhood, and it is not fully addressed in your proposal. What is the plan? What financial investments are you making for more schools, social services, EMS workers, hospitals, sewers, drainage, etc.? You've heard from numerous communities that this is important. And what are the resources for ADU oversight? More research and financial support is needed to address these questions before any affordable housing proposal is approved. I agree the city is in need of affordable housing. I have been listening on this Zoom call since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm not deaf, but this proposal does not truly address these needs and should not come at the expense of the one-family home owners, their communities, and their safety. We need to take a step back and not use a one-size-fits-all approach. There are other alternatives that the city can explore by utilizing the numerous vacant lots and buildings already in existence and mandating that these buildings provide permanent, affordable housing that does not start at $3,500 a month. This proposal is not the solution in its current form. A one-size-fits-all plan for every district doesn't work for the diverse neighborhoods in New York City.
Your time has expired.
Members to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maria. Next, we'll hear from Lucy Coteen. Lucy, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lucy Coteen. I live in Brooklyn. And I ask, how real is the vacancy number of 1.4%? Is it the big lie that keeps getting repeated? There are over 5,000 NYCHA units unavailable. A priority of repairs needs to be made to make them available. There are around 80,000 rent control units warehouse. Those landlords should be given whatever help they need to bring those units online. The city must work to keep people in their homes where landlords are pushing them out. It is said that around 600,000 to 800,000 people have left the city in recent years. How is there a shortage of units? Anyone with eyes sees new high-rises going up and recently built ones with thousands of units. New buildings sit half empty. Why not fill them with low-income people by using city subsidies rather than continue to pay exploitive rents for homeless shelters with subhuman conditions? Fill the current units rather than pushing for all this. Massive buildings are under construction, employing thousands of workers in Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx. There are thousands of new units built in the Gowanus area, in Long Island City, in Flushing. So many cranes dot the skies. What is the count of empty units sitting in all the buildings that have gone up in the last few years? Clearly, it is a lie that there's a need for more market and luxury housing. It is low-income housing that is needed and only low-income housing needed. Further, there's no mention of environmental enhancements for new construction that must be included and no requirements of infrastructure upgrades. Who is going to monitor the build a little everywhere model? It is not even mandatory to have affordable or low rent housing. If you want cars off the street, you need to have parking mandates. Do you think that everyone who lives in a transit-rich area has the same need? People can choose to live by subways and also have a job that demands
Your time has expired.
Or a disability that needs a car. Sorry?
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Ms. Lucy. You could send the rest of your testimony, your land use testimony, at council.nyc.gov. We appreciate your time and testimony. Next, I'm going to call on Richard Gibbs, followed by Julie Reyes. Richard, if you can hear me, please unmute. If you're using the phone, you could press *9. Well, I just was told to *6. Excuse me. Richard Gibbs, if you could hear me, please unmute. If you're using the phone, you could press *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
All right, good evening. This is Richard Gibbs. Yeah, okay. First of all, let me say I am a real estate broker. I've been doing real estate for over 50 years, mostly in St. Albans, Queens. I moved out to St. Albans in 1976, and when I went out to St. Albans, I looked at Adderley Park, and that's really where I wanted to move into. However, I couldn't afford Adderley Park, so what I did was look around the neighborhood and an area that's close to Adderley Park and a place that was nice and I could afford, so I moved into St. Albans. That's what all of my buyers do. For over 50 years, I take my buyers to whatever they want to go to, but they buy. If they can't afford what they see, they buy in the area close to it that they can afford. So I'm saying that to say is that this is what all buyers do. This is what you do. To say that we should subvalue our properties is really what it amounts to when you say that we should start they should turn the garage into an apartment, to legalize the basement, put a bungalow in your backyard. What kind of property is that? I mean, when we moved out to St. Albans, I know when I did, it was moving out to the country living inside the city limits. And I moved from an apartment building in Brooklyn where I had to deal with alternate side of the street parking for myself and my wife. Many times I had to park 4 or 5 blocks from the apartment building. Out here, no. I have a driveway and a garage. The city of Yes has no accommodations about parking, and I'm not sure if they even cared about parking or was that intentional because they forced these city bikes on us. So I maybe we're supposed to use that instead of the car. I guess the other thing I want to say is when you start overbuilding in a neighborhood, it becomes crowded and parking becomes...
Thank you. Time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Next, we're going to hear from Julie Reyes.
Hi, this is Julie Reyes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Reyes.
Okay, great, thank you. My name is Julie Reyes. I'm chairperson for Community Board 8 in the Bronx Community Board 8, and we overwhelmingly reject the City of Yes proposal, the City of Yes housing proposal. As you know, and for those who don't know, community boards consist of dedicated volunteer community members who are committed to their community's welfare. All are appointed by their borough president. The community boards have a broad advisory role to agencies and elected officials with respect to any matter affecting their district. This proposal, which greatly affects all New Yorkers, regretfully was put together without community input, let alone community board input. The zoning changes may eliminate ULURP on certain cases, thus taking away input from the city council members. New Yorkers rely on the city council members to look after their best interests. Please do not let this proposal strip away any of your current duties. This proposal has no built-in structure in the proposal to guarantee affordable housing will actually be built. There is no assurance that the developers who receive any benefit will commit to use it to provide permanent affordable housing. Then there is the question of what is affordable housing. That's what you should be spending the evening on. But what is affordable housing in one area is not affordable in a neighboring community. And then there is no true area median income. This proposal will eliminate green space from tenants in the New York City Housing Authority development complexes. And this proposal will devastate sensitive environmental areas by promising a abolition of the natural area in special districts, such as the Special Natural Area District. Community Board 8 has submitted materials.
Thank you. Your time's expired.
We hope that you read it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next panel we're going to hear from, this panel is excused. Thank you. The next panel we're going to hear from consists of Alyssa Kolderman, Jacqueline Dolly, Renee Monrose, and Leah Bink. We'll hear first from Alyssa Kolderman. Alyssa, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you. I am a lifelong resident of Forest Hills, Queens, where I've owned a single-family home for more than 30 years. I am testifying on behalf of myself and my like-minded neighbors. This ill-conceived, one-size-fits-all proposal would destroy our neighborhood. The overdevelopment guaranteed by this proposal would subsume our light, air, and space, including precious green space, strain the already overburdened infrastructure, and increase crowding, traffic congestion, pollution, and garbage on our streets. Ultimately, the proposal will displace our current residents and merchants who will be forced out of their homes and businesses in a neighborhood which has become unrecognizable. Tragically, this extinction of our neighborhood as we know it will be for naught, since it will do nothing to deliver affordable housing. Rather, the proposal will operate as a boon for developers who will exploit it for profit from market rate and luxury housing. Further, the proposal would rob us of the power to control future development projects by transferring local authority to a city agency with no knowledge of or connection to our neighborhood and no accountability to us. The City Council should unanimously reject this radical and unwarranted proposal, devised by a mayor currently under indictment for corruption, which their constituencies overwhelmingly oppose. We say no to the destruction of our neighborhoods purportedly to create affordable housing, which this proposal will not deliver. New York City must find other means to achieve affordable housing without asking us to sacrifice our single-family homes and low-density neighborhoods. We are tired of our elected officials ignoring our wishes in favor of their own interests and agendas. Here, our quality of life is at stake. Simply put, those council members who approve this proposal should expect to be voted
Thank you. Your time is expired.
And to fail in any effort to succeed to higher office. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jacqueline Dolly.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'd like to start by saying that all communities are not created equal. And in my Southeast Queens community, many single and two-family homes have what you call hidden density. Now, these are homes that are occupied by multiple generations because they simply cannot afford to buy or rent in a neighborhood. Now, our city government has not been as aggressive with going after predatory lending and discriminatory real estate development that creates and maintains housing inequity along racial lines. Historically, Black neighborhoods across this country have been devastated by urban renewal under the guise of addressing economic inequity. Not enough research has been done on long-term impact of upzoning in BIPOC communities. Where are the racial equity analysis, as well as comprehensive environmental impact statements with minimum to maximum outcomes? Studies find that upzoning makes gentrification and displacement easier and harmful in BIPOC communities. You can't take a blanket approach to development in a city where nuanced historical, racial, and economic disparities exist. We live in a city of immoral wealth disparity where the top 20% of earners make nearly 6 times more than the bottom 20%. When will we stop greenlighting luxury real estate developments where half the units remain empty while the other half are owned by billionaires with multiple residences? When will we address the 27,000 rent-stabilized apartments that remain off market? What are the plans for the empty retail spaces that blight our commercial areas? Why are we continuing to give generous subsidies to wealthy developers in return for so little? The 421A exemption gives developers up to 100% of property tax erasure in return for only 1/5 of units considered affordable.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Renee Monrose. Renee Monrose.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Ramos.
Hi, good evening, Chairman Riley and committee members. Thank you for being here this late. It has been a very long day. My name is Renee Monrose. I'm an artist and have lived in my loft in Soho since 1988. I want to thank my council member, Chris Marte, for supporting his constituents on this matter. With him and many of my neighbors who have testified here today, I ask the committee to reject the City of Yes housing plan unless the discriminatory provisions in Section 15-01 are removed. The City of Yes plan aims to reduce housing barriers and costs by allowing commercial buildings to be converted to residential. Yet in Section 15-01 of the zoning code, DCP made a flagrant exception that targeted Soho and NoHo. In a very text amendment, city planning imposed a punitive tax of millions of dollars per building in order to create the so-called Arts Fund. This massive tax punishes me and my neighbors, many of whom are senior citizens, based solely on geography. In spite of fierce opposition by residents of these neighborhoods, the tax was forced on us and no one else. This is just glaringly discriminatory. Nowhere else in the city will such a tax on residential conversion exist. All other commercial buildings will have the right to convert for free, while I and some of my neighbors will owe hundreds of thousands of dollars for the same right. I ask you, Chairman Riley, and the rest of the committee, how is this fair? Why should a small number of buildings be punished with a tax that will cost them huge amounts of money for no other reason than they are lucky to be in a certain zip code? How is this kind of discrimination even legal? I urge you to reject the City of House for Housing Opportunity Plan unless the discriminatory provisions in Section 1501 against Soho and NoHo are removed. Please vote against this plan unless it treats all New Yorkers equally. Thank you.
Next, we hear from Leigh Bank.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I support most of the City of Yes plan in theory, but I want to register my distress that the bill may not rectify the injustice done to the elderly Soho residents who will be treated differently than all other groups in New York City. Section 1501 of the zoning amendment includes a glaring exception, which Renee just talked about, which targets the only M1 B5 districts, namely my neighborhood of Soho and NoHo. The DCP buried this exception in the text amendment so they could charge a discriminatory tax of millions of dollars per building in a so-called arts fund fee from my community. I beg you to fix Section 1501 of the zoning amendment, which includes a glaring exception, which targets only the M1 B5 districts, namely my neighborhood. The DCP buried this exception in the text so that they could charge a discriminatory tax of millions per building. I think in my building at one point it was projected at $4 million for all of us in a so-called arts fund fee from me and my neighbors. Many of us will be deprived of necessary retirement funds and faced with impoverishment if we did not expect to going forward, and it is not being required of any other residents in the city. It is unfair and must be rectified as you move forward with this plan. And I thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you for testifying. Councilman Monte, you have any questions for us? There being no questions, this panel is excused. We're going to switch back to in-person. The first in-person panel I'm going to call consists of Emily Enser, Jesse Lang, Estacia Smith, Sean Scott, Stan Leo, and Phil Wong. If anyone else is here to testify, please just check in with the back so you could get your name so we could call you on the next panel. If you're here to testify, just go to the back, give them your name so we get you on the next panel. Thank you. We'll begin first with Emily Enser.
Hi, my name is Emily Eisner, and I'm a PhD economist that works at the Fiscal Policy Institute, a nonprofit policy research organization committed to sound and equitable fiscal policy that strengthens the state and city economy. I'm testifying in support of the City of Yes plan and in support of increased investment in affordable housing. These two sets of policies, zoning reform and fiscal support for housing affordability, work together. In our research, the Fiscal Policy Institute found that 36% of the households leaving the state of New York are moving in search of more affordable housing. The highest rates of outmigration are seen by those making between $30,000 and $100,000 in annual household income, not by the wealthy. The economic literature is clear that we must build more housing to be able to support these households and allow them to stay and thrive. Affordability policies are important complementary policies alongside the zoning reforms in City of Yes. We need both, and the city can afford these investments. The fiscal year 2023 adopted budget projected a $4.2 billion gap in fiscal year 2024. However, the year ended with a $4.4 billion surplus. That's an example of the money that we have and are not measuring. The Independent Budget Office expects out-year revenue to exceed projections by an average of $1.7 billion each year. Moreover, the city includes $1.5 billion a year in-year reserves. This funding is available to support investments in affordability. City of Yes, paired with deep fiscal investments in affordability, will contribute to ending the affordability crisis and will spark new economic activity. It will make it possible for people who want to live in New York to continue thriving and contributing to the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we hear from Jesse Lang.
Hi, thank you so much. And thank you all for sticking out this marathon day and for giving us all the opportunity to speak. My name is Jesse Lang. I wear a lot of hats, but I just want to be clear that I'm here in my personal capacity today. And I strongly support City of Yes. I've lived in New York City for about a decade, almost 10 years coming up this winter. And I, like so many other people who came to New York before me and have come after me, I came here because I wanted greater economic opportunity and the many promises that New York City has to offer for young people and really people of all ages looking for something bigger. It was actually in similar circumstances that my great-grandfather came here at the end of the 1800s, literally riding on the bottom of a freight rail train where he almost died. But similarly, because he was looking for more opportunity, he came here. In the decade that I've been here, I have lived in I've lived in 5 different apartments. I've moved a lot of different times, and one thing that I've seen in my time here and that I've really grown to appreciate is how much more housing we need and how people who are looking for housing in New York City really just don't have enough options. There are a lot of things that are making that true. Parking minimums are really a big problem that I think City of Yes will address. But really, I think we need this to pass as a package. And I'm really looking forward to seeing it done. For the people that are saying that this isn't enough, that we need to do more, that, you know, there are problems with this, that it doesn't go far enough in terms of affordability, I ask you to consider that right now we need to build 250,000 apartments just to catch up with the lack of the lost productivity, and we need to have so much further to go in the future. So I urge you to say yes. Thank you so much.
Next, we're going to hear for Estacia Smith. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Good evening. I'm Eustacia Smith from Westside Federation for Senior and Supportive Housing, or WSFISH. Thank you to the City Council for the opportunity to testify. WSFISH develops and operates and provides services for low-income senior and supportive housing in New York City, as we have done for nearly 50 years. New York City's housing crisis weighs disproportionately on older New Yorkers. Older New Yorkers are more prevalently low income than other groups. They are the fastest growing group of homeless people. Older New Yorkers are more likely to be extremely low income and need deeply affordable housing, as recent data has shown. Our staff are themselves suffering in the housing crisis. A growing number have experienced homelessness or have to commute several hours daily because they cannot afford to live in New York City. New York City must take all possible measures to increase the supply of affordable housing. WSFISH strongly supports the zoning changes outlined in City of Yes for Housing. We support universal affordability preference, which will mean additional affordable supportive housing could be built by giving developments a density bonus, but we would like to see a deep affordability band. We support changing outdated zoning regulations that would allow for the creation of affordable housing in all neighborhoods and areas of the city, rather than the situation we are in now, where some neighborhoods have developed a lot of affordable housing and in other areas there's been none. However, zoning changes alone will not solve New York City's housing crisis. New York City must take additional measures to dramatically expand affordable senior and supportive housing production. The development of senior housing has long depended on heirs incentives. While we support incentives being applied more generally through the provisions of City of Yes, we will need additional incentives specifically for senior housing development. The city must set annual production and preservation goals for affordable senior housing, including at least 1,000 new units of deeply affordable senior housing with fully funded services per year. Again, we say yes to City of Yes, and New York City must also protect and prioritize the production of deeply affordable senior housing with services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Sean Scott.
Good evening, and thank you for taking comment. My name is Sean Scott. I'm a resident of Council District 1 here, and I'm here only on behalf of myself and as a renter and an 8-year resident of this amazing city. I strongly support all elements of the City of Yes for Housing opportunity proposal. Wanted to give 2 examples that I've experienced personally. I've seen many friends leave the city that are priced out. They move to the suburbs, they move far away because it's just so expensive to live here. I also see a lot of unhoused members of our community every day, as I'm sure all of you do as well. And I know the fact that housing unaffordability and scarcity lead to homelessness. More homes mean more New Yorkers, more taxpayers, a newer housing stock, and more choice for everyone when looking for a place to live. I'm super excited about the ability of this proposal to make a small dent in this massive housing crisis, and I hope, as others have said, it will be approved with at least everything proposed. It's time to legalize housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Stan Leo.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. My name is Stan Liao. I've been a renter. I've lived in New York for around 6 or 7 years. And as long as I've lived here, we've just been experiencing a terrible housing crisis. I've seen people share tiny 100-foot rooms, 2 twin beds with barely a foot in between. I've had friends who didn't even get bed frames so they can put their mattresses up during the day for some extra space when they were sleeping. And this isn't, and I've lived next to families in 1-bedrooms. And this isn't just anecdotes, over half of New York renters, as you guys know, are rent burdened. And this is because we just don't build housing in New York City. In the past decade, 3 times as many jobs were created than homes were built. So that's 1.2 million jobs versus only 400,000 homes. Significantly fewer units were approved per capita than in comparable other densities. For instance, like 40% less than San Francisco, half as many as Boston, and we don't like losing to Boston in anything, and 2/3 less than DC. And this is even getting into fast-growing cities like Austin, Seattle, etc. The common sense reforms in the city of Yes have worked in the past, and they will work in New York. Other cities like Minneapolis, Austin, and Auckland in New Zealand have passed similar reforms and seen slowed rent growth and sometimes even rent decreases. The overwhelming majority of New Yorkers, 80% as a recent poll shows, understand this and they support the proposals in the City of Yes. So I urge the members of the City Council to pass City of Yes in its entirety and to improve the lives of everyday New Yorkers and bring rent and the cost of living down. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next we have from Phil Wong.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you for being here, listening to us. My name is Phil Wong. I've been a resident of Elmhurst, Queens, right at the border with Maspeth since 1976. I'm here to represent myself, to talk about my community and why City of Yes is such a bad idea or such a bad one-size-fits-all solution to transportation deserts such as my district. First, I would like to start by saying our power lines, our sewer lines, and our water lines have been in place since the 1950s, and there have been very little upgrades. We're still dealing with problems with that, given the 1- and 2-family homes that there are right now. The problems are simple. Every time when the winds gusts of 30 miles per hour or higher, we lose power in some parts of our district. Number 2, every time when the temperature hits 100 degrees, we see transformer fires, transformers hanging on poles. They're on fire, and that very little of that has been fixed. We're still dealing with it this past summer. And finally, every time there's a major storm, we have bus basements that are flooded. And I know that because I see my neighborhood neighbors bringing out their stuff from the basement, storage boxes, furnitures, and even water heaters that were damaged and had to be thrown out. This is what we're dealing with right now. And the City of Yes fails to address these infrastructure problems and is giving the green lights to developers, telling them to come in and build. And that is wrong. That is wrong, right? And other than that, we have a transportation desert. We're dealing with MTA right now. They're saying they want to eliminate bus lines because of some overlapping of the Green Bus Line or the Triborough Bus Line that was merged into MTA many years ago. So we're losing bus lines. We're not near bus, and so therefore the City Council should vote no to the City of Yes. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel for testifying and waiting to testify. You're now excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next panel we're going to hear from consists of Nick Felker, Salvatore Francino, Ignor Niktenko, Eddie Siegel, and Andy Zhang. What's your name? Just come up. You could go first, sir. Yeah, go first.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, Jane Jacob had a villain when she was fighting Moses.
Can you state your name and spell it real quick?
Yes, I will state. My name is Tio Chino, and I serve as the first National Secretary of the...
Spell it real quick.
Tio, T-H-E-O, C-H-I-N-O.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as I was saying, my name is Tio Chino, and I serve as the first Secretary of the Social Democrat of America, also known internationally as the Committee of the Second International. We are the socialist faction within the Democratic Party. The City of Yes is another racist concoction of the real estate industry and forced the City Council to perpetuate systematic governmental racism. No matter how you spin it, a yes vote is simply perpetuating racism. Mayor Adams' gift to the real estate industry should be known as Aunt Jane or Uncle Tom City of Yes. In 1920, the real estate industry launched a Red Scare against our socialist comrade by making sure 5 duly elected socialists were thrown out of the assembly for siding with tenant. It took 96 years for Julia Salazar to become the first socialist elected official. What did the landlord agree in counterpart? For the freedom to scare America, the landlord agreed to issue leases, the first time leases were issued in New York. Karl Marx and Adam Smith are two authors that can explain commodity and the danger of commodifying things, including housing. City of Yes is a project that wants to solve a problem created by the market, and the proponent want to find a solution by only tackling the supply side, which only benefit those that provide the supply stock, and has nothing to do with the demand side, hence changing nothing. We socialists have managed growth all over the world, in cities like Paris, London, and Vienna. Vienna is a great example. There is called the Vienna Project. They have managed affordable housing for more than 100 years. On a practical note, how do I know the City of Yes is garbage? Because all the people that made my personal life misery are the criminal organization that support it. This bill, if allowed to pass, as is, would only perpetuate the legacy of racial redlining initially set up by banks to prevent black and brown community from building wealth. So we, the Social Democrats, are committed to educating the public into running and getting elected in city council until all these racist and liberal policy are eradicated. Our position was...
Chino, if you could wrap it up.
Yes, our position is clear. We are against the City of Yes, and we will train any Democratic registered voter to challenge anyone that push for liberal supply, only market policy. I'm available to answer any question. Thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Nick Felker.
Hello, my name is Nick Felker, a resident of the Upper West Side, and I'm currently a renter. The term housing crisis can feel very abstract. There's stats like a 1.4% vacancy rate, but what does that actually mean? It means that many of us have come here throughout the whole day in support of the City of Yes, because we feel the crisis firsthand. The economic theory is very clear on the benefits of zoning reform to reduce rents. For example, one paper, Do New Housing Units in Your Neighborhood Raise Your Rents, by Xiaodi Li, found that even market rate housing in New York City can push down rents for those living nearby. ADUs, SROs, UAP, and TOD are all great policies that will help many neighborhoods do their part to add more affordable housing. But going beyond theory and economics, we can see this working with our own eyes. Austin, Texas, Minneapolis, even Auckland, New Zealand, have had successful rezonings that have caused real rents to fall, even as more people are able to live there. What makes New York City the greatest city in the world is not the buildings, and it's not the parks, it's you, it's me, and it's everyone here in this room. We need more homes for the middle class, and we need more affordable homes. And we can't let every affordable housing project turn into a 10-year debacle like what's happening in Elizabeth Street. This crisis is getting worse. We don't have time for all these delays. It's time for a new approach involving every neighborhood that is people first, not parking first, which is why I support the City of Yes in full and hope that you do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Salvatore Francino.
Hello, I'm Salvatore Francino of East Williamsburg, and I support the City of Yes, full stop. Status quo is 100,000 people in our shelter system, so why don't we just build 100,000 homes instead as projected by City of Yes? I hear those of you that have some resistance to change, but keep in mind that without change, our homelessness problem is just going to persist, and we're all going to continue to live in an obscenely expensive city. I know parking mandates make buildings more expensive, especially in my neighborhood, and it's reflected in the rents. A parking space can cost as much as $150,000 to build. And also, in my community board 1 in Brooklyn, people have actually complained that there are mostly empty parking lots in these new buildings, and community board 1 will be delighted if we can get rid of parking mandates. So let's lift parking mandates and make building cheaper. I'm also rent stabilized, and I want everyone to have the same protections that I have. And universal affordability preference will help create more income restricted, rent regulated homes that come with a rent stabilized lease like I have. You know, like my rent went up like 2% this year, which is, it's a beautiful thing, and I wish more people could have it. So I do believe that universal affordability preference will give people the stability and the security that I currently enjoy. And if you do want more affordability than what the universal affordability preference provides, I absolutely hear you and I absolutely agree, and I would love it if you could help find more city subsidy, use a different tool in the arsenal to help, you know, bolster and increase the efficacy of universal affordability preference. So let's say yes to universal affordability preference too. So yes to lifting parking mandates, yes to more neighbors, yes to affordability, yes to stability. Let's say yes to City of Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you for the energy. We need it. Next, I'm going to ask for Igor Nikitenko to go.
Hello, my name is Igor Nikitenko. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak here. I would like to voice my support for the City of Yes. I was born in Russia, where my parents foresaw the rise of authoritarianism and seized the opportunity to move to the United States. Since arriving in Brooklyn in '98, not a day passes by without me not being grateful for being here. I believe our city has a moral obligation to welcome those fleeing hostility, including many places in the United States, as symbolized by the Statue of Liberty. I've been a Brooklynite for 26 years. I lived in Midwood, Gravesend, Bensonhurst, and for the past 6, I've called Flatbush my home. At the moment, I share a modest 2-bedroom apartment with my brother and my wife. My brother has a disability, and I take care of him. He requires a space that suits his needs. I also have a mother who lives just a few blocks away from me, and she also has a disability. And she went through a nightmare to find her own housing. She had a Section 8 voucher, but no broker would return the call once they got wind of that. We were fortunate, very fortunate, to secure something close by, and she lives not too far from me, like I said. And as far as my wife, well, she's expecting our first child. We are, to put it mildly, in desperate need of a bigger place. Now, I've been trying to find a larger apartment to rent for my own growing family, preferably not too far from my mother. But it seems every time we show up for a viewing for a decent, suitable place, there are dozens or more people waiting in line, all competing for the same space. And the price sometimes is just beyond our reach. I love to stay close to my mother, to my friends, to the life we've built here. But without additional housing, we'll be forced to pack up and leave the city that I love. Please consider supporting the City of Yes so we can have more housing of all types. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Eddie Siegel.
Hi, my name is Eddie Siegel. I live in Nolita in a rent-stabilized apartment. I'm a member of Manhattan Community Board 2, speaking in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the board. And I'm in strong support of City of Yes. I thank you all, especially City Hall staff, for your patience and stamina today. I personally just got off work an hour ago and have listened to almost none of this hearing because I was at work. I want you to think about the millions of New Yorkers who have no idea that this hearing is happening, or they wanted to come, but they're parents with young kids. They're working a normal job like me, and they're not able to, chime in on this stuff. But those people have different ways of telling you what they want. The day job I came from was as a political pollster. We've had a lot of polling on City of Yes, and it has continually shown overwhelming support. When we issue polling nationally on housing abundance, people are clearly in strong support of building more housing. For the first time in my life, housing is a major piece of a presidential campaign because we are in a housing crisis and people are desperate for housing affordability. Vice President Harris is making building 3 million new homes a centerpiece of her presidential campaign because the evidence is overwhelming that it is both an effective strategy and it is what voters want. City of Yes will help us build some of those units in the greatest city in the world, where 98% of our housing is full. I hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Lastly, we'll hear from Andy Zhang. If you are here and I did not call you up and you want to testify, please go to the back. Andy, you may begin.
Hello, members of City Council. My name is Andy Zhang, and I am a renter who lives in Williamsburg, and this year marks a decade of living in this city. I'm here today to testify in support of City of Yes with no modifications. The shortage in housing is one of, if not the most significant contributors to elevated cost of living and quality of life. I want to focus on one aspect I am particularly interested in, TOD, aka transit-oriented development. I live off the train, and like my family, friends, and neighbors, I consistently rely on the proximity to transit that makes for easier commutes to work, job training, school, and more. We see the same up and down, left and right across the entire transit network, be it the subway, the bus, the ferry, the LIRR, Metro North networks, and more. Unbanning and re-legalizing perfectly normal and regular homes near transit connects New Yorkers to the centers of opportunity and mobility that our communities and neighborhoods deserve. We as New Yorkers and Americans desire and deserve the freedom to live, the freedom to start families, the freedom to study, the freedom to work, to even start businesses. None of these freedoms mean anything without the freedom to build. City of Yes may only be the first step to addressing our housing crisis and our ability to build, but as many others have said, first steps are important. We are a city, not a collection of mere districts. We live in connected neighborhoods, not scattered HOAs. We cannot have local yet vocal minorities dictate one-size-fits-all solutions for any and all land use in their immediate vicinity. A City of Yes is the first step towards a city for all. I'm a first-generation Chinese American whose family arrived in America in the 1990s seeking a better life. I, like Igor here, am proud to be one of the many generations of new residents and immigrants who embody the story of New York City and the American dream. Let's stop shooting ourselves in the foot by legalizing the housing we deserve and building the housing we deserve for a greater New York City that we all deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Just one question for Mr. Chino. Mr. Chino, you stated that you don't like the proposal. Is there anything a part of this proposal that you think is a positive?
There are a lot of positive things in this proposal. But when you build a cake and you put garbage inside and you sprinkle a lot of very good things, like removing maybe the parking rules or modifying things, doesn't mean that the cake is still good to eat. It looks good, but it's still garbage. And knowing where this proposal came from, the real estate industry, and seeing my own landlord, who is a criminal nonprofit called UHAB, on the list of proponents, and seeing my manager of my building in the list of proponents, and knowing how they work, I say this is garbage by every way you say it. So it needs to go back to the community boards. It needs to go back to the community, to the various community, to work it out and to come out with good, better solution. We are the city of New York. We are a city of hundreds of different ideology, background, and things like that. And the community board, if you give them the City of Yes as a starting document, let's see what comes out as an exit document that you can look at and say, this is our new City of Yes.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Chino. Thank you, fellas, for your testimony as well, and for being patient. We're going to transition back to online testimony. No problem. Thank you. The next panel we're going to call on is Henry Euler, Zishan Ning, Daisy Colin, and Roberta Gelb.
You may begin.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Henry? Are you Henry? Hello? Henry Euler. Henry, if you can hear me, please unmute.
I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, good. But I'll show you my picture too.
Thank you, Henry. Go ahead.
Hey, my name's Henry Euler. I'm the president of the Auburndale Improvement Association in Flushing, Queens. I'll be extending to Western Bayside. We are against the city of Yes. And we're very upset about the transit-oriented development part. We think that that we have the Long Island Railroad going through our community, and it goes from Broadway Flushing to Auburndale to Bayside to Douglaston to Little Neck. It's a big long stretch, and each station goes a half a mile radius around where there would be extra development because of TODs. And we wouldn't mind if the construction was contextual. I don't think people would mind that, but this is where they're going to build up and closer together, and it's totally out of character with the community. So we're against that. Now, the City of Yes
City of Yes. As I said, I currently live in District 5, which is the Upper East Side, and I would like to continue to do so. I graduated from university about 4 years ago. Me and a group of my peers from my university came to the city. Altogether, most of us lived in Midtown Manhattan for the first year that we were here. The second year that we were here, I moved to the Upper East Side and sacrificed the luxury of a dishwasher, and most of my friends moved to Brooklyn and Queens, inflating the price of housing in those boroughs. While I love my home and I am really attached to my neighborhood, I'm looking to purchase a home in the next few years, and I am afraid that I won't be able to afford to do so here. My only other options, if I'd like to stay in the city, which I intend to do, are to look in the outer boroughs, and in particular, I'm eyeing District 19, which is Councilmember Palladino's district. It looks quite nice, and I see that as a more affordable alternative. Were my economic choices not as constrained, then I would like to stay put where I am. I realize that in moving to a district like District 19, I would potentially be putting extra pressure on its current residents and competing with them for housing. So I would like to once again voice my support for City of Yes and increase the overall supply of housing in the city in the interest of all of us being able to live where we would like.
Thank you so much, Abigail. Next, we're going to hear from Ayaz Lavangia. Ayaz, if you can hear me.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I'm Ayaz Lavangia. I moved to Queens 40 plus years ago, and the housing shortage is a perennial problem in New York. It's an issue that is purely based on supply and demand economics, and if there is a supply, that is the solution, and the supply will only get done if it's built. More housing is needed, period. Let me try and put it simply. When people are hungry, the solution is to provide more food. When people are sick, you supply medicine. So logically, when people need housing, the solution is to build and provide more housing. Therefore, you got to change the zoning and you got to build up. Infrastructure spend over more people is more efficient and more effective. Trying to build less density housing is difficult to support. New York City should continue to be the city of tall buildings across all 5 boroughs. Staten Island is severely short of tall buildings. Others, in pockets of Manhattan, you have completely unregulated small houses, some big buildings, etc. Uniformity would help, and infrastructure will be built to adjust for that. Therefore, I am completely for yes. Build, build, build. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Shamina Levangia.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Shamina Levangia. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I support the City of Yes proposal. We moved to Queens over 40 years ago as a young couple while we worked and attended college in New York City. We now live in Manhattan close to one of our children, whereas the other one lives in Brooklyn. We will be retiring in a few years. We have been renters for a long, long time, but our rents have been going up continuously. Looks like we won't be able to afford the rents once we retire in a few years. It's really tough finding units at an affordable rate. I hope there will be enough supply to meet the demand in the coming future. We would like to remain in Manhattan or move to Brooklyn, but who knows? Time will tell. Hence, I support the City of Yes proposal. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Eric Nielsen.
You may begin.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for sticking this out. My name is Eric Nielsen. I'm born and raised in New York City, from Staten Island, and now I live in Bushwick. And I unequivocally support everything in City of Yes. It feels like for most of my adult life, the city has been in a perpetual housing crisis because we don't build enough. I'm tired of seeing my friends of mine leave the city because they can't afford to either stay here themselves or afford to raise children here. And it all comes down because how expensive real estate is. If it wasn't for new developments that is being disparaged on this call, I would have been able to become a homeowner 2 years ago in Bushwick. And I want other people to have the same opportunities that I have. I also really want to speak in favor of ending parking mandates because the city is congested with enough cars as it is, and people should be more important than cars. Just space for people to live should be more important than cars have a space. Should be more important for homeless people to be in housing than for people to have spaces to put their cars in. Thank you for your time and have a great night.
Thank you. This panel is excused. The next panel I'm going to call up consists of Alyssa Manfredonia, Juan Rivero, Joanne Sullivan, and Yetin Chu.
You may begin.
I'm going to call on Alyssa Manfredonia to begin. Alyssa, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Good evening. My name is Alyssa Manfredonia. I am here this evening speaking as a registered New York State architect as well as a lifelong resident of City Island in the Bronx. It's easy to say that City Island and Manhattan are two different worlds. City Island is predominantly a residential community with a suburban way of life. While the boating industry is not the same as it has been years ago, we could say our community is one of the very few places left in New York that holds a quaint nautical suburban character. It maintains the title of the seaport in the Bronx, and we would like to keep it that way. The city of Yes would open the doors for this to be destroyed. City Island, as well as other special district areas, need an abundance of special district zoning to prevent overdevelopment that our infrastructures, land, and public resources cannot physically sustain. The city of Yes would destroy the concept of 1 and 2 family zones and would turn low-density areas into mini Manhattans. The blurred lines of permitted zoning, increase in permitted bulk, as well as changes in housing types would not work in such areas. The city of Yes is pushing more affordable housing with no promise of affordability. Our building department takes weeks and months for approvals, is understaffed as well as inadequately trained to support